All right, everyone. Welcome to the Rich Dad Summit. Come on aboard. We're going to have a great next 2 days. This is going to be some incredible things that you're going to be learning about how to really build a foundation for wealth. So come on board. Welcome. We have people from all around the world. Go ahead and type in the chat box exactly where you're joining us from. Go ahead and share exactly where you're coming in from. We have people from, oh, wow, all over the world. We got South Africa. We have New York, looks like Florida, California, wow, Asia, all the way from the Philippines. We got people from Australia. It looks like the UK, Germany, Paris. Wow, awesome. Welcome from Paris. Very cool. So guys, we have people from all over the world and coming together collectively to really be able to get clear on what it takes to truly build a foundation for wealth. So I acknowledge you for showing up. That's the majority of success in life, is being able to show up and follow through, and you've done that. And here's the thing, the next 2 days are going to be massive breakthroughs for you, because you're going to be going through some things over the next 2 days that you maybe have never heard before, and the stuff that you maybe have heard, you've never heard it in the way that it's going to be presented during this summit. I can tell you that. And so we're going to be bringing on the best of the best to be able to walk you through exactly what it takes to build this foundation for wealth and creating a wealth breakthrough for you. So how many of you are excited about that? How many of you, go ahead and type in breakthrough in the comments and let us know exactly, just tell me how excited you are to be able to go through this. The next 2 days are going to be incredible. I hope you're ready for it. I hope you're prepared to dive in. Go ahead and type in breakthrough in the comments if you are ready for what is going to be unfolding over the next 2 days. It's going to be fun. We're going to have a lot of fun together. You're going to be learning from the best in the world to be able to start applying this stuff. Oh, wow, you guys are giving me a ton of breakthroughs already. All right, awesome. Cool. Here's the thing. I'm telling you right now, just be prepared for it. Your breakthrough gets to happen during these next 2 days, all right? Just prepare for it. Allow yourself the gift of receiving not only the information that's coming to you, but the breakthrough that gets to unfold by you starting to have that light bulb go off in your mind around what it can take and how you can truly start applying this stuff in your life to start being able to make changes that really impact you, your family, your financial freedom, and the opportunities in your life to create choices. That's really what this is about. And being able to do that is the foundation for any level of financial freedom, and the financial intelligence that you're going to be gathering over the next 2 days will absolutely blow your mind. So I hope you're ready for it. I hope you're excited about it. I'm truly honored to be here with you. And just to give you guys an idea of who's talking to you right now, who is sharing all the things that we're going to be going through and really giving you some insight as to the breakthroughs to come. Well, I'm Jeremy Bellotti. I'm the lead transformation and peak performance trainer here with Learn. And if you're not familiar with Learn, Learn is the transformational home for entrepreneurs worldwide. We work with over 500,000 students all over the world. We are truly an international and global organization, really empowering entrepreneurs from everywhere in the world. I mean, you guys can see even just everybody here is coming from every corner of the world, and everywhere in the world there is that deeper desire, that deeper fire to create more, to create opportunities for choices and freedom in your life, whether it's financial or entrepreneurial, or opportunities to be able to travel and do things that you just love, that are meaningful for you and truly allowing you to create impact. And Learn really sets the core foundation for that. And so what we do is really kind of what you see here. I mean, this summit right here is really operated through the power of Learn to be able to deliver absolutely incredible education around financial freedom and being able to create what you want in your life. How many of you are really inspired to be able to start this journey of building wealth in your life and being able to really create freedom and opportunity in your life? Go ahead and type in a 1 if that is you. Go ahead and type in a 1 in the chat box right now. All right, go ahead and fill up the chat box right now, put in a 1, and let me know if that is the path that you are on, if that is in alignment with where you really want to go and what you want to get out of this summit. Okay, awesome. All right, wow, okay, yes, definitely. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. Perfect. Okay, great. So we're on the same page. You guys know who's speaking to you right now. And here's the thing. Where I came from, I mean, I didn't have entrepreneurial or financial education growing up. Many of you have probably been through the same thing, all right? You know, you didn't grow up learning this stuff in school, okay? You didn't grow up maybe this in your environment. You had to really go out and find genuine guidance from people who cared enough to share this information with you. And this summit over the next 2 days will be massive for you understanding how to apply this stuff. And once I finally had that breakthrough, once I finally started getting clear on that, it opened me up to a whole new world. I've literally been able to have dinner with royalty, been able to have the fortunate opportunity to speak on a TED stage. This is me being able to literally work with a king of a South African country to be able to work on key humanitarian aid projects in their country, to be able to deliver opportunities for socio and economic growth and abundance and really affluence in local communities. I've been able to have the fortunate opportunity to really be able to connect and build relationships and work with people like Prince Albert of Monaco, who we will work together on. There's an organization that he chairs that really focuses on utilizing sport and health to be able to really deliver humanitarian aid projects around the world in underprivileged areas and regions. I've worked with and had the opportunity to connect with people like Mayor Bloomberg of New York City, the famous physicist Michio Kaku, Les Brown, people like Grant Cardone, and also really deeper level entrepreneurs like Onyx Sengal, who you will actually be hearing from later today on this summit. Yes, you will actually be hearing from Onyx Sengal. This guy has, I mean, talk about the next level of entrepreneurship. This guy has earned over $150 million online, building entrepreneurial ventures online and helping people around the world do the same thing. You're going to be hearing from people like this today and tomorrow. So I want you to be ready for it. I want you to be ready for what's to come, because I can tell you right now, the opportunities that I certainly have opened up in my life for success and creating and building wealth in my life at every level has come from being able to really get the guidance and training from people like this, from being around an environment where you have and you're listening to people like this. And quite honestly, if you have been on this journey for any amount of time, whether it's you're looking to build your own business or simply looking to build wealth in your life, then you, like I, have been impacted in some way, whether it is, you just have started being introduced to it, or it was the book that changed your life and the person that changed your life and introduced you to this world of opportunity to build wealth in your life. You've been impacted by this man, by Robert Kiyosaki, the author of Rich Dad, Poor Dad. In some way, you have been impacted to start thinking and operating differently and what it takes to truly build wealth in your life. If you have been going down this path of building your business, building wealth in your life, creating opportunities as an entrepreneur, and looking to go from simply just being an employee and collecting a paycheck and, just getting a job, working hard, and crossing your fingers over the course of your lifetime to hopefully be able to retire with dignity, then this man has opened you up to some massive breakthroughs in your life. And I mean, what he has done for so many people around the world, I want you to go ahead and just type in just wow, if he has created a wow moment for you in your life at some point in your life, whether it was reading Rich Dad, Poor Dad, whether it was just, watching a video, whether it was going through maybe some of the trainings that Rich Dad has to offer. I want you to type in wow in the comments if Robert Kiyosaki has impacted you in some profound way that has truly opened you to a new way of thinking when it comes to building wealth in your life. I mean, okay, all right, this thing is flooding with wow. Seriously, I have felt the same way. I went through the same thing. Bottom line is, this man has impacted me in so many ways to be able to start thinking differently about what it truly takes and how to apply those things in the right way. And I'm telling you right now, your wealth breakthrough is going to come down to a few things. And these are the things that we're going to be going through during this summit. I want you to get prepared for this because this is what we're going to be diving into over the next 2 days. I want you to get excited about it. I want you to get clear and confidently engaged with what we're going to be doing here, because what we're going to be talking about is, first and foremost, we're going to be going through exactly how to make more money, how to build wealth in your life, how to start getting clear on the steps you can take to start building wealth and creating breakthroughs on how to make more money and be able to receive more money into your life on a regular basis. How many of you would be impacted in a very meaningful way being able and willing to know that you can receive more money into your life on a regular basis, on a daily basis? What would it mean for you to be able to do that, right? Okay. All right, you guys are blowing it up. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much for the engagement. I'm going to tell you in a second why that's so important, for this engagement to be continuing throughout the next 2 days, why that is so critical. I'm going to tell you that in a second, but the next thing that we're going to be learning throughout this next 2 days, so we're not only going to be going through how to make more money and how to build wealth, but also, and this is important, and what a lot of people never go through and really never tell you about, which is how to have your money make more money. Okay? That is a very, very next level breakthrough that most people never even get into because they haven't even gotten clear on the first step, which is how to make more money, how to be able to receive more money into their life, how to be able to build the foundations for wealth. They don't even get through that first step. Well, we're going to be going through both of these things this weekend. This 2-day process, this 2-day summit is going to create your wealth breakthrough if you are open to willing and receiving it, all right? Because this stuff is going to be very powerful. And it's information that if you actually apply it, if you truly take the steps to executing this stuff, this breakthrough can be a part of your life, can actually be something that you apply every day and you continue to build upon. And that's the foundation of it. How many of you would like to be able every single day to build on this wealth breakthrough and continuously grow and progress in a direction that truly leads to real meaning and fulfillment in your life in a way where you can focus on things that are really important for you? Go ahead and type in a yes in the comments, in the chat box, type in a yes. Okay, awesome. All right, good. Like I said, we're on the same page. That's what we're here to do, is to serve you and support you with getting clear on how to do that. All right, and you're going to have some of the best top experts in the world walking you through, getting clarity on exactly what it looks like to be able to start applying this in your own life. And again, there's a reason why the engagement here, there's a reason why I'm communicating directly with you right now, and why it's important for you to stay engaged with us over the next 2 days, okay? This is really, really critical, because bottom line is there's 2 sides to success, all right? There's 2 sides to success. The first side of success is all about the method, or essentially the tactical side of being able to apply a system or being able to get clear on the blueprint that helps you be successful. And this is really the first thing that a lot of people look to right off the bat. They look for the first thing that they can find that is a system or a blueprint or the method that will help all of a sudden them become wealthy and rich and all of this stuff. And so this is an important side of it. And it certainly is a necessary variable in the equation to being able to have the breakthrough to success. But most people are never going to look to, let alone start applying and truly on a daily basis being intentional about the second necessary variable to success, which is the mindset, meaning being able to have certain beliefs about money, about building wealth, about finances, saving, maybe even completely demystifying these ideas that you maybe have about being rich. What comes up for you even when that word is even presented in your life? Rich. What does that mean for you? What comes up for you when you think about money? What comes up when you start thinking about investing in yourself, in your future, and in your financial education? What does that mean for you? What comes up for you? What are some of the underlying beliefs that are maybe holding you back from creating and inviting the level of wealth in your life that you really deserve and that you really know that you're worth? So the mindset is critical, and here's also what's important about the mindset. It's important to understand that the way that you learn, The way that you absorb all this information over the next 2 days is absolutely essential, okay? So just think of it. Over the next 2 days, we are literally outlining the entire method for many different ways to be able to build and create and invite wealth into your life at a level that you probably have never even thought of before, okay? And bottom line is, all of these methods work. It's really about finding the ones that truly align with you and that really you are most driven to be able to go out there and apply. But here's the thing. If you don't have the underlying mindset and the ability to absorb the information that you're going to be getting over the next 2 days, and then actually have the intentionality to go apply it, and the fortitude, the relentless just drive to go out there and immediately start taking action, none of this is going to matter. The perfect method with no execution simply means nothing. And so that's why your mindset and approach to how you learn over the next 2 days is so critical. And that's why being engaged right now, being engaged over the next 2 days is so critical. You're gonna hear from me. I'm gonna be, every single time that you're hearing from me, I'm gonna be bringing it for you guys. I'm gonna be bringing the energy. I'm gonna be bringing the focus. I'm gonna be bringing the intention. I am going to be here for you over the next 2 days, getting you so intentionally involved with this process, because that's how you retain the information and are clear on the steps you can take to immediately be able to act on it and immediately be able to apply it into your life. If that doesn't happen, if all you do is absorb the information and then do nothing with it, then let's be honest, the perfect method is not going to mean anything for you. Would you agree with this? Are you guys on the same page? Go ahead and type in agree in the comments if we're on the same page here. Perfect method without execution is delusional, like meaninglessness, right? Like, are you in agreement with this? Go ahead and type in agree if you agree that the perfect method with zero execution and zero mindset to be able to execute it the right way is not going to matter, correct? I mean, let's be honest. Let's get on the same page. Okay, all right, awesome. Agree, 100% agree. You can't take a method without execution and think that you're going to do something. Exactly, Jim, 100%. All right, good. All right, great. I'm glad we're on the same page. So now that we're on the same page, let's commit to continuing to engage with each other on this and throughout the next 2 days, so that you and I can go through this process, and you, with every presenter that's going to come on, engaging with what you're going to be learning, so that you can take and absorb what is meaningful for you and what resonates with you most, and go out there and apply it. Can we get on the same page with that? Are we good with that? Go ahead and type in a 1 if we're on the same page there. Okay, awesome. I'm getting flooded with ones. You guys are awesome. Very cool. Okay, so you guys are going to get a lot out of this if this is the approach we're taking. And here's the thing. I want to go through a practice. I want to go through a quick exercise that we're going to do each day. So today and tomorrow, we're going to go through this practice. And how about this? How many of you would like to go through a really quick exercise? It doesn't take long at all. It's very quick, but it's extremely intentional, and it can enhance your ability to stay focused, clear, and confident with being able to really absorb and retain this information by like just exponential amounts over the next 2 days. How many of you would like to go through that exercise right now? It takes just a few minutes. It's not going to be a lot, but it's very direct. How many of you would like to be able to do that? Yes? Yes, that sounds good. I'm going to walk you through it. It's very powerful stuff, and we're going to be going through it over the next 2 days so that you can retain what you're going to be learning and you can go out there and apply it. You guys good with this? Okay, I'm going to walk you through it. Here it is. Again, this sets the core foundation for you coming into this process with the right mindset and the willingness to be able to receive the empowering information that you're going to be getting and the financial education that you're going to be going through over the next 2 days, so that you can start understanding how to apply it, go out there in the world and actually do something with it. That's the foundation of this, so that you can go use these methods and apply them for yourselves. Take action on them and go out there and do what resonates most with you, okay? This is going to set the foundation for that, all right? You guys ready for it? Here's what we get to do, okay? We get to set a very clear and daily declaration. All right? This is a daily declaration so that we start getting clear on a level of appreciation and gratitude for the presenters willing. I mean, just think, you have the best in the world coming together over the next 2 days, investing their time, their money, their energy into really a lifetime of learning in order to share all of it with you over the next 2 days so that you can thrive and really not make any of the same mistakes that we've made, not make any of the same mistakes that we've gone through, and be able to apply this the right way, be able to get around the right people to support you with getting clear on the steps to take to doing it the right way. So I want to get everyone grounded here on this session, on this summit. I want to get everyone here. We got people from all over the world. Let's collectively get grounded in a deep level of appreciation, knowing that you guys have people that are going to be speaking to you throughout the next 2 days that care enough to be able to invest their time, their money, their energy to be here to share some powerful stuff with you. And again, you get to take with it and run with it however you'd like. Some things are going to resonate and really, really hit home for you. Some things are maybe going to be things that maybe they're things you want to apply later in life, or maybe they're things that you want to apply right now, but you really want support and you want guidance on being able to do that. Bottom line is, the methods that you're going to be hearing about, they work. It's really about being able to find the ones that resonate with you most and going after them, and just not tolerating anything less than achieving what you want. But let's be grounded in a level of appreciation and gratitude, knowing that you have people here willing to present some things for you to be able to have your breakthrough, to be able to get you to a place where you start seeing and thinking differently about building wealth in your life, creating opportunities for freedom in your life, and simply opening up a life of choices moving forward. So let's just get grounded in that. So here's what we're going to do. Very first step within the daily declaration we'll make today and tomorrow is very clear. Who is the one person that you are most grateful for right now in your life? I want you to just write down their first and last name. You can even put it in the chat box if you're so empowered to do so. Go ahead and write down the first and last name of the individual that has inspired you to take action on being here right now. Who is that one individual that has inspired you to take action on something that could really open you to a breakthrough of thinking about wealth and thinking about opportunity in life at a whole nother level? Who is that person that has opened you to really just striving for more and really wanting to create more in your life? Who is that one person you are so grateful for having in your life that's opened you up to that? Go ahead and just put it in the chat box. I won't read it out if you don't want me to. I'll just look at them and just acknowledge you for being clear on who that is. But let's get grounded in that. Let's get grounded in the appreciation that you have people behind you. You have people that have your back. All right, go ahead and type it in the chat box. Go ahead and type in exactly who it is that you're most grateful for, that has inspired you to really think differently and be here with us right now. All right, so that's the first thing. And I want you to take that in. Allow that to sink in for a second. First and last name, the person you're most grateful for. Having the appreciation, knowing that you have people here from around the world, the top people in the world, presenting to you some incredible, incredible ways to build wealth in your life. And now, let's get clear on a declaration right now, the decision you get to make right now, right here and now on this summit as we begin. What is the declaration to what you get to achieve here today? You're going to be going through some amazing things. I'm actually going to bring on Robert Kiyosaki himself here in a few minutes. Yes, you will be hearing from Robert Kiyosaki here in the next few minutes. I want to know from you, I want you to put it in the chat box right now, what are you going to declare today? What is your daily declaration of the decision you make today of what you get to achieve right here, right now, today during this summit? What is it you get to achieve? What is it that you get to have as your big breakthrough? What is it that you get to have as the big eye-opening experience that will change everything for you? That will literally change the trajectory of where you're going and building wealth in your life. I want you to declare it right now, because bottom line is, it comes down to you get to live a life of decisions. Every single day, it comes down to very clear decisions. And you get to be very decisive and definitive about those declarations. And wow, you guys are, wow. I'm impressed with some of you being the level of clarity you have with some of these declarations. I get to create 100% clarity on building wealth in my life, says Jane. I get to, oh my goodness, wow. Okay, we're getting flooded. I'm sorry, I can't read everything that's coming through. There's so many of you. I want to acknowledge you, though, for writing this down in a very clear and direct way that is results driven. All right, let's get clear on these declarations and make sure that it's a specific outcome that you want to achieve by the end of today. What is the big breakthrough that you get to have by being here, by actually making the decision to show up today and show up tomorrow? What is the declaration you get to make today that you get to really create for yourself? You're going to have people from all over the world here with you. Let's do this together, all right? Are you guys clear on that? I'm getting flooded with a lot of declarations. I acknowledge each and every single one of you for putting that in the chat box. And here's the thing. Imagine every day starting off like that. Just a few minutes to get clear on a deeper level of gratitude and declaring what you get to create for that day. Imagine if every day started by you generating that level of intention and energy behind you going out there and creating what you want in your life. That's what we get to create here today. That's the mindset you get to enter, being able to hear from somebody like Robert Kiyosaki. And I'm telling you right now, you bring this level of energy. Thank you guys for commenting. Thank you guys for really being engaged here. You bring this level of energy to what you're going to hear next, then you are going to be able to do some powerful stuff with the information you're going to hear. So without further ado, let's go ahead and bring on someone that has impacted probably every single person's life that is on here right now, including my own. This is truly a very special individual and someone that literally has changed millions of lives around the world. Let's go ahead and bring on, he's the author of Rich Dad, Poor Dad, Cash Flow Quadrant, Second Chance, and many, many more things that are out there that are truly setting the foundation for financial intelligence around the world, with individuals being able to create the foundation for building wealth in their life. Guys, I want you to give a very, very virtual round of applause and just exciting. I want you guys to bring the energy. I want you guys to type in a Robert right now. I want you to type in Robert right now in the chat box, or Rich Dad. Type in Rich Dad right in the chat box right now. And let's welcome on Mr. Robert Kiyosaki. He is coming right now. Let's welcome him. Rich Dad in the comments. Oh my gosh. All right. You guys are blowing it up. All right. You guys are ready. You guys are excited. Get focused. Let's get clear on what you get to apply from what you're going to learn right now from Mr. Robert Kiyosaki.
All right. Hey, Jeremy. Thank you for that. Everybody, this is Onyx Singhal, and I am so pumped. Man, how cool is this? 2 days of learning and mastering how to become wealthy. I just want to chime in really quickly, and I just want to say that we are about to meet the man that has changed thousands, if not millions of lives around the world by carrying a core concept, and that is wealth is innately simple. His cash flow quadrant has changed the lives of people all over the world. And I'm here today to tell you that we're going to simplify wealth even more today and tomorrow. Really, as Jeremy said, there's 2 core concepts to becoming financially free and becoming wealthy. What are they? Number 1, make more money. Number 2, get your money to make you more money. And the true wealth sits in the second part. So listen, buckle down, get excited, get pumped, because over the next 2 days, we have experts coming in from all over the world to master this concept. And I'm pumped, I'm excited. But right now, I'm super excited, because what I'm going to do in a second is I'm going to flip a knob. We're going to take a 3-second break. And I know that the man of the hour himself is here. We're going to hear about his predictions. We're going to hear from him, straight from him, how to get wealthy. All right, guys? So give me about 3 seconds, and I'm going to switch systems. And I know that Robert's waiting. All right, and we're back. And guess what? We have got the man of the hour himself. I'm so excited. I've got chills going down my back, because every time I get an opportunity to speak to him, it's exciting. And it's always something that leads to major breakthroughs for me. Now, I have to take a moment to tell my story before I introduce him. And that is that the first book I ever read in high school okay, that I read on my own, right? That wasn't an assignment from school, was Rich Dad, Poor Dad. And back in those days, I had this like notion, this little, this little thing talking to me saying, oh God, entrepreneurship is the way to go. But I never really had validation. There's no entrepreneurs in my family. And I read this book, and to say that it changed my life would be the greatest understatement of the century, because it completely changed my mind and my way of thinking as a very young person. And I remember, just thinking through it even in college as I was studying to become a doctor, and it didn't feel right. And I kept going back to that book, and I read it again and again and again. And eventually one day, one thing led to another, and I became an entrepreneur. I stopped trying to become a doctor, and it wasn't for me. I love doctors. They've saved my life many times, but it wasn't for me. And today I get to sit where I am in this opportunity. I love my life every second of it. I get to say I'm wealthy. I get to say I'm helping people over the world. I'm helping those who are in need. I'm helping entrepreneurs. But the biggest thing, and it's so crazy how life works, is that one man who I grew up just looking up to like no one, like no one else, right? And now I get to be here in this moment and introduce him and have a chance to speak to him. It is absolutely an honor. And I know that every single one of you who's watching right now, who's listening, you are excited. Let's all type in right now. Let's all type in, let's all type in Robert. Okay, let's just all type in Robert, because you know who I'm inviting. I am inviting Robert Kiyosaki right now. He is here, and we're going to talk about the latest cutting edge things. We're going to talk about wealth. We're going to talk about, what's going on in the world today. One of the things that Robert, by the way, wow, look at all the Roberts pouring. That's awesome. I know everyone's super excited. Guys, we're going to talk about predictions. That's what Robert is known for, right? He predicts things years in advance. So we're going to get a chance to hear from the man himself today. What should we be doing so that we can make sure our future is secured, wealthy, influential, impactful, giving back? And hey, you know what I'm really excited to hear about? And I know all of you are thinking about it, cryptocurrency. And everyone's talking about Bitcoin. Well, let's hear what the man himself, who has mastered currency and wealth, will say about it. So without further ado, Robert, it is an honor. Thank you so much for being here.
Anik, it's an honor to talk to you, and thank you for giving me the time, and everybody who's listening, thank you for the most valuable thing you can offer anybody is your time. So thank you for your time and your attention.
The honor is all ours. Thank you for your time. We know how much your time is worth. Robert, one of the things that I love the most about you, and I want to publicly acknowledge, is that you are a wealthy man. You've done it, Robert. You could go relax now if you wanted, but you won't stop. You want to teach, and you want to change lives, and you continue to impact people. I can't tell you how many friends and young people who I mentor, their first book that they must read is Rich Dad, Poor Dad. You are still touching millions of lives. So I want to ask you something, Robert. Why? I mean, you could go relax now. You don't have to be on this interview with me. You could be hanging out on a beach, but you're still doing it. So tell us a little bit about Robert. Why do you continue to push forward? What gets you up in the morning, and what makes you really passionate about what you do?
Well, thank you for the question. In the Rich Dad company, is education company, and my poor dad was the head of education for the state of Hawaii, a PhD, Stanford, University of Chicago, Northwestern, University of Hawaii, but he was poor. And so I was when I was 9 years old growing up in Hawaii, I asked my teacher, I said, when are we going to learn about money? And the teacher says, well, we don't teach you about money. I went, why? And they said, because the love of money is the root of all evil. I went, well, maybe evil to you, but I'd like to have some. And so that's when I began to question education as a whole. And thank God for my poor dad. He says, you need to talk to an entrepreneur, because obviously you're going to be an entrepreneur. You're not going to be an employee. See, if you're going to be an employee, going to school is fine. Or you're going to be a doctor or a lawyer or accountant, going to school is fine. But if you're going to be an entrepreneur, you need a different type of education. And that's when the story of my rich dad and my poor dad began, because my rich dad was my best friend's father. Somebody never went to school. Now, make the answer shorter, is I went to two different types of school. I went to military school, and I went to MBA school. And the first word at the military school is one word: mission. What is your mission? That's it. And when I went to business school, it was, who can you screw for more money? And I like the word mission a lot better. So the reason, if you know how to make money, then you can get on with your life's mission. And the reason most people can't get on with their life's mission, whatever, I'm not really religious, but whatever God sent you here to do, you can't do that because you got to earn a paycheck. So that's why what drives me on is I never needed a paycheck, but I need to fulfill my mission. So I'm still a U.S. Marine. I went to Vietnam, flew, went to military academy. I learned mission. And unfortunately, when I meet a lot of people who are despondent and lost, or they're stuck in a dead-end job, or they're just working for money, is they've forgotten about the most important question anybody should ask themselves is, what is my mission in life? What did God send me here to do? And not that you'll ever know, but you get closer to that, then you'll just keep working. Like people say, well, what about climate change? I say, well, why don't you go and work on it? Would that be your mission? What about cancer? Make that your mission. But most people don't make their life's mission their mission because they work for money, which is lesson number one at Rich Dad, Poor Dad. The rich don't work for money. So that's where it is. I keep working. I don't need the money. I like money, but I don't need it. I don't need a paycheck. I like paychecks. But my mission is more important. So that's what keeps me going.
It's absolutely amazing. And, during this summit, everyone here who's listening, you're going to learn about wealth, and you're going to learn about how many ways there are to attain wealth. And what you'll learn eventually is something, if I could share a personal experience, Robert is 100% dead on. It's something I really learned from him too. But there was a period in my entrepreneurial journey where for the first few years, I chased money. And I wasn't about the mission. I didn't understand my purpose. And I made good money. And then there was a day where I lost every penny of it and then some and a lot more. And it wasn't until I really took a deep soul search and realized that if I was going to do this, the only thing that would make it worth it is if I lived my mission and purpose. And I re-articulated that years back. And it has led to just an absolutely amazing journey. So it's what keeps me going. As a matter of fact, I'm happy and proud and very proud to say that I could quit tomorrow and retire as well and do great for the rest of my life and live the life of my dreams. But man, what fun would that be if I'm not out there impacting lives? So that's a great lesson to take away from Robert. So thank you for that, Robert. All right, we're going to get right in. I want to ask some pretty serious questions. I want to ask one question I think is on everybody's mind. We have a chance later on the summit also to get some great training on this. But Robert, we all hear Bitcoin, 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 right? And then there's all these altcoins and there's cryptocurrency. And there's, in the financial community, there's 50% of the community seems like they just hate it. They say it's never going to work, it's going to collapse, it's going to crash. Then there's the other 50% are saying, hey, this is the future. Get in now, get in strong. And I've personally been torn. I don't know what to do. So I kind of dabbled my feet into it. But what is your thought on this? I mean, you've got to have had a view at this point or some inkling. What do you think about cryptocurrency and Bitcoin?
Well, I think you already hit it. There's two things that, my opinion, because I don't know much about it, but I do know it's going to crash, and I also know it's going to be the future. That's what I know. And it's not Bitcoin, it's, blockchain, which I don't know anything about. But I'll tell you what I do know is that if I was a banker right now, I'd be nervous. If I was the government, I'd be nervous. If I was a tax department, I would be nervous because I am a student of money. Today in the modern world, there's three types of money: metal, paper, and crypto. And the guys that control paper are the government, the Federal Reserve Bank, the tax department, and all that. It's every country in the world. They control paper. So, and they're controlled by what's called a central bank, like the Fed or the the People's Bank of China, the Euro, the European Union, and the Bank of Japan and all this stuff. They're all controlled by central banks, and that is how the paper money system operates. So crypto operates from a decentralized system, 51 people. So because it's decentralized, it now threatens the central system, which is the Federal Reserve Bank. And the reason that's important is because the Fed cannot operate without the Internal Revenue Service, i.e. taxes. So the whole monetary system is built on debt and taxes. So that's why anybody who studied Rich Dad, and it's my latest book, Why the Rich Are Getting Richer, is I don't save money, I use debt, and I don't pay taxes. So that's a long way of saying if you're going to use crypto, you better study it, find out what is best for you. So it is in the bubble, and the reason, Bitcoin is in a bubble is because 60% of the people buying Bitcoin are from Japan. So why are the people from Japan buying it? It's because Abe is the prime minister or president, whatever he is, he's printing more money. So they don't trust the yen. So people are looking for some place to put their yen. So they're putting it into Bitcoin. Just as in America, we print money, so Americans put it in the stock market or the bond market. So that's what's happening, is blowing in a bubble. And then back in 2007, everybody put it in real estate, and they blew that into a bubble. So the long answer is this: the stock market's in a bubble, Bitcoin's in a bubble, and real estate is in a bubble. And it's all caused because the Federal Reserve banks of the world, the European Central Bank, the PBOC, the Bank of Japan, they're all printing money. And if you read Rich Dad, Poor Dad, that's lesson number one. The rich don't work for money because our governments are printing it. I also said savers are losers. Yet so many people tell their kids to save money. And then the real intelligent guys say get out of debt when they don't understand that money is debt. The only way money, at least the US dollar, is created is by debt. And the reason they need the Internal Revenue Services, the taxpayers got to pay for that debt. So they got to tax the taxpayer. So that's why if you're going to go into crypto, and I've considered it, all right, my friend has made fortunes in it. I'm going to interview him on Rich Dad Radio. But it's like anything else. Real estate's in a bubble, stock market's in a bubble, and crypto's in a bubble. So right now I would proceed with caution, and it's a really good time to study more than jump in. That's my opinion.
No, that's so I was going to ask you something, and you started answering it, and so I want to dive a little deeper. I was going to say, why do you say it's in a bubble, right? I think this is a great opportunity for me to learn, and for everyone watching to learn to think like Robert, when something is blowing up. Robert, tell me if I paraphrase this correctly. So one concern as to why the bubble is being created is because too large of a percentage of the Bitcoin is being bought by one group of people. Hence, that group of people's decision could make a drastic impact on Bitcoin. Is that why the 60% of Bitcoin being owned by Japanese is a problem? Did I say that correctly?
Yeah, that's correct. But you have, in the real world, and most people don't live in the real world. In my world, when I speak to somebody, they say, what's the price discovery? And price discovery means, like when I evaluate a business or real estate, I want to find out what the real price is. So if I'm buying a property and the guy wants $100,000 for it, I've really got to do what's called due diligence to find out what that property is really worth. But when property is in a bubble, and anything can go into a bubble, like the .com were in a bubble, there's no price. It's just speculation. So I remember, not too long ago, 10 years ago, people were just, throwing money at real estate. There was no price discovery. It didn't make sense. There was no underlying value to what they were buying. So I only buy a property if I can make money at it. I don't buy something to hopefully the price will go up. That's price discovery. But when people are just speculating and panicking, and as my Chinese friends say, kiasu, they don't want to miss out, they jump in and they chase the bubble up. And those are the guys, and then the big guys get out, and then the little guy gets crushed. So it's called price discovery. I don't know what the real price of Bitcoin is. I don't think anybody does today. So I heard last night it's $100,000. And so the price of Bitcoin spiked. It's around about 10,500 now or something. Ethereum's going up, Litecoin's going up, because there's no price on it too. It's just panic. It's just pure speculation, get rich quick and all that. and that's when you know it's a bubble. There's an old saying, is that when idiots are buying, it's time to get out. So like when back in 2007, I was at the Safeway supermarket, and the checkout girl handed me her real estate card, and she says, "I'm now a real estate investor. Let me invest your money for you." I knew the market was going to crash.
That's frightening, actually. But you know what? You're right. That's exactly what's happening right now. I have a group of friends. We have a group chat on iMessage, and all four of us, okay, are asking each other, what do you think is going to happen? What do you think we should do? And the other day I made a joke saying it's the blind leading the blind. What is this? None of us understand this. We're just literally trying to read charts that we don't know. And one person will say, I heard so-and-so say who's an expert, but I don't even know that person. And how do I know that they're an expert? And so I agree with you completely. I'm personally, I think after having done about a month of research on it, I'm very hopeful about the future of it. I think currently it's set for a major correction. That's what everyone is saying. But, and it's for the very reason that you said, Robert. I thought to myself and I said, man, people who don't understand it, who don't know it, are buying it up like crazy. And then as soon as it starts to kind of dip the other direction, they'll panic and then there'll be a massive sell-off. Both the buy-in and sell-off will be unexplainable, meaning like there was no real reason for it except for just people's panic. So very, very interesting. And so, Robert, you may or may not have studied enough to know anything about this, but I'm curious to know if you have any opinions on altcoins. Like these are these small coins that are like they're launching every other day. These individuals come up with a new coin and people raise a bunch of money and they buy into it. And most of them, I don't know what happens to them. But, you mentioned Litecoin, Ethereum, and Bitcoin. Those are kind of the three major ones. So what about all the other ones? Are you hopeful about them, cautious of them?
Let me tell you the same story. I was at Safeway, and the girl at Safeway handed me her investment card.
Yep.
It's the same phenomenon.
Got it.
You see, because my friend from Singapore called, and he wants me to invest in his altcoin and go and take it to an ICO. And I said, look, I really don't know. I'm not saying it's good or bad because I just don't know. And I would study. That's all I recommend. So, like I said, on Rich Dad Radio, my friend Landon Thorne and I are going to discuss Bitcoin because this guy runs a hedge fund, and his hedge fund is in technology. So he saw Bitcoin 8 years ago. The guy has made a frickin' fortune. So I talked to him because he is professional in the market. I interviewed him 2 weeks ago in South Carolina, and he's saying the same thing. It's this is bubble coming along. Now there's an underlying reality to it. I mean, it's probably going to wipe out banking as we know it. But so if I was a banker, I'd be worried. If I was a tax department, I'd be worried. But most people don't understand what money is or the dollar. Is the dollar good or bad? I wouldn't save it, but I would store it to go and buy things when it crashes. I don't count on the dollar for long-term, what is called value. There's no value. The dollar is going to go to zero eventually. But I won't. But most people are saving dollars. I think that's crazy. To me, I'd rather be in Bitcoin than dollars. So wow, you got to study. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. No. Wow, that was awesome. I'm really, really interesting to hear. So, all right, cool. Listen, everyone, study it, know it, be cautious. Robert's on the record now. He's made his prediction. I don't think he's ever been wrong. So I would say study it. And this was a big topic that everyone wanted to hear about. And guess what, guys? We will be hearing from a true expert, someone that Robert himself is going to be interviewing and loves. And so stay tuned with the summit. You got a lot more information about that coming, plus so much more. We're gonna pivot a little bit now, Robert, into a topic that'll probably make most people say, "Oh no, not this." So we're gonna go a little political. All right, guys, we're not gonna go too political, just a little bit, and we're gonna stay out of the politics of it, and we're gonna stay in the economics of it. And I really want to talk to Robert about the economics of what's happening with our current U.S. leadership and what he expects. So, the new president came on. It's been over a year now. Well, it'll be a year soon. Sorry, I misspoke. But Robert, I'd love to hear your thoughts. It's just you put on the news and it's just like bam, bam, bam. So many things going on. But what is going on with the economy? Looks like it's going up. Everything looks like it's good. But is that a bubble? Is it fake? Is it substantiated? Should we be excited right now, Robert, or should we be cautious with the U.S. economy?
Well, that's a very good question, because I just interviewed this guy named David Stockman, and David Stockman wrote the book, The Great Deformation, and Trumped or something like that. And the reason Stockman is credible is he was the director of management and budget for Reagan. And for those of you who have played the cash flow game or read Rich Dad, Poor Dad, it's always in the numbers. And so Stockman, being the head of the budget guy for Reagan, he was talking about what really the numbers are today. You know, what's in the income, what's the balance sheet, what are the liabilities and all that. Very professional guy. So he basically says, you know, I already said it, the reason the stock market is high because it's in a bubble. You know, they're not, these guys, the CEOs are not reinvesting the money to expand, buy more plants, equipment, and hire people. What they're doing is, let's say I'm IBM, I'm borrowing money out of IBM's treasury and I'm buying stock, so I jack the price of the stock up and then I parachute out on a stock option. That's why the price of stocks is so high. It's because money is so cheap. It's no different than Bitcoin. It's no different than real estate in 2007. So again, the word is price discovery. Price discovery is out when people are just speculating. Now, Trump, the conversation on Rich Dad Radio with Stockman this morning, and it'll be played in a week or two, he was talking, you know, he was talking about how Trump is being lied to by the people that feed him the numbers. And so again, that's like my accountant is Tom Wheelwright, and I'm not good at numbers, but Tom is excellent. So Tom is talking to me about the numbers and taxes and all this. And what does it mean? This is the lesson. Who's giving you the numbers? You know, who's your numbers guy? You know, who's your tax guy? And again, that's the book, Why the Rich Are Getting Richer. I know my numbers and I know the tax law. If what Trump says is true, then I'm going to have to make some changes pretty quickly. But what Trump is promising, it's a tax cut for the middle class, which Stockman, again, this book is The Great Deformation, he says Trump is lying. Not lying, he's getting bad numbers. So the middle class is going to get screwed again. All the guys that went to college, got their college degree, are working hard, saving money, getting out of debt, and hoping for job security, you're going to get screwed again. But that's the message of Rich Dad. It's always been the message of Rich Dad. So Stockman, who again, he was Reagan's budget guy, he says, yeah, the rich are going to screw the poor and middle class again. All of you guys who went to school and you have a high-paying job, you're going to get screwed, because you're going to pay more taxes. When are you going to wake up? That's the whole lesson. You know, why make more money if you just pay more taxes? It doesn't make sense to me. You can do it legally. But I have a numbers guy always on my side. That's Tom Wheelwright. He wrote the book Tax-Free Wealth. You guys should read it. So I was on the phone with Tom this morning talking about how if Trump passes his tax bill, I got to make some changes, because otherwise I'll pay taxes. But according to Tom and to Stockman, again, Reagan's budget director, the middle class is going to take it in their shorts again. I mean, that's life. Wake up. That's life.
Oh, man. That's, well, you know what? I'm glad you said it. Everyone, you heard it. And you know what? Instead of letting this message get you down, how about letting this message get you powered up, right? Get back to studying. Now, I got some great pieces of information here. Number one great piece of news is Tom Wheelwright will be here during this summit. Tom Wheelwright is not only Robert Kiyosaki's accountant, he's mine as well. Now, I believe in copying those who know more than me. So I went, found out who Robert uses, and I'm using the same person. And you know what? He saved me millions of dollars. Robert, I don't think I've ever told you that. Tom Wheelwright has saved me millions of dollars over the last, I think, 3 years that we've worked together now, or maybe 2 years. And the first person I called just 2 weeks ago was Tom Wheelwright. I said, what's going on and how or whatever's being discussed, how's it going to impact me? And he had a plan already set out. He said, we're going to wait, we're going to watch, but if this happens, we're going to go this route. If this happens, we're going to go this route. And guess what? Both ways, I would be saving money. And I don't know the numbers. I don't have the time to follow the specifics, but he does. He'll be here. He'll teach everybody here. So I want everybody to be excited. Everyone right now, type in yes if you're excited, because all these people that Robert is mentioning, man, Rich Dad has gone out of their way to bring them, and they're going to be here teaching you, right? That's what's amazing. Yes is important, and I love it. I'm excited. I'm super pumped. So Robert, thank you for sharing that, and also Robert, thank you for having brought Tom Wheelwright in as a Rich Dad advisor and having given us access. Everyone highly recommend his book on Amazon. I recommend any Rich Dad book, but we'll be hearing from him later as well. So Robert, let's talk about the state of entrepreneurship. One of the things that we're going to talk a lot about during the summit is entrepreneurship. I'm going to be coming on and presenting the world of digital entrepreneurship and how I love it. I mean, it's made me wealthy, and it's helped make a lot of our students wealthy while also delivering our mission, making it easy to literally teach people over the world. But so Robert, you were saying, you're talking about the middle class, you're talking about the high income earners, basically taking the short end of the stick. That seems to be the trend and the history for years. I mean, it's what you've been teaching forever, and it's not going to change. Robert, what's your outlook on entrepreneurship, and people who follow that path and their economic future?
Well, I think, as you know, most will fail. That's it. Now, the question is, what do you do when you fail? That's where you find out. Like, I'm being Japanese, and I was raised in the samurai culture, and they said to become a samurai, you have to fail 8 times. You don't just be born a samurai and go out there and cut people up. You fall down a lot of the times. Unfortunately, academics like my poor dad think that failure is failure. I mean, it's just stupid. But failure is how we learn. And so anybody who's going to be an entrepreneur and they say, well, you're going to fail, well, that's good because you're going to learn something. But unless you have that attitude of an entrepreneur, then you should keep your daytime job. Because failure is the process to success. Like I'm learning to play golf again and again and again. I hit more bad shots than I hit good shots. When I was a pilot in Vietnam, every day we had to crash our plane 3 to 4 times because in combat, the odds were you were going to get shot down. So you may as well practice crashing. But when I talk to most academic types, the A students, they look at me like deer, their eyes are like deer in the headlights. They're so afraid of failing. That's the problem. And so I fail constantly. I'm failing every single day. But I look at each failure as, well, what did I learn from that? What didn't I know? And I think that's the only difference. If you can fall down and stand up and say, okay, what did I learn? You'll make it. But if you say, oh, I failed, that means I'm a failure, and you go back to your daytime job, you are a failure. I mean, it's quite simple. So entrepreneurship is a system, and life is really a system of, success is the process of failure, and you get smarter each time.
Man, I have goosebumps. You are on fire today. That was awesome. And may I step in and just share my story with that? Being someone who teaches entrepreneurship and teaches entrepreneurs, that's what I do. That's my passion. That's what I live. I invest millions of dollars every year in building facilities and training programs. And I got to tell you, when I first started, Robert, the first 18 months that I tried to become an entrepreneur, I was out of college and I had $100 to my name. So I wasn't going to go out and buy a franchise or anything. And I just failed over and over again. And I went back a couple of years after that because somebody asked me a question when I was on stage. Obviously, I had succeeded by that point. I was doing very well. And someone asked me about how many times do you estimate you failed? And I told them, I think I failed over 50 times in that first 18 months, but I just wouldn't stop. The second thing is that even after having made it very big, and I built a company that was doing 10 million a year and had offices all over the world, again, I failed and I fell way into debt. I fell $1.7 million into debt. And so now people think, oh my God, that sounds horrible. But what I learned were a few key lessons. One is education is key. Robert has been saying that all along. You've got to get educated. You can't just go out there and do things on your own. I never had that when I was starting, and I avoided it. And I used to think I know everything, and it hurt. And now I'm constantly in mentorship and coaching and in education, right? I'm reading Robert comes out with a book, bam, it is on my front desk. I am reading it first thing. I am educating myself, and it is very difficult now to get me to fail. Second thing I want to say is we fail at everything in our lives. It's so funny. Go back to the time you learned to ride a bike or walk. We failed over and over and over again. Go back to school, you probably failed some tests. It's just that our accountability is to ourselves as entrepreneurs. And when we have accountability to someone else, we tend to continue pushing forward. That's a big mind shift change. Hopefully this summit, we're going to achieve that together. But I also want to give everyone great hope here is that there's going to be tremendous education in this summit and tremendous empowerment. As long as you are willing to do your part, there'll be a big potential win for you at the end of that. But, you know, nothing has changed. The cash flow quadrant, which we're going to talk about next, remains intact. Something that I think 100 years from now we'll talk about, it will remain intact. That's the way to financial freedom. And that's what I want to talk to you about next. So Robert, let's talk about the cash flow quadrant, something that I think is such a simple concept, but yet changed my life so much. And I know you love talking about it still. And so most people listening will have at least heard it or know what it is. But Robert, do you still feel that that stands true till this very day? Financial freedom lies within the understanding of cash flow quadrant?
You can find freedom, financial freedom, many ways. You know, the most popular way is you marry somebody for money, but there's a price for your money.
Yep.
You know what I mean? And you can go rob banks, but there's a price for that. So it's not so much money or freedom, it's how do you achieve it. And that's what I keep saying to people. You know, most of my classmates from high school, they're all in tropical agriculture, means they're dope growers. And they do quite well. I just don't want to make my money that way. So it's not about getting rich or freedom and all that. It's what does your spirit tell you how to do it? So that's why mission and all that's important first. And I make a lot of money by teaching, but I teach not as an employee, and not as a small business owner, an S. I do teach as a B, but I teach most as an I, an investor. I am a professional investor. That's why my businesses fail and all that. I don't care because, I mean, I do care, but I have so much money coming in as an investor. So for those who want to be entrepreneurs, you'll see those guys from the I quadrant, they're on Shark Tank. And that's what I do. That's what an investor does. I look at deals, people talk to me, they pitch me this, they pitch me that, you know, and I'm just sitting there as an I and a professional investor. Now, the hard part was getting to become an I quadrant person. That was the hard part because all of us are programmed to be employees. So the hardest thing then is, well, how do you change your mindset from an employee mindset to either a small entrepreneur, big entrepreneur, or professional investor? And that's your real job, is change. How do you change your mindset? How do you learn what a small entrepreneur does versus a big entrepreneur? Most people are very, very small entrepreneurs. And you can make a lot of money and you can have freedom. But I wanted to be a big entrepreneur. That's why I've taken companies public through IPOs and stuff like that, because I just wanted to find out what it was going to take. And I make most of my money as a professional investor. And people say, well, I invest. I said, yeah, that's good, you know, but how big are you? How much do you make? That's kind of the challenge. So the key word is change. Can you change your mindset? Can you change your spirit? Can you change what you learn? Can you change how you do things? And that's really the question. The reason most people can't stop being employees or small business is because they can't change their minds. Their minds are like cast in steel. You know, they're following what their mother and father taught them to do. So really, that's when I talk, the quadrant is important, because when I was a kid, I looked at the E, S, B, and the I. My poor dad said, become an E, an employee, and my rich dad says, become an I. So I spent about 20 years becoming an I. Most people aren't willing to take, you know, most people haven't taken a company public yet. I've taken 3 now. So that I just do it for practice. Like, I failed a lot, but that's what I do. And most, oh, I don't want to do that. Okay, well then you don't do that. I'd rather have a coffee shop. Well, that's good. Have a coffee shop. I'd rather work hard. Good. Have your coffee shop, work hard. You know, they don't change their mind. They can't change the internal dialogue in their head that their mother gave them. And so that's the importance of a quadrant, is that each person in the quadrant is a completely different quadrant. Like, I was laughing with my friend, you know, I said, he's in Africa. He says, could you imagine somebody offering me a job? I said, no, they're the most horrible thing in the world. But for most people, to be offered a job making $100,000 a year would be heaven. I wouldn't touch it. But that's because I'm a different person. That's all. So it's up to you. Look at the quadrant, and the question is, can you change your mind? Can you change what you learn? Can you change what you do? And can you change your spirit? Can you have a spirit of an I quadrant, the spirit of a B quadrant, spirit of an employee, or the spirit of a small business owner? It's not right or wrong. It's where are you happiest? That's my answer.
No, that's brilliant. And I want to really share something about the cash flow quadrant with everyone watching right now, because I think that you'll be able to connect with it. So I'm going to talk as a student of the cash flow quadrant. And so the first thing I'm going to say is that you need to be a student of the cash flow quadrant for life. You need to remind yourself, refresh your memory. I actually have it printed. And Robert, I don't know if you know this, but it's actually printed and next to my computer. It's my home office and my office here. I'm constantly looking at it because I'm constantly readjusting my mind. Wealth comes from the I quadrant because that is where you finally don't have to work for your money.
But
right?
No, that's not accurate. You can make money in all the quadrants. The question is which one is best for you.
Okay, all right, got it.
I know a lot of people are employees and they make millions of dollars a year. I just couldn't do it. You know what I mean? I don't care how much you paid me.
No, and that I'm so glad you said that, because that's exactly right. So for me personally, I looked at it and I decided that what spoke to me for wealth was I. You're absolutely right, actually, Robert, because I have a good friend of mine who makes probably a little over $1 million a year, and he works in Wall Street, and he's an employee by far, and he loves his life and he enjoys it. So you're right. For him, he's doing what he wants to do. For me, it was I lived in the E for a very short time. I was fortunate enough to have, absorbed a lot of the Rich Dad education and others. And so in college, I started trying to become an entrepreneur. But I was in the E, and I was in there long enough to know that it wasn't for me. And then I went to S. And one of the things that I struggled with the most in S was that, yes, I was making good money, but I was working really, really long hours. And that, again, wasn't for me. I wasn't enjoying that. And, there was, I was kind of between S and B for a while. And Robert, this happened 2 years ago. I went back and read Rich Dad Poor Dad again, and then I went back and read Cash Flow Quadrant again. And I realized that one of the things for me in my particular journey that was missing was the I. And so I made a conscious effort to educate myself on that side. And today, I'm so proud to say that my I investments are earning me as much as my main business, which everyone knows me for, which is Learn. So I was able to implement that in the last couple of years, but it was through, again, education, everybody, and by really building the right tools, using the right tools to build the right life. And this year has been the first year where I've really been centered around, making wealth and making a plan for wealth focused around what I want to do and who I want to be in my life, and not the other way around. And I know that might sound a little cliche, but everyone watching, this is totally possible. And that's where you really attain happiness. But so brilliant. I still want everyone to know that you will learn a lot more about this topic for the rest of the summit. But Robert, we're coming close to the end here. So I want to get some more big questions in. Real estate. Let's talk real estate, Robert. Is real estate still a great tool? Is it in a bubble? Should people be careful? What are your thoughts on real estate investing today?
Well, I kind of answered that question. You got to study. I mean,
got it. Okay.
There's always a great deal right in front of you, but if you don't know what a great deal is, you'll never see it. That's my whole point of view. I just bought another huge property, but it was a bargain. So the market's in a bubble, but there's still bargains. And the thing I love about real estate is debt and taxes. I use 100% debt and I pay no taxes. And all I do is have cash flow. And with the cash flow, since I don't need money because I use debt, I buy gold. So I have millions and millions and millions of gold, but I don't save cash because I don't need cash. But I save gold because the banks are printing money. So I have my formula. I'm pretty set on my formula. It moves pretty well. But there's good deals everywhere. Like Bitcoin today, is it a good deal? If it goes to 100,000, it's a great deal. But if it drops to 1,000, it's a bad deal. But you got to know if and when, what's it going to do? It's the same as a business. A lot of people say, I'm going to start a business. I said, well, good luck, because you're probably going to fail. And the question is, do you know how to fail? Who's your advisory team? Do you understand taxes? Do you understand this? And most people have no idea because they're just so desperate for money. I got to have this business succeed, because if I don't succeed, I won't have any money. I can't pay my rent, can't pay the mortgage, can't feed the kids. And they're so addicted to cash, money. That's why they can't be successful. So for the people listening, this whole thing here, it's what I had to do is, well, how long is it going to take me? I was 25 years old, just come back from Vietnam. How long will it take me till I never need a paycheck? That was the question. And I didn't have a rich guy who gave me money. I didn't marry a rich woman. I didn't inherit anything. I just said, how long is it going to take me to never need a paycheck again? That was my whole objective. And that's how I became an investor. I understand real estate very well. I use 100% debt and I pay no taxes. Sports fans, if you can use debt and pay no taxes and just keep reinvesting it tax-free, it's really easy. But learning how to do it is hard. So that's my book, Why the Rich Are Getting Richer. People should read it, but I don't think many can do what we do. The other book that goes alongside of it is More Important Than Money, and those are my advisors. And people say that's the best book that's ever come out of Rich Dad, because you understand that you're not an island. You have a team around you. So more important than money are all the guys who are on my team, their backgrounds and all this. And these guys are real entrepreneurs, not fake ones. A lot of fake teachers, a lot of fake entrepreneurs out there. But more important than money and Why the Rich Are Getting Richer go hand in hand now. That's for the graduate school portion of Rich Dad. So my whole thing here is just got to keep learning. You probably make mistakes. You'll probably lose some money, but that's how you get ahead in life. Unfortunately, if you go to school, they tell you that's how you fail in life. So it's your choice. If you can't stand failing, buy stocks, bonds, mutual funds, and ETFs. That's what people who are afraid of failing do. But I think they're the biggest ripoffs going. But for most people, they're the best investment of all. I won't touch them. And will I invest in Bitcoin? Maybe, maybe not. But I'm doing my research right now to watch it. But do I need to invest in Bitcoin? No, I don't really need to do that, because I have millions and millions and millions and millions and millions and millions and millions in gold. Gold is atomic number 79. It's real. Bitcoin, the US dollar, and stocks are all dependent upon electricity. If the electrical system blows out, Bitcoin, the dollar, and the stock market disappear. Think about that. Gold will still be here, and silver. That's the difference.
No, that's incredible. Thank you so much for that. Everybody, what's brilliant? The message that Robert has brought to us today is education. Educate yourself, learn, and really dive in, and be ready to put the work in. Don't look for the get easy, quick stuff, because that's not how it works. And so we have all these questions about gold, about silver, about Bitcoin, about real estate, about being an entrepreneur, about being an employee, about investing. And you know what? You get a chance to learn, absorb, and Rich Dad has a wealth of information. Robert has mentioned a book, and I want to really talk about this for a second here as we close up. Why the Rich Are Getting Richer. I cannot tell you how important this book is. You need to get this book right now. I've read it, and I will be reading it again very soon. The classics, of course, Rich Dad, Poor Dad, and Cash Flow Quadrant. If any of you, by any chance, have not yet read those books, then you really need to get to it. And Robert, there was another book you just mentioned, which is by your advisors. Could you say the name of that book one more time, please?
Yeah, it's more important than money, and it's all my advisors. They talk about how they're real people. They're real advisors. They're real people. See, I want you to know that most people in money are fake. Most school teachers are fake. They're phonies. They don't practice what they teach. For example, when I was my MBA program, I almost got kicked out because I was arguing with the accounting teacher. I knew more about accounting than my accounting teacher. And not that I understood accounting or I was an accountant. I had real life experience, and my accounting teacher had a master's in accounting, but had never been an accountant. So you got to be careful who's teaching you what they're teaching you. As far as Bitcoin goes, Anik and the guys listening to this program, Bitcoin is probably the best thing for you because you're already tech savvy. I'm not. So you have a head start there. So all of these things are factors, and it's self-examination. You know, what's best for me? What should I do? What am I interested in doing? If you're interested in crypto, and it's not that I'm not interested, I'm just so far behind the 8 ball, I'll just stick with gold. I got millions. And gold will still be here. Bitcoin might not. Gold will still be here. The US dollar won't be. I can promise you that. The euro won't be here. Gold will still be here. Atomic number 79. Silver, atomic number 47. That's real money, God's money. The rest is man-made money. Those are the differences. Now, one is not right, one is not wrong. But you got to look at your strengths and your weakness. You know, if I had Onyx skill, I'd be in crypto all over the place. But I don't. I barely turn on my cell phone. So don't listen to me about crypto. I can just tell you it's a decentralized system of money, whereas the dollar and the yen and the euro are centralized systems of money. So the crypto may knock out what we know as the central banks, like the Fed. That's the risk right now. Will it happen? I don't know. But there's going to be hell to pay pretty soon. So that's why you got to be smarter and careful and look for the opportunities. I'm really excited about the crash that's coming, because that's when you get really rich. But most people will get wiped out. So it's your choice. I look at crashes as the best thing, and 99% of people it's the worst thing. It's your choice on how you look at what's going to happen in the future.
So true. Man, this has been an absolutely empowering interview. Thank you so much, Robert. We're so excited about everything else that's coming. Trust me, you're just getting started. So buckle down, get ready to take many more notes. For this, guys, 2 books. You got to get them, got to read them, got to learn, got to educate yourself, got to commit. That is Why the Rich Are Getting Richer. Okay, go right now, Why the Rich Are Getting Richer. And then, of course, It's More Important Than Money. Get them now, read them, and absorb them. Read them multiple times. Take notes.
More important than money, I think you'll find more interesting, just because it's about different people who are really doing what they talk about. And what I'm trying to say to you is most of us listen to folks, fakes and phonies. And so when you listen to my advisors like Tom Wheelwright, Kenny McElroy, Garrett Sutton, these guys are doing it every single day. That's the biggest difference of all. Just like my accounting teacher had never been an accountant. How the heck can you learn accounting from that person?
So true. So true. All right. More important than money. Go grab it. Robert, thank you so much. It is always an honor. It is always so educational. Thank you for everything you do for us. Seriously, on behalf of everybody who's watching, thank you for always marching forward and caring so much about us to teach us. It really means the world to us. And we look forward to continuing to learn from you. Any final words, Robert, before we move on?
Well, Anik, I just thank you for teaching people I'm not able to teach, because I'm not a techie. But anyway, if I can see you on the 13th of December, I'd appreciate your input into education, financial education.
You got it. Absolutely. I will be there. Everybody, thank you so much. Let's all type in "thank you, Robert" into the comments. Come on, let's show him our appreciation. He took time out of his life and his schedule, his family and his business to be here with us, to teach us, to empower us. And we're just getting started. So I'm going to go ahead. Wow, look at that. I love all the comments coming in. Love it. Awesome. Well, we're going to turn things over now, everybody. We're going to bring on one of the lead transformation, lead entrepreneur coaches, and just the lead wealth coaches here at Learn. Jeremy Bellotti is going to come on. He's going to teach you about really the 2 things that break down when you break it down, the 2 things. So give me just a second here. We're going to do a quick little knob switch over, and Jeremy will be with you in a second. So turning things over to Jeremy.
Okay, welcome back. Wow, you guys just heard from one of the top minds in the world, Robert Kiyosaki. You guys just heard about the secrets to building long-term wealth. I want to know from you, directly from you, what are the big breakthroughs? What is the one word that you would describe that would really define what you just learned about? What is the breakthrough that you had? I want to hear from you guys. We got people from all over the world. I want to hear from you. How many of you had a breakthrough during that session? Go ahead and just type in the one word that would define what it was that you went through, what was the breakthrough that you had listening to Robert Kiyosaki just now. Oh, wow, I'm getting flooded with, let's see, transformation, mind blown. That's a really, really good one. Seriously, I mean, bottom line is when you hear Robert talk about being able to create that level of long-term wealth in your life and being able to do it in such a clear way, it does. It opens up the light bulb comes off, right? Like the light bulb goes off in your mind about how to really do this the right way. So what else we got? Guys, go ahead and type in the one word that really just describes the breakthrough that you had. I want to hear it directly from you. Life-changing, Jane says. Okay, awesome. Very cool. Who else we got? Ishmael says, a big breakthrough. Big breakthrough. Okay, awesome. What was that big breakthrough? Type in the one word that describes exactly what it was that broke through for you. So, wow, awesome. Okay, well, I'm getting like a ton of transformation, life-changing, eye-opening, wow. I've got a couple of wows. Awesome, guys. Very cool. Very good. Oh, my gosh. Ishmael says eye-opening. Yes, exactly, 100%. What else we got? You guys are typing in, you guys are going really, really quick. I'm trying to read everything that you guys are sharing, but this is powerful. This is the breakthroughs that happen when you have this environment where you not only can learn from the best, but you are really in the right place to absorb that information. You bring the right mindset and you have the right approach to being able to receive and retain that information, right? So this is so important. Go ahead and type in wow if you got a massive breakthrough out of that session. Go ahead and type in a wow right now in the comments, in the chat box, and let us know if you had a big breakthrough during that session with Robert Kiyosaki. Go ahead and type in wow in the chat box. Oh God, I'm getting like flooded with wows. Good. Guys, here's the thing. These breakthroughs are going to continue happening for you over the next 2 days. I'm telling you. And let's continue sharing them. Let's continue getting clear about them, because these are the things that we get to start implementing. These are the things that you get to start getting clear on how you want to start applying them in your life. So those light bulbs that are going off, those are things and key indicators right now for you that this is something you can start applying in your life. All right, this is something that you can start immediately taking action on, and don't just allow that light bulb to dim out. Don't allow that energy and that electricity behind what you're discovering here this weekend and over the next 2 days. Don't allow that just to die out. Allow it to build. Allow that energy and electricity to build so that you can start lighting up your day and the future of wealth that you have in front of you by applying this stuff the right way. So that's awesome. These breakthroughs, allow them to continue to happen. Be willing to continue receiving them throughout the next 2 days. And here's the thing. Remember, here's what we're going to be talking about. Here's the things that we're going to be going over the next 2 days. Your breakthrough, your wealth breakthrough, it really comes down to these 2 keys to becoming wealthy. Remember, we've got to set the foundation for being able to make more money, receiving more wealth into your life, and opening up the real key ways to doing that is so important. That's the foundation. We've got to get clear on how to make more money. But the second part, remember, this is important because you're never going to be able to create financial freedom if all you're doing is out there just hustling, trying to make more money, and every single day is a new way of just trying to put all of your time, energy, and focus and attention on how to make more money, right? We've got to get clear on the second key to becoming wealthy, which is have your money make more money. That's the key to financial freedom. Financial freedom is not money. Financial freedom is having the fundamental financial education and entrepreneurial understanding of how to have your money make more money, so that when you're sleeping, you're still having your money make more money for you. When you are out there spending time with family and doing things that are meaningful for you and traveling and all the things that are fulfilling for you in life, you're still having your money make more money for you. You're not having to worry or stress out about, oh my gosh, I need to do this, and you're not present to what it is that you're involved with right now in your life. How nice would it be? Go ahead and type in the comments. Go ahead and type in the chat box. How nice would it be to be able to focus and be intentional and present to the things that are meaningful for you, whether that's time with family, whether that's traveling the world and seeing and experiencing new things that you've never even thought were possible, and being present to those and not having to worry about, oh my gosh, how do I make more money? How do I make more money? Because you have opened yourself to applying the ways to have your money make more money for you. How many of you would that be just an absolute next level lifestyle experience for you? Go ahead and type in a 1 in the comments, in the chat box, if that would be just absolutely next level for you. Okay, awesome. Good. Well, that's the thing that we're going to be walking through over the next 2 days. The next 2 days, we're going to be going through the exact steps and things that you can open yourself up to being able to create those 2 keys to being able to become wealthy. So day 1 here, this first day, here's what we're going to be going through. You just heard from Robert Kiyosaki about how to build long-term wealth. And let's get clear that this is really what the foundation of long-term wealth and really creating sustainability is all about. Is we're going for the growth long-term. Every single day moving forward, every single day gets to be a level of progression and growth, which will over time create long-term sustainable wealth in your life. And you build on that, and that's what we call the success snowball. That's a snowball of success that's building and building and building. And if every day you have the level of intentionality that we've walked through with the daily declaration and grounding yourself in appreciation, knowing that every possible option is available for you to create wealth in your life, and you have people here that are going to support you and serve you with that vision, with that mission, and you get clear on declaring exactly with very clear precision, and I'm going to walk you through exactly how we can actually start getting a little more clear on that as well. With very clear precision of what you get to create today, imagine every day that builds on itself, and that snowball just gets bigger and bigger and bigger, and over the long term, imagine the level of wealth that you get to welcome into your life. That is what we're going to be doing. So the long-term wealth is what we're focused on here. We're going to be diving into cash flow. We're going to be going in here through the next presentation about the cash flow quadrant. You guys are going to learn about this and exactly why it is so important to understand it. Not just to know about it, not just to learn about it, but to truly, really understand this and why it's important and how it really applies to you and how you can really get clear on how to make sure that it is something that impacts your life in a very meaningful way. We're going to go through exactly what it means to create a job versus building an entrepreneurial future. We're going to go into the best business opportunities that are available out there, right there in the world. Here's the thing. Let's get very clear about this. How many of you would agree that we are living in the best time in human history right now? Like literally, let's just appreciate that we have won the human lottery by being alive in a time where it is probably the most simple and straightforward way to create prosperity and abundance and wealth in your life right now in this time in human history. How many of you would agree with that? Go ahead and type in agree in the chat box right now if you agree that we are very fortunate to live in the best time in human history to create abundance and prosperity in our lives right now, build wealth in our lives at a level that, you know, our parents, our grandparents, our great-grandparents could never even have fathomed before in their life. And here's why. I mean, technology is growing at such an exponential rate that the opportunities for us to literally, just think of what we're doing with this summit. Within the push of a few buttons, we've been able to bring together collectively people from all over the world with one vision, one mission to create better opportunities for building wealth in their life. And so whatever you're passionate about, whatever you want to go out there and share with the world, however you want to impact the world, you can do that as well. And the opportunities are completely all over the place right now. I'm seeing so many agrees in the chat box. I'm glad we're on the same page. We live in the best time in human history to create prosperity in your life. And so just be grounded in that as well. And know that the opportunities are there. And guess what? Today, we're going to be walking you through some of the best business opportunities in the world right now for you to be able to start aligning yourself with and going out there and taking action. All right? So we're going to talk about the fastest way to start a business. So not only the business opportunities that are out there that are the absolute best options for you to go out there and start really building wealth in your life, we're going to talk about the fastest ways to actually start that business. We're going to dive into assets versus liabilities. So getting clear on how to start inviting assets into your life. Start going after and creating things that are going to build wealth in your life, not take wealth away from you. Guys, if you're sitting there and you start seeing all this interaction in the marketplace around you where the middle class and people that are just simply struggling to create wealth in their life, they're out there buying TVs, buying the new Xbox game, they're out there buying all these different things that are not producing wealth in their life. Guys, we've got to shift the paradigm of what we put our energy and efforts and investments towards. Are they bringing value to your life that allow you to impact not only yourself and the people you care about most, but being able to add more value to the marketplace? Is what you're investing in allowing you to do that? And if it is not, then it's a liability. It's something that is not providing value to you or anybody else in your life. And so we've got to get very clear on what those are, because if you're not clear on the definitions and the clear terms and exactly what is an asset and a liability in your life, then you are going to be receptive. You're going to be receptive to potentially going out there and buying and investing things that are truly liabilities, but you think that they might be an asset. For example, a lot of people think that buying a house is an asset. It's the best investment, or it's the biggest investment that you make in your life. Well, we're going to show you that it's more than likely one of your biggest liabilities, and we're going to show you exactly why, and we're going to give you a clear game plan and a clarity on how to maybe go in a different direction, how to maybe open yourself up to where the opportunities for building assets in your life are. All right, this is powerful stuff. I'm telling you, if all we did was just give you this right here over the next 2 days, you would be completely better off than 99.9% of everybody in the world right now to build wealth in your life. But here's the thing. We're going to go a lot deeper. We're going to start demystifying the stock market. We're going to go into building your success team. Yes. How many of you would like to be able to clone yourself in building wealth in your life? How many of you would like to surround yourself with people that are 10 times your level of expertise in building wealth in your life to be able to start setting the groundwork and the foundation for building wealth? How many of you would like to do that? Go ahead and type in yes in the comments, in the chat box, and let me know if you think that right there, just having people around you that are on the same team, on the same mission to creating wealth in your life, right there behind you and supporting you, would mean all the world to you. Would mean like just let you just leverage your ability to create wealth in your life by like 100 times. Go ahead and type in a yes in the chats. Okay, awesome. All right, good. Awesome. I'm getting like a ton of yeses. Yes, 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 100%. A team is necessary. 100%. Yes, 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 yes. Okay, awesome. Good. Here's the thing. We're going to show you exactly what it takes to really build your success team and why it's so important, all right? This is really, really the foundation of building long-term wealth at a level that is exponentially beyond anything that you alone can do. Guys, anybody that's built anything significant in life when it comes to wealth, when it comes to building a business, when it comes to impacting lives in a much more meaningful way, you got to have the right people around you, and you got to have the right people supporting you to be able to do that the right way. Would you agree with that? You guys on the same page? Okay. Well, we're going to show you exactly what it looks like to build that success team. And then here's what we're going to go into tomorrow. You want to make sure you're on the summit tomorrow. How many of you can commit to absolutely 100% being on the summit tomorrow? You showed up here. You're here for these 2 days. Are you guys on board with being and showing up here tomorrow? Because here's what we're going to go through. Are you guys committed to that? Go ahead and type in 100% committed in the chat if you are all on board with being here tomorrow and going through what we're going to be going through, because this is where we're going to start really getting into some things that could change your life. You guys committed to that? Yes? 100%? All right, 100% committed. Yes, all in. Nice, awesome. All right, good. You guys are on the same page. So here's the thing. We're going to dive into investing in real estate. All right, talk about an asset that you can start building if you do it the right way. Real estate is a powerful way to start really growing your wealth at a whole nother level, exponentially growing your wealth. And here's the thing. You know, a lot of people are like, oh man, there's, who knows what's going to happen? Oh my gosh, when is the next crash coming? When is the next cycle? All these different things. Guys, when you have the right level of financial education and financial intelligence, you're able to navigate the real ups and downs of the market in the right way, so that you're not out there buying real estate and investing in real estate when, the market's going crazy, and you're also not sitting back doing nothing when the market of opportunity is fully out there for you to create wealth in your life. All right? Which is what 99.9% of most people do, and the majority of those people aren't even in the game at all. They're just not even making decisions no matter what happens. Whether the market is up, down, doesn't matter. They're just too afraid to even enter the game. They're sitting on the sidelines doing nothing. And let's be honest, in today's economy, with the level of opportunity to create prosperity in your life, the riskiest thing you could do is nothing. That's just, the riskiest thing you could do in today's world of opportunity is nothing. And so we're going to talk to you about investing in real estate tomorrow in a really, really powerful way for you to be able to start taking action. And we're going to talk about the opportunities in Bitcoin. Bitcoin is like a hot conversation right now. We're going to go through the opportunities that are there and help you get clarity on maybe a way that would resonate with you to be able to dive into that. And again, don't just be the person that sits on the sideline and does nothing. Don't just be the person that just watches people buy Bitcoin. Like, for example, a few years ago, people were buying Bitcoin for like $100 a Bitcoin, and now they're millionaires. Just a few years later, that's it. So, let's get clear on some opportunities that are available, and if they resonate, then go take action. Go apply this stuff. Really go out there and get in the game if that resonates with you. But we're going to go into those opportunities. We're going to talk about leveraging the global economy right now. We're going to talk about the power of soft assets. This is also really important to understand. We're going to talk about tax savings, how to be able to get clear on exactly how to really be able to put your taxes together, really be able to save with your taxes. Most people don't even think about this stuff. Most people don't even consider the opportunities that you have available to build wealth in your life through taxes. We're going to have one of the best tax experts in the world who's going to be sharing with you and presenting with you some pretty incredible stuff. He's going to be walking you through some ways to be able to save with your taxes. Now, protecting your assets is also a big key to being able to build, grow, and sustain wealth. Being able to protect your assets so that they're not just out there in the marketplace and, because of anything that could happen, all of a sudden, they're gone. Like, you want to make sure that you're protecting your assets in a way that allows you to hold on to them, build wealth with them, and continue to grow and continue to bring in cash flow on a regular basis. You want to make sure that you're protecting your assets. We're going to go into the power of contribution. Bottom line is, if you're going to build wealth, can we be on the same page? If you're going to build wealth in your life, you've got to really set yourself up to win by really grounding yourself in the fact that if you are going to build wealth, contributing in a way that is meaningful to not only you, but the people you care most about, is going to be the most fulfilling thing moving forward. If you don't have this as like the underlying core of who you are and just like a level of integrity that you hold high and you honor, if you're looking to just build wealth so that you can just hoard all of this wealth for yourself, then that's great. And by all means, the method that we're going to be walking you through is going to, if you apply it the right way, you can build wealth. But if that's the road that you're going to go down, then quite honestly, it's definitely not in alignment with what we stand for, and it's simply not in alignment with creating fulfillment in your life. If contributing in a meaningful way is not a part of who you are, I would invite you to opening yourself up to that. I would invite you to maybe shifting the approach, and maybe it's why you are not creating wealth in your life right now, because you're taking an approach where it's all about you. You're taking an approach where you're looking from the outside in and thinking that your circumstances need to change so that you can finally make the decision to change your life. Or you have this real mentality that you are either a victim of your circumstances, or worse yet, you feel entitled to building wealth in your life because you earned it because you have a college education, or you earned it because you're a hard worker, or you earned it because, for whatever other reason. Bottom line is, if that's the approach you're taking, I would really invite you to re-examine it. Because even when even if you do get the level of wealth that you're seeking, it's still not going to be the level of fulfillment that you really are looking to create in your life. And I'm telling you right now, to build wealth in your life at this level and not have fulfillment is pretty much the worst possible thing that you can do for yourself, because it's going to be a hard road to know that you achieved something that you felt would give you fulfillment, and just to realize that you never built the foundation along the way of character that would really create fulfillment in your life. So the power of contribution is so important, and we're going to walk you through that on day 2. And here's the thing. You 100% want to go through all of day 2, because guess what? We're going to be talking about the breakthrough of execution with all of this stuff, the breakthrough of being able to apply it, being able to execute the things that we're talking about over the next 2 days in your life, being able to execute on this. Again, having the right methodology, even with the right mindset, without clear execution, it ain't going to matter. So we've got to be able to apply this, all right? Again, all of the things that we're going to be talking about work. So open yourself to the ones that align with you most. Take action to apply them, all right? You guys on board with that? All right, good. We're on the same page. You guys rock. Thank you guys so much for the engagement. This is awesome. Again, this is so important to you being able to receive and retain this information and be able to go out there and apply it. You guys engaging, staying with us. Again, I'm here for you. I'm going to be bringing the energy. I'm going to make sure that you guys are fully focused, but you got to be with me, all right? All right, okay. Here's the thing. There are 2 sides to success. And you guys, we went through this before. I want to go through it again. We got the method, meaning the tactical, and the strategy and the blueprint for you being able to create wealth in your life. But we've also got to make sure that we are fundamentally setting you up to win with the right mindset and approach. Really, the systems of accountability for yourself, so that you really have, here's the thing, you want to make sure that the identity of who you know you are is in alignment with what you want to create. And if you identify with somebody that does not build wealth in their life, then you're never going to build wealth in your life. If you identify with somebody that, oh man, I never have enough money to do this, or I never have enough money to do that, or money doesn't grow on trees, or money's the root of all evil, or anything like this, if this is the identity that you're creating for yourself, then number one, I would ask you is, when did you decide that that was the identity you would claim? When in your life did you decide that the identity you were going to claim was somebody that thought that money doesn't grow on trees, that money, is the root of all evil, that, being rich is to be greedy and to, take from other people? Like, when did you set that in motion as your identity? Or maybe when did you set the identity in motion that, until your outside circumstances changed, you can't change? Like, when did you decide that that was going to define you? And here's the thing. You can change all of that within one decision right now to change it. Make the declaration today to go ahead and change that. And we're going to walk you through some methods and a blueprint that can help you truly create a foundation for wealth in your life. But if you're unwilling to receive that in a way that can actually penetrate and impact you, then it's just not going to matter. And if you're not holding those systems of accountability and claiming that higher identity to know that you are worth everything we're going to be going through to being able to implement and apply in your life, and that you can truly do this with the right support, the right people around you, the right level of financial education, then it's just not going to matter. You're going to have all the methods to be able to create wealth in your life at a level you never could have even fathomed, but you're not going to be approaching it in a way that allows you to receive it. Does that make sense? Are you guys on the same page with me here? Like seriously, we've got to make sure that you're willing to receive this so it actually impacts you. All right? So it's the importance of financial intelligence and financial education is critical. But we want to make sure how you learn and how you approach gathering this information and receiving it is on the right page, is in alignment with the level and the impact that the method can have for you. All right? So financial education is big. Emotional and entrepreneurial intelligence to be able to be the steward of that wealth that you can build through the method is absolutely essential. Do you guys get that? You guys on the same page? Go ahead and type in a 1 in the chat if you're on the same page. You on the same page with that? 1, 1. All right, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. Yes, all right, 100%. Wow, somebody just had a massive breakthrough. Ken said, wow, this just blew my mind. So that's awesome. I'm glad that this is opening up something for you. This is the start of something really powerful for you over the next 2 days. I'm telling you right now, be open to what's going to be happening. It's already starting to come up for you. Allow it to be received the right way. Be open to it, all right? So here's the thing. Here's the foundation for you being able to get in the right mindset and truly be able to align yourself with what you're learning today and what you're going to be learning tomorrow. We've got to define your why. Let's just be clear. Why are you even here? Why are you on this summit spending your time, spending your life here learning how to build wealth in your life? Why are you here? Let's get clear. Put in the chat box exactly why you are here. It's so important because the root of prosperity is purpose. It really is. And bottom line is, if you don't know why you're here, so for example, let's take the opposite of being clear on why you're here. The opposite would be you have no idea why you're here. You're here because you signed up and you heard the word wealth and you know you want to create that in your life, but you have no clarity around exactly why or how you're going to do it. Well, guess what? All the things that you're going to be learning over the next 2 days are then just going to go in one ear and out the other, because it's not going to be clear to you what it actually aligns with you going towards. What is the destination that you're moving towards? So if you got in a car and all you did was just start driving, you started the car and you just started driving down the highway with absolutely no idea where you're going, all you're going to do is run out of gas at some point. And you're going to be stranded on the side of the road. Well, just think, that's what 99.9% of the world right now is approaching their life with, is they're getting in the car of life and they're just driving and they're using a gas-powered vehicle and they are running out of gas. Or if you're driving a Tesla or if you're using an electric-powered vehicle, then you're just running out of electricity. You're just batteries dead. All right? And at some point, you're going to be stranded on the side of road of life, not knowing who is going to be there to save you and help you get back on the road. All right? And sometimes they may never come. They may never show up. And if you're waiting for that circumstance to happen, then nothing is going to change. So we've got to get clear with your inner economy why you're even here. Go ahead and type in the chat box why you are here. And I want it to be specific. I want it to be specific and results driven. I don't want it to just be kind of like, oh, I'm here because I want to create wealth in my life. Of course you're here because you want to create wealth in your life. But why? Why is it that you're looking to build wealth in your life and create a financial future where you have full control and take ownership over you being able to build financial freedom in your life? Why? Why are you here? The root of prosperity is that purpose. So let's define it. Write it down. Write it down right now, and you can even add it in the chat box. I'm asking you to go ahead and write in the chat box why you're here. Why are you here? James says, my mom. Wow, okay, that's awesome. I mean, bottom line is family is a core of why a lot of people do what they want to do. So, James, what I would invite you to do is let's get a little bit more clear about that. Why is it important for you to be building wealth in your life, to be able to, I don't know, maybe support your mother or build, maybe, what would it mean for you to be able to pass off the keys to her new house to her, right? I don't know what it is about the relationship you have with your mother that really inspires you to be here, but let's get clear about that, all right? Let's write it down, okay? Let's go ahead and write that down. Why is your mother inspiring you to build wealth in your life? Go ahead and continue writing the chat box. There's a ton of comments going through. I can't read every single one of them, but I want you to write it down because this exercise is so critical and important, all right? So define your why. Write it down right now, okay? Write it down right now. What does your wealthy lifestyle look like? Let's get clear on this. What does it look like when you finally build the wealth at the level that you want in your life? Who are you with? What environment are you in? Are you traveling? Do you have a beautiful house? Are you going around the world and meeting new people? Do you have a business? Do you have people that are surrounding you with love and joy and passion and purpose? And are you making an impact? Are you leaving a legacy? Do you have a family? Do you have kids in your life that are your world? What does your wealthy lifestyle really look like? What's the perfect day in the world of you living to your full potential when it comes to building wealth in your life? What does that look like? Go ahead and get clear on that. Write it down right now. Write it down right now. What does your wealthy lifestyle look like? And just think, we're going to be going through all the different methods, tactics, strategies, all the different ways that you can truly start applying and building foundations for wealth in your life long term. Robert Kiyosaki was just with you explaining exactly what the secrets are to building long-term wealth. You're going to be learning over the next 2 days exactly what you can do to get clear on building the lifestyle that you're writing down right now. And let's reverse engineer this. Let's get clear on the steps that we get to take to do that. But we've got to know where we're going. You're getting in the car. We've got to know the destination so that we can set a clear path and put that GPS on overdrive so we can get there and make sure that even if we take a wrong turn somewhere, even if we get off track a little bit, guess what happens? You get redirected to the right path. You're surrounded by the right people that are going to direct you to the right path and get you back on track, right? And always help you continue to keep moving. Guys, if you're on the right track, but you're standing still, you're going to get run over. You're going to get run over by life, by business, and by the opportunities that are available that are passing you up because you haven't taken any action on it. You've got to continue moving. You've got to continue going in the right direction. And so what does that wealthy lifestyle look like for you? Let's get clear on that. Who in your life is going to be impacted by your wealth breakthrough? Who in your life right now would be impacted most by you living from the wealthy standard that you're here to create? Who's impacted? Who in your life right now that you care most about would be impacted? And what would it mean for you to be living at a lifestyle and a level and at a standard of wealth in your life where you can create something meaningful for yourself and for them? Who is it that is impacted by you building your wealth in your life? And now here's a very important question. And again, the reason we're going through these and the reason I am truly presenting these in such a very passionate way, you can hear the passion in my voice, is because I've been there, done that, and I know what's on the other side of the other side for you when you truly be intentional about what we're sharing with you over the next 2 days. This can change your life if you're willing to receive it the right way. If you're willing to really dive in on these exercises and these practices with real intention and opening yourself to the process, you're going to get a lot out of this. Who is it going to impact you in your life? Who's going to be impacted by your wealth breakthrough? Who's going to be impacted by you finally opening yourself to the breakthrough that can happen over the next 2 days to building wealth in your life? Let's get very clear on that. All right? Very important that we define your why. How many of you is this a breakthrough right here for you? Go ahead and type in breakthrough in the chat box right here. If this right here alone is a massive eye-opener for you, this is like, just blowing your mind. Go ahead and type in breakthrough right now. Okay, awesome. Yes. All right. Ray says 100%. This blew my mind. Okay, awesome. Good. Breakthrough, 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 breakthrough. Good. Awesome. Great. And guys, we got breakthroughs from all around the world. So I'm glad that this is a universal language that we're talking about here when it comes to opening yourself to creating wealth in your life. And it's pretty cool that we have all of you from around the world collectively coming together with this vision to create more in your life so that you can impact people and really create something special for yourself. So this is awesome. I'm glad this is opening something for you. So here's the thing. We want to make sure that we're on the same page and we're making you really think about this. These are the things you got to think about. These are the things that you really get to be intentional about. Do you guys get that? All right, so here's the thing. Your wealth breakthrough, be open to it. Be open to receiving it. Get clear on your why. Write it down. And in a second, we're going to go into the cash flow quadrant, and we're going to be walking you through. Andy Tanner is going to come on, and I'm going to have him introduce the cash flow quadrant to you. This is the guide to financial freedom. This is literally the framework that Robert Kiyosaki has created. This is like, you've probably seen it, But it's one thing to see it and to know about it, and to how to actually apply it and why it's important for you to build wealth in your life. So he's going to go through an overview of the 4 quadrants, which is truly the foundation for your financial intelligence and freedom to be able to start moving to the right place on this quadrant. This is so important. And so I'm going to go ahead and hand it over to Andy. You guys are going to be in great hands, and you guys are going to learn a lot from this. I'll be back with you in a little bit here, but make sure you take notes and start getting clear on everything moving forward that's going to be shared with you, even what Robert Kiyosaki shared with you just a little bit ago. Start getting clear on how that aligns with where you want to go with your life, with your business, with building wealth for yourself. Because now it's going to start all coming together. The breakthrough is going to start getting a lot more clear as we move forward, because you are so clear on that why, because you're so clear on the purpose and the direction we're moving. You guys got that? All right, I'm going to go ahead and hand it over to Andy Tanner. He's going to walk you through the overview of the 4 quadrants, the cash flow quadrant, that's going to open you to getting clear on this foundation for your financial intelligence. All right, let's dive in.
Thank you for that marvelous introduction. So wonderful to be here. I know everyone's going to have a great time, and it's going to be very exciting to gain greater insight on the cash flow quadrant. I think this is one of the great tools that Robert Kiyosaki has used over the years to teach me, the other Rich Dad advisors, and thousands and thousands of people all around the world. So as we get into this, congratulations for attending. And I really mean that. That comes from the bottom of my heart. And the reason is I know so many people who claim that they like to study. And I don't know if they know what study means, but there's very few people that are really genuine when they say they like to study. They'll talk about wanting to improve. They'll talk about the value of learning and education, but they really don't study. And when it's time to study and we invite everyone and say, hey, come on in and study, then all of a sudden, they have other things to do, and their life gets in the way. And so the fact you've shown up to study today and to improve yourself and to invest in yourself, investing time, we invest energy, we invest money into ourselves. Very few people make investments in themselves. They might talk a lot about it, but usually they spend their time, energy, and money on other things. So the fact that you're here with your sleeves rolled up and your attention, you're looking at your computer screen, you're listening to my voice, you're genuine when you say you like to study, that you like to make investments in yourself. So I applaud you, I congratulate you, and I honor you for setting aside and investing time to study financial education. Now, when I attend an online session like this one, or maybe I go to a live workshop taught by Robert Kiyosaki or one of the advisors, I'm very clear on my goals. I'm going to ask, what's in this for me? What should I be getting out of it? What should I be looking to learn? And so there's many things that you'll gain from this session. However, there's 3 that I would put at the top. Robert Kiyosaki, and I'd have to add Blair Singer, Rich Dad advisor Blair Singer, they are masters of context. I don't know as a teacher I do near the job they do of changing people's context, but the lesson I've seen them teach is with a glass like this. And they'll say, this glass right here is the context. It helps things hold their shape. It holds things together. And then this water that's inside, this water in here, well, that might be the content. Like this, see? And before I'm ready to receive water, the larger my glass, if I can enlarge my glass and I can get a bigger container, the more of that quality content I can hold. And the more I've spent time with Robert and Blair, the more value I've placed on having a good context rather than just the how-tos. So that might seem a little different way of thinking for many, but I do know that as you study context and expanding your context and putting things in the proper context, you'll value that even more so possibly than the content you receive from people. You can say things, but if it's out of context, it loses its meaning. So content is great. Context comes first. I have to have a glass, otherwise the water will just pour all over the floor, and if my glass is small, I really can't hold that much content. The second thing I know that you can gain from our time together is to observe and learn a little bit about how the rich operate. They operate very differently than people who are middle class or poor. They have a different context, they have a different way of thinking, and the actions they take and the way they operate is entirely different. You'll find that the cash flow quadrant really reveals a lot about how they think and their context, how they approach things, but also how they actually operate in the world. And then finally, I'll invite you to make a choice. And it won't be a right choice or a wrong choice. You can't get this one right or wrong, but you have a chance to make a choice and really define where you want to go. So again, I congratulate you. There's lots to gain from this discussion. I know you'll enjoy it and have some epiphanies as we go about it. I have tremendous confidence in my teachers. I learned from all the Rich Dad advisors, and I've traveled the world with Robert, and it's been a great gift because not only me, but my children have traveled. Just recently, we got back from Argentina and also Paraguay, and Robert was kind enough to let me invite my kids along, and to have them sit and learn these things at age 9 and 10 has just been a great thing in my life. So I trust my teachers, and trusting your teacher is an important thing. So I'll give you just a brief background on where I've been and how I wound up being a Rich Dad advisor, so you too can have confidence in what we're going to share in this session. As I was introduced, again, my name is Andy Tanner. I've been a Rich Dad advisor for many years, and I've traveled the world with Robert and his team over the past 10 years, helping people better understand financial education. I've done this both as a teacher and I would say even more as a student. The biggest thing I've learned in being a teacher with Robert is the importance of keeping things simple and seeing the big picture. So I will do my very best to keep things very simple and keep us focused on the big picture. I'm the author of 2 books. My first book was 401 Chaos. Not everyone's from the United States, I'm aware of that, but most countries have retirement programs similar to the United States, and the predominant retirement program, the one that most people participate in, is called the 401k, and boy does it have problems. So this book talks a little bit about some of the problems I see anyway in that retirement system. And then the second book is part of the Rich Dad series, and it's really for Robert. He was kind and said, Andy, I'd like you to contribute and write a book in the series about the stock market and paper assets. And so that was my contribution. I was very grateful and honored and nervous to write that book, but it's done wonderfully well, and I've been so appreciative to the nice comments and reviews that it didn't turn into a sleep aid necessarily, which was my fear. So that's been wonderful. My story is just like yours. You and I will find that we have a lot in common. I'll bet if you're like me, you had grown-ups when you were a little kid. Grown-ups would say, what do you want to be when you grow up? How do you want to earn your living? And that's very much about this discussion today. And when I finished my time in school, I played a little basketball, chased after the girls, that type of thing, just like any other young kid. It was time to decide how I was going to earn money and how I would, get a cash flow into my house. And that was an important crossroads in the decision make. Do I go get a job, or do I become a humble student and learn more about investing? Well, I can't say it's been all roses for me. Maybe other people, it's been roses for them, but just like Robert, I've had businesses that have failed before. I've never declared bankruptcy or anything like that, but I have had businesses I've had to let die and walk away from. I've lost money as an investor before, so I can't say it's all been roses all the time. In fact, I've made a lot of mistakes along the way. I will also say I'm so grateful for each of those mistakes, though, because they helped me learn. And I learned things there that I never could have learned in school. And now we have some businesses that do pretty darn well, and still have investments that work out and some don't, but we have more that work out than don't nowadays. And the education's been worth it for me, even though it hasn't been a perfect road. The greatest blessing, though, even beyond anything financial, is the relationships I've grown with my students and also my teachers and fellow Rich Dad advisors. It's been wonderful. So that's a little bit about me. The biggest thing I've learned is keeping things simple, and in practice, just don't quit and keep rolling. The best way to get things out of this event is I would invite you to keep the big picture. There's a lot of details that go on with investing and a lot of questions that come up in the minutiae, and it's very easy to take our eyes off the big picture of context. And so during this presentation, I'll invite you to catch the big picture. And then the second invitation that'll help you get the most out of this event is do something right now. You know, whatever you feel an impulse to do, then do it, and do it now. If you're watching this presentation or another presentation that has to do with investing and you feel an urge to take action, well, by golly, do that now. And if you'll keep on the big picture, don't worry too much about details. I mean, think about it. You know, is Warren Buffett a detail guy or a big picture guy? Is Richard Branson a detail guy or big picture guy? Is Mark Cuban a detail guy or big picture guy? You know, these guys don't get mired in the ooze of detail. There's always time to learn details. But if we can keep it simple and keep our eye on the big picture, we're going to be in great shape. So that's fantastic. So what is the cash flow quadrant? Well, hopefully you've heard of it, but if you hadn't, it is the second book in the Rich Dad series. It's been 20 years now since the release of Rich Dad, Poor Dad. The first book in the series is the #1 selling personal finance book of all time. And so the second book in that series, which for me, I actually felt more connected to this one than even Rich Dad, Poor Dad. This one very much spoke to me. I think it'll very much speak to you. And I can tell you that there's absolutely nothing I can say in this presentation that could abbreviate or summarize or adequately define the cash flow quadrant as learning it from Robert himself. So I will make a very blatant sales pitch, is that if you haven't purchased the cash flow quadrant, invest a few dollars, you know, it's less than $20, I imagine, and go out and get a copy of this. And when you do, study it. Don't just read it. Mark it up. Talk about it. Discuss it with friends or a spouse or a business partner or a family member, and really study this, because there's no way in a presentation like this that I can really do it justice beyond hearing it in an audio book or reading it from Robert's hands. So the cash flow quadrant is the second book in the Rich Dad series. And what it does is it was Rich Dad who sat Robert down and he said, Robert, there are 4 basic ways that people can earn money. And the cash flow in and of itself doesn't teach you how to buy real estate. It doesn't teach you how to invest in stocks or even buy a business. But what the cash flow quadrant does is it helps you identify the choices you can make and helps you to see how you see the world and expand your context. So let's look at each one. The E stands for employee. I probably can't even spell that the right way, but I'll give it my best shot. You can earn money as an employee, and there's nothing right or nothing wrong about that. One of the things a person shouldn't do is say, well, I've got a right hand and a wrong hand. That's incorrect. You have a right hand and a left hand. And, you know, using either one is okay to do. So there's nothing evil. It's not a mistake. There's nothing wrong with being an employee. There are people who are very happy and very fulfilled being an employee because it's who they are and what they like to do. A great example of a great job, I think, would be playing in the NBA. I look at a guy like LeBron James. He's going to be okay financially, at least during his playing days. Some guys that retire struggle, but he's going to enjoy the way he earns money, and he seems to have a smile on his face when he does it, and he seems to be compensated pretty well. So, you know, there's not much wrong with being an employee. It's just a preference and about your choice. However, when a person chooses to be an employee, they should be aware of the ramifications, the pros, the cons, and really think it through. Do I really want to be an employee? The second one is down here is self-employed. And I think, you know, by default, this is where I wound up because of my default personality, is self-employed. And self-employed people do not have a job. Employees have a job for sure. These guys, you know, have a job and they go to work. But self-employed people, you might say that they own a job. That might be a good way to put it, is they might be an attorney who has their own law office, or a plumber who has his own little plumbing office. It might be a doctor who has his own practice. Self-employed people have a small little business. You might use S for small business, and it's very much singular, right? But there are people who are also happy as self-employed people. For example, a singer like Madonna is self-employed. She's created artifacts, and she's highly paid for the things she does. And a person like Mariah Carey, who's a self-employed singer, that's probably where she belongs. She's using her gifts, and the universe put her on the earth to sing, and that's what she's doing, is self-employed. So again, don't get the idea that one of these is right and one of these is wrong, but do get the idea that they are vastly different, and they are like night and day between each other, each one. The next one over here is called big business, or business. B stands for business. And business is not for people who own a job. It's people who really own a system, okay? They own a system. You might put it this way. This person works in a system, right? This person works in a system. This person is the system. Right, is a system. And then this person right here owns the system. So for example, a business owner might be someone who doesn't show up every day to work, but has a manager and has it self-contained. These people work in a business, these people work in a business, these people work on a business, and they try to improve the system. These people do everything themselves down here. But these people are leaders, and they have other people do things. In fact, a great example of a leader was Henry Ford, who owned the Ford Motor Company. And he did almost nothing other than have a bunch of buttons on his desk. And if he pushed one, the accountant would walk in. He pushed another, the attorney would walk in. Pushed another, the operations manager would walk in. And he did nothing but give instructions. He did nothing but lead. And he might even let someone else be the president of the company or be the leader and simply make himself the boss of one person, perhaps. But these people do not work in the day-to-day operations in the business. They can also sell their business, where a self-employed person cannot remove him or herself from a business. You can tell if you're self-employed, very simple. If you stop working, does the money keep going, or does the money continue? And so this is a real key between the left side of the quadrant and the right side of the quadrant. A business owner, put them in green, they invest in a system, okay? So these guys are called investors. And what they do is they invest money in a system, okay? They don't operate it, they don't lead it, they don't tell people what to do, but they'll invest in a system like this. So a great example of a fantastic investor is Warren Buffett. I'll give you an example. One of the many businesses he has invested in that he owns is he owns a company called R.C. Willey. They make furniture. I don't know, though, that he's ever set foot in the store. I don't think he barks out orders to anyone. He simply purchased it. He simply invested his money, and he lets other people earn it. And so those are the ways that people can earn money. And what's interesting is you have a left side of the quadrant, right side. And over here, we work for money. Over here, we're doing work for money, and over here, money or people work. Money and people, other than ourselves, other people work, do the work. And so over here, we work for money. Over here, money works for you. And that's a huge difference. This primarily is where school, they say, oh, go to school, get good grades, get a good job, or go be a professional, lawyer, doctor, and, have your own little practice. And so I'd say 99.9% of what is taught in school, if not 100, points people here. And that's the way it was for me, and I imagine you when you grow up. What do you want to be when you grow up? Do you want to be a fireman and work for the city? Do you want to be a policeman and work for the city? Do you want to be an attorney? What do you want to be, a doctor, a lawyer? What do you want to do when you grow up? And it points you to be an E or S. Over here, this is not taught in school. It's not in school at all, and kids never get a choice. So part of the power of the cash flow quadrant that was really special to me is it opened my eyes to a choice. It opened my eyes to say, look, I'm not forced to be in these two quadrants over here where we work for money just because school, tells me to, just because school says I should do this. So how can you tell what quadrant you're operating from? Well, there's several different ways. Let's start with an employee. And one of the ways you can do this is by tracking your cash flow in what's called a financial statement. So this right here is called a financial statement, where we could write down our income in this box that we got each month. We could write down the assets that we've purchased over time. We could also put in the expenses that we have each month, right? And we could also put in the liabilities, the things we owe people. Liabilities, and I probably didn't spell that correctly. But those are the things that we can write down, and we can really tell a lot about a person. Let's just take a picture of that so we have it. We can really tell a lot about a person by looking at their income, their expenses, their assets, and their liabilities. In fact, let's pull out of this for a minute. Let's look at it this way. So a person who is an employee, what it's going to look like for them is they might have a job, and the income they receive is called an active income from a salary. So this is called active income, and it might be a wage or a salary, and all that income comes from a job. If they were to lose the job, they would lose their income. So that's one way to tell what quadrant you're looking for. If you lost your ability to work, would your income stop? If so, there's a high chance you're an employee working at a company. They might have a mortgage. And the root word of mortgage is mort, which means death. So that's a clue. It's an engagement till death, right? That's where it came from. There's a mortgage here, okay? And this mortgage can cause expenses, like maybe a house payment. Let's put that in, like a house payment. And so money goes out, and money comes in, and money goes out, and money comes in, and money goes out, and money comes in. And this is a picture of what we call the rat race, where you're just working for money and working for money and working for money. And you'll notice that it's not a great way to buy assets necessarily. You're not investing yet. You're just working on a budget. Most people that operate here look only at their income and their expenses. They don't pay much attention to their assets and liabilities. And so this would be the cash flow pattern of an employee. They'd have a job, an active income, they'd have expenses, and they'd have liabilities. That's that one. The self-employed person would get their money from a business, but they would still do it from work that they do in their business. Okay, there's still some type of work that goes on here, and the same thing. They might have a mortgage, for example. We'll just abbreviate that more. They might have a house payment, right? And they still have what's called an active income. And what an active income is money that you work for. There's a great quote in the book, The Cash Flow Quadrant, that defines wealth as how long you can live without working. And so if a person had expenses, let's say, I don't know, the average in America is probably about $6,000 a month or so, something like that. If a person had no cash flow and all they had were a savings of $12,000, well, that person would have 2 months worth of wealth. If they had $60,000, well, then they would have 10 months of wealth. But if they had a passive income of $6,000, they'd have indefinite wealth. And so that's a great way to look at wealth, not in terms of money, but in terms of time. How long can you live without working and free from having to go to work? Well, most people that are self-employed learn very, very quickly that they really don't own their business. It's quite the opposite, that their business owns them. So that's the cash flow pattern of a person that is self-employed. Now, this changes entirely with a person that owns a business. First of all, if you have a business, that's an asset that can be sold, right? Business. You can sell it for what's called a multiple usually. You can take that business public. You could sell it to another investor. You could sell it to another entrepreneur. And so they really do have an asset. The other thing is a business, if you truly own it, produces what's called passive income. This is a wonderful type of income. Passive income comes whether they show up or not. So, for example, there's probably a franchise in your neighborhood. One of the popular ones people talk about a lot is they make hamburgers, is a McDonald's franchise. And people will come in there and they'll buy their Big Mac and their Coca-Cola and their fries. And often the owner of the store isn't even in there. They've hired a manager to take care of it. and that person can go weeks and months without even stepping foot. I imagine when you look at someone like Mark Cuban or Warren Buffett or Richard Branson, that there's businesses that Warren Buffett owns that he's never even set foot in, that he could go years and years and years and indefinitely and never have to lay a finger on that business. So a person who truly owns a business, they might have like 500 employees working for them. And these guys will show up to work even if the business owner doesn't. They own the system. And so a person who owns a very successful business has a great system in place. That system can operate with him or it can operate without him, and he can walk away from that business and still receive a pretty good income by and large. This is a much different type of income, and it's very important because when your passive income becomes greater than your expenses, a person is free. A person that, notice this doesn't have anything to do with net worth. It has to do with this number up here being bigger than the expense number right here. As long as there's more passive income coming in than a person needs, they can live indefinitely. They're a wealthy person. People think asset minus liabilities, that's their net worth, and they think, oh, if I have $1 million, I'm rich. That's not true. You don't need $1 million to be rich, and if you have $1 million, that doesn't necessarily mean you're free. Freedom comes with something called cash flow. It comes from cash flow. When these things produce passive income, that helps to produce cash flow. And as long as a person, let's say we had that $6,000 a month that, someone needed to pay their expenses. Well, if their passive income was $7,000 a month, they'd have a surplus of $1,000, and you're not necessarily a millionaire, but you're free from having to go to a job and free from having to go to work because your business is producing more income than you need. So this is a very important lesson from the cash flow quadrant, and hopefully it motivates people to buy assets or build businesses that produce income that is ongoing, that is residual, artifacts, things that pay you after months and months and months of time have gone by, whether you've participated actively in the business or not. I love Warren Buffett as a prime example of this. He owns dozens and dozens and dozens of businesses that he's never even set foot in the door. He simply purchased those as an investor. We'll talk about the investor as well. As an investor, there's really 4 types of assets that you can have, and this is what I've heard Robert say is the playground of the rich. We talked a little bit about owning a business, so that's wonderful, but real estate is a wonderful asset to have. Real estate, and I like paper assets as well, and you can have commodities, so we'll just abbreviate that, commodities, and those are the 4 asset classes. And what great investors do is they learn how to buy things successfully. They learn how to buy things. It's not just what, and it's also who they are. They learn how to buy stuff in a smart way. And all of these things produce income. They all produce passive income. And so this is what the balance sheet of investor would look like. I never bash any of these asset classes, and you might have the opportunity to participate in sessions that help you build a business. You might, and I have a wonderful business that produces all kinds of cash. And it was interesting because I have a wonderful team that lead this business, and quite frankly, there's a lot of things in my business that I wouldn't even know how to do. I don't know how they do all this internet stuff, and I don't know how they, do all this marketing stuff. I never write any of the marketing emails. I never do any of that. I have people that will do customer service. I never have to do that myself. And so a business is a wonderful asset to have. I'm still building businesses. I've had businesses fail, but I really like the idea of business. I love real estate. I don't have near as much real estate, even close, as Rich Dad advisor Kenny McElroy has. That's his main asset class. But the real estate I do have, I absolutely love that passive income. Spent some of the best income that my wife and I have enjoyed. I pursue paper asset income, and I often teach a lot of classes. I'm the Rich Dad paper assets advisor, so it makes sense that I would know how to get cash flow from the stock market. And then commodities. I know that Robert invests in oil. I do not have oil wells, but I do have gold and silver. It doesn't necessarily cash flow, but I do have commodities to protect myself against inflation. And so these are the 4 asset classes that investors. So when a person says, well, you don't learn about this in school, what should I learn about? Well, those are the 4 things a person can begin to experiment with, to practice on, and to study. I would warn you that like each quadrant, there's not a good and a bad one. I wouldn't say that there's good and bad asset classes. You can find billionaires in every one of those asset classes. I've had family members or people that have had family members, friends say, oh, you don't want to go into business. 8 out of 10 fail in the first 5 years. I think, well, gee, if I only have to do 10 businesses to get 2 good ones, sign me up. If you are going to bash business and say, oh, business is a bad idea, you're going to have to convince Sir Richard Branson that it's a bad idea. You're going to have to convince Mark Cuban that business is a bad idea. You're going to have to convince Bill Gates that building a business is a bad idea, because that's what all of those guys did. Real estate is a wonderful asset class with tax advantages and lots of leverage with debt. It's a wonderful asset class, and people say, oh, no, don't do real estate. It's too risky, and you're going to be a house flipper, and you're going to be cleaning toilets all the time, and the renters are going to bake crystal meth in the basement, and it's going to cost you more, and they're going to trash the place, and yada, yada. Well, that's fine and dandy, but if you look at someone even like the President of the United States, Donald Trump, he made his money in real estate. And you're going to have to convince him and other great real estate investors that it's a bad idea. Paper assets, that's the top of the food chain. If you look at Berkshire Hathaway, Warren Buffett's company, they own hundreds of millions of shares of stock, and they're buying as much stock today as they've ever bought. And so to say only poor people invest in stocks is simply a lie, because if you look at the richest guy ever, and I'm not just talking buying business, I'm talking buying shares of common stock. Buffett is buying all kinds of shares, and he owns hundreds of millions of shares, and he gets paid cash flow and dividends on these and sells derivatives on these, and it's a wonderful asset class. So if someone says, oh, paper's a bad idea, well, you're going to have to convince Warren Buffett that it's a bad idea. There'll be people that naysay commodities. Oh, oil's too risky, and you hit a dry hole, and gold is too volatile, and blah, blah, blah. Well, oil, T. Boone Pickens, there's another billionaire. So before a person wants to say one asset class is better than the other, no, they're just different. And so your job is to first come over here and get context and say, hey, where do I want to operate? Do I want to operate as an E, an S, a B, or an I? Where do I want to be? What's most comfortable? Where's my strengths? And if you decide to come over and be an investor, then what am I going to learn about business, real estate, paper, commodities, or what combination of those am I excited about? I know that Robert very much likes business. He very much likes real estate. He very much likes commodities, and he has less paper because it's a very fast game. Other people I know have lots of commodities and lots of paper. Some have only real estate. Doesn't really matter. You find out what's right for you, but the education is key. And a lot of people want to buy before they learn. We'll talk a little bit more about that in a bit. But the cash flow quadrant, if a person wants to be here, these are the 4 asset classes, and it'll change how your financial statement looks for sure, okay, for sure. Another way to tell what asset class you operate in is by the words that you speak. For example, if a person is an E, you'll hear them use the word safe a lot, secure a lot. They'll say they don't want to take any risk. And they'll say, look, I just like a safe, secure job, right? I want a good paycheck. Those are the types of things that they say. And you can tell a lot about people by their words. And so if you say, boy, I'd love to have a safe, secure job, and I'd love a raise, I'd love to have a paycheck that was consistent, I don't want to take any risk, I just want a job. Those are the types of words that E's use. And it's funny because the illusion is they think if they have a job, they're not taking any risk. Well, you can get laid off and fired, right? And you can get chained to that job where you can't quit. So these people tend not to talk about freedom. They tend not to talk about being financially free, doing whatever they want when they want to do it. They tend to use words instead of free, like safe and secure, like maximum security, right? That's what they're after, okay? S quadrants, people, you hear them say, and boy, when I read the cash flow quadrant the first time, I realized this is really where I was, and a lot about my personality is I would say things like, if you're going to do it right, you have to do it yourself. If it's going to be done right, you do it yourself, right? I can't find others to do this, right? That's another thing that S's will say. Or, they'll say, I'm the best. That was really bad, and I realized how arrogant I was. Look, I'm the best at this. No one can do it as well as I can. I'm the best in the business. I pride myself on being the best at what I do. And those are the types of things that an S quadrant person will say. Well, I'll tell you, I pride myself on being the very best doctor, the very best attorney, or no one is a better plumber than I am. And they're very much self-oriented, and they're singles. They play alone. They do not play as a team. They play very much alone, and they like to be alone, and they like to do things by themselves. The words you'll hear Bs often talk a lot about is they'll use the word team a lot. They'll talk about who's on their team. They might say, I'm hiring, which is very different. I'm hiring right now. These guys say they want to be hired. These guys say, I'm hiring. And these guys say, I can't find anyone to hire, that's as good as I am. And so these guys will say, I'm hiring right now. I love to work as a team right now. That's the type of words these guys. They love leadership. They talk a lot about leadership over here and how they value leadership. They talk a lot about systems over here. And so those are the words that a B quadrant person would use. The people on the I, they talk a lot about something called return on investment. You might hear them talk about return on investment a lot. Is this an actual return, or is it a gross return, or is it a net return? These guys will talk a lot about risk management. They'll talk a lot about risk management, say, well, how are we managing that risk? These guys will say, how do we manage the risk in this project? How do we manage the risk? They're not scared of risk. These guys will say, no, I don't even want to take the risk. These guys say, oh yeah, just how are we managing it? These guys talk a lot about insurance over here. Now, these guys talk about 401ks and diversification, diversification. So I can tell very, very quickly about what quadrant people operate from by their words. And words come from thoughts. They come from how people think. They come from who we are. So this just isn't about how to earn money. It really is going to come down to who you are as a person, or who you want to become as a person. Just because you might use some words now doesn't mean you can't change. You can certainly change, but by paying attention to the words we use, we can often find out which quadrant we operate from and which quadrant other people operate from. So very, very interesting. One of the things to do to move from one to the other is to begin to be more aware of your words and what you're saying, and begin to use different words, to talk like an investor, to talk like a business owner, rather than to speak as an employee. It's really fun when I slip into ERS, my wife will say, Andy, you sound like an employee, and nothing gets my goat better than that. You'll say, what do you mean? I'm no employee, Well, listen to yourself. And so the words we use, this is a wonderful tool with a spouse or business partner to say, look, we don't use these words, we use these words. We don't use these words. A lot of times you'll hear me say this, I can't afford this. You'll hear people say that a lot, I can't afford. People over here will say, gee, how can I raise capital? How can I afford this? How can I do it? These guys have very much a can't, and these guys have very much a can do attitude in the words they use. I highly recommend a book by Josh and Lisa Lennon, the Rich Dad Advisors. They're social entrepreneurs, they're social capitalists, and in their book, it's fabulous on social entrepreneurs. In their book, they talk a lot about the words they use in their business and in their marriage, and the impact that it has. So I highly recommend that as a complement to the book Cash Flow Quadrant because they care very, very much about their words. Now, another thing to think about is what Rich Dad advisor Tom Wheelwright says, is when you choose a quadrant, you're also going to choose different tax consequences. Now, I'm not an accountant, so I'm going to touch on this very lightly, and I'm going to bow and say, listen, I am not an accountant, I am not an attorney, and I don't like to speak as an accountant and attorney because that's not my area of expertise. I will simply parrot what Tom teaches, and then I'll refer you to some of Tom's books, the predominant one, Tax-Free Wealth, and he can elaborate because he has authority to speak on it. I don't. The only thing I'll say is that it is important for all of us to invest. I don't have to be an accountant to know this. Robert's not an accountant, and he can explain this, is that these guys can pay up to 40% of what they make in taxes. So think about what that looks like on their income statement and their balance sheet. Here's their assets, and here's their liabilities, and over here's their income, and over here's their expenses. Well, they have a 40% liability going out to taxes, 40% expense. That's a huge tax liability, isn't it, to spend 40% every year of what you make? Well, if you think that's bad, these guys can get up to 60% of what they spend. Think about that if you're self-employed. That's January, February, March, April, May, June, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I mean, that's that's over half the year. You're almost getting into July, August before you start making money for yourself, if you can imagine that. So this is definitely the toughest one, and they tax attorneys, they tax doctors, they tax them to death. So this is a very tough tax bracket. Over here on this side of the quadrant, these guys can be taxed up to around 20%, somewhere around in there. But the one that's really fun is this one, is there's actually investors that will pay zero tax, and that is, you want to get as close to that as you can. And it's not because the tax code is biased against any one thing. It's just how you earn your money depends on how it's taxed. Because these guys are comfortable with risk, they're going to incentivize these guys to invest in things like oil and real estate and other investments. And you can do it with zero tax. A Roth IRA is a good example. You put the dollars in there, and after that, everything they earned is taxed at 0%. So again, I'm not going to talk much about this. I'm going to leave it to Tom Wheelwright. He is the expert, not me. But for you and I, it is important that we at least know this much, so when we make our choice, we're not surprised, and we can make a long-term plan understanding what will probably be taxed both now and what may happen in the future. And so many people are attracted to this side of the quadrant because the thing will take more money out of the biggest expense. The thing will take more money out of your pocket than anything else in your life is taxes. And what's nice about this guy is he gets to invest the difference. I mean, if you give 60% of your money away, think about the earning power that could have had. So taxes are very, very, very important to these guys, as is debt. These guys tend to very much like debt and very much into taxes and understanding taxes. These guys hate debt. These guys absolutely hate debt, and they probably should because how they operate. These guys over here, they love debt. They absolutely love the leverage of other people's money and also other people's efforts, other people's everything. These guys hate debt and taxes. These guys love debt, and these guys love their tax situation. So that's another important thing. Now, one of the powerful things about this book when I read it, and I've read it and reread it and reread it, and I even reread it again before offering my thoughts on this presentation, is the importance of not just the idea of making money, but how this really reflects who a person is and how they see the world. A person that is an employee might get very excited to go to a job fair. This person over here would never waste their time at a job fair. These people right here, they have commonalities that they live in fear. They're very, very scared of losing a job. These guys are scared of losing a job. These guys are also very scared They are scared of being stuck, scared of having a job. Think about that, what your fear is. Some people are scared of losing their job, and some people are scared of having a boss and having a job. And so it really comes down to who you are deep inside, or who you want to become deep inside. Are you a person who's scared of losing a job, or are you a person who's scared of having a job? And can you change? Well, of course you can change. That's your choice. You can improve. You can do whatever you want to do. I'm mortified of having a job, quite frankly. A lot of people work as hard as they can not to lose their job. I will work as hard as I need to not to have a job. And we both work. We just have different areas and different things we want to learn, and different places that we learn. So one of the greatest lessons that Robert ever learned, that he put in the cash flow quadrant, and I've seen him teach this on a whiteboard endless times, and it's been meaningful every single time, is people usually start with what they want to have. And they say, well, I want to have financial freedom, and I want to have a nice car, and I want to have a big house, and I want to have vacations, and I want to have time with family, and I want to have. And they'll often focus just on the have. Another thing they'll say is, tell me what to do, and they look for advice. They say, tell me what to do. I want to know what to do. Tell me. This is where financial advisors on Wall Street wax rich, because if you don't know what to do, they'll tell you what to do. And they'll say, put your money in a 401k. Well, usually they'll say, give your money to us, is what they'll usually say on Wall Street. The biggest thing with financial advisors when they tell you what to do is usually, let me have your money. Give it to me. Give it to me. That's usually what the advice will be. But I get that all the time. I get people concentrating all the time on what they want to have, and then they ask, well, what do I need to do to get this? What do I need to do? But the greatest lesson, and the people who get rich, watch this, concentrate on this word called be. And this one happens first, and then this one can happen after that, and then this one can happen third, and you do it in that order. In other words, to have the things an employee has, a person does the things an employee does, but a person has a beingness of who an employee is. You got to be an employee. If you're going to have what a doctor has and do what a doctor does, you got to be what a doctor is. And this generally has a very close link to what a person knows. A scalpel is something that a doctor has. But just because you have a scalpel doesn't make you a doctor. To truly be a doctor is based on what you know, and based on who you are inside, and how you see the world, and how you think. Doctors think like investors. They're educated like investors. It's about becoming before the doing and before the having. And I'd invite you to ponder that idea, because it's truly profound. If I want to have what an investor has and do what an investor does, I must first become who an investor is. People who are true investors look at debt differently and feel about debt differently than non-investors. To be an investor, you will change your context, you will change your vocabulary, and you will change how you see the world. That's why context is so important. A person who has a bad context of debt will not receive information and education on debt the same way. They'll receive it this way, in fear, in a different way than an investor will receive information on debt. That comes back to that context that we talk about. How do you see the world, and who? So it's not just about how you make money. This is very much, it is who you are deep down at your core. I've known Robert Kiyosaki for a long time, and I can tell you this is Robert Kiyosaki to his core. He has absolutely no part of his being that is an employee whatsoever. He has a little bit of this, in that he very much loves his investing team. But I will tell you right now that at his core, this is exactly who he is. I will confess that I don't have any of this at all, but sometimes I have a little bit of this that leaks out in me still, and I move over here, towards the I. The cash flow quadrant has changed countless lives. I don't invite you to listen to me talk about it. I invite you really to buy the book and learn from Robert and his rich dad, who developed this is Rich Dad's cash flow quadrant. It's what Rich Dad taught Robert. And it did some great things for me in helping me understand where I was and wanted to change. Number one, that it does for almost everybody, is it helps you identify where you are. You self-identify exactly where you are. You start thinking about the words you use, the feelings you have, the way you see the world. And someone says, you know what? A, my balance sheet looks like an E. I have a job. If I lost my job, I would lose my income. I've often heard myself say, boy, I wish I had a better paycheck or an additional paycheck. I love having a safe, secure job. You know, I tell my kids to get good grades so they can land a good job. And a person might, after a while, say, you know what, this is where I am. This is where I am. But as a person learns more about this quadrant, number two, you can feel some discontent too. So perhaps maybe a person says, I really don't like having a boss, and I really don't like have a limit on my income, and I really don't like paying so much in taxes, and I really don't like the lack of freedom, and I really don't like being paid less simply because I'm a woman or because of the color of my skin. And all of these things come out in this quadrant that they realize they don't like. And even though when we were growing up, we were told to go to school, get good grades so we could be here, once we get here, we realize there's a lot of things in here that we don't like. And this discontent can be a wonderful motivator. It can be a wonderful feeling. And then third, it shows a new choice. I can make a new choice. I can say, you know what? I like the idea of paying less in taxes, almost all the way down to zero. I like the idea of getting rich. Instead of working myself rich, I could borrow myself rich. I love the idea of working on a team and getting out of my own head, and where I could have other people's efforts and other people's experience and other people's expertise and other people's education leveraging what I want to do. And so part of its power is helping us reflect on these three things. You know, where am I? Is there any discontent that I experience in where I am right now? You know, maybe I don't like paying 60% in taxes or something like that, right? Maybe I don't like paying 40%. Maybe I don't like having a boss. That discontent is a marvelous, marvelous thing to reflect on. And then I say, hey, do I feel a spirit begin to arise? You know, I love Robert often quotes the poem on Spirit, where the closing stanza is, when spirit rises and commands, the gods are ready to obey. There's power in spirit. And one of the things the cash flow quadrant can do is I reflect on a new choice. I might feel that spirit within myself. I might feel that spirit of improvement, that spirit of education, that spirit of change. Well, if someone decides they want to operate over here, the other thing I'd recommend is you learn about the BI triangle, the 8 integrities. This is also a Rich Dad lesson. And it's very important, more than just money, that people can have a great mission. And that people learn, instead of being self-employed, they can learn to lead and be leaders and have leadership is an important one, leadership. And of course, if you're going to lead, you're going to have a team that you can lead. And TEAM. And this right here, these things on the outside right here, mission, right, and leadership, are the outside of what's called the BI, the business investor triangle. When a person has a mission, you might reflect on that. What is your mission of your business? Is it just to make money? Those are on the outside of the BI triangle. Having cash flow will keep a business alive. A person wants to have cash flow for absolute sure, for sure. We want to be able to communicate. We want to be able to communicate to people in our organization, to people outside of our organization. We like to have systems. You see this? We have systems. McDonald's is simply a system of systems. We have marketing systems. We have customer service systems. We have production systems. We have all types of systems that run the business. We also want to make sure we follow the law and protect ourselves, that we don't do anything that's illegal, and that if someone were to come at us with legal action, that we'd be protected and prepared. And probably the smallest part of this is our product or our service. These 8 things, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, are the things people study and build to come over from the ES side to the BI side of the triangle. So that's the BI triangle. Well, the last thing, one of the last things I'll speak about a little bit is to map out a path. Let's say you're an employee right here. So what will be your pathway if you say you want to get to I, for example? Well, very rarely do people go from, E to I. That's usually not a pathway. Is it possible? Well, yeah, anything is possible. Nothing's impossible. But some people say, you know what, before I get there, I'm going to go here. I'm going to go from E to S, and then I'm going to go from S to B, and then I'll go from B to I. And that's probably the most common pathway, is not to try to leapfrog S and B. If you're in E right now, maybe one of the greatest steps you can make towards B is to get out from underneath a boss and start making decisions in your business, right? And start running your business and minding your own business. Once you come in here, then you become the boss, right? You are the boss, and people who are self-employed love being the boss. I love being my own boss. But then right over here, then you hire someone to be the boss to other people. You hire a boss, right? And then over here, you just invest money, right? You become an investor, and you say, I'm not going to be the person that owns the business in terms of building a business. I'm going to just invest my capital in other people's businesses that they've built. I'm not going to be the business builder. I'm not going to assemble the team. I'm not going to be the leader of it. I'm simply going to look at someone's BI triangle and say, do I want to invest in that business? So think about mapping out your path. Think about, if you're here, you're going to go here. You're going to try to go straight over, and map out your path as you read this book. The final thing I'll leave you with that I think will be very powerful when I've used the cash flow quadrant is overcoming obstacles. A lot of people think that it looks like this, that you have a start and that you go and you have a finish. And then there's success. This is exactly not how it works. How it really works is like this. This is really what the pathway looks like, is something like this. And there are points all along the way that are called mistakes, that send you back down. At all these high points, there's mistakes that send us back down to where we were. And the mistakes help teach us and help learn. And there's always obstacles in the way. So there's a great game that I'll play with my sweetheart. It comes down to that context again, is whenever there's an obligation or an obstacle rather, these guys will use different words and they'll solve it differently. For example, what if a person had no money to start with? Okay. Well, if you had no money, how would an employee go about that obstacle? What would an employee say if they had no money? What would a self-employed person say if they had no money? Okay. But what would a business owner say if they were starting with no money? And more importantly, what would an investor say? If you don't know the answers to those questions, it's time to study. It's time to ask investors. If you don't know how to start with no money, the question is, would that stop an employee? Yes, it often does. Would that stop someone self-employed? Yes, it often does. But would that stop a business owner? Heavens no. Wouldn't stop an investor either. So you might ask and say, hey, Mr. Investor, if you had no money, what would you do in that situation? What if my wife wasn't being supportive of my business idea? How would I handle that? Gee, what if I fail? What if I have a failure? How do I approach that? What should I do next? And so whenever there's an obstacle, whether it be money or team or energy or sickness or health problems, how would an investor and a business owner, how would a self-employed or employee approach that problem? And you'll find that the answers are different for each quadrant when it comes to overcoming obstacles. So you'll love to say, okay, well, what would an investor do in this situation? That's a wonderful way. There are infinite ways to use the cash flow quadrant. It's been one of the greatest teachers in my life. I don't think I have ever one time sat with Robert or any of the advisors that he hasn't gotten out his marker and drawn ES, BI, and begun to teach me and enlarge my context and help me think big picture about the world. Again, I cannot do this justice in the time we have together. Simply cannot be done, nor would I try to do it. but I would invite you to go to Amazon.com if you haven't done already and pick up a copy, either Kindle. I like the printed version so I can underline it. But don't just read this book, study this book. You know, one of the things we do as advisors every 6 months is we pick a book to study, and we talk about it, and we discuss it, and we apply it to our businesses, and we ask questions of each other about it, and we ask this very basic question: what did the author say? What was he teaching? It's not what my opinion is, but what did the author say? That's a great way to study. So I invite you to learn more about the cash flow quadrant and allow it to change your life like it has thousands and thousands of others. I'll give a personal thank you to my good friend and mentor, Robert Kiyosaki, who's not only taught me a ton, but he's also been great to teach my kids, the people who I love most in this world. And I know he's ready to teach you as long as you're willing to learn. Again, I congratulate you for investing time to improve your context. I can congratulate investing time to improve your education, how you think. Again, I don't really care which quadrant a person winds up in. There's no such thing as good and bad, but you should be able to get in the quadrant that you think will serve you best, the one that resonates with your spirit, and the one you truly want to be in. So again, my name is Andy Tanner, Rich Dad Advisor. It's been wonderful spending a little time with you talking about one of my favorite books from my mentor and friend, Robert Kiyosaki. Hope you discover it for yourself.
All right. Thank you so much, Andy, for that incredible presentation. Guys, how many of you are starting to really have some aha moments here, really have the light bulb go off, to be able to start seeing the real possibility when you start making the shifts towards the right side of the quadrant? Are you guys seeing that? Go ahead and type in a 1 if you are seeing the real opportunity here that's in front of you, that you have to be able to move, to be able to make the shifts towards the right side of the quadrant. Do you guys see that? And really how powerful that is? Like, go ahead and type in a 1 in the chat box if you guys see exactly what is possible by being able to open yourself to being able to make the shifts within the quadrants. You're not stuck, right? That's really the key. And that's really quite of a message, right? You're not stuck. You can move once you make the decision to move. You can change once you make the decision to change. And so I'm glad to see all of you guys, wow, putting in 1s all over the place and getting it and opening your mind to this, because this is powerful, powerful stuff. And so the breakthroughs, I'm telling you, they're starting. It's only going to get more and more. It's only going to open you up to more and more opportunity, and the breakthroughs will continue to come here. And one thing I want to dive into is really what the differences are between creating a job for yourself as you move through the quadrants from E to S and into the right side of the quadrant, becoming an entrepreneur, actually stepping into being a serious business owner. And the bottom line is, it comes down to your core values and beliefs, right? Your core values. What are you valuing more in your life? Is it money or time? And we're going to talk a lot about this. This is so important to really ingrain it within who you're becoming as an entrepreneur. If that's the direction you're going, if you're looking to move to the right side of the quadrant and set yourself free, we've got to really understand the deeper core values and beliefs that make up both sides and each quadrant, right? And so what we look at, for example, with, staying as an employee, you're talking about the traditional way of growing up for a lot of people. I know I certainly had this. I didn't grow up in an entrepreneurial family or entrepreneurial background. The path was, go to school, get a job, work hard, and cross your fingers for the next 40 years and just hope for the best. And so it was really a difference between, going to school on the left side and then versus getting schooled by actually putting yourself out in the real world, putting yourself out in the marketplace and going out there and trying to add value and learning and adapting and growing and evolving into a real business owner. Like, those are the real distinctions that are so important to understand. And I want you guys to remember this. And I'm going to definitely be hitting on this more and more throughout the next 2 days, because this is so important to understand. is that on the left side, especially in the quadrant of an employee, but as you move throughout it, it really comes down to the difference and the core distinctions of ownership. You're taking more and more ownership over your life, over your freedom, over your time, and no longer exchanging time for money. And just think of how interesting that is. You know, most of the people, 99% of the world really, is exchanging their most valuable asset, your life, your time, for pennies on the dollar in exchange for a paycheck every 2 weeks. And if that's not the definition of time or money is the most valuable thing to you, then I don't know what is. You're literally exchanging your life for it. And if money is the most valuable thing to you more than time, then it's never going to be worth your time to invest in your freedom and truly start taking ownership over your life, over your day, and over your future and financial freedom and opportunity that you have. And so really stepping into that is so critical, and understanding these distinctions is important. And where are you at? Where are you right now on the cash flow quadrant? Where are you on the cash flow quadrant? I want you to get clear on exactly where you are. Go ahead and type in the chat box right now where you are, E, S, B, or I, right now. Go ahead and type it in the chat box right now where you are on the quadrant. Mohammed says I'm in E. That's okay. It's all right. Here's the thing. You get to really get clear on where you are so we can get very focused on where you want to be. That's such an important thing, and that's what we're going to be growing through this process over the next 2 days. You get to discover where you really are and understand what it means to be there, why you want to be able to create more in your life, whatever that looks like, and we're going to be able to show you the methodology, the tactical side, and also the mindset it takes to be able to get to where you want to be. But let's get clear on where you are. Where are you right now in the cash flow quadrant? Are you an employee? Are you collecting a paycheck and that's it? You're not making any investments. You don't have any other businesses. You don't maybe have a side hustle somewhere. You don't have an online business or anything like that. Are you maybe a specialist or a freelancer right now and it's just you and you're a solopreneur and you're just trying to make it and it's tough and it's difficult? There's not a lot of, security, but you're starting to take a little bit of ownership over your life and over your freedom, but it's tough. Maybe maybe you are working with individual clients and you're just out there trying to really just make it. Or are you a big business owner right now? Are you actually run your own business? Are you an entrepreneur? Are you stepping into that just now? Are you in the I quadrant already? Are you in a place right now where you're just creating freedom in your life and you've been there maybe for a little while and maybe now you're coming back through and opening opportunities to start your own business outside of just being an investor? Some people are there as well. But wherever you are, let's identify it. Let's get clear on that. So again, if you haven't written it all down already in the chat box, go ahead and either write an E, an S, a B, or an I, or a combination of where you are right now, and let's get clear on it. Go ahead and write in the chat box right now, okay? And as we're kind of as you guys are filling that up, which I love it. You guys are filling the chat box up and it's awesome. Thank you guys for engaging. Again, it's an important part of the process. This whole deeper level accelerated immersion training that we're going through is important in staying engaged so that you not only receive the information, but you're retaining it. So thank you guys for participating, for being active. And here's the thing, let's really get clear that when it comes down to being an employee, let's really focus on this here for a second, and then we're going to go into really the distinctions between creating a job for yourself and being an entrepreneur. But I want to get clear on being an employee because it looks like, from what I'm seeing in the chat box, it looks like that's where a lot of you are. And it's important to understand what it really means to be an employee. And it's important to understand that right now you have a job. You have a job that you have probably gotten either schooling for, or you definitely got some kind of training for, specific training, to be able to be accepted for that job. Well, what is the core values of an employee? Just think of the core values for a strict employee that doesn't really have any other that isn't really doing anything else, or certainly hasn't opened themselves to any other opportunities beyond just being an employee. Because why? Their core values are job security, being comfortable in a position where they have 100% job security, or at least that's what their goal is, that's what they value, having a steady paycheck, and again, the steps being taken. They go to school, they work hard. If they aren't really in the job that they really want for long-term career, what do? They then go back to school, get more schooling, more higher education to be able to get maybe a little bit better job, and then just go through that process over and over again until they reach a certain peak of what maybe someone else tells them they're worth in terms of being able to collect a paycheck, whether that's $50,000 or $500,000, and then you retire. And you just simply hope that you have been able to collect enough money or income over your lifetime during that process as you go back and forth and as you climb the ladder to be able to really retire with dignity. And again, in that quadrant, you're really exchanging your time for a paycheck, for money. And again, very important. I want to make this clear, and I want this to be so ingrained in you by the time that we are done today, and certainly by tomorrow, that if you are willing to exchange your time for money, and that's it, meaning you're not willing to invest in your education and financial intelligence and entrepreneurial intelligence and expansion of who you are, then it's never going to be worth your time to invest in your freedom. And if you're willing to exchange your time for money, then which one are you really conveying is more valuable to you? Your time or your money? Which one's more valuable to you? Which one is really the thing that you value most? And again, if that's the only thing that you're in right now, then you have two options at this point, because now you know what's possible, and we're going to be introducing some ways and some methods to be able to start breaking free from simply that quadrant and opening yourself to other ones. And here's the thing, you don't have to, leave your job if you absolutely love it, or the career that you absolutely love. It's not about simply stepping away from your career or as an employee. You can absolutely be an employee, but open yourself to the other areas of this quadrant that can help you build wealth. Because I think it's very clear to you now that if all you are is an employee, then it's going to be very difficult, if not impossible, for you to step into genuinely creating wealth in your life, and certainly being able to create freedom, real freedom in your life. And so that's important. What do you value most? And based on results, if all you're doing on a daily basis is exchanging your time for money, really take an honest look at that. Which are you conveying is more valuable to you? All right? So I wanted to just make that clear and bring that out before we dive into really the distinctions between creating a job for yourself. So let's say you're an employee right now and you're looking to be an entrepreneur, you're looking to start your own business. And what a lot of people do is they go from having a job to owning a job and creating a job for themselves. And that's really what happens. And they go to the S quadrant, and yes, the S quadrant is 100% opening up more opportunity for freedom and more opportunity for ownership than the E quadrant, 100%. But it's certainly not going to open up more than the right side of the quadrant, right? So the S, B, and the I certainly are moving towards more ownership. Go ahead and type in ownership in the chat box. Go ahead and type in ownership in the chat box. A very, very important core value here. Ownership of who you are, who you get to become, and no longer suffocating over anything that you've ever been in the past. Doesn't matter, good or bad. You get to own all of it. You get to own the ups and downs. You get to own the struggles. You get to own the challenges that you've faced, the things you've overcome. You get to own everything. And stepping into the SBI is really taking ownership as a core value of who you are, and just taking control over it and owning it. And now as you move towards the right side of the quadrant, you're starting to open yourself not only to the ownership, well, now you're adding freedom in there, full financial freedom, personal freedom, which inevitably leads you to building real wealth. That's the key. Ownership and freedom is going to be opening you to creating real wealth in your life, because you're going to start having full control over your financial destiny. And that's an important thing to understand when you're considering the distinctions between these two right here. Because there's a big difference between creating a job for yourself. And again, while this is a step up from the E quadrant in terms of ownership and in terms of moving towards creating freedom in your life, it still leaves you one very important distinction. When you are in the S quadrant, you're still exchanging time for money. Time still equals money in this world, all right? Which is a very, very important thing to remember. So if you are in the S quadrant, if you're self-employed, or if you're moving towards becoming a specialist, essentially you've created a job for yourself, and you now hold more responsibility and control, which quite honestly, in this position, if all of a sudden you completely left the source of income that you had with your job that you had in the E quadrant completely behind, and let's say you're making a pretty good living with that. Let's say you're earning 6 figures a year with your job, then you all of a sudden remove that income source from your life to then put full responsibility and full, all the weight on your shoulders to be able to create an income just by yourself. That it can be difficult. It can be difficult, which is why, a lot of people struggle if they go down that road and they don't do it the right way and they don't get the right guidance to be able to do it the right way. And here's what typically happens for people that do not have the right level of support, the right level of financial education and intelligence, and the right level of entrepreneurial education and transformation to really thinking and operating like a serious business owner. What ends up happening is you go from this potentially good job that you have, the steady job that you have, a steady paycheck that you have, to all of a sudden no income, and you're trying to make it on your own as a self-employed specialist, and you all of a sudden find that it's a lot more difficult than you realize, because you didn't get the financial education, you didn't get the entrepreneurial transformation, and you're now trying to go this alone, and you don't have any of the people behind you that really support you. And all of a sudden, you're 6 months in, you're a year in, you're 2 years in, you're 3 years in, and you're struggling to bring in income. And you're struggling to find your way. And you certainly can't go back to the job that you had before. And now it's almost like you're stuck and you don't know what to do. And now you're just putting yourself in a tougher and tougher spot. And you're digging that hole bigger and bigger. Well, why is that? It's because you detached yourself from income and moved in a direction that you had no real clarity or support and guidance to go in. And again, it's the same thing with building a lot of the some of the methods that you're learning here this over the next 2 days with building financial wealth in your life. Don't just go out there and start just throwing around investments haphazardly. You want to have the core financial education and the core financial support and guidance from people who know what they're doing and have been there and done that and can walk you through doing it the right way to be able to save you the time, money, energy, and effort that you go and you go down the path of all the pitfalls and everything. And so do you guys see that? Does that make sense? Do you understand how important it is to truly do this the right way? Because if all you're doing is creating a job for yourself and then all of a sudden putting all the weight and responsibility on you to follow through, it can be liberating to create responsibility for yourself 100% and take full ownership over yourself. But if all of a sudden you're now running everything, you're now the CEO, the CFO, the COO, the marketing specialist, the salesperson, the person who has to run literally everything, which is what you are as a solopreneur if you're stepping into that, it can be a world where you're opening yourself up to things that you never even knew were things you had to deal with. And again, unless you get the right level of education and truly the transformation of understanding what it takes to think and operate like a serious business owner, it can be a rough road. And so, for example, let's say you are self-employed. You're not yet completely free. You might have the ownership. You might have the full responsibility, but you are now working for yourself. And sometimes the worst boss you can have is yourself, especially when all the weight and all the responsibility is on you. And so just think of it. Let's say with being a self-employed specialist, let's say you want to go on vacation. Sure, you may be able to take your work with you. You may be able to take your business with you, but you're still working while you're on vacation. Just think of that. You're still working while you're out there traveling. You're still working and thinking about it and potentially stressing over it while you're out there trying to be free and live your life and maybe even spend time with family and do things that are meaningful for you. You're still in the back of your mind thinking about all these other things, and you're not truly present to being completely free. How many of you have experienced this? Go ahead and type in a 1 in the chat box if you've experienced this so far. You've kind of taken this road of trying to do it on your own, and all of a sudden you found yourself just being your own boss. All right, how many of you experienced this? Say, go ahead and put in a 1 in the chat box. Yeah, it's yeah, exactly. You guys are feeling this right now, okay? It's hitting home probably, right? You might be in this position right now, and it can be difficult. And so you're on vacation, you're out there trying to spend time with family, and you're thinking about a million other things in your business, and that's not freedom. Your other option is to take time off completely, but this means you won't be making any money at all because you're literally stepping away from the business, which you are the business. You are, again, the CEO, the CFO, the COO, the marketing director, the sales director, you're everything. And so when you step away from the business because you are the business, you don't have any systems in place, you don't have any real education behind how to truly build a real business, you're just out there freelancing it and you're just hoping for the best. You got your name out there and your offer out there in terms of your services for being a freelancer on maybe some different sites, but you're just kind of sitting there waiting for people to reach out to you. And so you're the business. If you're not putting your time and energy into the business, you're not driving revenue into the business. And so you're not yet 100% free. Do you guys see that distinction between creating a job and now being able to step into an entrepreneur? Because when you create a job for yourself, again, it's a step up from being an employee because you're able to take a little more ownership. You're able to start opening opportunities for yourself that you really aren't able to create as an employee, okay? But there will always be that real calculable ceiling of opportunity based off of your 24 hours that you have in a day. You don't have any more than that, okay? As much as we'd like to create more, there is not more than 24 hours in a day, and your time is money still, okay? So the difference between creating that job for yourself and really being able to step into owning, being an entrepreneur, being a real business owner, and going over to the right side of the quadrant into the B quadrant or the I quadrant is that now you've stepped into creating no limitations on the amount of money that you can make. It no longer is attached to your time. You're completely detaching your time from any money that you make because you're actually taking ownership over creating systems in your business or aligning yourself with systems that are actually proven and results driven and things you know actually work because they are out there, whether it's, again, buying a franchise. You know, this is popular for a lot of people, but most people don't have the ability to go out there and buy a franchise. You know, whether it's buying a McDonald's franchise or a Subway or a Massage Envy or, whatever other franchises you can go out there, a fitness franchise. Most franchises are minimum 6 figures. Many of them are in the millions of dollars to be able to just simply get onboarded with being able to run the business with that franchise, because you're buying into the marketing, you're buying into the brand, you're buying into the systems, you're buying into, essentially, for the most part, especially if you're in the right location and the right market, you are buying into potentially guaranteed profit, but that profit ain't going to come for potentially 3 to 5 years. And you're putting up front a lot of money. You're going to have to get loans. You're going to have to get, support. You're going to have to finance it. You're going to have to do a lot of things to come up with 6 to 7 figures for that franchise. And so what we're going to be walking you through here in a little while is some opportunities that are out there where you don't have to spend $1 million up front to build a business that you can actually start earning with right now. But the bottom line is, time is no longer you don't have to exchange time for money anymore on the right side. You're actually stepping into being a serious business owner. And real businesses create automation and systems. Write that down. Real businesses create automation and systems, because once you step away, it runs itself. That's being a real business owner. Setting up automations and systems so that you no longer have to be there to be able to know that you're driving revenue. You set it up one time and it runs forever. That's what it means to really be a real entrepreneur, is putting systems in place where you can grow, scale, and leverage either automated systems or people, leveraging other people to be able to support you in growing your business, bringing on employees, bringing on a success team, bringing on people that can genuinely be a part of your vision, your mission, your goal of building this business. How many of y'all get this? Type in a 2. If this is making sense for you, if maybe even a light bulb is coming off for you right now, you're having a breakthrough, you're understanding the distinctions here and how important it is to really be able to follow through with making sure that you are moving towards becoming a real entrepreneur. You guys getting this? Type in a 2 in the chat box if this is making sense. Yeah, it's important, isn't it? It's a key distinction. Most people get stuck in the S quadrant because they think that they've stepped into entrepreneurship, but they simply have created a job for themselves. They're self-employed and they're a specialist. They're not genuinely an entrepreneur at this point, like a real entrepreneurial business owner. They're not there yet, right? You have an entrepreneurial vision and a mission, and there's some entrepreneurial character traits there, and there's certainly some ownership that you're having to take, because you're stepping into this world of, no longer, being, attached to a ladder that you have to climb in the corporate world or as an employee, but you're still not yet breaking through to genuinely becoming a real entrepreneur. And that's a key distinction. And it's important to realize so that you can understand where you get to break through. So if you're kind of going solo right now and you're just trying to figure it out, and you're struggling to figure out where the next level of income is going to come from because, you're still exchanging your time for money, and maybe you've hit a ceiling on that. Maybe you're actually earning a good income right now as a self-employed specialist, but you still have hit a ceiling. And whether that ceiling is $10,000 or $100,000 a month, there's still a ceiling there because you can only put so much time and energy into your business. And so it's important to understand these distinctions so that you can really see what it takes to be able to move beyond that and really up level to another standard. And so what starts in the S quadrant can easily move into the B quadrant. It truly can. So realize and recognize, and please appreciate that if you are in the S quadrant right now, there is a direct path to being able to get into the B quadrant. And quite honestly, if you're an E, don't worry, you can truly step into the right-hand side. You can truly step into the right-hand side of the quadrant. Okay, I want you to realize that. So don't think that, oh my gosh, I'm an employee right now. I'm going to have to go through the hell of being, going into self-employed to be able to get to my freedom. And that's not necessarily the case. Again, we're going to show you some ways here today that will allow you to immediately go from employee to real business owner, real entrepreneur, and have that breakthrough and create that transformation in your life. It's powerful stuff. There's opportunities there. The world of opportunity that you're living in now is far beyond anything that anyone could have ever imagined, 5 years ago, let alone 10 or 15 years ago. And so if you know how to properly scale what you're doing right now, or if you get the right guidance to be able to do that, and if you have goals in mind for what scaling that business would mean to you, then you can go from where you are as a self-employed, owner of your own job, to being able to set yourself free and being able to step into being a real entrepreneur. So really, it really is about scaling, and really you got to get started with really a very basic product or a service, and then going able to really automate things, automate the systems. That way it is able to grow into something you can leverage. So do you guys see that? Does that make sense? You guys getting this? Yes? Type in a yes in the chat box. Y-E-S. You guys are good? All right. I'm telling you, this is powerful stuff. You guys really get this clear, you'll see how you can move from S to B, from E to B, from E to I, and you can take these steps. Again, we're going to be talking about later the opportunities to be able to go to the right side of the quadrant and leverage systems and technology to be able to do that. All right. But I want to give you an example. I mean, bottom line is I want you to be able to see that potential because you can make it from there. Let me give you an example of somebody who went from E all the way over to the right side of the quadrant. This is somebody that was, one of our incredible students from Learn, somebody who literally went from being a nurse. She was born in the Philippines. This is Rosalie. She went from being a nurse to a mompreneur, somebody very, very successful now, but she was born and raised in the Philippines. She was the nurse for 8 years, really just struggling to figure out a way to maybe create more income in her life and opportunity. And, she came to being a nurse so that she could come from the Philippines to North America and really start opening herself to taking more ownership and freedom in her life. And that was her path to being able to do that. But she got stuck in that, employee quadrant of, hey, she's collecting a good paycheck. It's secure, it's stable, but she recently had 2 kids now. She has 2 kids, 2 very young kids. And, now priorities start changing. Now you have 2 human beings in your life that you are responsible for creating opportunity for and choices and being able to feed them and being able to create a world where they're coming in and they can create what they want. And all of a sudden you have different priorities. And bottom line is she had no business experience. She didn't have any technology skills or any specific marketing skills to speak of. But here's the thing, and this is so important to understand. There was some very key things that Rosalie brought to the table that inevitably opened her to creating her freedom in her life. And what that was she was resourceful. This woman would not accept anything less than what she was committed to. No circumstances were going to run her day at the point where she had 2 kids. I mean, that was her why. That was her driving force. She was going to get resourceful and do whatever it takes to be able to move from the E quadrant to creating freedom in her life. And that was really the core of it. She wanted to be able to spend more time with family, and that was it. She was not going to tolerate anything less. She was very decisive. This woman knew exactly what she wanted. She had a very definiteness of purpose for why she wanted to create what she wanted to in her life, the freedom and the wealth and the opportunities. And she was 100% committed to that. She was not going to accept anything less. And inevitably, that's what led her to creating a breakthrough in a business and being able to start moving towards the right side of the quadrant here, being able to step into the right side of the quadrant. And here's how she did it. She literally came to a 5-day workshop where we literally built her entire business. She came to a 5-day workshop here with Learn, and we created an entrepreneurial transformation of who she knew she could become. She had that fire. How many of you have the fire right now to move to the right side of the quadrant? Go ahead and type in fire in the chat box if that is what is just burning up inside of you to be able to move into and step into your freedom. Go ahead and type in fire in the chat box if that is what is like burning up inside of you right now. All right, good. Hey, that's what's going to drive you to what you want. Discovering why that fire is there and getting clear on the path to being able to break through to the transformation that just unleashes that fire onto the world. Like, this is the path. And so what she did, I mean, this woman, I'm telling you, the level of resourcefulness, decisiveness, and commitment this woman had. She was a nurse for 8 years, no real marketing skills, no business skills, no entrepreneurial background, but one reason and one reason only that she wanted to create freedom in her life. She has 2 young kids that she no longer was going to tolerate walking out of her home while her 2 kids are bawling in tears, wondering where mommy's going for the next 12 to 15 hours when she goes off to work at a hospital. She didn't get to experience that anymore. That was one thing she did not get to experience for the next 8 years in her life. And when you have that core why of and purpose for what you're doing, and you will accept nothing less than making it happen and just transforming your life and creating freedom to be able to spend that time with family and be able to create anything that you want in your life, you can do this. You can truly step into it when you are that committed to it. And so she literally took her entire family from one So she lives on the west coast of the United States, or she lives in the west coast of Canada, actually. She took her entire family across the continent to attend a 5-day workshop at Learn here with us to be able to completely transform herself as an entrepreneur and get her entire business up and running in 5 days. She brought her entire family, her husband, her 2 kids, and her mother-in-law, because she was still nursing her kids. Like during the workshop, she was in and out of the workshop nursing her kids. This is how committed this woman was. Like I don't know that we could have ever stopped her if we tried. Like she was going to run through any wall that was going to be in front of her. She was going to break down any barrier that crossed her path. I mean, this woman was on fire, like on fire, to create freedom in her life and to spend time with her babies and to never look back again. And so this woman came in and did everything. And here's the thing. When you come in with that level of commitment, you can do anything. And this woman went from a nurse with no business background to completely transforming who she was and how she thought and how she operated, and actually got a tangible, real business up and running within a few days. And then about 2 months later, she had her first $40,000 month in her business. And safe to say, she never looked back, right? She is now a retired nurse, and she's a full-time mompreneur, and she can actually spend every single day with those babies, with her kids. And she can create a life now where they have choices, where they have a role model that they can look up to, who did everything to chase her dream, who took no other possible exception other than creating her freedom in her life. And she's now, again, just doing things that she absolutely loves. She's vibrant. She's in this place of just 100% clear financial, personal freedom and creating wealth in her life at levels she never could have imagined. I mean, she couldn't imagine earning $4,000 a month online, let alone $40,000, let alone what she's up to now. She's up to building $1 million business now. This was within the last year that she was at this workshop. And so this is the foundation for creating success, for creating breakthroughs. You're resourceful, you're decisive, you're committed, you're truly aligned with getting the financial education and the entrepreneurial transformation necessary for you to move to the right side of the quadrant. You can create a breakthrough. And here's the thing. I want to give you some examples, some extra examples of what it looks like, the distinctions here between simply being self-employed, simply stepping into creating a job for yourself, and doing what Rosalie did, which was actually stepping into becoming a real entrepreneur and just not accepting anything less than that. And so, for example, a good example would be like a freelance writer. So you are, kind of a solopreneur. You're your own act here. Again, you're running everything, all the different areas of your business. You are the leader of it. And you are a freelance writer. You're putting your stuff out there. You're trying to get work everywhere you possibly can, and you're doing everything, and you're running all over the place, and you're just kind of hoping for the best. You're hoping that tomorrow or today somebody reaches out to you and says, I really could use your services. So that would be in the S quadrant. You're self-employed, you're a specialist, you're a freelancer, and you're kind of going at it alone, and you own a job, and you do all of the work. As opposed to really stepping into being a serious entrepreneur and getting the guidance on how to truly do what is necessary to be a business owner and to really start building systems and really creating a copy agency where you can put automated systems in place and start scaling to a level where you no longer have to exchange your time for bringing in income. How many of you are maybe in that spot where you are a freelance writer right now, and maybe you're having a massive breakthrough right now, seeing the potential here just by seeing, oh my gosh, why have I never thought of this? Go ahead and type in a 1 if that is you. And again, you don't have to be a freelance writer. Maybe you are a store owner. And instead of one location, let's say you own a restaurant and it's limited to one location, and it's the only restaurant that you have and the only restaurant you can build, and maybe you are the chef of that restaurant, and you're an amazing chef, but you only have this store. And bottom line is, if you're not in every single day cooking that food and making it amazing, then there's no real income that's going to be coming in, let alone if you really wanted to open up another location. Well, now what are you going to do? Go cook food at both locations and work twice as much and just run yourself into the ground and create this this path towards being completely burnt out and creating no freedom whatsoever? I mean, and that's what that's what a lot of kind of really what you think of as entrepreneurs, people that want to be entrepreneurs, but they don't really know exactly what it takes to be a serious business owner, and they're not willing to take the steps to be able to do that. They're willing, because they're so ingrained. Again, this is why it's so important to understand the mindset behind each quadrant. And again, if you have instilled within you that money is more valuable than your time and your freedom, then again, remember, it will not be worth your time to invest in your freedom. Even in the S quadrant, just think of what most people do. They think the reason that they're going to become the stay in the S quadrant, the reason that they are staying there and not moving out of it, is because they're afraid not to have money in their life. They're afraid because they're so used to having a paycheck every 2 weeks and seeing that money come to them every single day or every single 2 weeks, that if they don't have that for heck, a month, let alone 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, a year trying to build a business, if they don't see that income coming in consistently, then they feel like they don't have the security. They feel like there's risk. They feel like there is getting them outside of their comfort zone, and they feel like they're distancing themselves from attracting money into their life, when really what they're opening themselves up to is potentially the freedom to be able to step into a real business. Do you guys see that? Do you guys are you following me here? This is so powerful that if you capture this, it can change your life. Are you guys seeing that? Type in a yes in the chat box if you are like having a massive light bulb moment here. Go ahead and type in a yes in the chat box. YES, capital letters. All right, good. This is important. This is really important, because this is the difference between staying in, owning a job and doing all the work, and moving towards the right side of the quadrant and creating financial freedom and opportunity and wealth in your life. Very important. Again, this is the difference between applying the method that we are going to be walking you through. All the different methods we're going to be walking you through, they all work. But if you're not applying the right mindset, the right approach, and being able and willing to shift and transform who you're becoming as an individual and as an entrepreneur and as a leader, you're going to use the methods in a way that only holds you to a point where you can get so much out of it, because you're the driving vehicle for it. And you might be taking steps in the direction of being an entrepreneur, but you're not putting the systems in place that allow you to set yourself free, or be able to scale your business, or be able to really grow to any significant level. Again, let's say you're a restaurant owner. You're not going to be able to grow unless you create systems that allow you to then step away and start actually focusing on the growth to different locations, bringing in chefs, talented chefs from around the world that can easily implement your incredible system to creating amazing food, and potentially being able to franchise out your system, your business, your brand, franchise that out so that you can build unlimited locations and unlimited income and wealth creation. Are you guys seeing that? Having a little bit of a moment right now? Yeah? Good. This is important. Again, another great example of this is, let's say you run a brick and mortar business, and now instead of just having a brick and mortar business, or maybe you are in fitness and health and you own a gym. Well, now instead of owning a gym, now you're doing online training for students and for clients. Maybe you're actually out there, like really putting yourself out there and creating a membership site where now you have people from all over the world investing in your method, your methodology, your tactical strategy to be able to get people results, instead of just in one location, in one area, in one place in the world where you are completely limited to the number of clients that you can bring in. And so here's the thing. Here's what I'm going to tell you. It takes just as much effort and energy and time, if not less time and energy and effort, to be able to build an online business, scale the systems that you have, and be able to grow a $1 million plus business in multiple locations as it does to be able to build a $1 million business in one location and not have the systems and run it all yourself. And so open yourself up to that realization. How many of you just had a wow moment right now? Go ahead and type in wow in the chat box if you have had a wow moment just during the last couple of minutes here, realizing that, wow, there's a lot of opportunity for you moving forward. And we're going to be diving into, again, we're going to be diving into very clear detail around how you can step into this right side of the quadrant and do it the right way and actually avoid all the pitfalls that come with, you know, facing the challenges and facing the obstacles and having to back down from them because you're going at it alone, right? Again, just think of, let's say, even in the real estate game, if you are only owning one property as opposed to scaling a system or really building a management company where you can own different locations, it's the same thing. It's the same thing between just creating a job for yourself where you have to watch over and be a landlord of one property and then having a management company that actually oversees many different properties all over the country, all over the world. Do you guys see that? Very important distinctions here. Now, again, how many of you, I mean, wow, I'm still seeing like a ton of wows. Apparently, you guys are loving this stuff. How many of you guys are loving this? Type in a yes if you guys are 100% loving this stuff. I'm bringing it to you. I'm telling you, I'm going to be here both days bringing it to you guys to make sure that this is ingrained within you so that you retain what you're going to be learning from the people that are coming on that are providing some methods here that can completely change your life. And I want you guys to get that. I want it to be ingrained in you so that you go out there and start applying it and start really doing what's necessary to build the foundations for wealth in your life. Like, don't just absorb this information and then just release it with no real impact in your life. That's not, that's not going to work, right? So I'm glad you guys are getting this. Obviously, you guys are loving this. So I'm thank you for the engagement. You guys are awesome. Here's the other thing that you can do to be able to go from either employee or what most people do by going in this direction is, mostly they're in a self-employed position or they have certainly a very, very good paying job and they have the ability to be able to buy into a business. And that's an option. It is an option, and I want to make sure that you're clear on it. Buying a business, here's the thing. It's a lot like real estate. You want to make sure that you're looking for, potential and really something that can be has the potential to improve significantly and has the potential to really provide significant ROI, both in the short and long term. I mean, really, that would be ideal, but certainly something that is going to be a stable business, something that's solid, something that has a good brand behind it, something that's not all of a sudden you're buying into it because it's just falling apart and you have to come in there and spend all your time, energy, and effort in trying to build it back up. Like, that's usually not how you want to go from the left side of the quadrant to the right side. If you're buying into a business, approach it in the right way. Do your research, set yourself up to win. And again, just like with buying real estate, you'll definitely need some money up front. You'll need some capital up front to do this. And that's why for most people in the E and the S quadrants, this is usually not an option, right? This is usually an option for potential. I mean, it could be. Again, it can be. If you have a good salary as an employee or, you've been, able to save up some money, maybe you've been lucky and not have a lot of student loan debts and you actually have some good savings up and you can go invest that into something like real estate or buying a business if that aligns with you more and that resonates with you more. Or maybe you are, you've been in the self-employed space and a specialist for quite some time and you've hustled and you've done the work and you've actually gotten to a point where you are, you're getting some good income in, but you want to start setting yourself free and getting to the right side of the quadrant. An option could be buying into a business, but usually for most people in the E and S quadrants, this is usually not an option because you do need capital up front and sometimes significant capital, again, hundreds of thousands of dollars potentially, especially if you're going into a franchise or whatever. Now, there are some, though, that really make a high enough salary, again, in the E quadrant where you can actually put money away and then again take out a loan or whatever to be able to pursue this. If this resonates and if this aligns with you, and you identify a business that you understand, that you have done your research on and know that it's solid, know that it has a growth potential that is significant, that's going to provide an ROI. Again, you want to make sure that you do your research. Do not simply purchase a business just to do so. Do not simply purchase a business. Do not simply purchase real estate just to do it without any core foundation in financial education. You guys understand that? Yes? Put in a yes in the comments and the chat box if you guys understand that. It's important. All right? You got to have serious consideration and guidance to be able to do this the right way. Again, the financial education and the intelligence here is important. So here's the thing. A lot of people, you might be asking, I know I see it in a couple of you have asked, well, how do I get resourceful? How do I buy a business? How do I, find the resources to be able to do this? Remember, we live in the greatest country. If you're in the U.S. or if you're in North America, if you're in, for the most part, if you're here, you live in an incredible country and you live in an incredible time in human history to be able to not only take ownership of your life, but you also have opportunities as an entrepreneur. Especially if you're in the U.S. or, I believe in Canada as well, there's opportunities there, but especially in the U.S. here, you live in the greatest time in human history to be an entrepreneur and to invite money and prosperity into your life. And whether that's, you get support from family members, you get support from friends, coworkers, personal network. Again, your network is your net worth. And if you have people that are there to support you and serve you and believe in you, there's opportunities there. Hell, you could serve up lattes and mow lawns or bartend over the weekends for the next few months and come up with capital to be able to support an investment in your future, couldn't you? Right? Go ahead and type in a yes if you believe that. If you're 100% on board with that, you can do whatever you need to do. You can get resourceful. Heck, there's a lot of ways to finance or get loans. There's lines of credit. There's so many different ways, guys. Let's be honest. You can use this amazing tool. I'm going to give you an incredible tool that literally you can type in a question and it'll give you the answer to pretty much everything. It's called google.com. Okay? Do some research, get around people that can educate you and truly uphold you to a standard that allows you to step into thinking and operating like a business owner. That way, when you start taking steps to becoming one, you're doing it the right way. All right? Again, it's about taking this method and mindset of being able to take the right steps towards the right side of the quadrant here. You guys get that? And the methods and the mindset, the key distinctions here are courage, having the bravery to be able to do it, having the bravery to be able to take that step. Because here's the thing, at some point you got to take action. At some point, you can't just continue learning, continue hearing about it, continue having this idea that you want to be a real entrepreneur and never do anything about it. You've got to have the courage. Here's the thing. For the most part, a lot of people say, it takes money to make money. Quite honestly, it takes courage to make money. It takes courage to bring wealth into your life and to create wealth opportunities in your life. It takes courage because at some point you got to act. And bottom line is that control, that automation, and the trust and faith in those that you potentially hire to run your business and to support you with this, that's key. That's the key distinctions between just simply creating a job and stepping into really being an entrepreneur. And owning a business is more than just having clients. It's more than just creating your own job. Again, if you are still exchanging time for money, it's not creating freedom. That's not an entrepreneur. That's not a business owner. And if it cannot generate passive income, it really should not be worth your time. If you're looking to create wealth in your life, if it cannot generate passive income, either through systems, through duplication, through scaling, through automation, then it's not worth your time. And so make sure you have that clear. And I want to give you another example of someone that has gone through this process and taken a leap into freedom. Because I know a lot of people right now, you guys are in the E quadrant, and you're wondering, oh my gosh, how do I do this? Here's Aaron. Aaron, same thing. We worked with him at Learn Here, and we opened up a transformation for him to start seeing what was possible. Bottom line is he was stuck in the E quadrant. He was stuck in that place where money was the thing that ran his day over time. Money over time at that point in the E quadrant, where you're collecting a paycheck, but you don't have the freedom. You're collecting the paycheck, and if you do go on vacation, you got to ask for permission, and you still got to come back when they say you got to come back. You don't have any freedom to move around and to travel and to do things that you love and to spend time with family when you say you want to do that, right? So you got to really get clear on these deeper core values. And here's the thing, Aaron finally took the leap into just simply saying enough is enough. I'm moving to the right side of the quadrant. I'm moving to my freedom. Well, here's the thing, what happened? Once he finally made that decision, once he finally made the decision to step into it, guys, he just recently had his first $42,000 month. This was just in August, just a couple of months ago. And now he's on the right side of the quadrant. He stepped full force into it. And he actually came to the same as Rosalie did, the 5-day in-person workshop where we get everything built up and running. Again, we can talk about that later, but the focus is the example here of someone that was willing to take the leap of faith necessary to be able to step into really being an entrepreneur and getting the support and the guidance and the real clarity on how to do that the right way and not waste time and all the pitfalls that you can take and spend all your time and money and effort into. And quite honestly, I mean, this is from August. I mean, the latest update is in November here. He had his first $73,000 month here in November, just this last month. And he's well on his way to being $1 million business owner now. Again, within about 11 months of him being a part of a process where he completely transformed how he thought and operated, stepping into being a real entrepreneur and putting systems in place. Again, aligning both of the key things necessary to be able to have success with this, both the method and the mindset. So guys, are you guys seeing the importance of this? Yes? Go ahead and type in a yes in the chat box. Yes? Okay, awesome. I'm glad you guys are getting this. This is so important, and it's setting you up to win for everything that you're going to be hearing today, to be able to get clear on steps you can take to start applying this stuff in your life immediately. It's so important, these distinctions, because here's the thing, if you didn't have this distinction, you might go out there and you might create a job for yourself, and again, you get into a position where you might actually, you could be kind of stuck in your own job for the next 3, 5, 10 years, who knows? And so this is important to understand it, but you've got to have the method and the mindset collectively to be able to really create the success that you want, and that's the key. So again, let's get clear on exactly where you are, all right? You guys know exactly where you are now. Let's get clear on why you want to change it. What is that purpose driving you to create freedom in your life and create wealth in your life? And what we're going to do is we're going to talk about really how to get into the entrepreneurship world without going into the typical entrepreneurship and entrepreneur pitfalls. And we're going to go into that a little bit later. We're going to talk about, again, Robert Kiyosaki and Rich Dad always talk about the financial education and intelligence is key to building wealth in your life. Well, so is the entrepreneurial intelligence and transformation of truly stepping into a real business owner. This is so key. And there are 2 important factors to do that. 2 important factors necessary to ensure that you do not get stuck into the typical entrepreneur pitfalls that Anik and I will actually really walk you through later today. We're going to walk you through exactly what those look like. The 2 things that will help you not go down a path where you have those pitfalls. And you will need to know this. This is important. This is critical. You will need to know this. Do not proceed in trying to build a business without them. All right, you guys are want to know this. Anik and I are going to go through exactly what those 2 things are. It's very important that you go through this with us. All right, you guys there? You guys committed to that? Go ahead and type in "I am committed" in the chat box. Go ahead and type in "I am committed" to being here for the rest of the day and getting clear on the 2 important factors necessary to ensure that you do not get stuck in the typical entrepreneur pitfalls. You guys committed to that? Yes? I am committed? All right, awesome. Oh my goodness, wow. Okay, thank you. Guys, thank you so much for the engagement. So we're going to dive into the fastest way here to start a business and really get clear on some ways to be able to do this, and how our students, how the Learn students build an entire business from scratch and start earning money from their business within, again, as little as 3 to 5 days. We've seen it. We've experienced it. That's the transformation that happened. Yes, it is happening. Again, it's a whole new world of business opportunity. And Andrew here in a second is going to be walking you through and sharing with you some of the best business opportunities out there today. It's a whole new world. Guys, you get to step into that. And again, get clear on the purpose and the reason why you're creating that for yourself, so that you can start getting clear on the path and the support necessary to get you there. All right? So we're going to bring Andrew on. He's going to dive into some of the best ways to be able to get clear on some of the best business opportunities out there. All right? So give him your attention. Make sure that you're still taking notes. I'm glad that you guys are having a massive amount of breakthroughs. Thank you guys so much for the feedback. Thank you for the engagement. Let's bring on Andrew, and let's get to some of the best business opportunities out there today.
Hey, welcome back, everybody. I'm Andrew Lance. I am the content director at Learn, and wow, do I feel honored to be here. This is an incredible group of presenters. The stuff you've heard already from Jeremy and Andy, the stuff we have coming up later on with our amazing presenters today and tomorrow. Just a real honor to be among all these presenters. You know, I've learned so much listening to these individuals, and I anticipate I'm going to be learning a lot in the next day and a half with all of you. So it's really cool to be here. Jeremy, thank you so much for having me here, for introducing me. It means a lot. It's really great to be here. And I'm so excited because, you know, when I heard about the summit and what the purpose of the summit is, I said, wow, how cool is this, right? I mean, is there anything like this out there where you come in and for a couple days you're going to learn a lot of amazing information, a lot of great strategies, a lot of great general principles about mastering financial intelligence, creating wealth, building a future for yourself and for your family. That's really cool. And not just that, but also getting specific ideas on how to do that. You know, there's some stuff out there they give you, here's some big picture, abstract principles. And hey, there's a point of all that, right? Like, it's important to understand the big abstract principles. But when Jeremy said to me, hey, we want to really get some specific ideas. We want people to walk away from this, be able to go home and start a business or go make some investments, right? We want people to have what they need to know, hey, I'm going to take the next step on my journey when I get home, and I know what that step is. And I thought that's so cool, right? I mean, it's something I wish I had when I got started on this journey. It would have saved a lot of trouble. And the fact that you all here, I'm looking at the attendees right now, we got a big crowd here. So there's a lot of you who are excited about this. And I'm excited that you're here because, look, if you listen to these presenters and you apply what you learn, it is going to transform your life. Absolutely going to transform your life. And so I want to participate in the way that I can and get started by talking about some amazing business opportunities. Because, look, we talk about the 4 quadrants. There's the E quadrant, the S quadrant. Then there's the B and the I quadrant. You want to move to that side of the 4 quadrants, right? You want to move into the B and the I quadrant. Because in those quadrants, your income is not directly tied to your income. I just said the same thing, didn't I? Your income is not directly related to the amount of time that you're putting in, right? We're all about breaking that link. You need some passive income coming in. Wealthy people don't just make a high dollar per hour. They have a lot of passive income coming in. You're not going to have that happen unless you start a business that generates income without you having to be directly involved. You get that by investing in investments, in assets that generate income for you. We're going to talk about some of those: real estate, stock market, even kind of, new ones like Bitcoin and others. It's a lot of possibilities. And I want to kick this off by talking about some business opportunities. Because here's the thing, all right? I think it's so important to see how many possibilities are out there. Because the specific path that you're going to go and walk on is going to be different than everyone else listening. It should be. You have your own strengths, your own weaknesses, your own resources that you can dedicate to this of time and money and connections. You have your own interests, right? We want to live a happy life too, right? So you don't want to just do something that you're not interested in, that you're not passionate about, if at all possible. So I want to really kick things off by giving you as many ideas as I possibly can. All the possibilities out there, proven ways that people have gone out, they've started businesses, that they have grown, and they're getting passive income. They've been able to break that link between time and income. And we're going to start with a pretty straightforward strategy that some of you are going to want to do, which is to go out and buy a business. All right? You can literally buy into the B quadrant. You can find an existing business that is being sold that you can buy and then get income from that. It's kind of like real estate, except it's a business, right? So, you have to deal with employees that they have hired, systems that they've created. And, the key with this, and you're going to hear this a lot tomorrow about real estate, is that you got to find a good deal, right? There are good deals out there in your local community, and if you expand your search, there's probably more deals out there. But the thing is, a lot of the best deals are snatched up pretty quickly. That's why they're good deals, right? There's very smart people doing this who have a lot of resources, a lot of connections, who have a good broker. So a lot of times it's difficult to snag a good deal. So again, I don't want to go too deep into buying a business because there are amazing resources out there if this is something that interests you. But I'm going to give you some big picture principles, right? And one of them is that you're oftentimes going to find the best deals due to death, divorce, disease, or retirement. All right, it's a little, I know it's, that's just, when people are really looking to unload a business that might be structurally sound, but they just don't want to have to deal with it anymore. The kids inherit the family business. They don't want to run the business. They want to get rid of the business. So they're looking to sell it. Divorce, disease, these are all events that can trigger somebody who otherwise is running a profitable business to want to unload it, and to unload it at a good, a rate that's going to really be worthwhile to you. Same with real estate too, right? With real estate, a lot of times you will find the best deals when somebody dies and then their kids inherit the house and they just want to get rid of the house. Or when there's a divorce and they need money quick, right? Or looking to unload the house. Same with businesses. Now, when you're buying a business, you don't want to, go in, just, look on a website and be like, oh, that's a good deal. I'm going to go ahead and buy that. You really need to do due diligence. And you need to find the true reason that the business is being sold. Is a local law about to make it harder to do business? Is a competitor planning on making it, moving in across the street? Was a massive account recently lost? Has the marketing strategy become ineffective? Is the building owner about to raise the rent? Has the supplier decided to raise prices? These are all reasons that would cause somebody to be like, you know what? I need to get rid of this business because it's about to go out of business, and we'll see if I can sell it. This happens a lot. Okay, so you really need to do your due diligence. Look out for things like this. Find the true reason why the business is being sold. And again, these things I mentioned earlier, death, divorce, disease, these are all, this happens. And if you find that's the true reason the business is being sold, a lot of times the fundamentals might actually be pretty good, and that might be a good deal for you. There are, of course, other situations where people are looking to sell the business and you can get a good deal, but these are the most common ones. I want to give you a couple sites, BizBuySell and Flippa. BizBuySell is a website that connects brokers with people who are looking to buy businesses. Both brokers and, of course, the owners of the business. Some do it directly as individuals. But oftentimes you'll be working with brokers on this site. But it's a website where you can go buy a business, buy a franchise, even sell a business if you get to that point. Again, if you're going through this, the same principles apply. You got to do your due diligence. And frankly, you're probably going to want to really make sure you have a good broker, because these are people who spend their lives buying and selling businesses for clients. They know the things to look for. Okay, they can recognize if you're getting a good deal or a not so good deal. That's if you get a good broker. You don't want to just get a good broker. You don't just want to get any broker who, might not have your best interests at heart. It's kind of like real estate. Again, like you might, got to be careful with what kind of real estate agent you get. We got to be careful what kind of broker you get as well. So Biz Buy Sell is a place to get started. Another is Flippa. Flippa is specifically about building and buying and selling websites. So if you're interested in starting an online business, Flippa might offer a good deal. Now, I know people who've used both of these websites who've gotten good deals, and I know people who've gotten bad deals from these sites. The same principles really apply to, if you're going out offline and looking for these deals. The best stuff is usually scooped up quickly. So you got to be patient. You cannot go into buying a business with the attitude of, I'm going to buy a business this week. That's not a good attitude to have. I saw an interview with Robert and his wife Kim where they were talking about buying businesses. And they made the point of, look, you might have to go through hundreds of offers before you find a good deal. That's just the nature of it. Okay, that's just the nature of it. Again, because you need to really do your due diligence. You need to find out the true reason the business is being sold. You need to make sure that it's a good deal, that the fundamentals are sound. Some tips to find these good deals. One is to sign up for daily emails. A lot of these sites, and Biz Buy Sell is not the only site that does this, but a lot of sites will send out daily emails, and you can find the freshest listings before they're snagged up by these really savvy investors. Look to your network. A lot of times you'll find really good deals through your network. So if you're connecting with people, a lot of people who sell businesses don't ever put it online. Some of them go through kind of old school approach, go through a broker. Sometimes they don't even go through a broker, okay? But you really should have a broker involved, okay? Let's be real here. That's just something that you should be doing. Because again, if you have a good broker, a lot of this stuff, you can feel a lot more secure about what you're doing if you have the right broker. The final tip I want to give you is, there might be some room for creativity with the financing. I am aware of deals that have been made within my own network where people have bought businesses and have had some levels of security built into the financing. There's been deals made where the previous owner is on the hook if the new person buys a business and there's unexpected losses that occur, right? There's some things in there that were not properly established. This isn't always like, when you get a mortgage, there's not a lot of room for creativity in terms of the financing, unless you're really savvy. With buying a business, though, there can be room for creativity with the financing. And if this is a route you want to go down, I encourage you to do some research into financing and see if there's ways that you can finance this investment beyond the traditional ways of getting a loan or whatever. So hopefully this is helpful. This gives you an idea of if you want to just buy into the B quadrant, if you have some resources, you have connections, you find a good deal, might make sense for you to go and find a good business and just buy the business and run it. You might find a business that is fundamentally sound, it's just being poorly run, and then you go in and you make some changes and you make it work better. That's what a lot of investors do, right? A lot of famous investors do exactly that. But here's the key, one final key, and then we'll move on to another approach to getting into the B quadrant. But something that's going to come up again and again the next couple days is you got to be unemotional about this stuff, right? You really need to separate your emotions from logic. You need to look at the numbers. You need to make decisions based on how the numbers look. If you are assessing whether or not to buy a business, you might really like the industry it's in. You might really like the name of it. You might really like the owner, right? And you might want to make a deal. But you got to separate yourself from the emotions. You got to just look at the numbers and go with where the numbers tell you to go. All right, got to do your due diligence. So that's buying a business. It'll be an option for some of you. I think for most of you, if you want to get into the B quadrant, you're going to want to start your own business. All right. This is what most people do who want to get into the B quadrant. They start their own business. they grow their business. You know, we talk about kind of the distinction between the S and the B quadrant. And, you know, with the B quadrant, we're talking about larger businesses typically, right? We're talking about a business with 500 employees, let's say. Because at that point, as the owner, you don't necessarily have to really be that deep in the weeds. You might be involved in the business, but the business's success is not necessarily tied into you, you know, working 70-hour weeks to keep things going, right? At that point, systems can be put in place, employees can be properly, properly hired and in the system and whatnot. It's a different ballgame at that point. Whereas when you're in the S quadrant, you know, you very much have created a job for yourself. You know, you got to work. You got to expect to work. And a lot of these businesses, you start out in the S quadrant, and then if you grow them and you manage them properly and you expand, you can get them into the B quadrant, all right? But when you start, you're probably going to start in the S quadrant. You need to expect to be investing some of your time and energy directly into your business to make it profitable. The possibilities here are endless. Okay, there's a lot of businesses out there. You can drive around your local community. You'll see all kinds of businesses out there. Go look in, I was going to say go look in the yellow pages, but I don't think anyone looks in the yellow pages anymore. But do some searches in your local area. You see all kinds of services being offered, all kinds of goods being produced. Look around your room. Everything there was produced by a business. And those businesses contracted out with other businesses, either to get goods produced or to get services. Like there's a lot of businesses out there. The possibilities are endless. And there's no way I can give you a comprehensive guide to every single business opportunity out there. Okay, but I can give you some ideas, and that's what I'm going to do here. I think that if you're going to get into business, you're going to start your own business, you really should get into an industry that is growing. You need to ask some questions. Are the industry's sales rising each year? Is it going to be replaced by technology anytime soon? Is it compatible with where our society is headed? Can this industry change and adapt? How long has it been around? Is it a fad, or is it something that probably won't be going anywhere? Does this industry give me the opportunity to pivot to other opportunities? These are important questions to ask, right? You know, I do a lot of stuff in e-commerce, and earlier this year, in 2017, there was a huge craze around fidget spinners. I think you've probably come across these, right? These fidget spinners. And with these fidget spinners, right, they're huge, right? And a lot of e-commerce people were making a lot of sales on fidget spinners. But, you know, that had its rise, and now it's stagnated and is probably going to be falling into the future. It's not really a long-term business proposition to get into the fidget spinner business, is my take at least, because I don't really see it as a growing industry. You can think of some growing, you know, some industries that are not growing anymore, right? Some industries that are clearly on the decline. You don't want to be in those industries. All right, so that's the first consideration. You want to be in a growing industry. Second is ideally you want to, it's something you're passionate about, right? You know, you're going to have to spend a lot of time and energy when you're first starting your business. It's a reality. You're going to have to do it. So ask yourself, is this something that you can commit to learning the ins and out of? Is it something you're actually interested in? Is it something where you can go and you can watch seminars on it and go through workshops on it and really try to understand how this works? Because you got to become an expert at it, okay? Whatever you commit to, you got to become an expert. You got to be devoting a lot of your life to it. So ideally, you want it to be something that you're passionate about, or at least don't dislike, right? So really think that through, right? Is this something that I would be fine with spending a lot of time and a lot of energy really trying to master? That stuff earlier, Jeremy talked about really getting in touch with your why is super important for that reason. Easy to start, okay? There's a lot of businesses out there where if you got millions of dollars and a bunch of buddies who can invest, but a lot of you don't have that, right? A lot of you don't have that. We're looking for stuff that's gonna be easy to start. You don't have to spend years of planning, millions of dollars to invest in, jump through a bunch of legal hoops and get a bunch of permits and stuff. We don't want that, right? If we're going to start a business, we're going to get going here, at least with your first business, don't make it more complicated than it has to be. There are a lot of business opportunities out there that are very straightforward to start. All right, so I would highly encourage you to go into one of those. Because here's the thing, if you do go through something that's easy to start, you don't have nearly as much risk. All right, if you're going to go out and you're going to take out huge loans, hundreds of thousands of dollars, and go through a bunch of permits and whatnot, and then you do it and it doesn't work, well, you've lost a bunch of money, you've lost a bunch of borrowing capacity in the future, you've lost a lot of time, right? So start something that is easy to start and doesn't carry so much risk. And I'm going to give you some specific ideas for that in a minute. And finally, you want something that's scalable. Okay, this is a big mistake that I see people making, all right? Remember, our goal here is not to be an S the whole time. You might have to start an S when you're starting your business. That's totally normal, especially if you don't have a ton of money to start with. But we want to eventually move to this side of the quadrant, right? We want to move into the B and the I quadrant. And the only way you're going to do that is if you can scale it. If it's not purely dependent on your time and your energy. It's a big mistake a lot of companies make, is to become very centric around the CEO, and then the CEO really can't step away from it. And at that point, all you've done is you've created a really demanding job for yourself. And that's not where we want to be, right? That's not the key to long-term wealth. So you want it to be scalable. So we'll talk about some offline businesses first, and then I want to talk about some online businesses, because I think online is a great opportunity for many of you. Let's talk about some hot industries, right? These are some areas where they're clearly growing. These are growing industries, a lot of scalable business opportunities in these industries, a lot of things that you're probably passionate about. Let's talk about a few of them. Health and fitness. Health and fitness. So people in a wealthy society like we have in the United States, Canada, Europe, even a lot of places around the world now, very wealthy societies, people care about health and fitness. I'm talking about everything from gyms to, let's say you're really into yoga. Well, maybe you start out by, being a yoga instructor. You eventually get your own studio, you grow, you have a staff, you grow your business, right? There's possibilities there. Personal trainer, similar thing. Now, this is a good example of what I was talking about earlier, moving from the S to the B quadrant. You don't want to be a personal trainer forever where the only money you make is how many clients you personally get to service. You want to scale it to the point where you're employing other personal trainers and getting some passive income for their efforts. Elderly services. Look, it's not a secret. The populations in the United States and Europe, other places around the world, they're getting older. We have a growing elderly population. The baby boomers are retiring. Elderly services is a huge industry that is going to only get bigger. And I'll lump in that young people as well, right? Taking care of young people. Millennials are a very large generation. They're starting to have kids. And a lot of them, a lot of two income households there where they need daycare services. There are opportunities here to start businesses that service the needs of taking care of the elderly and taking care of the very young. Technology, little things, like cell phone repair, for example, are going to continue to be in high demand. And as technology gets more complicated, so are the services around servicing that technology. If you are somebody who is really into technology, or people who are, and you can, be on the business side of that, this could be an area where you have possibilities. Travel and experiences. So what I'm not referring to here necessarily are like travel agents, because that's obviously an industry that is struggling a little bit with the growth of kayak and other websites. But there is always going to be demand for experiences. I know somebody who was working for many years, corporate job, did very well for himself, decided, I've had enough. So he moved to Budapest in Hungary and began offering tour guide services. Tourists would come in, he would service them, he'd show them a really cool experience in Budapest. And he's grown it now to where he employs, I think, 15 people, and he doesn't do all the tours himself anymore. right? His income is not directly tied to his time. But this is something that it's always going to be in high demand. I live in Chicago. In Chicago, there are all kinds of businesses, everything from, boat tours to, Segway tours, biking tours, haunted house tours, a lot of experiences. If you can enable people to have cool experiences when they are traveling, you're going to have some demand. All right, you're going to have some demand. So this is an industry where there are a lot of possibilities, and a lot of possibilities to get started for a very, very low price, very low upfront investment. Education. Okay, education. People are constantly investing in education, and there are a lot of possibilities for education. A lot of it ties into some of the things we talked about earlier. Health and fitness education, very high demand. Technology education, very high demand. But you can be more creative than that, right? There's, we live in an economy now where you don't just go to college and get your degree and then go get a job. Okay, that's not how it works anymore. You constantly need to be learning new things, refining your skills, switching industries. So if you figure out solutions for people to get a continuing education, then, this can be as simple as tutoring services, right? You can I know people build businesses out of tutoring people, college, wherever, there's a lot of possibilities in the education space. It's huge and it's growing. Marketing is another one. Companies are constantly in need of marketing services. There's no doubt about it, right? There's a reason why, a lot of the business models I'm going to share with you a little bit later, online business models are all about marketing, because companies want to be constantly getting new customers. Companies need new leads. It's just the nature of business, right? So there's always going to be demand for that. And especially with the online economy growing and so much interaction and advertising happening online, there's always going to be demand for those services. And finally, home services. Everything from dog walkers to, again, with this older population and at the same time a lot of children being born, there's demand for stuff to help parents, to help owners of dogs and whatever. There's going to always be demand for those kinds of services, and that's only going to be growing. So in all of these areas, health and fitness, elderly services, technology, travel, education, marketing, home services, there are incredible opportunities out there for entrepreneurs. And now what I want to do is talk about some online opportunities, because I think many of the best business opportunities today are online. All right, I don't think it's a huge secret anymore. I think that you all have heard of some amazing success stories of people who have started online businesses and have been very successful. And you're going to meet some of those people in the next day and a half. So I want the final part of my presentation to really drill into some of these online business opportunities. And there's a lot of them. All right, I want to talk about these in particular. Affiliate marketing, coaching and consulting, e-commerce, blogging, freelance writing, and starting a digital marketing agency. A lot of these tie into some of the niches I was talking about earlier. And, let's just dive into some of them. And here's the thing, right? I'm going to expose you to all of them. We're going to go pretty deep with a few of them over the course of the next day and a half. Some of these you've probably heard of. Some of them you haven't heard of. Some of them you have some preconceived notions about that might not actually be entirely accurate. So I highly encourage you to listen to the different possibilities, keep an open mind, engage with it, write them down, and then, at the end of the summit, think through which one works for me, right? Which one matches my interests, my resources, etc. And then aggressively pursue it. Go get the training you need, go take the action you need to take. So let's start at the bottom. Let's start with a digital marketing agency. And all you're really doing here is you're helping companies get more leads by using digital marketing. So I'm talking search engine optimization, social media, review websites. These are websites like Yelp, TripAdvisor, etc. Companies, more than ever, to be competitive, need to have a presence on these websites. Companies need their results to appear highly on Google searches. If someone types in Chicago plumber and you're a plumber in Chicago, you need your website to appear high on a Google search, a plumber Chicago. If you have a restaurant and let's say you have an Indian restaurant and someone goes onto Yelp and types in Indian food, you want your restaurant to appear highly on that search. And look, a lot of these businesses are run by people who are not very tech savvy, who don't really know about this stuff. And if you learn about this stuff and it's not that difficult to learn about, you can go and you can offer them services on being able to do this for their business, right? You can go to a business and say, hey, I Googled Chicago plumber and your business appeared on page 5. I can get it to page 1. Well, that will generate a substantial amount of new leads for that business, a substantial amount of revenue. So you bet they're willing to pay you a great deal of money for their site to appear on page 1 of Google. Okay, that's worth literally thousands of dollars to them. If you go to a company and say, hey, like you're getting no engagement from your past customers, if you get engaged on social media, you can get more people coming back and buying more of your stuff. You bet there's going to be a lot of businesses that are going to be open to that. Companies will pay a substantial amount of money for digital marketing services. So let's talk about some of the pros and challenges of this business. And we're going to do this for all these business models because I want you to get a sense of which ones you would be interested in pursuing. So with the digital marketing agency, a lot of businesses out there who need these services. Literally, look around your city. I guarantee you there are a ton of businesses that could use digital marketing services. Low startup costs. I mean, all you need to get started with this business is the information, the knowledge, and then you got to go out, you got to get clients. And there's ways to go get clients without you really having to spend any money. All right? You can do things like send them a package, because let's be real, right? When people get mail nowadays, they tend to throw it away. But if people get a package, they tend to open it. So let's say, for example, you're offering SEO services, and you go and you find that their page is on page 5 of Google. Well, print that out, clearly showing that it's on page 5, put it in a package, maybe put in like a magnifying glass or something in the package, and write a little letter that says, hey, your customers have to look really hard to find you on Google. I can change that. Sign up for a free consultation. It can be that simple. So you don't need to spend a ton of money to get started with a digital marketing agency. And you can see results very quickly if you hustle. Look, you can get companies to pay over $1,000 a month for your services. You get one client, that's instant money coming into your bank account. And here's the cool part about this. Once you get this up and running, a lot of it can be automated, so you don't really have to spend a ton of time servicing these clients. You can outsource a lot of it. So again, you're starting to build that passive income very quickly. And so it's a really quick way to get into the B quadrant. A couple challenges. You need to get educated. You need the right training to get educated in this field, right? You need to learn something like SEO. You need to learn something like social media management. You need to learn something like reputation management. And so you got to spend some time getting educated. And you need to create a sales funnel and get leads into that funnel. So you need to go out, you need to hustle, you need to reach out to potential clients, you need to get on the phone with some of them. So, there's people who hear that and are like, heck yeah, I'd love to do that. Some people are like, oh, I really don't want to be doing that. Well, that's fine. If you are interested in this, by the way, there's an excellent training at Learn called Outrank Institute, outrankinstitute.com, and they walk you through step by step on how to start a business like this. So that's digital marketing agency. Again, that resource, outrankinstitute.com. Let's talk about freelance writing, which has a very special place in my heart because this is how I got started. Freelance writing. So what do you do as a freelance writer? Well, you provide writing or other services to companies. Ghostwriting, content writing, copywriting, graphic design, other services too, right? You don't have to just be a writer. You can be a freelance graphic designer, a freelance video editor, freelance audio mixer. There's all kinds of freelancers out there. Freelance video people. We use, just in our business alone, we use a lot of different freelancers. And this is a great way to get started inexpensively and grow a business. This is exactly what I did. I started in my college dorm room. Went out, got some clients, got paid, And I started getting so many clients that, I had to expand. I had to hire some other writers. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to service the clients. And all of a sudden, I got passive income coming in. So it's a great way to get started. There's a lot of businesses who need these services. You got low startup costs, easy to scale, and like digital marketing agency, if you hustle, you can see results quickly. I got my first client a week after starting. Remember, it was $300. I got paid for the project. It took me 3 hours to complete, and it's the most satisfying money that I've ever made in my life. Absolutely. Some challenges, though. You need to develop your writing skill set. You need to aggressively pursue clients. And here's the thing about it, all right? And I can say this from personal experience because I can see how, and I've know people who've kind of fallen into what I call the S trap. They don't scale. They don't bring on other writers or other graphic designers, depending on what kind of freelancing you're doing. They just stay in the S quadrant, where they keep working, and are never able to really break out of that. And their time and money continue to be linked closely. By the way, I skipped over this. I'm seeing some of this in the questions panel. I have a couple sites here: Upwork, Fiverr, Craigslist. These are all places where you can go online as a freelancer and begin searching for projects. Specifically, Upwork is a really good place to start with just about any type of freelancing. So whether you're a freelance writer, freelance graphic designer, video guy, whatever, that's a great place to start. Let's talk about blogging. Blogs are regularly updated websites. You've all been on blogs before. We have a blog, learn.com/blog. RichDad also has a blog. And, what you're doing with a blog, basically, is you're regularly posting on it. And when you regularly post on a blog, what happens is Google, the big search engine, they like blogs a lot. So if you're posting great content on your blog and you're getting engagement from people, they're going to be sending a lot of free traffic your way. And so you're going to have people continually coming on your blog, checking it out. When you have an audience like that, there's a lot of opportunities to monetize it. You can monetize it by having ads on your page. So every time people click on it, you make some money. If you have affiliate products, these are products that basically other people have created that you promote, and you get a commission for every sale that is made. You can have affiliate products on your blog. You can also sell your own products. If you have your own training, your own courses, your own special members club, whatever, you can promote that on your blog. Now, the key to making blogging work is you got to consistently post. You got to optimize for SEO, that's search engine optimization. So you basically need to write posts that Google likes. And you need to do guest blog posts. This is the quickest way to grow the audience of your blog, is to connect with other blog owners and write them content. Say, hey, I wrote this amazing post that I think your readers are going to really like. I love to post it on your blog, and offer it for free. Just ask that a link to your blog is at the bottom of the post. A friend of mine, somebody who comes to some different events that I've spoken at, he actually got a post in the Huffington Post, right? This is somebody who's in the personal development niche, wrote a great post about goal setting, went to the Huffington Post, which gets millions of viewers a month, and got this on the Huffington Post. And that drove a tremendous amount of traffic to this person's blog. So guest blog posts are a terrific way to really get going here. Now, some of the pros here. A lot of ways to get traffic, some free, some investment. Easy and inexpensive to start. You can get a blog going for $10. Go on to GoDaddy. You can search for some coupons online, GoDaddy coupons. I started my most recent blog for $10 a month via GoDaddy. No, it wasn't $10 a month. It was $10 for the whole year. $10 for the whole year. Because I went online and I searched for coupon codes. If you type in coupon codes, GoDaddy, into Google, you can get really inexpensive web hosting. Use WordPress. It's really easy to get started. Super easy. And you can outsource blog content, right? You don't have to write everything yourself. I know a lot of you are thinking, oh my goodness, I'm not a great writer. That's fine. You don't have to write it all yourself. You can go onto sites like iWriter.com. That's iWriter, iWriter.com. Or Upwork, which I mentioned earlier. and you can pay somebody to write great blog content for you. I'll repeat that again, iWriter.com. I'm seeing some of you are asking for that. iWriter.com. If you go to that site, you can get posts written for you very inexpensively. Some very inexpensive articles there. Another great site is constantcontent.com. Constantcontent.com. Now, the challenge with blogging is that it is slow to monetize. It is slow to monetize. I'm not going to lie. I know very few people who start a blog and are making money, substantial amounts of money in the first month. This doesn't happen very often. It's pretty slow. But if you persist with it, if you're consistently posting, then over time you're going to get better and better results from it. As long as you have the monetization strategy correct. And I just want to remind you of that. Make sure you have some ads on there, affiliate marketing, even selling your own products. If you have that on your blog, and over time the blog gets more and more visits, you're going to naturally get more and more sales from it. E-commerce. Terrific business model. I mean, it's huge. Remember we talked about growing industries? E-commerce is enormous. Absolutely enormous. In the holiday season, 2017, not just that holiday season, every other year that I can remember, the last 15 years, e-commerce has been enormous. In 2016, there was $322 billion in e-commerce sales. That's huge. And what is e-commerce, by the way? When we talk about e-commerce, we talk about selling physical products online. Selling physical products online. And when we talk about creating an e-commerce store, I want you to think about starting a boutique store. Not like, you're not trying to be Walmart. You're trying to be like that boutique, local, quirky store on main streets. And why do people go shop there even though they can get cheaper prices elsewhere? They do it because the people work in their care, they get a cool experience. It's a real human touch to what they're doing. And so when you start an e-commerce store online, you really want to create your own version of the boutique store. Focus on dog products or, I don't know, cooking gear, like whatever you're selling. Okay, you create an online store that really makes people who want that stuff have a great experience visiting your store. And it's cool because you can get cheap products from China, right? Like you can use services like Alibaba to get really inexpensive stuff from China to sell for a markup on your sites. It's not that difficult to be selling your own branded physical products. So a lot of them have private label rights. I recommend using Shopify. Shopify is an amazing service that makes it super easy to create an online store, and they have a lot of great features with Shopify. But we're actually going to have Fred come on tomorrow, and Fred's a brilliant e-commerce guy. So if you are interested potentially in e-commerce, then make sure to be here for Fred's talk tomorrow. It's going to be really great. But like I said, it's growing rapidly. It's easy to start. I can't emphasize that enough. If you're going to go down the street, right, and open up a store, it's not easy. You got to usually raise some money so you can have inventory and buy, rent the building and all that kind of stuff. You don't have to do that with an online store. A lot of times other people will do the inventory for you. There's different strategies around that. So it's pretty straightforward to start, and there's a lot of niches. A lot of niches. I mean, you go to the store, there's a lot of different stores out there, right? So there's a lot of potential niches. Some challenges, though, there can be high startup costs. And when I say high startup costs, I'm talking about a couple $1,000s if you really want to do it right. There's definitely ways you can do it for less, but generally speaking, you should be expecting to spend a few $1,000s. Compared to other types of businesses, that is not a lot, but it is a little more expensive than some of the other business models that we're talking about here. And you also got to get the right system. That's why I really recommend watching, being sure to listen to Fred's session tomorrow, because Fred is so good at this. He's absolutely brilliant, and he really, he'll show you a great system for e-commerce. One note with e-commerce is when you're evaluating systems, you want to be paying attention to margins. Because a lot of e-commerce people come on and they'll say, well, I'm doing, I did $1 million in sales. which is great, but if they also spend $1 million on inventory, they haven't really made any money, right? So you want to be on the lookout for e-commerce systems where they really emphasize margins, making sure that you're actually making a profit with everything that you're selling. And Fred is one of those guys, by the way. Fred is a fanatic about margins. So that's one reason why I think you really need to pay attention to what he talks about tomorrow. Coaching consulting. Great business model. So what is the difference? I kind of use the words interchangeably, but they are a little different. I kind of like to think of consultants as people who help to develop and implement a strategy. So if I own a business and my marketing is struggling, maybe I bring in a marketing consultant to come in and take a look at my marketing and give me some specific ideas on how we can improve it. A coach, on the other hand, is more about helping people create a plan and follow through. And they're less about like coming in and telling you what to do than in facilitating you coming up with a strategy and then facilitating you implementing and following through on that strategy. Coaches, consultants, huge field, a lot of potential markets, easy to start and scale, easy to charge high rates. People will spend hundreds of dollars a month on coaching. Sometimes they'll spend thousands of dollars a month on coaching, especially related to business, right? There's a lot of potential markets. Okay, there's obviously a lot of business coaches. There's life coaches. I was working with a life coach who was selling a $7,000 package. It was basically, I think, 3 months of coaching for, 6 months of coaching, for $7,000. So these people are spending more than $1,000 a month for coaching. And this was somebody who works with people to develop some strategies and implement some plans on getting to the next level in their career, in being happier in life, having more purpose in life. There's a lot of potential markets out there, though. A lot of potential markets to get going with coaching and consulting. I'm actually getting married this year, and we've been, talking to some people. A lot of people have been using wedding planners, and wedding planners are kind of consultant. They come in, they help you plan your wedding, they help you get the right vendors and everything. It's a lot of different niches with coaches and consultants. The challenges with it, you need to have a sales process. When you're starting out, it's probably going to be you on the phone. You bring people in, you get on a call with them. And I know for many of you, like the idea of calling people, like it's not something that you're super thrilled about. But trust me, like a lot of times sales calls are really consulting calls. You're really finding out about this other person. You're finding out what they want, what they need, and then you're connecting them with solutions to get what they want, which could be you. And if it doesn't work out, then it doesn't work out. But you need to make sure that you have some kind of sales system. And eventually, you can basically outsource it. You can have other people be doing the sales for you. The other challenge is that you need to build out systems that separate yourself from the business, right? This is another thing where you can fall into that S trap, where you can get really caught up in the day-to-day and your time and money, your time and income being directly attached, right? You can fall into that trap. So you need to make sure that you're building systems so that you're separating yourself from the business. That you're not the only person who can be providing these coaching and consulting services. Been working with a business coach recently, and he's got a great business model where he has a team of coaches, and after a brief assessment, he basically connects his clients with the right coach to help them with their specific needs. So over time, as you're thinking about scaling, you need to be thinking, how can I scale this business, right? How can I bring on a team and not necessarily be all about me? So that's coaching consulting, a great business model. Finally, affiliate marketing. So what's affiliate marketing? Affiliate marketing is building an audience, selling other people's products, and getting a commission for each sale. Pretty straightforward like that. I think a lot of people, they resist getting into an online business because they think they got to go create their own product and it's going to cost a lot of time and a lot of money. Truth of the matter is, in most niches, there's a lot of products already out there, already created, that you can go and you can basically start promoting them. And that doesn't cost you any money up front because they've already created the product. You only, you get paid when you make a sale. So inventory to buy or anything. It's a really great business model. And there's a reason why, for many of you, this is going to be the fastest, most efficient way to start an online business. Now, some ways to build an audience. You can start a blog. You can get really big on social media. I know people who do this with Facebook fan pages. But I think, to this day, Even though email's been around since the 90s, email is still the most efficient way to get started as an affiliate marketer because everybody checks their email every day. It's very possible for you to build an audience via email, to build an email list, and then build a relationship with your subscribers and promote stuff to them and make a commission off of every sale that is made. Some pros here: you don't need your own you don't need your own product. It's easy to start. It's a lot of potential niches. The real challenge here, and you're gonna, this is a theme, right? But I want to emphasize it again: you need the right system. You absolutely need the right system. You need to make sure that you're following a proven system so that you're not wasting a bunch of time, doing stuff that hasn't been proven. So when you're evaluating systems for affiliate marketing and these other businesses, make sure you're getting a proven system. So I've given you a bunch of ideas for different businesses that you can get into. Just want to go back and show you those again real quick. Affiliate marketing, coaching, consulting, e-commerce, blogging, freelance writing, digital marketing agency. These are the specific online business opportunities that I mentioned. And we are going to be talking about some of these in the next day and a half. And look, like I said at the beginning, what works for you is going to be different than what works for other people. So listen with an open mind to these different business opportunities, see which one works for you, and then make a commitment to get the training you need, to get the system you need, then to go forward and actually implement what you learn. Because if you just hear about this and you don't actually take any action, then you really haven't gained anything, right? So with that in mind, we're going to move on. We're going to bring on Jeremy again, and we're going to talk about specifically this first business model, affiliate marketing, because I think that for many of you, this is going to be the fastest, the most efficient way to get into starting your own business. All right, so thank you so much for listening. Now, back to Jeremy.
All right, welcome back. Thank you, Andrew, for that amazing insight into really the opportunities that are all out there, guys. The opportunities to be able to create business moving forward, especially in today's economy. You are living in the best time in human history to do this. And that's why I wanted to bring on a very, very special guest who knows just the ton about entrepreneurship, success, and being able to create business in the 21st century, being able to create innovative businesses that allow you to create freedom in your life. And that's really what it's about. If you're going to start a business, that's really what you're leading to, is financial freedom, but also time freedom, your ability to spend more time with family, and really be able to start leaving a legacy that has some deeper meaning. So I wanted to bring on a very, very special guest. But before I do that, I want you guys to, let's bring up the energy in here, because this is a very, very special guest. You're going to be learning a lot from this guy. And I'm telling you right now, you're going to want to take some notes, because this guy has been there, done that. I want you to go ahead and type in the chat box. Anik Sengal. Go ahead and type it in. Anik Sengal in the chat box right now. Go ahead and type it in. Right, we're getting a lot of love. Okay, perfect. So not only has Anik been around the best in the world, people like Robert Kiyosaki, Bob Proctor, Les Brown, Kevin Harrington, Richard Branson, but he's also built a foundation of entrepreneurial peak performance and success that truly leads to him being able to transform the lives of so many people. I mean, this guy's been there, done that. For 15 plus years, he's been in the world of entrepreneurship. He's been in the world of creating business online with over 300,000 students worldwide, every continent, with over 10,000 plus Inbox Blueprint student members. This is our primary program that helps people create an online business. Guys, he has over 500,000, over 500,000 books distributed of the Circle of Profit. This is one of the most incredible books to open you to what really is possible with being able to turn your passion into a purpose-driven and profitable business. He's earned over $150 million in revenue online. Just like have that compute and be diagnosed into your brain. Like seriously. This guy has been there, done that. Over 4 million plus leads has been opened to what this guy delivers. And I tell you what, these are impressive, and this is incredible what he's been able to achieve and accomplish. One of the reasons that I am truly grateful and fortunate to call this person someone that I look up to as a leader, but also someone who I really genuinely am grateful to be able to call a friend, is for this reason right here. The for-purpose vision to actually empower and inspire others around the world. I mean, this guy has truly a vision of being able to impact at a much deeper level the dreams of individual people. He's built schools in India, in the slums of India, to be able to inspire dreams of children who may have not otherwise been able to even have a dream. And this is something at the core of what Learn is all about. When we talk about Learn being a transformational home for entrepreneurs, this is the core of it. That for-purpose vision is the core of it. We're inspiring entrepreneurs around the world, and it really starts from the inspiration and the transformation that comes from the leader of that. And so without further ado, I want to be able to allow him to share his story. But when it comes to stuff like this, I mean, guys, he's even done a TED Talk about how to innovate in the way of giving and serving around the world using things like entrepreneurship and things like innovative technologies, and being able to truly open yourself to not just simply giving, but empowering. So without any further ado, let's go ahead and type in the chat box 1 if you are excited for Mr. Anik Sangal. Let's bring him on.
All right. Well, thank you so much for that, Jeremy. Man, that was incredible. Look at the energy in the room. I love it. Listen, we're going to talk today about success. We're going to talk today about becoming a millionaire. We're going to talk today about what it is exactly that Robert Kiyosaki asked me to do, why it is that he asks myself, my company, and people just like Jeremy to participate in these amazing sessions. So thanks for everyone who's still pouring in the number ones and showing your excitement. I love it. I'm sure I'll continue asking for amazing engagement. That's how we keep our energy level up, right? In front of an audience in a live room. It's so easy when you have a great audience. When you're here virtually sitting in your office, it's a little bit different. But man, you guys are bringing it. Thank you. So I also have to say, how humbled I am today. Rich Dad Poor Dad was the first book I ever read. That's a true story, high school. First book I ever read. And it got me finally to think about, it actually validated my idea that entrepreneurship was the key, right? That entrepreneurship was going to be how I became successful, how I became, gave back to the world, how I became a millionaire. And sure enough, it was. But that was, a lot of that credit goes to Robert Kiyosaki. And to imagine this, right? Imagine a man who I grew up idolizing, a man who changed my life, and then I get to a place and I'm now working with him. I'm now a guest speaker at his summit. My company is helping him do all of his online marketing. It's tremendous. I absolutely love it. So what you see right there, guys, though, that's my true passion. In the end of the day, I'm fighting hard because there's a lot of kids, there's a lot of people in this world, not just kids. There's an entire other organization that we work with now at Learn. It's called the Village Enterprise, where we actually adopt villages in East Africa and we microfund 50 businesses. And we actually have statistically proven, the Village Enterprise has statistically proven that they can pull 1,000 people out of the World Bank's definition of extreme poverty by doing that. Forever, by the way, forever. And that was what my TED Talk was about, Jeremy, right? It was all about empowering. It was all about how giving is not the right way to go, but you empower people to take charge of their own life. And that's exactly what I want to do in this presentation. Type in yes right now. Come on. All capital letters, yes. Y-E-S. Come on. I want to see it. I see you, Martha. I see you, Rubio. I see you, Jorge. I see you, Michael, Samantha, Sally. Got it. Yep. Come on. Type in yes, all capital letters. Exclamation points. I see yes, coming from one person alone. That's awesome. I love it. Love the energy. Here's what you're typing yes to. I didn't even tell you. You're typing yes to the fact that you are going, you're going to be empowered today. All right, we're not going to do it for you. No one's going to do it for you. We're going to give you what you need to get it done. I want to share with you the fact that I started with $100 to my name, okay? And then I'll get into the presentation in just a second. But I started with $100 to my name, literally in high school, in college. Sorry, I meant to say in college. And I was on track. I had a full scholarship. I was a smart kid. I used to work really hard. I was never the smartest kid in the room, but I was always the hardest working. You can never out-hustle me. So through that, I got great grades. I got into an amazing university program. I had a set track life. I was going to go on and become a doctor. I was going to make, hundreds of thousands, maybe even millions. And life was good. Everyone was proud. Everything was good, except for the fact that deep down inside my soul, I didn't feel good. Didn't feel right. Didn't feel like I was fulfilled. So second year of college, I gave all of that up. Literally, I just walked away from everything, switched universities, even had to go away from the full scholarship and asked my parents to pay now $20,000 a year for college, which was covered initially. And, all for a dream, all for this passion, all for being able to go out and take charge of my own life. But what I want you to understand is I started with just $100 to my name. It took me 6 years of literally grinding my knees on asphalt. And I know that that's a very descriptive image, but that's exactly what it is. I ground my knees on asphalt. It was painful. 6 years, I built my company into a 10 million a year company. I had millions of dollars in my bank account. As a matter of fact, I actually, for the first time ever, recently revealed this. Jeremy was there. I had over $4 million to my name at the age of about 26. Here's the thing. I went away from what was working, and I'm going to talk about that right now. There's one little word, all right? There's one thing that can define your chances of success and wealth. One word. If there's nothing else from this whole summit that you walk away with but this one word, we'll have done you a great justice. Okay? And I walked away from that one word because I got greedy, because I thought I was the reason success was happening. And 6 years, so in 6 years, I built up over $4 million in wealth, in cash, cold, hard, liquid cash in the bank account for a 25, 26-year-old. Come on, man, that is amazing. And then within the span of 2 years, I went 1.7 million in debt. I lost $5.7 million in 2 years because I went away from this one word. How many of you want to know what this one word is? Type in the number 1. If you want to know what this one word is, type in the number 1 right now. Come on. I want to see a bunch of number 1s pouring in. If you want to know what is that one word. All right. I think they're pouring in. Everyone wants to know. All right. Well, that's not really, well, okay. It is one word, but it starts with 3 words. So it starts with what we call the X factor. That's 3 words. I know, I hear you, Ani, who said one word. But I'm getting to it. What is the X factor? Well, the X factor is the right model or system. That's the word I was going for. See, I had figured out a system that was truly working for me. I had figured out a system that was truly getting me where I needed to go. And you know what? It was working so well, it got boring. Jeremy, it got boring. I mean, flat out. It just got boring. It was redundant. It's like this. Driving a car, it's kind of boring now. It's the same thing. You get in, check your mirrors, turn it on, start driving. You do it second nature. You don't even think about it.
I still have a lot of fun.
Well, yeah, exactly, right? Well, you also just bought a car that just 0 to 60 in 2.5 seconds. So that'll make that a little bit more fun. But for the normal folk out here, right, who are driving our normal cars and not Teslas, it's like saying, you know what, today I'm going to reinvent the way I drive so it's more exciting. I'm going to drive with my feet. I'm going to steer with my feet simply because, damn, that will make some things exciting in this room. That's what I did. You have a system, you have an X factor because it's the right model, it's the right system, it's reliable, it's predictable. Again, I want you to think about your life right now. Whenever you want to do something new, what do? You get training. Just yesterday, my dad's a very handy man, right? He's an engineer, okay? He's a master's in nuclear mechanical engineering. The guy is brilliant, but he's brilliant in different ways than I am. Well, just yesterday, he was teaching me how to do something in the house, how to fix these particular, issues that come up over and over again. So he sat there, he did it, and then the second time, he's like, now you do this. Now, okay, plug that. Okay, now move that. Now do this. So he gave me that guidance. But he also knew, and I knew that his way will work because it's predictable, it's reliable, it's a model, it's a system. You want to become a football player, baseball player, tennis player, what do? You go get someone who will guide you. You get someone who's been there, done that, who will show you their way of doing it. We're so used to doing this in every part of our life. We get a new job. We get someone who's going to guide us. We get someone who's going to look over us and give us the orientation. We go to school. We have a teacher. And if the teacher's not enough, we get a tutor. So in every part of our life, we look for systems, we look for people who can implement those systems because they're predictable, they're reliable, they're measurable, and they're scalable. Right? What's the point of a system if I can't scale it? So that's what was happening in my life. I took this $100 to my name. I scaled it into a business that was doing $10 million a year and had put $4 million cash in my bank account. I'd say if that wasn't scalable, I don't know what is, right?
Yeah.
And all I needed to do, if I'd probably be worth, Jeremy, today I'd probably be worth $50 million in cash.
Wow.
Had I just kept rinsing, had I decided to just drive with my hands and not my feet. Seriously. Right? And here's the craziest part, guys. This is what I love about the X Factor. This is what I love about the right models and the right systems. You can go back to them and they still work the same.
Yeah.
You know, it's I was reading this book recently, and they were talking about, so I'm gonna get a little mushy here. It was talking about love, and it was talking about, and then it talks about the love of a parent, right? And it talks about how the love of a parent is such that you can mess up and you go back to them, and they'll still love you.
Yeah.
They'll still support you. They'll still be there for you. There was a case study in there about how there are murderers in jail.
Yeah.
Who still get weekly or every other week visits from their parents.
Yeah.
Right? And now, what the heck am I talking about? Why is it linked to here? Well, the funniest thing is I'm reading the book and I was like, that's like systems.
Yeah.
A great system is forgiving, and you can abandon and come back. So what happened with me, guys, I fell apart. I owed money to my parents. I owed money to my friends. I owed money to my family. I owed money to my vendors, Amex, Visa, you name it. I owed them money. I got to the point where I'm not shy to admit I was borderline alcoholic, hiding out. I would disappear for a week at a time. People didn't know where I was. I'm serious. I was having Hollywood moments where I was sitting in rundown motels in the corner with a paper bag with whiskey in it, and it's thundering outside. I mean, I've actually had that night, and I was down and out, 1.7 million in debt at the age of 25 or 26, knowing that your father put his home on the line for you. He took all the home equity, meaning if I'm not able to pay him back, he loses his home that he spent 15 years paying off. Then imagine being a 25, 26-year-old with that kind of burden on your mind, right? That's where I was. How many of you right now can relate to some level? Just type in me. Just type in me if you can relate to some level. And the point I'm getting to, guys, is I'm about to hand to you in about 5 seconds the system, the X Factor, the word that built me my initial fortune. And then when I came back to it, rebuilt me my lost fortune. Oh my God, look at all the memes pouring in. You can relate, right? We've all been there, guys. It's okay. Even right now, you might be going through a tough point in your life where you're wondering how you get the bills paid next week or the week after. Well, it's a little crazy, but the solution to your problems, you use it every single day of your life. Every single day of your life. The solution that is standing between you and extraordinary wealth and freedom literally is at your fingertip. It's actually at the click of their mouse.
You're using it every day.
Yeah, it's at the click of their mouse. And guys, so here's the finish of my story. I had this very dramatic moment. I was literally flying to Amsterdam. So by the way, when one thing in life falls apart, right, everything else falls apart.
Yeah.
My health completely shattered. I was in the hospital every 2 months for internal bleeding. I nearly died a few times. I'm telling you, I was drinking. It was just bad. It was bad. I wouldn't wish those days upon my worst enemies. And trust me, there are people in this world that I don't like, and I would not wish this upon them. But having said that, all of that. So I closed my offices down. I went from a team of 96 people down to like 6 people. I had 3 offices worldwide. I closed them all down. The last night I was closing my U.S. office down. I had to slide the key under the door before I left. It was near 9 p.m. Everyone had left. The office was empty. I had one whiteboard wall in front of me, and I told my parents, please go. I'm not leaving this office until I figure out what the heck happened. That night I whiteboarded and I whiteboarded and I whiteboarded. And you know what? I discovered that I went away from the simplest thing, email marketing. That is what built my business from $0 up to $10 million a year. And the way I discovered email wasn't through my own thing. I was trying, no one knows this either. The first time I tried to make money, the first time I tried to start an online business to become wealthy was in college. It took me 18 months, Jeremy. 18 months to finally have $1 that came into my account. I failed over and over again. 50 plus times I believe I failed. And some guardian angel came into my life. I don't know who they are. They never gave me their name. They told me 24 hours, I'll coach you. Don't quit before you quit. And they taught me email. And I took it from first night where I made $300 all the way up to 10 million a year. And then I abandoned it. I was $1.7 million in debt. That night I'd made a decision that even though I only had 6 people left on my team, I'd come back to email. I'd come back to the roots, to the basics, to the simplicity, to driving the car with my hands, to the boredom of it. Right? And 16 months later, I paid back 1.7 million in debt. 20 months later, I was back to 10 million a year.
Wow.
It's just amazing. So now you go, how many of you are interested in email? Come on, right now, tell me. Type in yes. Type in yes if you're interested in seeing how email can change your life. Type in yes. All right, type in yes.
No, you're going to love this.
All right. Listen, guys, check out these statistics before we move forward and I explain the model to you. Now, by the way, let me ask you guys also, how many of you would be interested in having me work with you and getting all that personal guidance and that partnership feel, right? That partnership feel to building your business around email to a degree that you have to have zero experience, no nothing. I mean, Jeremy, we've taken people that come to us, we work with them one-on-one, hands-on.
Yeah.
And they walk out the door with a full business up and running, and they came in knowing nothing about it.
Yeah, and it didn't take 18 months.
Oh my God. It takes like days. It takes a few days. How many? Type in the number one. I'm curious right now because you're going to have an opportunity to put an application forward for us to work with you, but we only have very few seats. We don't work with everybody. You have to qualify. So I'm just curious. How many people? Number one.
Oh, wow.
Wow. All right.
We'll need a bigger room.
Yeah,
we need a bigger boat.
We're going to need a bigger boat. That's for sure. All right. Well, we'll get to that part when we get to it. I'm glad that so many of you are interested. Let's keep moving forward. So why email marketing? Listen, man, we talk about Facebook is so big, 1.8 billion users. Twitter's blowing up. Pinterest is here now. Instagram. Whoa. Yeah. What else is there? There's so many of these social media outlets. Snapchat. There you go.
YouTube.
You know, guess what? 4.6 billion email addresses out there. First to enter, still the king.
Yeah.
Email's been around for the longest, way before Facebook came out.
Yep.
Actually, I think email was what helped invent the internet.
Yep. Reliable, predictable,
Been
sustainable.
There. All right. Communication behind email is sending letters. Now imagine to yourself how many centuries we've been sending letters for.
Yeah.
Game of Thrones says we used to put them in the mouths of birds and send letters. So we've been doing it for a long time. So look, communication doesn't change between humans. We will need to be able to communicate using the written word. There are 4.6 billion email addresses. There's 144.8 billion emails sent every single day. But my favorite stat is our $2.47 billion. Again, billion dollars are created every single year thanks to email. Yeah. That's it. But the craziest stat, Jeremy, let me ask you a question. If tomorrow I came to you and said, Jeremy, I give you a guaranteed interest rate, meaning you will make this much money at the end of the year. What number would I have to tell you? What percentage would I have to tell you to get you to empty your bank account and give me all your money?
I mean, if it was a stock, if I was going into the stock market and I wanted an ROI that was like just out of this world, like if you could guarantee me this, I would do it in a second. I mean, in the stock market, you're talking 10 to 12% if you can guarantee that. Oh my gosh, I'm putting that down. Yeah. Right? 10 to 12%, according to the Rule 72, means you're doubling your money every 7 years. At least. Right? So that's awesome. Everyone's like, yeah, that's amazing. Check this out. Email marketing, and I have backed these numbers up. I've checked my own company. This was a statistical study done by a really big company in our industry, so it's not something I made up, okay? You can Google this. For every $1 invested in email, a company pulls out $44 by the end of the year. Wow. And I checked in our company, and I don't think you even know this. You know what the number is at for Learn? 46. Wow. Legitimately, it's $46. So that is a 4,425% return of interest on investment. It's a little better than stock market. A little better than 10%, right? So now, look, guys, I'm not guaranteeing any of this. This isn't some kind of, I'm just letting you kind of see an example. Now, a lot of you are starting to ask, I see some questions coming in. Well, what do you mean by you invest in email? What are you supposed to do? Okay, look, I'm going to go over the 5-step system because that's the best part, right? This thing is so freaking easy to do that there's really only a few steps to the whole thing. There's only a few steps to the whole thing.
And I'm going to try to explain them best to you, but I'm going to also promise you one thing. By the end of this particular session today, because I don't have all day, right? I don't have all day. But at the end of this particular session, you may or may not fully understand, and it doesn't matter, because actually the less you understand, probably the better it is for you. What I'm just going to ask you is, and a lot of you can answer this right now, just type in me. Type in me, M-E, if you agree that personal guidance, hand-holding is what it's gonna take to get you to millionaire status, to get you to finally have wealth. Just that, if you can just answer me to that and hold that thought until the end when we give you an opportunity to apply to work with us, that's what you're gonna really need to know. And just know the only third thing you need to know is walk away knowing that your solution to wealth lives in the word email.
Yeah.
Okay. Wow. Look at the me's part of it. Wow. All right. So here's what I want to express to you. Here is how this business model works. Email. Okay, so how did you get to this very summit today to begin with? Think about it. You got an email from Robert Kiyosaki, from someone you know. They told you about the event. You clicked the link. You got to the page. You bought yourself a membership. And then you got an email that said, hey, we're live. Click this link. Go to this page. How many of you have a little aha moment? Type in aha. Type in AHA if you're like, uh-oh, I see where he's going with this. Guys, I'm going to show you how you don't have to be technical, how you don't have to be a writer, how you don't have to have business experience, but what you can do is copy and paste our little simple system to put up a one page on the internet, just one page. And even for that, we give you literally a click system to do it. One page, click system, copy and paste, dump it onto the internet, and what people will do is come to it and they'll start giving you their email addresses. And in a very simple way, you'll start sending them emails. Now I hear you, oh, email, I don't know how to write, I'm not a good writer, I can't write emails. Don't worry about it. We give you templates. You literally fill the words in. And we show you how to start endorsing other people's products, and those other people will pay you 50 to 75% in commission just for having sent them clicks. And the best part is there's a few places that you can go sign up and literally be in relationship with thousands of people willing to pay you in 30 seconds.
Wow.
Now, I can see you. What? What just happened?
Yeah, where?
How? What? Where? Remember, you typed in me. And remember, I'm giving you the ability by the end of this to work with you personally to help you do this. I want you to remember that. But I also want you to remember, what do we learn from Rich Dad? What do we learn from Robert Kiyosaki? We learn the empowering nature of investing. Right? Why are the wealthy wealthy? I was watching a great video last night, Jeremy, an amazing video, and it talked about how the wealthy spend versus how the middle class spends and how the poor spend. So I'm gonna derail myself here. Where am I on time? Probably not in a good place.
Well, and guys, the important thing is not only are you investing, that's like the key part of this, investing so that you are going to be able to seek the ROI, but remembering that the highest ROI you can ever possibly get is you. I mean, that you growing a business, you becoming a better entrepreneur, you learning and growing your financial intelligence, like that is the highest ROI you can possibly get. I mean, email, yeah, you might be able to get 46, and a 4,000% ROI. Just imagine what the ROI is, you investing in you, knowledgeable about how to apply that level of impact and that level of influence with business. That's an ROI that you can't even put a cap on.
No, absolutely. Absolutely. That's exactly what I do, and I think we're going to talk about that.
Yeah.
So I'm not gonna leak into that. But guys, I'm going to reveal something just so you know. I'm going to reveal to you, and I'm not asking you to do this, but I want you to understand that I walk the talk. I'm going to reveal to you very soon exactly how much it is that I invest in myself.
Yeah.
Okay. And proudly, and how it's made me millions. But here's a little lesson of the video yesterday that I watched that I loved and I want everyone to see. So it talked about how the rich spend their money, how the middle class spend their money, and how the poor spend their money. So the poor, it said, they spend their money on stuff. Okay? The video games, they
TVs.
go to TVs, they go to the store and buy things that they absolutely do not need to survive, but things that have psychologically been proven to make them feel better.
Right.
About just themselves,
Short-term.
it's tough. Yeah, short-term happiness. All right, middle class, they like to buy things that make them look rich. So the middle class will a lot of times spend money on liabilities. And so the middle class will spend money on getting a BMW they really shouldn't have. The middle class will buy a house that's $200,000 more than they should spend. The middle class will buy a house, right? So they live in the house, hence the house is actually not an asset, it's a liability for them. The rich spend their money on assets.
Yeah.
The rich will spend their money on things that will make them an ROI. And it's so hilarious because I sat there and I thought, and I think even you've probably heard me use the letters ROI more than anyone. I am constantly thinking about it. So today, I want you to start thinking now. You know, Andrew's coming up soon. He's going to talk about assets. He's going to talk about liabilities. I want you guys to talk about building assets. And I'm telling you right now, the number one asset you can build is this virtual asset called an email list.
Yeah.
All right. It takes up no physical space. You can do it at $1 a time. Imagine if you could buy property, homes that you can rent out to people at $1 a time.
Yeah.
But here you can do something that's more powerful. And it's a simple 5-step system. So I'm going to get into the steps right now. And I'm going to blaze through them really fast. We have more training coming up in the future where I'll go into email marketing a lot like slower and more, I'll kind of dive into it deeper so you'll understand it. But the whole point of this presentation is I'm looking for a few students at the end of this presentation to essentially partner with.
Yeah.
I'm looking for a few students who want to come down, maybe even fly down to us. Be here with Jeremy, myself, and our other trainers for 5 days in our room. And literally, how about this? We will hold your mouse and click for you.
Yeah.
And put the business up and running. And some people even get their first sale.
We had, we've had people making sales within the first 36 hours, which is just amazing to me because even just 5 years ago, I mean, I couldn't even fathom being able to get a business up and running and start making sales within a month. I mean, you'd be coding websites, you'd be doing all this like crazy stuff.
Jeremy, think about 10, 15, 20 years ago.
Oh my God.
There was none of this. I mean, guys, it would take 100,000, Subway costs $150,000. McDonald's, McDonald's 10, 15 years ago cost $1 million plus 6, 7, 8, 9 months to build the dang thing out.
And you might not be making profit for the next 2 or 3 years. You go into it knowing that.
Yeah.
You go into it knowing that you're going to be investing a lot up front, which you take loans out for, you get, financing for, and you put all this capital up front knowing that you're not going to be making any profit from that for the next few years, 3 to 5 years maybe. But why do people do that? Because they're buying into a system that is reliable, it's predictable, it's measurable, and it works. It's proven. And that's the thing. It's results driven.
Absolutely. All right, guys. So let's do this. Let's just quickly dive in. Remember that we will give you the opportunity. We want to build this business with you. You don't have to have any experience. Rich Dad teaches you to build assets. I'm telling you right now, we learned about the cash flow quadrants recently. One of the coolest things that we have access to now today with the internet is you don't have to go from E to S to B to I.
No.
You can go from E to I. That's what I've done. Today, the whole day, I've worked like maybe an hour. This work right now I'm doing for this presentation is more work than I've done the whole day. And I've made tens of thousands of dollars because I went from E to I using email. So let's get to it, all right? I'm going to show you this. I want you to keep in mind all of this training is built specifically with this is how I've applied Rich Dad's training. And I'm inviting you to come either meet me physically in person or virtually so I can do this with you, build it with you. All right. Step number 1 is, guys, no matter what kind of business you build on the internet, you need people to walk in the door, right? So if I opened a Subway down the street, it could be the nicest, fanciest, most amazing franchise. No one comes in the door and buys a sub.
Yeah.
I'm out of business. So online as well, we've simplified the process as much as possible down to step 2, which is a page. You no longer, Jeremy just said this, 5 years ago, you would take months
to
coding a website.
Easily.
Here, I'm telling you, we have a click platform. It's only for our top elite students. We have a click platform. You're literally going to click a few buttons and boom, your page is up and running and you're actually in business officially. I've actually run challenges and I might run one later today where I challenged myself to go live from 0 to business in 20 minutes or less.
Wow.
And you guys, I think I'll probably do one for you later today, but heck, imagine if you could go through that challenge, but have myself or Jeremy or one of our other amazing trainers who have done this sitting right next to you, telling you, click here, click there, change that, change this. So your one page, that's it. It's just one page, nothing else. But you still need to get people to it. Okay, so those are the 2 steps here. We build this one page, then we get people to come to the one page. That's it. Now, how do you get people to come to your website? God, there are a bajillion ways to do it.
Yeah.
Okay, a bajillion ways to do it. And you can, there's free ways to do it, there's investment ways to do it. I'll show you all of them, and I'll tell you which way I would do, but just so you understand, we get probably 3 to 4 million visitors, if not more, unique visitors, not repeat, unique visitors a year at Learn, using the ways I'm going to show you. All right, so now someone comes to your one-page website, what you're going to do is you're going to offer them a free gift, a free little ebook, a free little audio, a free little video, because you got to give them something in order for them to give you their email address so that they subscribe for you. Now, I just want you to think for a minute, okay? Because we do all of this. By the way, Robert Kiyosaki came on and said, Anik, I want you to do all this for me. And we've made him millions. Literally have made Robert Kiyosaki millions of dollars by applying the same exact process and approach to his business. You, without even knowing it, you have been through this page. Robert Kiyosaki at some point has offered you a free little ebook to give him your email address, and you've done it. It worked. You wouldn't be here if you hadn't given somebody an email address in exchange for something of value. Now I can hear you. You're thinking, how do I make that thing of value? Yeah. What am I going to give away? What do you mean video, audio, PDF? Again, me. Remember you typed in me? When you come here or work with us virtually, one-on-one, we will build it with you. I just need you to be present. I don't need you to do it, right?
Yeah.
They just need to be here.
Just do it, yeah.
Right?
Just be here.
So hold that thought, and when I give you the opportunity, remember we said we have super limited seats. Just jump on it and show us, prove to us, let us know that you are serious, ready to invest in yourself, ready to take charge of your life, ready to invest in your business, in your new future, and that you're of the place, right mentally in the right place to start this business, and then you'll get selected and we'll work with you, all right? So those are the 2 steps, and then the 3rd step is that as soon as somebody says, hey, I want that free report or that free thing that you're giving away, here's my email address. Now, imagine this, if you went to a website and it asked you for your email address, and then you put your email address in and hit submit, and nothing happened. Like the page didn't change. Jeremy, what would you think?
You'd think that the page was broken, first off. You'd think it didn't receive it, or you'd think, like, what, this is like, I just got completely scammed.
Yeah, exactly. Bottom line is, it wouldn't make any damn sense.
Yeah.
So most people have what we call a thank you page, where it literally just reverts to a page that says, thank you for subscribing, check your email.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, that's nice. You know what that's like? I'll literally tell you what that's like. Imagine walking into a herd of people, and you got like Prada purses hanging off your arms, okay? And you're like selling Prada purses for sale. And this woman comes running up to you, and she's like, I'll buy 10 right now. Here's my credit card. I want it. And you say, thank you for your interest. Please come back tomorrow. That's exactly what it's like. You would never do that. So that's what happens when someone raises their hand, says, I'm interested in what you got, gives you their email address, and then you take, thank you for subscribing, check your email. I'll email you tomorrow. No.
Yeah.
This is the #1 place where we teach our students to use a copy and paste method to literally start earning money. Imagine every time someone gave you their email address, you would actually earn money. We'll get into the details of exactly how that works. Again, you don't have to do it. You just need to be present. It'll help you do it. All right. Then what we do is we set up a series of automated messages. So what does that mean? Well, we will set up a system for you called SendLane. You can see more about that at sendlane.com, but we'll set it up for you where it sets up tons of emails. So basically, let's say, Jeremy, you joined my list on Monday.
Yep.
You know, guys, I can set up an infinite number of emails so that the system manages it. So the system says, okay, Jeremy joined at 9 a.m. on Monday. So Tuesday at 9 a.m., it sends email number 1. Wednesday at 9 a.m., email number 2. Thursday at 9 a.m., email number 3. Or I can tell it to send 2 emails in a day. Bottom line is, I don't have to remember anything, so now my entire business is automated.
Yeah. Well, your entire customer journey is automated so that they're being led to things, services, products that actually serve their best interest, and they have the choice now to purchase that.
And that's the craziest thing, right? It's like having robots in your subway.
Yeah. You literally have, AI salespeople.
Yeah. So imagine, guys, launching a business, right? Like a physical restaurant or a physical business where you never have to be present.
Yeah.
The doors open when they're supposed to. Customers walk in. Services are delivered exactly like they're supposed to by robots that can't make a mistake, that never mess up, that don't charge you a penny, that don't scam money from you, that show up every day. They don't get sick,
Yeah.
right? And then and whenever it's supposed to close, it closes down. And the next day it opens again.
Or you could just work 24/7.
Or it just runs 24/7. Doesn't even close down. Exactly, because they're robots. What does it matter? So that's exactly what automated messages are. Now you're sitting there thinking, I don't want to write emails. Great. Because A, we got lots of templates. B, you typed in me earlier, which means you get a chance to work with us so hands-on. We'll do it with you and for you.
And it also means you know how to type, which is a good start.
Which is a great start. So that's the second way that we can monetize emails, okay? First way was right when someone joins your list, we use that thank you page to monetize it. We'll show you how to do it. Super easy. It takes 30 seconds, copy and paste.
Yeah.
Number two is we can set up a string of messages. We do a minimum 10 days. I have friends who've done hundreds of days, meaning for like the next 2-3 years, that email marketing campaign is going to be fully automated.
Wow.
But there's a third way, and that's what we call broadcasting. Broadcasting is the closest you'll ever get to legally printing money. Now, what do I mean by that? There's a fun story I like to tell, which a few years ago. So for those who know me, Apple, I'm a big enthusiast. I'm a big fan. I'm a fanboy. Yeah. I don't care what Apple releases. I buy it even if I don't understand it. I buy it either way. So a few years ago, Apple announces a brand new Apple iPad. Now, I don't even use my current iPad at that time. As a matter of fact, Jeremy, what am I doing with my iPad right now?
Yeah.
It's a base for this mic. So it's so sad. It's iPad Pro too. But anyways, so I don't use them, but I got to have it. So I'm seeing the ad online and I'm like, man, I want one. But I thought, you know what, man, I'm not going to spend my money to buy it because I don't want to spend my money on liabilities and on stuff.
Yep.
I only spend my money on assets, so I'm going to let some other money buy this. If I want, I have to make that money today. So it was like $1,000 or $600-700 or whatever, right? Yeah. It was about 700, I actually remember. So I actually found an email list in a niche that had about 25,000 subscribers that I hadn't emailed in like a couple weeks. So I'm like, oh my God, I forgot about this email list. I got up. I used my methodologies that we teach you, that we make you master of, found myself a few good, really good offer. It took about a minute or two that I could endorse, got my link, used one of my templates, filled in the blanks, copy paste, put the email in, hit broadcast, and then I forgot about it. I went off and, I think I woke up at like 10:30. The email went out like 11:30. Being lazy, walking around, made myself lunch, breakfast, skipped it, because again, this is freedom, right? I get to do what I want when I want, get up when I want. So I made lunch, had some food, kind of a couple hours later, I'm like, oh yeah. I saw another ad for the iPad, and I'm like, oh yeah, log in and check, and I'm like $500. That's printing money. I literally didn't do anything. I sat at the couch with my legs up watching TV, $500. So I actually ran upstairs to get ready to run to the Apple store because I knew by the time I reached the Apple store, I will have made $700+.
Wow.
Surely enough, by the time I reached the Apple store, it was like $750, $800.
Yeah. And
that day I went on to make over $1,000, but I used other people's money to buy that iPad, thanks to the fact that I could take 15 minutes to copy paste the system and send an email out. Now, guys, I have a total of almost 750,000 email leads between all my different businesses. So imagine the kind of money I'm able to print every single day. So that's the third way. Let me ask you guys a question. How many of you are interested? Type in email. Type in email if you're interested in email marketing now. If you're interested in, if that me that you typed in earlier has grown even stronger and you really want to put your application into working with our team, to being hands-on virtually or in person. In person would be like, you'll just have, it's a different experience. But either way, you're going to walk out with your business done. Yeah, email? Look at that, Jeremy.
Oh, wow. Yeah, and guys, one of the underlying things that Anik just mentioned in his story is the deeper connection with a brand that he feels is really behind him. It's all about creating that connection and consistency of relationships and culture, because he's been getting emails from Apple. He's been getting communication from Apple on a consistent basis. They build that relationship. It's, for example, and it's around quality. It's around quality products, quality services. It's like with Rich Dad. You know, if you are thinking financial education, you're going to go to Rich Dad because you know that they're results driven, they're quality, and they're going to be able to deliver. It's the same thing with entrepreneurship. You want to be an entrepreneur, you go to learn. You go to the place that you know is results driven, is reliable, and it's consistent. It's the same thing with the underlying system we're talking about here. You can always go back to it. It's your home to come back to know I can do this.
Absolutely. And here's a crazy thing, right? Guys, this model and this system, even the biggest and baddest people in the world don't know about it. It's so brand new. Literally, this California gold rush started a decade ago, and it's still going, and it's still just in its youth.
Yeah.
All right? Why? Why do I say that? Well, here's a man, Les Brown, who's made over $60 million in his career. A year and a half ago came to me and Onyx said, Onyx, do this for me. What is this? Help me. Guy's gone on to make multiple, almost 7 figures in just a year. Wow. Just because of that page. That's it. That page. And you know what? That page was created using a very templated system. All we did is type the words in. The rest was like literally the system did it all. And we will help you create a page like this. Look at this man. Anyone recognize this man? That's right. We've done a lot of work. Do you know, most people don't know this. I'm going to publicly declare this. I hope Robert's not upset. I hope he doesn't. We have helped Robert generate over 650,000 new email leads since we began working with him.
Wow.
Millions of dollars has been created. Millions. Just imagine. Now, I know you're thinking, well, that's Les Brown, that's Robert Kiyosaki, and this is a page I created for myself. I get all of that. Guys, we have thousands of students, and I'm going to show you proof in a minute. I'm going to show you actual evidence and proof of people that are using the same system. It does not matter if you have a brand or not. What matters is the system. The X factor is what carries you the rest of the way. And we want to hand the X factor to you, but I don't want to just hand the X factor to you. I want you to come over here, sit next to us. I want to build it with you. I want to do the entire process with you because guess what? That's what made all the difference in my life. See, guys, you have to invest in yourself. You have to invest in your business. You have to invest in a life that you want. Too many people go around thinking, well, just because I want something, I'm going to get it. That doesn't work. Law of attraction is true, but it's not that simple. You got to actually take some action. So getting guidance and having leadership, that's the number one most important thing because success leaves clues, but the right leadership accelerates growth. Remember my story, 18 months, I failed. 18 months, over and over and over again, I failed. Finally got to the point where I went to the forum and said, that's it, I quit. I'm going to quit one more day. If I don't make a penny, I've failed over 50 times. Every man has his limits. I am getting ready to quit. Until this one guardian angel comes out, messages me on the forum, until this day don't know his or her name, and says, don't quit. You have me for 24 hours. I will guide you. I will teach you everything you need. Just tell me what you need. 24 hours later, wake up, $300 in my bank account.
Yeah.
Do you know what? That was about 15 years ago. And since that day, no matter how hard life got, no matter how much debt I was in, I've never had a day where I made less than $300.
Wow.
Since that day. Imagine, you want to lose weight, you go get someone, you get a trainer. You want to learn how to play football? You join a team, and guess what that team has? That team has a leader that is going to teach you how to play football. Someone who's probably been there, done that.
Yeah.
Right? All right. Sometimes I get a little passionate about this stuff, guys, because I deal with students. I've taught over 300,000 students all over the world. Information without execution is upsetting.
Yeah. Well, and it just leads you in the wrong direction. It leads you spinning your wheels, and it leads you investing the asset that is most valuable for you, or should be, which is your time. And if time is not the most valuable thing for you, then it simply will never be worth your time to invest in your freedom, whatever that takes. And being able to condense time at a level where you can spend a few days and get a business up and running, as opposed to spending the next few years researching and learning all the different things and trying to make yourself a quote unquote expert, but not really having anything to show for it, not executing. And that's the core foundation of it. Information is great, but without execution, you're not making progress.
Yeah, and so you know, I have a story from a student of ours 4 years ago. It just came to me while you were talking, and so this student actually came and spent a few days with us, and they were very quick to join. They were a student who had bought a couple of programs, And what I didn't realize until the student got to the event is that the student had actually sold their car to be there. Now, I got to tell you guys, that put a lot of stress on me because I realized that as soon as that student went back home, they didn't have a car. And, you know, it just, I mean, we hold accountability and responsibility as people here, as trainers, as that leadership that students turn to. And so I was a little nervous, but I thought, I'm not going to let this distract me. That was that student's decision. It's okay. I believe in it. Of course, I just said the rich, they get there by investing in assets, not liabilities. So, okay. This is like 4, maybe 5 years ago now. And so, and his name, I don't think he would mind. His name was Simon. His first name was Simon. I don't think he'll mind me sharing that. So he's learning, and he's with us. It was 5 days, and he was with us for 5 days. And on day 3 or day 4, I don't remember, he was just one of like the students that was like just racing. Okay, he was always ahead of everybody. But the thing is, he had skin in the game.
Yeah,
he had to be ahead of everybody because he had no choice. When he got back, it was a sink or swim situation for him. So this guy gets back home, and I asked him as he left. I said, "How are you going to get to work? And you have a car?" He said, "Oh, I've got a carpool ready with some friends. I worked it out, and there's a bus and blah blah." He had a plan. I said, "Okay." Within his first week, he went home, and he closed a client.
Wow.
To implement what he taught, what he was taught, and the client paid him. You're not gonna believe it. Paid him exactly
probably the price of the car.
It was almost exactly the same price. The guy was able to turn around and go back and buy a car within like 2 or 3 weeks of leaving the event. So he executed the information because, guys, it's an unforgiving world of entrepreneurship out there, right? Yeah. So what I want to share with you today is a way to get that leadership, a way to get that guidance, and I want you to be able to stand up and challenge the status quo. And I want to talk about investment in the strongest way possible. It's not me, but this is Jeremy. Jeremy does a superb job because here's what we're trying to contest right now. And I want you guys to understand this. Too many people think of the world of business and think free.
Yeah.
Give it to me for free. I want a free business. Money? Oh my God, I don't have any money. I love this. I look at my friends. I don't have any money to invest. And I look around their house and I'm like, you have 3 video game systems. You have 4 cars outside. You have that bottle of whiskey you have was $700.
Yeah.
You've got, 4 televisions, 2 of which I'm not even sure you've ever turned on once.
Yeah.
And you telling me you don't have any money to invest, and not to mention, you just spent last night complaining about college debt you have.
Yeah.
So surely when it came time for college, you had money to invest. But now you want to start a business, which you hope makes you 7 figures a year, but you want it for free.
Yeah.
And I want to share this with you guys out of if there's something I can share with you after 15 years of experience in being in business, I want to share with you the idea of investment. Now, I'm not asking you to invest $500,000, or $1 million, or $100,000, or even $30,000. I'm not asking. I don't care the amount. But you have to invest time and you have to invest money.
Yeah.
Right? The thing is, you have to do it safely, which is why we talk about investing with intention, with guidance and leadership, so that someone can look over you as you do it. Right? It's one thing to go rock climbing alone.
Right.
It's another thing to go rock climbing, or better yet, skydiving.
Yeah.
Right?
With
it's one thing to just dive off. It's another thing to be strapped onto a guy who's doing his 5,000th dive.
Right.
Right? So all of a sudden, jumping out of a plane, like if you just went to someone and said, jump out of this plane, they'd say, are you crazy?
Yeah.
But then if you say, jump out of this plane strapped onto 3 parachutes and a guy who's done 5,000 jumps, who's going to be responsible for pulling the parachute?
Right.
It's not so crazy anymore. Right? So, Jeremy, talk about this college debt versus business investment and why people need to be ready to invest in themselves through the terms of business.
Well, this is so key because, and this is why we talk about investing with intention. Here's why. Because you're going to be investing anyways. You are investing right now. You're investing your time to be here to listen to something that could really change your life. You're always going to be investing time, money, energy, effort, your focus, your attention, or a combination of all of those things. Just think about the things you do in your day. You're always investing. It simply comes down to how intentional are you going to be with those investments? Are you going to invest money to be able to create more time? Are you going to invest your time to be able to build a business and grow your freedom? What are you investing in? That's the real question. And what most people are doing, Anik talked about, they think, oh my God, I don't have any money. That's simply just a regurgitated paradigm that really stems from maybe conversations you've had in the past about money. Maybe you grew up in a family or a household where they didn't have money, so the whole conversation was, money doesn't grow on trees, money's the root of all evil. The whole money grows on trees thing is actually pretty interesting because it actually does. It's paper. It does grow on trees. All right. So a lot of these paradigms are stemmed from the environment that we grew up in. And I'm telling you, because I was a product of that. All right. I didn't grow up in an entrepreneurial family. I didn't even know what the word entrepreneurship was. For most of my life. And so the idea that you could go out there into the marketplace and add genuine value and invest your time, money, and effort into getting an ROI, like what you've seen what you can get with email. It was not even a paradigm that I even knew of. It wasn't a concept I even understood. And so my upbringing was go to school, get a job, and work hard and cross your fingers for the next 40 years. And if you don't like the job, go back to school so that you can get another job that you hate a little bit less and you can cross your fingers a little bit less tight. It's like, just think of the proposition that is in front of you and in front of a lot of people when it comes to college. And just think of why a lot of people do go to college. It's not very intentional, right? It's usually because someone else thinks it's a good idea for them, whether it's their parents, whether it's your local community, whether it's just this perpetual cycle of you must have a college degree to be successful that's out there. Bottom line is it's not a personally intentional action for the most part. I know when I was 18, I didn't know any better. Like, yeah, of course, you go to college. Absolutely, 100%. If you want to make it in life, you have to have a college degree. This is what I need to do. There was no, I get to be intentional about anything. But just think of the proposition here. I just want you to really, really understand this. And again, please understand that this is coming with all the love and respect and gratitude for higher education, because education is important. But education without action and without any level of intention is meaningless. You just become one of those people that I'm sure you know of who is really good. They're quote unquote book smart. They got all A's on their tests, but yet they're an employee for somebody that's a C student, right? It's like, you got to really understand where I'm coming from. I pursued 2 master's degrees. I understand the value of higher education, but I want you to understand the proposition of it. Just think of the proposition. I'm going to walk you through it right now. Think of the proposition of a 4-year degree. The proposition right now, just imagine if Anik and I right now gave you a proposition to come here, and here's what it is. You're going to work with us. We're going to help you kind of get some generalized knowledge about business. And here's what we're going to do. We're going to have you invest $100,000 or close to it. And you know what? If you can't afford it right now, you can always put it on some student loans. That's not a big deal because that won't finance the rest of your future away. So you can go ahead and do that. And you know what? We're going to spend the next 4 years of your life, because that's not extraordinarily valuable. It's not worth more than $100,000 or anything. In the next 4 years of your life, and here's what we're going to do. We're going to go through some general concepts around business, just so that you have the fundamentals down, and just kind of go through some esoteric theories around what business potentially could look like, or has looked like in the last 50 years, which could possibly be meaningless to you in the next 5. But here's the thing. Here's the great part about this proposition. Not only are you investing a 4 years of your life and close to $100,000 in capital, but here's what's great about it. Guess what? At the end of it, oh man, you're going to love this. At the end of it, you're going to come out with this incredible, amazing piece of paper. We'll put in a plaque for you though, so that it actually, makes you feel good. Heck, you know what? We won't even do that. We're going to go ahead and roll it up and tie it together to make you feel even more empowered. And then guess what? You're going to be able to go out there and go into the marketplace, and you may or may not be looking at potentially earning, this is great, potentially earning, $40,000, $60,000 a year. If you're lucky, if you have the right qualifications, if you have the ability to really kind of, hype up the education that you got here, you'd be able to really make up to $60,000 a year. Doesn't that sound awesome? Like, that is the proposition of college. Just think of that. Not only the capital you're investing, but again, what is 4 years of your work life? your life worth? And more importantly, what could you do in business as an entrepreneur with a system that's reliable, predictable, measurable, and results driven, and people that are behind you willing to serve your higher calling with a business? What could you do with 100 grand and 4 years of your life? Heck, what could you do with 20 grand and 4 years of your life? That's the difference. And that's where people will, it's amazing that people will just haphazardly just go right after college debt, and yet they'll back down from the opportunities to invest in themselves, building their business, and creating a better understanding of how to be an entrepreneur. It's quite amazing.
So, this is something that we always teach, and I cannot agree with you more. I'm not saying college is out. I'm not saying college is bad. I have a college degree. You have college degrees. You have multiple college degrees.
Multiple.
I just want you guys to understand that if you're willing to invest in college, you have to be willing to invest in yourself and in business. And here's why I can say it. I've personally invested well over $500,000 in myself getting personal guidance.
Wow.
This year alone, Jeremy, $150,000 is what I'm investing. And I'm not asking anybody here to invest that kind of money. But what I'm trying to express to you is I've sold over $150 million worth of products on the internet. About $500,000 I invested in learning how to do that. Sounds like chump change, doesn't it?
Yeah.
But you can talk to any major success. Steve Jobs. Well, you can't talk to him now, but you could have, and he would have told you that. Bill Gates. Warren Buffett.
Yeah.
Jeff Bezos.
100%.
Okay. Go international. Go to the founder of Alibaba. I'm forgetting his name.
Jack Ma.
Jack Ma. All of them publicly on the record. We had personal guidance. We had someone showing us the ropes, someone who had been there, done that. They just go on to do it better, but they had someone doing it. I have been through, at this point, 5 people who personally trained me, who personally worked with me, and I have outdone all 5 of them. And when I do, I go on to the next one. And they are all proud of me. I was just talking to one of them the other day who was saying, I am so proud of you. You deserve every single bit of what you've gotten. And but there was a day I moved on from that person. I went to the next one. So really, I want you guys to I don't care what you invest. I just want you to have the right mindset, okay? That's what's so important. And that's exactly why we invite you to come work with us, to be with us, to partner with us, to sit next to us, because we've been there, done that many times. Yeah. And the results that we've gotten are tremendous, right? So Jeremy, I want you to kind of talk through this right here, because they're going to get a chance to really understand just something incredible. I want everyone to just watch the video and see the people's lives. If you look into their eyes and look in their faces, you can see their lives transforming right on the spot. So Jeremy, walk us through this.
Well, yeah, you just become a different person when you're around an environment where you have a home of people behind you willing to serve and willing to be able to hold you to this higher calling. If you're looking to create more, if you're looking to do more, if you're looking to be an entrepreneur, like a serious entrepreneur. I'm not talking about somebody who's just dabbling with entrepreneurship, or if you're just thinking right now, oh, it'd be cool to have a business, but if it doesn't work out, it's okay, I have a good job. Like, if that's you, then we got to up your game. We got to be able to get you thinking and operating completely differently, because that's just not going to win. But if you're somebody that's seriously taking this entrepreneurship journey in a direction that is meaningful for you, that has impact, to have people there behind you that are going to protect that dream and really be able to guide the progress and the growth, and knowing that you have a home to come to be around people that are going to just fuel you. It's what we talk about when we say, like, we talk about Jeff Bezos, Jack Ma, and all these amazing people that have created incredible success in their life, and even with what Anik has done and what he's invested in. Why are you investing that, though? Just think of that. Why do you invest that capital to be able to get that personal guidance? It's because you value your time and your life way more than having a few extra bucks in your pocket, or having, a few $20,000 extra dollars in your savings account. Like, $20,000 in the savings account of a broke person is not valuable. All right. It's just not. I can tell you that from experience, right? I would rather be someone that knows how to make an extra $20,000 a day, as opposed to someone who knows how to save $20,000 a year in my savings account. Like, it's what are you really creating, and what are you opening up for yourself? Are you living with purpose? Are you truly opening yourself to a much more higher ROI why behind what you're building? And what we do here with these 5 days is we've created something that is designed to condense time. You're going to be spending time, money, energy, effort anyways when you go after a business. What we've done with this, what we've done with what we call this incredible experience with 5 days of being here is we get an entire business up and running. I mean, just think of that. Like who does that? We get an entire business up and running in a few days, and we create momentum in that business. It actually starts moving. It actually becomes real. It becomes tangible. Why is that important? And how many of you, go ahead and type in the chat box, me, if you would love, and if it would be meaningful for you to actually not only just be an entrepreneur, but have a tangible, real business that you can actually start growing and building, and within a few days, actually start focusing on what's really important. Go ahead and type in me if that aligns with you, if the thought and the idea of being able to get the deeper level and intentional training and real guidance to helping you build something tangible resonates with you.
So I want to say something while everyone's typing in me as well, guys. Here's something really important to understand. Do you see these people that are in this room? Okay, they don't just come here, okay, and build a business. They leave a different person. They leave 2.0, as I always say. When people come to the room, the first thing I say when I'm on stage is, you don't realize this, but you should have said bye to your families.
Yeah.
You should have said bye to your boss, your friends, your families, because you are about to go back a different person. When you go back, they're going to actually physically see a change in you, emotionally, spiritually, everywhere throughout. They're going to see a change in you. All right? So you were just telling me this morning, Jeremy, we have people that are starting to lose weight.
Yeah. Because here's the thing. How you do one thing is how you do everything. And if you are lacking in the confidence to be able to invest in your business, where else are you lacking the confidence to invest in yourself and know that you're worth it? And again, remember, investing with intention, your time, your money, your energy, your effort. If you are unwilling to invest in an area of your business, you really should examine other areas of your life and where you may be not willing to invest your time, money, effort, energy into better relationships, better opportunities for growth with your health, with your wealth, with everything. It really is permeating in everything that you do. And when you shift that paradigm and you start stepping into investing with intention, especially when it comes to a business and you're building yourself as a leader, it is going to create a transformation for you that goes far beyond just getting this business up and running. And that's what we see with these students. It's life-changing. It literally is getting them to a place where they completely have a breakthrough to a whole nother standard of what they create in their life, not just their business. Because here's the thing. If you come here for 5 days, and let's say you're here and you're just kind of going through it haphazardly, and all we do is help you build a business that could help you, let's say it could help you make an extra $1 million a year. You build a business, it's $1 million system in place, but if you're operating it from a 5K a month level, it ain't gonna work. It's just not.
Yeah. And so here's the deal, okay, everyone? There's for those of you who can't physically fly down and be here with us in present, we can actually do a virtual version with you as well.
Yeah.
We just recently did our first one. It was a massive rock star success. So what's about to happen is we're going to give you an opportunity to do this. Now, I want to be very clear with you. Yes, there's an investment involved. Yes, you need to stick your neck out. Yes, you need to be willing to give it a lot of time. But today, I'm asking you if you're interested in going from E to I. I'm asking you to finally make a decision where you invest in assets, where you invest in yourself, where you invest in finally getting a business up and running. So in a moment, we are going to give you a link. I want you to go to that link. I want you to fill out the application. We're already over time, so we only have a few minutes. Now, I want you to remember this. I want you to fill out every piece of that application very, very, very honestly. This isn't for everybody, and some people will be turned away. And it's not because we don't want to work with you. It's because we want to help you. We want to make sure we do things with you in the right time. Okay? So all of what you're seeing here, all of what we want to do with you, for you, this is all in an interest to having you have major success. Okay? This is so that you can take what you've learned with Rich Dad, the cash flow quadrant, the importance of investing, financial management, entrepreneurship, wealth generation, and apply it, and literally in a span of a few days, if you do the virtual program, it's 3 days. If you do the physical in-presence program, it's 5 days. In a matter of those few days, we can take who you are and transform you to a new person. We can take who you are and apply all the core principles and concepts that took me 18 months, if not more, to apply. We can give them to you in a matter of a few days while holding your hand, while supporting you, while being able to make sure you don't fall.
Yeah.
All right? So having said that, that's exactly why we are introducing to you our opportunity here for either our live experience, it's invitation only, our Learn Masters workshop, or there is, for those of you who can't do the live because of travel restraints or things like that, just fill out the application anyways, because you'll still have an opportunity. We'll be able to do work with you virtually. But I just want to share with you students whose lives have been changed, because the key is always the first, right?
Yep.
They always say, even when you're in fitness, they say the first pound you lose, it creates the inspiration.
Yep.
It creates that spark. You know, everything we do, there has to be a first in life. Well, look at this. That's what we do at our events, virtual or live. Boom. Laura, got my first sale. Right. Mary, got my first sale. You know, Sandra, so excited, my first 2 sales.
Yeah, this could go on
Steve,
forever.
made my first sale. We could literally do this for hours.
Yeah, there's
Because I can't tell you how many people have come to our events. Kelly, got my first sale, got my first check.
yeah.
Ellie, made my biggest sale yet, $500 almost. Can you guys imagine just waking up one morning and you've not done anything except for woken up and brushed your teeth and you've made $500? This is happening with our students left, right, and center. You know, Gabrielle, you know, finally he says everything's paying off. He got his first sale.
Yeah.
You know, Minda got her first sales. She laughed, she screamed, she cried. Isidore got, you know, Isidore's a great story. I'm such a friend. I mean, I'm such a fan of Isidore because he's been trying for years. And he's invested in himself. He's got faith. He's got the great, I mean, he's just moving forward. But he was struggling.
Yeah.
And he came, this event he came to, you know, was a new event. We had recreated it. We had re-articulated it from head to toe, and we knew this was going to be it.
Yep.
This is how we get people. We took years of experience, over a decade of experience. I told Isidore, come back. One more time. I know I got this. Isidore comes back.
I mean, he achieved in 3 to 5 days what he had not achieved in 3 to 5 years.
Yeah,
it was incredible.
easily.
I mean,
easily. And then you just keep going. Jake, got my first 3 sales. You know, guys, and I'm just trying to tell you, this isn't just the first sale. Obviously, once you know how to do something once, you just keep doing it again and again and again and again.
Yep.
And you make more, and you make more, and before you know it, you're getting, you know, again, another, look at this, $297 commission. Sonia made her first sale. But then what happens after the first sale?
Yeah.
How about stuff like this?
Yeah.
Aaron, in 1 month, did 42,000. Aaron now has days where he's doing few thousand. He said he's actually getting ready to get to the point where he might be able to do $10,000 a day.
Wow.
Right? That's again Aaron, another one of his shots. Kathy, $300,000 in a span of what? June to September.
Yeah, a few months.
Right? And she says it right there. We can't see. She owes it to the Learn Masters program. Rosalie, this is an amazing story. Rosalie came to us, and within, I think, 2 months. You know, she went home, took 2 weeks to like just kind of get things going or whatever,
Yeah.
but within 6 weeks of her officially starting, sent us this, 40 grand.
Yeah. Well, and it's important to understand her backstory. It's important to understand where she came from. This is not a woman that just came from an entrepreneurial business understanding background. She was a nurse for 8 years, and she was born and raised in the Philippines. This was a person who simply had the drive and the will to do whatever it takes to create what she wanted. She was literally not going to tolerate anything less than creating success in her life. How many of you, go ahead and type in the chat box, success in the chat box if you are unwilling to tolerate anything less than creating success in your life. Go ahead and type it in. Go ahead and declare it right now, here and now. Make the decision. You're going to accept nothing less than that. Oh my God, you guys are awesome. Good. So here is the opportunity to be able to start stepping into that, stepping into that declaration. And I mean, do we want to drop the link? Do we want to do that now?
I think it's time, man, because, okay, well, before you do it, so everyone right now, here's what I want you to do. We are way over time. We are not going to be with you for more than maybe 9 or so minutes.
Yeah.
I mean, the minute we leave, we have to pull it down because of the number of people that said me, the number of people. All right, so before we show the link real quick, I want everybody to understand one thing right now. This is not a pitch. You're not being sold anything, all right? I want you to be very honest on this application, but we're also only going to be with you for a few more minutes. So you got to move fast. And you need to fill out that application as soon as you can. Now, when you get on that call, you are going to be with someone whose job, whose mission, whose goal is to guide you. I want you to come onto that call with the right frame of mind, with the open heart, the open mind, okay? And I want you to come with your guards down, and for once, I want you to listen to what is being told to you from someone who's been there and done that. Now, our eventual goal is that you get to a place where you can invest in yourself and invest in your business and get the guidance you need to get those next step results.
Yeah.
Okay? That's the ultimate goal. But not everyone will be ready. And let us be the ones that guide you through that process. Okay? So you've got a few minutes. Here it goes. We're going to give you the URL. I want you to run to this URL. I want you to fill it out. I want you to get ready, get excited, be near your phone for the date and time that you set the call for. So moving forward right now, go for it, Jeremy. That's learn.com/RD Summit. Learn.com/RD Summit. All lowercase, just like that. Open a new window, open a new browser, type it in right now. Learn, LURN.com/RD. Okay, that stands for Rich Dad, RD Summit. Now, I just want you to go and answer the questions you see. Choose a date and time that fits you. Do it as early. Do not put things off. Do you really want to put your life, your success, your dreams off? No. Do it as soon as you can. Write it down on a piece of paper, put it up on the monitor, put it up on your forehead, put it up anywhere you need to, and make sure you're serious and you show up for the call, because there will be no redos. If you miss your call, listen, we have invested a lot of money on our side to make sure that these individuals, these consultants, these trainers are ready and waiting for you. Okay? Please, please, please. Be there, be present, be ready, mark the date and time down, answer the questions honestly, have a very honest conversation with the person you speak to, and they will guide you. Listen to their advice, and if you're ready for one of our virtual or live programs to have the next breakthrough, they're going to let you know. Learn.com/RD Summit. I just got a message from our team. People have already begun filling up the seats.
Nice.
We
Awesome.
have about 50, and that is max. And I'll let you know, but it does take a couple of minutes to do it, and we do have to go in a couple of minutes. So the clock is on. Go now. Learn.com/RD Summit. Jeremy, what should they be prepared for when they do this?
So the reason you see that it's called a breakthrough session is because truly we have students, some of the students that you saw that were making their first sales, Aaron, who is now just crazy taking off, and same thing with Rosalie, and we have so many others, Jim, Sue, Jane, Zane. I mean, we have so many individuals that are taking off and earning 50 to 100 grand a month, and that's all great. But it came back down to one thing. So if we were to reverse engineer what they created from day one, first and foremost, it started with a decision. Until you make the decision to be here, meaning until you just decide 100% unequivocally, you get to be here with us for 5 days to just simply build your business so that you can start focusing on the freedom and the opportunity and the wealth that you're looking to break through, then nothing's going to matter. Until you make that decision to do it, it's not going to matter. That's step number one. You've got to make a decision. And what we've seen is that when students have made that decision and they've come back to us and they've shared that this call, this conversation you're going to have with someone who actually cares enough about you to get on a call and support you and understand where you're coming from and what you want in your life, what you want, not what somebody else has told you what you want, not what somebody else thinks you should have, but what is it that you really want to create with the business? Why are you being a business owner? You got somebody on the other line really caring enough to ask and understand where you're coming from. What we've had is students like Aaron, students like Rosalie, and all these amazing, incredible people that come through this process and have success. They always pinpoint that one day. And quite honestly, some of them have actually literally wrote it on their calendar for life. It's like, this is the day everything changed. This was the call that changed my life. And I can't tell you how many emails that I get from the time that somebody is having that conversation to the time that they're here in person with us. We're getting messages and emails from them about the massive transformation and breakthroughs they have in their life and in their business simply from that. They're not even at the workshop yet. They're not even going through the process that completely changes your life. They've simply made the decision and had the call that changed everything. And I know that Anik has heard from students, it's like, this is the call that transformed my life.
They actually call it that. I've been at events and they refer to it as, it was Jim. Jim was recently calling it that. So someone said, blah, blah, blah. Remember when you called that person? And Jim goes, oh, you mean the call that changes your life? And he said it so nonchalantly as if it's like the commonly understood term for everybody. And they're like, yeah, that one.
Yeah.
Wow, okay. So I want you all to right now, I just got a note. We have 22 seats gone out of the 50, okay? So learn.com/RD Summit. I want to reinstate. Remember what you have learned from Rich Dad.
Yeah.
E, right? E is where most of us sit. Then we could go to S. But S is you have to grind your butt off. You just make more money. It's basically E with longer hours, more money.
You're just creating a new job.
You're a new job. You go to B. B is freaking stressful. There's a lot of people around, a lot of tough stuff going on. And I is freedom.
Yeah.
I is where your money makes money. I is where your assets make money. I is where you don't have to invest time to make more money. So here's the craziest thing. You can have an email list of 5,000 people and it'll still take you 15 minutes a day to write an email or to send something. Or you can have an email list of 500,000 people and it'll still take you the same 15 minutes.
Yeah.
And you're going to make like 10 times with the money.
Right.
Maybe more. So that's what we call asset investing. Now, Andrew's going to come on soon. He's going to talk more about this, but I want you guys to understand something. No matter what kind of business opportunities you see, most of the ones that are investment in assets, the assets are expensive. Warren Buffett's stock is like 20 grand per stock.
Wow.
But yeah, it makes money almost every year. Bitcoin is making tons of people lots of money. It's thousands and thousands of dollars per Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Right? A home. We know real estate is great. Listen, all of the amazing Rich Dad advisors, I listen to them. They teach me. They train me, from their tax consultants to the real estate consultants to the investing consultants. I love them all to death, and I do all of it. But the key is, how much does it cost to buy a house? There's no such thing as no money down. Guys, if you put no money down, you better have really good credit.
Yeah.
The bottom line is, at some point you need access to money. So there's those deals in real estate where you can secure a place and then sell it off to an investor. You need access to the investor.
Right.
You need access to money. I'm here to tell you that if you wanted to do real estate investing, franchise business building, you are going to need 6 figures or more to be able to make a sizable amount of money. That is why the original cash flow quadrant said go from E to S to B to I. Today, you go from E to I because $1 at a time, you can build an email asset that makes you money every single day, that you could pass down generations, that you could sell one day. It appreciates in value, and it's unlimited scale. You can build as many of these as you want. I don't have just one email list. I'm not just in one niche. I'm in multiple niches. Even if one of them completely died, I'm great the next day. I'm still making money. This is the kind of wealth, freedom, and business that we want to help you with. And we don't want to just help you with the business, but we want to dive into you and change the core belief patterns and the way you function, so that once you attract that wealth, you can keep it and grow it.
Yep. Well,
and your next step is to go to that URL, learn.com/RD Summit. Go now.
And it's necessary to be able to understand that this conditioned paradigm, and really excuse that you don't have money or you don't have resources, and that's the thing that's just always holding you back. Well, here's the thing. If you're waiting for your outer circumstances to change so that you can finally decide to change your life, then it's not going to work, right? I mean, let's learn from the extensive amount of, extraordinary data we have from the human experience that simply is not going to work. No entrepreneur ever became a millionaire by saying, you know what? Once I have $1 million, then I'm going to decide to become a millionaire. Once I have the perfect scenario and circumstances in my life, then I'm going to be a successful entrepreneur. That paradigm is not going to lead to where you want to be. And here's the thing. Resources don't matter. They really don't. Let's be honest. When you finally make a decision to do something, you figure out a way to do it. So resources are not the thing that leads you to success. It's being and willing to be resourceful to be able to create what you want. I mean, for the most part, if you're listening to this, you more than likely live in a society or in a culture or in a in a system, if you will, that allows you to make choices by yourself and on your own. And if you have that, especially if you live in North America, then you live in the greatest time in human history to be able to create wealth and prosperity in your life if you choose to do so. And if you're resourceful enough to just say, I'm going to make the decision right now to create the change in my life I want, and I'm then going to go out there and figure out a way to do it. You take that approach, and you now are in alignment with pretty much every successful entrepreneur that you can possibly think of, whether it's Onyx Singal, whether it's Richard Branson, Robert Kiyosaki. You know, these people, they decided, and then they just got resourceful and said, okay, now what? Now what do I do? That's it.
That's amazing. Yeah, no, absolutely. So that's it, guys. We're winding down here. 42 seats gone, Jeremy.
Wow.
42
All right.
of the 50 seats gone. So I'm sure that the rest of you, can you type in the number 1 right now if you're in the process of doing it, just so I can see? Just type in the number 1 if you're in the process of filling it out. You're serious. You do want to talk to us. You do want to see what's possible. Whoa.
Wow.
That's a lot more than 8. Okay,
Yeah.
Look. As long as you see openings, take them.
Yeah.
That's all I'm going to say. As long as you see openings, take them. Maybe we have more than 50. Maybe we have 55, 57, 58. I don't know. But the point here is, get on it. Get on it right now, guys. We want to talk to you. We want to help you. We want to work with you. We want to be able to guide you. We want to do what we know works.
Yeah.
We've been doing this for way too long to have any doubts. Learn.com/RD Summit. Let us have a few days with you in which we will help you master the concepts taught to you by Rich Dad and taught to you by Learn.
Yeah.
We will help you transform your life from A to Z. You have seen what we can do. Okay, you know it. If you're still here, you're listening deep down, you feel it. You know this is the right thing. So I challenge you, go to learn.com/RD Summit. Do it right now. Learn.com/RD Summit. And whether you join us virtually or you join us in person, I can't wait to get to a place where we change your life from head to toe. Get your business up and running so that you too can see what true freedom is like. Take you from E to I. Take you to a place where no matter where you are, you can scale, you can build as many businesses as you want, and you do it as part of our family with unlimited guidance, unlimited support, and everything that you've been looking for and every potential reason why you've not had the success you've been wanting. We can solve it, address it, and knock it out of the park right now. Learn.com/RD Summit. All right, and I'm going to turn things back to Jeremy, but again, learn.com/RD Summit. I'm just going to leave you with my favorite saying in the world. 2 of them. Number 1, if you do today what you did yesterday, tomorrow will look the same as it does today. Just remember that. If you do today what you did yesterday, tomorrow will look the same as it does today. You have an opportunity to do something different today. You have an opportunity to talk to us, to converse with us, to work with us, to partner with us, to get us to guide you. Take us up on it. And the second thing I want to leave you with is, when life pushes you, stand straight, smile, and push it the heck back. This is your opportunity. Push. Jeremy, take it away.
Yeah, no, we have a few minutes. I want to if you're filling out the application, learn.com/RD Summit, continue doing that and just listen to me. I'm going to walk you through what's coming up next. And also, I want to leave you something because I saw it in the comments. Somebody was saying, I've been trying to build a business for 5 years. Well, here's the real question you have to ask yourself, and this is something that all of you can put in the comments. How long, if you've been trying to do this for years or for 5 years or heck, even for 5 months, the real question is, what has it cost you to not have a thriving business the way that you want it to be up and running, whether that's $10,000 a month or $100,000 a month? What does it cost you not to have the right business built the right way and in your life over that time period? 5 years, 5 months. I can tell you right now, if it's 5 months and you were looking to build a $10,000 business, that equates to you investing $50,000 into the University of Not Knowing. And if you're willing to continue making that deposit into the universe for the rest of your life, then just imagine the cost, the real opportunity, the cost that you're missing out on. That's the riskiest thing that you can do, is nothing. And that's really where you can see on the cash flow quadrant, for example, the risk significantly goes up when you have the least amount of control and the least amount of guidance and support and environment to help you thrive as an individual and empower you as, being able to increase your financial intelligence, being able to enhance your emotional and entrepreneurial intelligence. So the bottom line is that's a really great way of being able to see and understand really in a visceral way, wow, what is it costing me to spend 5 years of my life trying to just figure it out, as opposed to just getting around the right people, getting around a family of individuals that can support me in getting me to where I want to be. So I want you to write that down. Again, you guys can put in the comments, what does it cost you over the time period that that you have spent? If you spent 5 years and again, you've been looking to do a $10,000 a month business, go ahead and put that in there. But get specific and measurable of the results that you're getting, because based on results, what are you investing into the University of Not Knowing? And let's start investing that opportunity into being you at a much different, higher level. All right, so go to learn.com/RD Summit. You can do that now. If you're already on it, continue filling out the application. You can continue doing that even as we transition here, because Andrew's going to come on. And what he's going to dive into is something very, very in alignment and relevant to what we've been talking about here, assets and liabilities. What are the things that you are going to be putting your investments into? Are you going to be going after assets, meaning building you as an entrepreneur and building a business that can create tangible ROI? Or are you going to continue pursuing liabilities in your life that could potentially leave you with a massive cost of opportunity lost? And so remember, the riskiest thing you can do is lose control over the results that you have. And so Andrew's going to come on here in a few minutes. Go ahead, continue filling out the application. I think we are we have like a ton of applications coming in, guys.
We're way over 50, but you know what? We opened up more spots, everybody, because anyways, we opened up some schedule. We asked some of our trainers and experts to open up some more time. Cool. This is your last opportunity.
Awesome.
Do it.
Yeah, go ahead and do it now. Go ahead and take action. Again, information here. If you take what Anik and I are saying and all you do is hear it, but you don't execute, it's not going to be impactful in your life. It's not going to impact you or your results in any way. So go ahead and execute. Learn.com/RD Summit. Go there now. And quite honestly, I would maybe even love to be able to speak with you. Hopefully you and I can actually connect. And we would definitely love to meet you in person here. So go ahead and do that now. I'm going to bring on Andrew. He's going to talk about assets and liabilities. Make sure that you continue absorbing what you're learning here, and then go apply it. Go take action and execute. All right? Andrew, take it away.
Hey everybody, I'm Andrew Lance, Content Director at Learn. Thank you, Jeremy, for hosting the event and doing such a great job. Real pleasure to be here. I'm excited to talk about assets and really introduce this section of the course. So assets is a term that's going to come up again and again throughout the RichDad Summit. You've already heard the term used. And before we proceed to begin talking about some investment opportunities and whatnot, I really wanted to take a moment and zero in on what exactly assets are. I think it's important to define our terms, especially one as common and critical as assets. So what are assets? Assets are ultimately anything you acquire that puts money in your pocket. I mean, you'll go out, you'll read some more technical definitions. Other presenters might actually give you more technical definitions. But I think this is a useful way of thinking about assets. Anything you acquire that puts money in your pockets. If you own a business, this is anything you acquire that puts money in your business's pocket. At least the metaphorical pocket of your business, right? So, I talk about hard assets and soft assets. So hard assets are tangible. These are things like real estate, stocks, precious metals, appreciating currencies, profitable businesses. These are all things where if you own them and you run them well, they will put money in your pocket. And generally speaking, over time, they grow in value. One of the things that Robert talks a lot about is the importance of not just relying on equity to be wealthy, right? Some people, they take the approach of they go buy their house and they're anticipating their house is going to grow in value over time, and theoretically they could then retire off of the increase in the value of your house. And it's nice, obviously, if that happens over time, but what's better is to also include some actual income coming in from real estate. So that's why, for example, and you'll learn more about this tomorrow when we talk about real estate, we want to be investing in properties that generate income to you, right? That have rent being paid. So that's money in your pocket right away. And so if the property increases in value, that's really nice, right? That's definitely a nice bonus, and even might become a significant reason why your net worth grows. But you also have that immediate income. So all these examples that I gave here, and most of the examples I'm going to give you a little bit later in this presentation, are assets that actually do give you money in your pocket. Stocks, for example, can pay dividends. Real estate, you should be getting some rent from that. Profitable businesses, not only is the value of the business growing, but you're making an income from it, right? You're getting paid. So, hard assets, the best kind of hard assets are ones that do put money in your pocket, both in the short term and in the long term. Soft assets are something that we're going to talk about tomorrow in more detail. But really, the way to think about soft assets is that they're intangible, right? These are things like your brand, patents, reputation, relationship skills, education. These are all things that are incredibly important, right? And they do actually put money in your pocket. If you increase your skills, then your opportunities grow, right? If you invest in relationships, then you're going to open up more opportunities as well. These are all things that if you invest in, you are going to be able to put money in your pocket. It's just not quite as immediate and not quite as tangible as hard assets are. But I would argue that in many respects, they're equally important. And that's why we talk about over and over again the importance of investing in your financial intelligence, right? The more you invest in your financial intelligence, both with your time, your money, your energy, your attention, all that, the better off you're going to be long term, because you're going to be able to make better decisions. You're going to be able to recognize new opportunities. We have this amazing summit happening today and tomorrow, and you're learning all kinds of great stuff by being here. And you're being exposed to different opportunities, many of which you never would have been exposed to before. And I've been seeing it in the comments section all day today, in the questions panel on GoToWebinar. You all are super into what you're learning. You're seeing comments like, wow, I never would have thought of that. And, this is really cool. Getting a lot of great feedback from you all. And you're investing in your financial intelligence, and you're going to learn things this weekend where when you go home, well, I guess you are probably home right now, but when you leave the summit, right, in the subsequent days, weeks, and months, years, you're going to be taking lessons that will lead to income opportunities for you. You will be wealthier in the long term because you've been investing in your financial intelligence. Okay, so soft assets are incredibly important, and actually tomorrow we're going to talk in great detail about soft assets. I'm going to give you some specific ideas for these soft assets here and some additional ones as well. It's such an important thing to invest in if you're serious about increasing your net worth, becoming wealthy, becoming more successful. So those are soft assets. I want you to keep those in mind. But what we're going to be focusing on in the immediate sessions that follow this and into tomorrow are hard assets, right? I'm going to go back here. These things right here, real estate, the stock market, currencies. We're even going to talk tomorrow about cryptocurrencies, which is a new thing that's you've probably seen in the news, and is a riskier investment opportunity, generally speaking, but it's one that a lot of savvy investors are making, and you're going to find out all about that tomorrow. But keep this definition in mind. Hard assets are tangible, soft assets are intangible, but both can put money in your pocket if you invest in them. Liabilities. All right, so we talk a lot about assets and liabilities. Liabilities simply lose value over time. They take money out of your pocket. So high interest debt is an example of a liability, especially credit card debt, where your interest rate can be really, really high. That is something that takes money out of your pocket every month. You don't pay it off. All right, what's one of the simplest wealth pieces of financial advice you can get, right? Pay down your credit card debt. Well, why? Because you have a really high interest rate. So you're paying the bank or the credit card company every single month a substantial amount of money that you're not getting any value from. I mean, it's kind of crazy, right? I mean, you're talking 20% in a lot of cases, 20, 30%. I remember my first credit card in college was around that range. It's crazy. So high interest debt, huge liability. Paper money. And I say paper money because, think about it, every year we have inflation in the Western world. We don't have currency that's backed by precious metals. We don't have deflation. We always have inflation. So technically, if you're like your grandparents and you got your money hiding under your mattress, well, you're actually technically getting poorer every year because of that. All right, so paper money is an example of a liability. A big car loan. When you break down a lot of people's monthly expenses, what are the biggest ones? It's housing, it's transportation, and it's food, right? Those are three huge expenses that just about everybody has. Now, your transportation costs can be, they can be small, they can be large. Some people don't have a car, right? Some people are able to take public transportation. Some people are willing to drive around in older used cars that are less expensive. Maybe they don't have a car payment. But if somebody has a car that has a big car payment, oftentimes a big a loan that has a high interest rate, that's a major liability. And it's a liability that more and more people are getting into. Some people have called this, one of the bubbles that is in our current economy. Is the fact that car lending has massively expanded. There's all these kind of sketchy loans out there right now where they're targeting poor people directly, getting them to pay massive interest rates, basically assuming that they won't be able to make their payments after a couple of months. They go and repo the car and then give it out to somebody else, right? And kind of get people paying into this system. It's definitely not good. Now, most of you are not in this situation, right? Most of you are, have manageable car loans, and look, you got to get around, right? But be mindful that your car loan is technically a liability because your car is not going to increase in value over time unless it's a really particular type of car. If you own a Honda Civic, that's probably not going to increase in value over time, right? So it is technically a liability. So just be mindful of that. Again, it's not like, when I talk about these liabilities, you're like, oh my God, got to get rid of it, right? Like, what are you going to not have a car? If you live in an area where you have to drive, are you not going to transact things in paper money? Over-leveraged mortgage is another example. Most people take the approach of putting most of their wealth into their houses, and they buy the biggest house they can afford and take out a massive mortgage to pay it. That's, long-term, if your home increases in value, that might not be so much of a liability. But many people are in a situation where they are paying into a mortgage that is frankly larger than they can reasonably afford. They're not making any kind of rental income. They're not using the strategies you're going to learn about tomorrow. And then things come up, right? You got to pay property tax. You have repairs that come up. So there are many people who are way over leveraged with their mortgages. And that's a huge liability in their lives. If you own a business, employees' wages is an example of a liability. Now, if the employee is generating more value to the company than you're paying them, then it's probably worthwhile, but it's still a liability on the balance sheet. It's an expense every month. Taxes. Taxes are a liability that every individual and every business has to deal with. You're going to learn some amazing tax strategies tomorrow, by the way. Some ways, it's one of the easiest ways you can put more money in your pocket is by sending less money to the government. And Tom Wheelwright's going to be on tomorrow. He's going to break down some specific ways that you can do that as a business owner and as an investor. And then final, legal risks, right? Legal risks are a liability. But companies and individuals pay a lot of money in insurance, and they do it for good reason, because if you are not properly insured, well, if something goes wrong, you can be on the hook for a lot of money that a liability that can bankrupt you, right? So as you can see here, we have some different liabilities that appear in different areas of your life. And look, you're going to have some liabilities in your life. It's the reality of the situation. It doesn't mean that you don't invest in certain things. You need a place to live, right? And in many cases, it's better to buy a home than to rent a home. That's not always the case, by the way. There are definitely some areas of the country where home prices are so obnoxiously high, or they're massively depreciating in value, where it does, makes more sense actually to rent than it does to invest in a house. But in many cases, it actually makes a lot of sense to buy a home. You just got to be careful not to over-leverage yourself, not to buy more house than you can reasonably afford. If you're going to invest in real estate and really push yourself, you want to make sure that you're not just relying on the equity of the house, but you're also, getting cash flow from that. Same with the car loan, right? Like, you got to get around in most cases, so you got to get a car. But again, as you're approaching that investment, purchase at least, recognize that, hey, this is probably going to be taking money out of my pocket. I need to make sure this is something that I can actually reasonably afford. Paper money, again, you're going to do transactions in cash. It's, it's the nature of life. You're going to have a checking account, okay? But just be mindful that it's better to have as much money as possible earning some kind of interest, earning some kind of return, than it is just to have it sitting in your checking account. And high interest debt, I mean, look, I think everybody here has used credit cards at some point and has gotten some value from using credit cards. Bridges some time, between getting paid and when you actually need the money, maybe as a temporary thing, whatever. Like there are uses for instruments like credit cards. You just got to be very smart about it. You need to recognize it as a potential liability and use some good judgment when you're actually taking advantage of that. So when it comes to becoming wealthy, oh, by the way, I forgot to mention the soft liabilities, right? So, these are the liabilities I mentioned in the previous slide here. These are liabilities, you can call them like hard liabilities, right? These are, things that could appear on a balance sheet besides maybe legal risks at the bottom there. But there's also soft liabilities in your life that can take away from your health, happiness, productivity, and frankly, your wealth, right? These are people like, negative friends and family members, toxic beliefs, poor nutrition, just poor life habits, These are all things that have a very real impact on your ability to create wealth. If you have really poor nutrition and you cannot be as productive as you can possibly be, well, that's going to take away from your ability to create wealth in your life. If you have toxic beliefs about yourself, about money, about other people, that's going to limit you from taking advantage of these opportunities that we've been talking about in the summit and are going to be talking about tomorrow as well. If you have, I think always no examples or maybe have experienced examples of having negative friends and family members, people who are putting you down, asking you for money all the time, not offering value in your life, discouraging you from doing things. I think, I remember when I started my first business, there were people in my life, friends of mine, who were not supportive. And it's one thing to come out and, make some good points and say, hey, have you considered this? Have you considered that? Have you looked at it this way? That's useful feedback. But I'm talking people who are like, oh, well, that's stupid. Or why would you want to do that? Just go get a job. Like that kind of attitude. I think all of us have people in our lives that are like that. And look, that can be really detrimental, right? We tend, as human beings, to, we're social creatures, so we adapt to those around us. We adapt to the beliefs and the attitudes and the values of other people. And if you're just surrounded by really negative people who are not ambitious and don't really care about this stuff, it's going to be a lot tougher for you to go out there and kick some butt, right? And really make some amazing changes in your life. So be mindful that there could be friends and family members in your life who are pulling you down. And that's a liability. Now, does it mean that you need to go call everyone up and tell them to get out of your life? Of course not. Okay, there are situations where that's not realistic. There's sometimes, family members, right? Blood is thicker than water. So you don't necessarily want to kick out every family member who might have a negative attitude. But just be mindful of the impact that they're having on you and do things to minimize that impact. That could be spending less time with them. It could be, making sure that you're spending time with them in the right situation. It could be having a difficult conversation. There's a lot of different things that might be needed to resolve that situation. But soft liabilities are very important to deal with. Very, very important to deal with. And people who are really successful long term, they are masters at being able to recognize soft liabilities and to manage them. But if you don't, I'm telling you, I cannot even begin to tell you how many examples that I know personally. I'm not going to say this person's name, but a very high-end client of mine, millions of dollars this person generates every single year, is basically broke all the time because he has family members who are constantly in his pocket and just, he's basically supporting a bunch of different family members. And it's amazing because he makes so much, he brings in so much income just with his brand. But he's got all these people around him who are constantly getting money from him. So Be mindful of that, okay? See where that's the case in your own life. Not just necessarily directly people taking money out of your pocket, but even just having toxic beliefs and whatnot that's rubbing off on you. And try to minimize that impact. Your basic formula for wealth, this is what I was trying to get at earlier. Your basic formula for wealth: invest in assets, minimize liabilities. Pretty straightforward equation, right? Investing in assets, I'm talking investing money, investing time, and investing energy. Okay, because those are all things that you don't have an unlimited amount of. Let's be realistic, right? We only have so much time in the day. We only have so much energy to work with. You can do things like improve your nutrition, sleep better, exercise more. All those things actually do contribute to expanding the amount of energy you have. But ultimately, you're only going to have so much energy to go around, right? So you have so much time, you only have so much energy, you only have so much money, right? So you need to be intelligent about where you're investing all of that. I think the biggest thing, I think this is something Jeremy's been really trying to push everyone towards today, is the first step is you got to become aware of where all that's going, right? Where is your time going? Where is your energy going? Where is your money going? One of the most valuable things you can start doing is tracking all of that. You don't have to do it every single day, but it could be really useful for you to just document for a week. What are you doing all day? How much time are you doing this? How much time are you doing that? There are some great computer apps that will actually track what you're doing on your computer. So if you're doing a lot of work on your computer, it can automate a lot of that. You might need to manually record some of this stuff. But just like taking an audit, right? Kind of auditing your time. Seeing where it's going. How much of it is going towards productive things, both in terms of creating wealth in your life, but also in creating wealth in other areas of your life, into your family, into your relationships, right? Those are all important things as well. But just see where your time is going and how much is it just being wasted? Sitting in front of the television, watching shows that you don't really enjoy that much, but you watch because it's on, or engaging in gossip and drama, that kind of stuff, It's a lot. I mean, when you do this, you'll see like, oh my goodness, I spent all my time doing that. Like, wow. So that's the first step, is really just awareness. And then once you have awareness, then you can make changes, right? And you can implement some strategies to better utilize your time, energy, and money. So you want to invest in assets, you want to minimize liabilities, all right? That's your basic formula for wealth. And as you're going through the rest of the sessions today and your sessions tomorrow, be mindful of this. Ask yourself, what are some things that I can do to invest more in assets, both hard and soft? And what are some things I can do to minimize the liabilities in my life? I think one of the coolest parts about this summit is that you're getting all kinds of ideas for both. All kinds of ideas for both. So I wanted to give you a bunch of ideas for some hard assets before we move on to an amazing presentation on one of these assets in particular. But I wanted to give you a bunch of ideas, kind of like what we did earlier with businesses, because, look, these specific assets that you're going to invest in that are best for you are going to be different than for other people. So let me just give you a bunch of ideas. We're going to have some sessions on different ones, not all of them, but many of them. We're going to have specific sessions on them. Listen to them all, have an open mind, and then as you leave, think through, okay, what are the ones that I want to get serious about, and then do what you got to do to get the right training, to take action, whatever you need to do to actually follow through and make this a part of your strategy to create more wealth in your life. So let's talk about a few of them. Land, buildings. What are we talking about? We're talking about real estate. I want to separate land and buildings just because when people think about real estate, I think they limit themselves to just thinking about, I'm going to go buy a house and rent it out, or I'm going to go buy some units in an apartment building and rent them out. Or if I live in a big city, I'm going to go buy a flat, or a condo. There's different types of real estate you can invest in. I personally know somebody who invests in land for parking spaces. He literally owns a parking lot in Chicago and makes a lot of money. Okay, you can actually rent out parking lot spaces for a lot of money in a city like Chicago. So real estate is a lot of different things. It can be a lot of different things. We have an amazing presentation tomorrow about real estate. You're going to learn a lot of great information and discover some ways that you can go and get excellent training on real estate. It's a great opportunity. It's like a timeless opportunity. I was reading a book about ancient Rome. And guess what? A lot of wealthy people there got wealthy because they own land. It's timeless, okay? If you approach it correctly, it can be a fantastic asset. Obviously, if you don't approach it correctly, and we saw this a few years ago, it can be really bad as well. And I remember seeing videos of Robert predicting the housing crash, right? It can happen. Okay, so if you're going to get into real estate, you need to make sure that you're taking an intelligent approach, and getting the right training and the right system and all of that. So land and buildings, corporate stocks, pretty timeless way to increase your net worth. I mean, if you approach the stock market correctly, you can make a lot of money. The stock market goes through its ups and downs, but the long-term trend is that people who invest in it tend to get a very healthy rate of return on their investment. Absolutely, a healthy rate. I saw during the campaign, actually, somebody did an analysis where if somebody took kind of a decent inheritance, like let's say somebody inherited $100,000 in 1970, and they just stuck it in the stock market, what would it be in 2016? It would actually be very, very high. This person would easily not just be a millionaire, but be really, really well off, right? Talking hundreds of millions of dollars. I mean, so the possibilities for growth in the stock market are tremendous, okay? But you need to do it correctly. And we're actually, after this presentation, Andy Tanner's going to come on, and he's going to come on. He's going to talk about the stock market, give you some great ideas on how you can invest in it, and how to the right approach for that. Precious metals, gold, silver, commodities in general, right? If you understand the commodities market, and you can recognize some trends in that, be able to anticipate when it's going to go up, when it's going to go down. Like most things, long term, because of inflation, precious metals tend to increase in value. There are ups and downs, though. So if you do get into investing in precious metals or other commodities, make sure you get the right training and whatnot. Appreciating currency. So not all currencies are like, the U.S. dollar, for example, where there's inflation and every year its value goes down. So there are currencies out there that are increasing in value. You're going to hear tomorrow about cryptocurrencies, which is a very new cutting-edge thing. I think they've only been out since like 2009, at least in a mainstream form with Bitcoin. We're going to have somebody on tomorrow who's going to talk about cryptocurrencies. And, look, it's not going to be the right investment for all of you, but it's definitely worth hearing because some people invested in Bitcoin have gone on to get a very nice rate of return on it. Bonds, corporate bonds, government bonds, those have a rate of return on them. Loans receivable. So obviously we talked earlier about having debt, especially with a high interest rate, can be a major liability for you. But what if you owned a debt? That's basically what bonds are too, right? You're basically lending money to the government, or you're lending money to a corporation or whatever. But if you're the one receiving the loan, if you have a loans receivable, well, then you're on the other side of that. Instead of having a liability, you actually have an asset. Mutual funds, savings accounts, I wanted to include those because they're very common. A lot of companies, in fact, will offer plans that are directly tied to those. And, here's the thing about a savings account, for example. They're easy. They're convenient, right? You don't have to really think about it that much. The problem, though, is that your rate of return on that is probably not going to be all that great. It's probably not going to be that great. Let's be real. Like, a lot of times, the interest you get for money you have in your savings account is less than inflation. So in reality, it's almost like putting cash under your mattress. You're going to be losing value over time. Mutual funds, a lot of times you'll find that investments in mutual funds, a lot of the return you get is eaten up by fees and whatnot. Frankly, a lot of advisors will just say, hey, if you're going to put money in mutual funds, go find an index fund, a fund that is attached to the value of the S&P 500, for example. So that as the S&P grows or the Dow grows and whatever, your funds basically just kind of follow that. Most mutual funds are not successful at outperforming the market. And when you include fees and whatnot, it's oftentimes not in your interest to go that route. But I wanted to put it on there because it is common. It is technically an asset. And, if you have a portfolio, pretty diverse portfolio, that could be a part of that. So a couple thoughts here, and then we're going to bring on Andy to talk about the stock market. One of the reasons why we talk a lot about investing in real estate investing in the stock market, investing in profitable businesses, is that you get that cash flow. It's not just about growing the value of these assets. It's also about the cash flow that you get. With real estate, you can get rent. Again, my friend who owns the parking lot, he gets hundreds of dollars every single month for all the people parked and have parking spots, parked in the different spots he has. With stocks, if you invest in stocks and you find stocks that have dividends, that's money in your pocket right away. Profitable businesses, again, if you start a business and you grow a business, that's money that is generating into your pocket. You're not just relying on the value of your business. And Anik is actually going to come on a little bit later, and he's going to talk about how an email list is an example of this. An email list is something that is basically an audience of people that you've made a connection with, that you have in your database, and that is kind of like a lot of these assets in that it has value in itself. It grows in value over time, those relationships and whatnot. And if you do proper promotions and whatnot, it actually can put cash in your pocket much quicker. So these are all examples of assets. Many of them have cash flow. Those are honestly, in many cases, ones you want to be investing in. Not just assets that have value, but also assets that have cash flow as well. So, hope you got a couple of interesting pieces of information there. We are going to bring Andy on now. He is going to break down the stock market. He's going to give you some awesome information. If this is something that you are considering investing in, you need to pay attention to this presentation. And look, right now, if the stock market is something that doesn't really appeal to you that much, totally fine. Listen to it anyway. Have an open mind, because even if it's not something that you're ready to jump on right now, it might be in the future. So we're going to go ahead and bring Andy on. Thank you all for listening. Thank you for the feedback that I'm seeing in the questions panel. And Andy, it's all yours. Take it away.
Thank you for having me. Thank you for the introduction, and welcome to this session on cash flow by using things like stocks and options and paper assets. Had the chance to speak with you guys a little bit about the cash flow quadrant, and what a great discussion. We're going to get, with that context, a little bit more specific in stock market cash flow. And the first thing I will say is, again, congratulations for investing your time, your energy, being the type of person that invests, money and effort and everything else into getting better in personal development. After high school and college, some people never do anything more to improve themselves. So again, it is just an honor to be with you, and just a pleasure, and I congratulate you for showing up. I'm going to do a disclaimer on this particular presentation because it's my plan to look at some specific stocks, perhaps some option strategies, and so I'll tell you just a little bit about them. But I don't want everyone to run off the rails after a 1-hour meeting with me thinking that they're Warren Buffett and ready to take over the world too. So this is going to be for financial education and educational purposes. Please, if I mention a stock, don't go out and buy it like your hair's on fire, because I might change my mind tomorrow. So with that said, if you didn't catch the earlier presentation when I talked a little bit about Rich Dad's cash flow quadrant, just a little bit about me. My name is, again, Andy Tanner, and it's been my privilege over many, many years, probably over 20 years now, to go all around the world and share my experience as a student to help people learn more about financial education, improve their context. Biggest thing I've learned from that experience is it's developed a love and appreciation for simplicity. And I'm about 6'8". I played a little basketball in college, and now I'm all washed up, and the only thing I'm good for is changing a light bulb. I can reach up without a ladder. And other than that, I can change light bulbs, but I can also make things simple. So while I don't have many talents, those are two that I have, and I promise to make things simple for you. I'll mention again, I've authored 2 books over the last few years, and I've learned a lot from that too. It's easier to learn writing a book than reading one, I think. It's not necessarily easy work, but as far as learning, writing books is an amazing way to learn, to really have to formulate what you know. And so my first book is 401 Chaos. Even if a person is outside the U.S., it's a wonderful book on retirement systems, and it's a lot of food for thought on the problems. And then Robert Kiyosaki was very kind. He's always been good to me as a student, and he said, Andy, you've learned some things about the stock market. You have a way of making it simple. Would you give back and make a contribution to the Rich Dad Advisor series? And so I was very humbled and honored to have the opportunity to share a little bit about stock market cash flow, and that's what we'll be talking about here. My story is just like yours. I grew up and was told to get a job and get good grades, and I didn't do a good job really very long of either of those things. And so I became a student of investing. I've been a student ever since. Hasn't been all roses for me. I don't know how it is for other investors, but for me, there's been ups and downs. I've had investments where I've lost money before. I've actually lost 2 businesses, an entrepreneur, before I finally figured it out and got some staying power. And so it's been a wonderful journey, and I wouldn't trade those mistakes for anything. And while I'm very happy that we have a good lifestyle, and my children are not wanting, I guess you'd say. We even have enough extra to buy an ice cream cone once in a while. But the bigger thing than money and lifestyle for me is I cherish the relationships I've developed with my teachers and also with my students. They're very, very special people, and that's an important bond, very enriching to my life. So I'm grateful for those things. That's a little bit about me, so you can have a little confidence in your teacher. A couple things in this for you. First, we're going to learn what should you study if you want to be an entrepreneur, right? What in the world should I study? This was not taught in school. What topics should I look for? What teachers should I look for? What in the world should I study? We're also going to talk about some myths and some lies. Myths and lies about investing. We're going to uncover those. And then next, I'm going to demonstrate, hopefully if we have time, some techniques for cash flow. And these are strategies I call Buffett strategies. They're things that the rich do that most people are unaware of. So if we can accomplish those 3 things, I think we'll have spent a successful hour together. And the way to get the most out of this class is very, very simple. The way to get the most out of this class is this. Start doing these things now, okay? Especially the studying part and the practicing part. Make sure that a person doesn't make a mistake of coming to an event like this one and learning so much and being inspired and saying, 2 weeks I'll get around to this. Do something today, whether it's something I speak about or something someone in a different session you've attended speaks about. Do something now. Commit now. As I speak, that I'm going to do something. I'm going to build assets, whether it be in business, real estate, paper like we're going to talk about, or what have you. And then make sure you catch the big picture. Look, there's a lot of minutiae and detail when it comes to investing, and there'll be time for that. There'll be time to figure out details. But make sure we catch the big picture. I'll do my best to do that. Now, buy assets instead of liabilities, right? Buy assets instead of liabilities. When you sit down with your loved ones and you write out your goals, start here. Say, okay, what's my income? What are my expenses? Get these 6 numbers down. What are my assets? And what are my liabilities? Ask those questions. What are these things? And when you subtract income from assets, then you get cash flow. Right? Flow. And when you subtract asset from liabilities, then you get net worth. Right? Assets minus liabilities is net worth. And that's probably the least important of the 6. Cash flow is the most important of the 6. And say, look, I want to get a passive income, quick review, that's greater than my expenses. In other words, once I begin to buy these assets, does it produce more income than goes out in expenses? And if this number here is greater than this number here, you now have freedom. And that's worth working for, doggone it. That's worth studying for, and it's certainly not taught in school. If you could go back in time and there was a class that said, look, we're not going to teach physics, and we're not going to teach geography, and we're not going to teach social studies or science, as important that is. But what we're going to teach is how to build an asset column, where instead of a class that helps you get a job, it's a class where it helps you never have to have one. If there'd have been a class on how to buy assets, that was called Passive Income Above Expenses and How to Do It. Would you have walked to try to get into that class before it was full, or would you have run to try and get an application and to be accepted into that type of a course? And so it's a totally different mindset. It's worth doing. And one of the great blessings you could give your children is you cannot pass on your degree, but you can pass on your assets and your cash flow. You know, if you become a doctor and get a PhD, or become a teacher and get a master's, that'll hang on the wall. And the moment you die, it is of no worth to your children. They can admire it and they can look to you as an example, but you cannot pass it on. Assets you can pass on. And so that's an exciting gift to say, gee, you know, everything I worked for in my life, if I just have a job, every time I went to work, it wasn't doing anything for my kids. But if you work to build assets, it's a great gift, not only for you to have freedom, but to give the gift of freedom and a legacy to improve your community, your family, and to give back. So buy assets instead of liabilities. Now, there are a couple of different types of assets. There's businesses, there's real estate, and there's commodities, and there's paper. And in the other, there's advantages to all of these. You know, there's great tax advantages here. You can use debt here. This I'll give you 2 or 3 here. This right here is it's got scale. You can scale it down to, you know, a few dollars. You know, you can buy stock for $20, right? Tough to buy a business for $20. You know, it's scalable. It's also very liquid, which means you can sell earlier. These are not liquid things. These are very, very liquid things. These are very agile, which means you can make money when stocks go up or stocks go down. And so there's a lot of agility. I should make that more clear. Agile, is that how you spell agile? And then finally, there's a lot of leverage here. There's leverage with debt, but here there's leverage with contracts. We'll talk about the great levers available and much, much more. So part of learning what asset class you're going to be in is learn what they bring to the table. There's not one that is better than the other. I get so tired of people saying, oh, poor people do this and rich people do this and dumb people do this and smart people. No, that's not true. Warren Buffett does this one. Mark Cuban and Richard Branson do this one. Mark Cuban also does this one. T. Boone Pickens does this one. Donald Trump does this one. And so, you know, there are wealthy people in all these. And to say that one asset class is better than another is just an ignorant statement. Because if you don't like real estate, Donald Trump will prove to you that you can make billions. If you say, well, business is a bad idea, well, Richard Branson is going to have something to say, as will Mark Zuckerberg, Steve Jobs, Bill Gates. If you say, oh, paper is for poor people, you're going to have to look at all the paper assets that Warren Buffett is buying as we speak, in addition to business. And if you don't like commodities like oil, T. Boone Pickens will be picking a bone with you. So don't fall into the trap of trying to find the best asset class. Find the best asset class for you. Might be real estate, might not be paper, might be commodities, might be business, might not be real estate. But I will give you an overview of some paper things, and then you can get an idea of if it's something you'd like to. In the paper asset class, you know, you've got a lot, and this is not limited to these 3. For example, I could put foreign exchange currency in here as Forex, right? Is a huge market, the currency market, you know, and bitcoins and all that crap. But we're going to do 3. First is when you loan money. And that's called a bond. You know, and you have savings bonds where you loan the government money, and you have bail bonds where you help someone you borrow money to get out of prison or loan someone to make bail. You know, you've got corporate bonds where you help a company raise money, you know, T-bills, government bonds. You have municipal bonds where you loan money to a city tax-free. So there's the bond market. There's the equity market, which means you're not loaning money, you have ownership, where you own a piece of a company. So let's say that you own some shares of Apple. Well, that means you're an owner of the company. You can go to their meetings, you can vote. You might not get a lot of votes, you know, vote a share, but nonetheless, you are an owner of a company, which is nice. There's derivative market, and people don't know this, but these are largely promises or contracts. This is where Warren Buffett and professionals contracts, not contracts, let's write that the right way, where we have contracts. This is where I like to play. This is where Warren Buffett likes to play. This is where George Soros likes to play, is in these two right here. And we'll even do bonds once in a while, but we really like contracts. So I'm going to help you understand what these are, you know, in terms of agreements and promises and guarantees, and that these are valuable and how they work. But before we do that, I might be getting a little on myself. I'll share with you what to study. And if people go to school, they'll learn math and English and stuff, but they don't learn investor. So I will tell you something you can learn no matter which asset class, no matter which class you choose, business, real estate, paper, or commodities. There's 4 things that everyone can learn about, and I call these my 4 pillars of investing. And that's what we're going to spend the bulk of our time discussing, is what are these 4 pillars of investing. Well, I'm going to draw a line down the middle to separate them 2 and 2, and we'll talk about the very first pillar. The first pillar is called fundamental analysis, and I'll be speaking to you what a fundamental analysis is. And when I do, it's going to make a lot of sense to you, and you're going to notice the difference between what smart investors do and what amateur investors do. You'll see a vast difference, perhaps, how you invest in your 401k and per se how Warren Buffett might invest that's different than a 401k. So we'll talk about what's called fundamental analysis, and this is jargon. It's an undefined word right now. So we'll take the time to define this word so we don't have any blockage of learning, and we'll learn what a fundamental analysis is. Does that sound fun? The second thing that every investor should learn about is the technical analysis, and I'll give this one away right now. This is simply studying trends and the history of price. Okay, it's about studying the price of an asset and the trends that it might be going up or down. And this is the type of investing that is, you know, guys, that makes guys like George Soros rich and famous, and very rich people. And so we're very aware of trend. And so the fancy jargon for that is called technical analysis. It's basically looking at stock charts, right? That's what it is. If you're studying a stock chart and learn how to look at its value and get some value out of it, you are now a basic technical analyst, is what you'd be. Now this is about gathering information only. Information about the company and information about the price. That's it, okay? You can't really change this information. You can't really control this information. You can only gather this information. So this is information gathering only. That's all you're doing, is gathering information on the company and what its price has been doing. Doesn't really tell you much about the future, maybe a little bit, but it's just a basic analysis of the stock. That's what analysis means. We're looking at stuff. Okay, over here on this side is you begin to take action. In other words, what are you going to do with this information? And so this has to do with what position you take. You might take something called a long position. You might borrow and take a short position. You might take a position of debt. You might take a position of an option. You might take a position of a derivative or insurance position. And so this decides what you're going to do with this information. And unlike a 401k, professional investors make money when stocks go up, but they can also make it when it goes down, or I can make it when it's stagnant. Doesn't matter. One of my favorite markets is a down market. Probably my favorite market of all time is a stagnant one. I love all 3. They're all very exciting. But again, in a 401k, people only hope for the up and they can't control it. And then finally, this is where you prepare. It's not prediction. You prep. And you prep for sudden change. Okay, you say, well, I did my homework over here, I studied my trend, I took a nice position, maybe my position would benefit me if things went up. Okay, what if things go down tomorrow? What is your plan B and plan C, right? What's plan B and what's plan C? Do you have one? Do you have an adjustment? You know, most people don't. Most people put money in a 401k, and if the market falls, they have nothing to do. And that doesn't make any sense. I mean, if you're on the Titanic and all of a sudden you hit an iceberg and the ship starts to sink, do you say, oh, gee, I hope this changes? No. You got to have a lifeboat. People on the Titanic didn't die because the ship sank. They died because they had no lifeboat. That's the difference. Ship can sink all at once. I'll just get off. But if a person doesn't have an exit strategy, doesn't have insurance, doesn't have a lifeboat, then they're going to be in trouble. And 401ks do not do this at all. There's no risk management in a 401k. If the market drops in what's called a systemic way, if the whole system falls, those people lose their money. They lose everything. If it falls far enough, they lose time. And so it can push retirement out farther and farther. So these are the 4 pillars of investing. And these are the things that professionals study. So the question really is, would this be fun to learn for you? If you don't think it would be fun to learn, you probably won't be very good at it. I know that for me, guys that are over here in the employee, they don't like to learn this stuff. The guys over here, they salivate over this stuff. I think that at heart, I was an entrepreneur and wanted to be an investor. By personality, I was probably an S quadrant person, but I always wanted to be over here. And all of the classes I took prepared me for E. I remember sitting in organic chemistry and saying, this is absolutely some people were having fun. The doctors were having fun. The biologists were having fun. But for me, organic chemistry was painful. I didn't like it. It wasn't fun to learn. It wasn't enjoyable. It wasn't even interesting. It's not saying it's that for everybody. I'm just judging it from my standpoint. So the first question I'd ask you is, do you think this stuff would be fun to learn? For me, it really was fun to learn. I like making it fun for other people. But that's something you would ask yourself as you look at a cash flow quadrant. Because if organic chemistry lights you up, well, then go here or here, right? If engineering lights you up, go here or here. But if making money lights you up, and investing with confidence lights you up, and having rules and confidence when you invest, well, then this might be your cup of tea. And I invite you today to start learning about it, okay, and start working harder on it and learning a little bit more about it. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about what fundamental analysis is. And what I think I'll do is just pull this off right here. And I'll talk about what fundamental analysis is. Hopefully I can do it quick. Go, that sounds good. What fundamental analysis is simply looking at the income statement and balance sheet of an entity. You could do this with a person. You could do this with a corporation. You could even do it with a nation, called sovereign fundamentals. You could do it with any of them. For example, let's just take a picture of this. Let's fill it in with what it has here. It has income. It has expenses. It has assets. And it has liabilities. Liabilities. Something like that. So let's just take a picture of that so we can have it. And we'll start with this one, then we'll put in another one here in a minute. So let's say I was going to do this on a person. Well, if a person had a lot of debt, like a mortgage, and credit cards, and they had no assets, and so that means assets minus liabilities would give me the net worth. So that, let's say their net worth is negative, it's below zero. And let's say they had an income of, I don't know, maybe $5,000 a month, but their expenses were $6,000 a month. They'd have what's called a negative cash flow of minus $1,000, which means they're getting in trouble here. They're getting in a lot of trouble. Well, you can tell where someone's at by how they pay their bills, okay? You might do the same thing with a corporation. Again, a fundamental analysis could be done with a person or a corporation or a nation or a nonprofit or a school or any type of entity. So let's bring this up and see if this makes a lot of sense to you. Maybe I do it with a corporation and I see that their sales are up and their expenses are down. Maybe they've got a lot of cash on hand, a lot of assets, and maybe they don't have any debt. This would attract me to that company. Maybe they're having growth. And so that's a fundamental analysis. You could do it on a nation. If you did on the United States of America, you'd see an income of taxes of maybe about 3.2 trillion. You'd see expenses of about 4 trillion. So you'd have negative 800 billion in a negative cash flow. right? You'd see no real assets to speak of. You'd see on balance sheet liabilities of 20 trillion and then another 100 trillion that they owe. This is not an impressive fundamental analysis. I would not invest in a company that had stuff like this. The only advantage these guys have is they can print money where other people can't. So that might be something to consider if they can pay their bills. But this is basically a fundamental analysis where I can do this with a person, an entity, a government, and it helps me do this. Now here's the question. Do most people do this before they invest in a company? The answer is no, most people do not. They put it in a 401k and they do what's called diversification. And Warren Buffett once said diversification makes very little sense for those that know what they're doing. Warren Buffett does not diversify. He does what's called a fundamental analysis, okay? A fundamental analysis. In fact, when you look at how Buffett invests, a good quote here says, how does Buffett do it? Okay, Buffett's philosophy. Warren Buffett descends from the Benjamin Graham School of Investing. That was his mentor, value investing. Value investors look for investments, securities that prices are low based on what they're worth. Well, how do you know if something's worth a lot or little? Well, discussing stocks, this might be tricky. But the way most people do it most often is what a company is worth is estimated, watch this, by analyzing a company's fundamentals. So most often it's done by looking at these income statements and balance sheets and growth and valuations and other numbers. For example, we might look at the price of the stock, but we're going to compare it to the earnings of a company. So if the price of the stock is $100, that doesn't mean much to us. But if we look at the earnings of the company and then look at the price and make that, now we can compare one stock to another. Maybe I'm paying $35 for a dollar of earnings with one stock, but only $10 for that same dollar of earnings from another. It gives me a way to find value, say, there seems to be more value here. If I pay $10 for this stock to earn $1, I'm paying $35 for this one to earn $1. Maybe it's price over growth, maybe it's price over book value. But by looking at the fundamentals, and so this is the thing I'd invite you to consider. You don't need to know everything about fundamentals today. I can teach you more if you want to, and if you want to make it simple. But the question I would ask in the big picture is, gee, would I feel more comfortable and confident investing in a company if I knew their fundamentals, if I knew how the company was performing, and if I could compare that performance to other companies and then make a choice where I want to invest my money? That's essentially what Buffett does, and that's why number one pillar right here, the first pillar, absolutely is going to be fundamental analysis. Always, always, always. That's the first pillar, fundamental analysis. It makes a lot of sense. Now, George Soros has made a different type of investing popular. George Soros has something called technicals. So let's just look at that just for a minute here. And, we talked about fundamentals being off of this, off of income statement and balance sheet, and every company would have that to study. But companies also have price charts, right? And we can see different patterns in price charts. We can see support lines. We can see resistance lines. We can see different patterns in stocks to let us know where the stock is headed. If a stock is having higher highs and higher lows, we call that an uptrend. When a stock starts having lower highs and lower lows, we call that a downtrend, and we like to find patterns that help us switch the trend. And so that's exactly what George Soros does. And George Soros, for sure, uses charts and technical analysis as part of his process. You bet he does. And he hires some of the best technical analysts out there. So that's why pillar number 2 is technical analysis. So here's the question. Would you like to learn a little bit more about how to read a stock chart? We can learn how to read the balance sheet and the income statement, the financial statement, and we can also learn how to read the stock chart. And if we do both of those, do we have an insight on these stocks? Now, the next thing I said is to learn about cash flow, right? Let's move this over here. As I said, these were the 4 things they were going to study. So there's lots of different ways to get cash flow that I can share. Probably the easiest one to understand for cash flow is you'd have a stock, right here, and it would pay something called a dividend, wouldn't it? That's probably the most basic. For example, if you bought Verizon Wireless, they pay, a 5 to 6% dividend normally. They pay a very high dividend. So while the stock might go up and down in value, it would still be producing cash flow. It's kind of like a house. A house produces rent. And while the value of the house might go up and down over time, you're still going to receive rent every month. Well, the same's true with the stock. You go out and get yourself a stock, and it might go up and might go down, and your net worth might go up, might go down, but as over time you'll get a dividend. So Warren Buffett loves dividend stocks. But there's also other things you can do that are really, really fun. For example, in fact, if I brought up a simulated trading account, I could show you different things like this, but there's a company, their symbol is just an X, and it's for steel. I'm actually in this trade right now, so I want to disclose. Don't go out and buy this without education. As I said in my disclaimer, it's just to teach. Well, right now, I've done this. I've done an option, and I'll show you how I did this. Is I have a bunch of cash here. Okay, let's say I have like 25 grand that's laying around extra. Well, watch, if I put that in a savings account, what's the savings, 0.1%, or less? So I might earn like $20 on this whole thing during the whole year if I leave it in a savings account. Well, that's not acceptable for me. I don't want 20 bucks, I want more than that. So what I can do is I can say, look, I'm thinking about buying this stock, and I can make a promise to buy it, called an option promise. And that can give someone else. What's another word for option that starts with a C? So I can give someone a choice to sell their steel company to me at, say, $25. Okay, and right now maybe it's 26, 27, 25, whatever it is. And I really don't care. I know technical analysis, and I think long term it might be worth 40. And let's say today it's worth 25 or whatever, and if it drops down to 20, I really don't care, because long term I think it's going up. I was going to buy it anyway. So I'm going to promise to buy this from this guy at, let's say, $25. This is a real trade, by the way. He says, Andy, I'll give you 46 cents a share. I says, great. I'll take 1,000. I'll take 1,000 shares. So 46 cents times 1,000 shares means he's going to pay me $460 for a promise to buy something that I was going to buy anyway. Okay, this is called selling a put option. Another word for option is choice. Well, this guy's pretty happy about this, because now if his stock drops, he's got a guaranteed buyer. It's like an insurance contract. Well, he's got to pay a premium for his insurance. Just watch the numbers on this trade. This is one we're in right now, and I'm teaching my students how to do this. I have something, while I'm bringing this up, I have something called my weekly mentor club. And in my weekly mentor club, I show people how to do this week to week. You just get online, put in your username and password, and watch me trade. So I take this 25K right here, and I bring in this $460. Now watch this. Again, there's two parties. And by the way, do I care if you get this? No. Just get the big picture. I made a promise. I had some cash. It's no different than if I promised to repair your car if you wrecked, right? I'm just promising to buy your stock if you want me to. Why am I promising to buy your stock? Well, because I was going to do this anyway, right? Promise to buy your stock. This guy now has a choice to sell it to me if he wants to at $25. That's our agreed, it's called a strike price. We've agreed to buy it at that price. So to do that, this guy's going to send me $460. And this is just one. So if you do 10 trades like this a month, it's $4,600 a month. If you do 20 trades like this a month, it's $8,000 a month, okay? This is one we just did on our mentor club. Very small trade, very easy. But look at some of the numbers on this right here, just for fun. If you have $460 coming in, and this is a 1 month deal, this is just a 1 month contract, this expires after a month. Divide that by 25 grand to get in, that's a little under 2% for the month. Annualize that times 12 months, and you're doing pretty darn well, pretty darn well. that would be an annualized return of 22%. And the worst thing that happens to me is I buy this at $25. That's it. This is something Warren Buffett does all the time and called the derivative market. I really don't care if you understand it today. I promise to keep big picture. But Buffett has done this for years. He scores with derivatives and it's just collecting a premium. You know, he's collected about 2.5 billion doing this, not $460. And he's done this for a long time. For example, let's go back when he used this strategy on, let's say Coca-Cola. That's probably in here somewhere. Let's see if we did. $65 billion net worth. Didn't do it by investing in a 401k. I'll tell you that right now. Here we go, right here. He did the same thing I did. Watch this. Let's move this over. And I'll show you how he did the same thing I did right here. This is a great cash flow lesson, okay? Great cash flow lesson. So let's say Coca-Cola, way back when he started to buy it, was at 39 bucks, okay? And he says he wants to do 5 million shares of this. So here's Warren Buffett, WB, and here's a guy that owns Coca-Cola stock already. And he says, look, I will make you a promise. I want to buy some Coca-Cola. And I promise, even though it's 39, I promise I'll buy it at 35. That way, if it starts to slip and go down and down and down, you know you can get out for sure at 35 no matter how far down it goes. It's an insurance contract. That's it. That's all he's doing. Well, the reason he'll pay the insurance on this is he'd love to buy it at 35. Heck, it's at 39 today. If he could get it at 35, he would. And besides, Warren Buffett believes that long term the stock is going up anyway. He's going to hold it for a few years and hope it gets to 60 or 70. So this guy says, yeah, I'd love to have the choice to get rid of that if it starts going down. I have the choice to sell this to Buffett if I want to at 35. It's a match made in heaven. So watch this. The premium paid for this, okay, Warren's got all this money to buy Coca-Cola. The premium is $1.50 a share. Okay, it's $1.50 per share. So on 5 million shares, that's $7.5 million in cash flow that he brings in, 7.5 million. Now this is the best part. Let's say it goes higher. Well, if it goes to 40, 41, 42, this guy doesn't have to sell. He's fine. He gets to keep his stock, just paid his insurance. How many times have you done that? You've paid an insurance premium on your home in case it burns down and it didn't burn down. Well, the guy that sold you an insurance still gets your premium. Let's say you have health insurance and you didn't get cancer last month. Well, guess what? Just because you didn't go to the oncologist doesn't mean you get your health insurance premiums back. Well, the same's true for this guy. He says, hey, in case it goes down, I want to guarantee that I can unload and sell at 35. Didn't happen, went up. Well, guess what? Buffett still keeps the $7.5 million. Think about that for a minute. He made $7.5 million on a stock that he never owned. The stock went up, but he didn't have to own it. He just collected that up front. If it goes sideways, same thing, $7.5 million, because he's not gonna sell at 35 if it stays at 39. Now here's the best part. Let's say it goes below 35. Buffett still keeps the 7.5 million, plus he gets to buy the stock at the price he wanted anyway, and he believes that maybe it's at 34 or 33 right now. Well, he believes long term it's going up anyway, so he doesn't care about a little dip on the way. He's willing to pay 35 for it. That's what the fundamentals said. So this is a way to get cash flow from stocks to get paid to buy what you wanted to buy if they go on sale. If they don't go on sale, then you just keep your premium. If they go on sale, you keep your premium, plus you get to pay less than they were when you started. So this is something, if you're interested in doing, drop by my Cash Flow Academy and you can read more about some of the stuff we do. I have my 4 Pillars of Investing class. I have my Mentor Club that lets you watch me do this with real stocks every week. It's fun stuff to be able to do. But back to this. In terms of what the professionals study, well, they study fundamentals and they study technical analysis. That was an example of a cash flow strategy, one of many. But we also want to manage risk, and I'll finish with this idea. Robert in his book Unfair Advantage was very kind and let me answer a couple questions, and I said this in his book. I said, look, the biggest difference is how they seek to generate income. For example, that last example of Warren Buffett and the other guy together, making money, that's different than 401k stuff, isn't it? So we generate income in a much different way than just hoping a stock goes up. And then also we manage risk in a different way. We use these option contracts. In fact, in a nutshell, I'll just skip to it. In a nutshell, amateurs try to diversify where professionals get contracts and promises. So we want to have insurance, we want to have good exit strategies. Number 4 is risk management. One of the biggest challenges that people have is stocks and options, and investing can be really tough if you don't have the right teacher. And so some of the things we do that are really a lot of fun is we help to make this easy. And so one of the questions people ask is, they say, great, well, how do I learn the 4 pillars of investing? So I have 2 or 3 recommendations if you want to learn about them. Again, if you don't learn these in this asset class, learn them for another asset class, okay? But make sure that whatever you do, whether it's from one of my presentations or someone else's, take some action. So one of the questions I always get is, hey Andy, how do I learn this? Well, you can learn it from me, you can learn it from other people, you can find mentors, you can find investors. If you like the way I teach and you want to learn it from me, I can recommend my website to you. It's down here, I'll bring it up. It's called the Cash Flow Academy. And if you'd like, what I can do is I can take you through, let's get rid of some of this stuff, I can take you through what some of these opportunities for education are, so you can learn what's available to you if you like the idea of learning more today. So I'll explain each of these just briefly. The first class that I ever developed is called the 4 Pillars of Investing. So let's write down 4 pillars. And this is a class that a person can take, and it's about 12 hours to get through it. It takes you about 12 hours to do it, and it's lifetime. You can take it as many times as you want. You can retake it, and you can go at your own pace. You could do a class a week for 12 weeks. I've had people that are insane do the whole thing in one day. They say, I want the whole thing, Andy. I want the whole thing. And then they review it. I don't recommend that, but some people are excited about learning. Go at your own pace. I think 30 minutes a day, or maybe one session a day or every other day, get you through this in a month or so, a couple of weeks. So that's a great one. And what do we learn in the 4 pillars? Well, you learn fundamental analysis. You learn fundamentals, you learn technical analysis that we talked about. Okay, you also learn cash flow strategies. Long positions if stock goes up. Some of you have heard of what a short position is, some of you hadn't. We'll take you through it. We'll learn how to get cash flow from options, like that Warren Buffett strategy I just showed you. I can show you how to do it for even less money and more contract, more leverage, but we can do cash flow. And then we always learn about risk management. What is a stop loss? Can I do this automatically? What is an option that protects my risk? What are these things? And so that's the 4 pillars class in a nutshell. I ought to take a picture of that so we have it. And that's the first class I ever developed. And I had no idea whether it'd be successful or not. And I'll tell you what I found. It wasn't just successful. It was just, people love that course. And again, it's timeless. I wrote it about 3-4 years ago, and it takes you through fundamentals on all the levels, sovereign level, learn about how to read financial statements, exercises, fun stuff. So let's put that in. There you go. There's your 4 pillars right there. Okay, 12 hours, lifetime. Now, Andy's Mentor Club is different. So let's talk about Andy's Mentor Club. Mentor Club is a lot different experience. I don't let everybody into that, so I'll tell you what type of people get invited in. Is where the 4 pillars is a class. It's just, the 4 pillars is like I'm doing now, right? I'm drawing on my whiteboard, and I'll bring up some charts, and we'll define jargon, and everyone will understand everything. Not everyone will understand the Mentor Club the first time. Why? Because this is what I call an immersion experience. So that's important, an immersion experience. And the way immersion works is, let's say you went to Spain and you were going to learn Spanish. Well, if you went into a classroom, they would start with, okay, yo soy Andy Tanner, I am Andy Tanner. We'd say, okay, this is red, this is rojo, and this is white, this is blanca. And they'd say, here are the numbers, uno, dos, tres, cuatro, cinco, right? And they'd say, oh, mucho gusto, I'm happy to meet you. And they teach you all these different types of things. You know, say, un poquito, just a little bit, and stuff like that. And it'd be very clear. But if you went to speak Spanish in Spain and you just got dropped off in Paraguay or in Spain or in Argentina or anywhere where they speak, Mexico, Costa Rica, your first day, just by listening to people, you'd probably get less than 1%. At least that's the way I feel when I'm down there, and I pick up very, very little. But what if you stayed there for a year? So the Mentor Club is a 1-year program, and where it works is once a week you just watch me trade. I open up an account and I just trade. I trade with my mentors, and we search for a new stock, we run searches for stocks, and then we do the 4 pillars. We do a fundamental analysis, but we don't teach it, we just do it. Okay, we just say, here we go. So we do the fundamentals. Then we look at the chart, and we do the technicals. In other words, here we teach the 4 pillars. Here we do the 4 pillars. So we do technical analysis, we do our cash flow strategy, how are we going to make money on this, and then we do the risk management. And sometimes we make money on the trade, and every once in a while we have a loss. And so it's real. You see winners, you see losers, they don't change. We do the same thing every week, and this is done on Monday. I do not allow people into the Mentor Club unless they tell me they understand this, because I expect in the 4 pillars for you to follow it and understand it, review it if you don't. I do not expect people to understand everything the first time they watch me actually do it, and they're just looking over my shoulder doing it. But I'll tell you, if a person does it for a year, right? If you moved to Mexico for a year, you'd understand Spanish just by being around it. Your first day you wouldn't understand hardly at all, but on your last day you'd understand all of it. And so that's a nice 1-2 punch. I have people that do both. They say, well, I want to learn the classroom and by immersion. That's fine, they can do that, and fun stuff. Quick Start Labs, really cool. This is more for advanced students, so I'm not going to talk much about it here, but these are all cash flow strategies in the options market. It's designed to be done in 30 days, and that's, I'll let you investigate that your own. This is more for an advanced student. This is for beginner students, and this is for beginner students. This is more for advanced students. And, do this one. This one is free if you like the ebook. If you want to pay for 401 Chaos, go to Amazon and pay for it. But if you don't mind a PDF ebook version, go to 401 Chaos and get your free. You can check out some of these other classes and some of the fun things that we have. But if you are just starting and you want to learn about paper assets in a fun and simple way, I would start with the 4 pillars investing, and then maybe add Mentor Club if you like immersion. So that can give people an idea of what type of education is available. Of course, I always have fun things on my site for people to check out, and you can browse around on your own. So in review, there are 4 asset classes. You can go into business, real estate, paper, commodities. I think you ought to dip your toe in each one and see which one's right for you. And the other thing I'd recommend is that not only do you choose an asset class, but learn the 4 pillars, no matter what asset class you're in. Do real estate investors need to know fundamentals, technicals, cash flow, and risk management? Yes, they do. Do business owners want to know fundamentals, technicals, cash flow, risk management? Yes, they do. And do paper asset investors want to know these 4? Absolutely, they do. And so when a person says, okay, what does financial education look like? This is a beginning, and you want to practice. The other thing I'll do is if you train with me, get what's called a practice account or a virtual account. Okay, it's like the Kona learning. Practice and simulate the real experience. Simulation. Get a simulation account where there isn't real money, But it's a lot like, playing the game cash flow. Cash flow is a simulation, and we learn by, playing games. We learn by simulation, simulating the real experience. Well, that's exactly the way I would teach you if it were up to me. Is you get a simulated account. I have all my students do everything in simulation, and then we practice doing fundamentals, technicals, cash flow, risk management. Those are my 4 pillars of investing. They're the things that Warren Buffett does. They're the things that George Soros does. They're the type of things that Robert Kiyosaki does, and they're certainly the things that I do. So I hope you've had a good time talking about stock market cash flow. I don't expect you to have learned every little detail, but if you can catch the big picture of asset classes, the cash flow quadrant, and seeking education is the big answer. Most people are not poor because they don't have money. Most people are poor because they haven't learned very much yet. And so important stuff. So I hope you've enjoyed this time together with me. I know I've certainly enjoyed it with you. Again, if you want to learn more from me, or if not me, learn from someone else. Okay, learn from someone else. But yeah, awesome stuff. You can drop by my cash flow once again, or my site called the Cash Flow Academy. It's where I do my teaching, so you're more than welcome to drop by and see if there's anything that suits you. But whether it's with me or with someone else, it doesn't really matter to me. What matters is you. Find something, do something. Make sure you take action now, whether it's in real estate, home business, whether it's to get your taxes in order with Tom Wheelwright, or whether it's to learn about paper assets with me. Start right now and do something. So again, this is Andy Tanner. I hope to see you later on. Drop my website, and we'll see you on the inside.
Okay, how many of you have had the aha moment today? Go ahead and just type it in the chat box. I already see Ricky says massive breakthroughs. Yes, seriously. Seriously, go ahead and type in aha in the chat box, AHA in the chat box.
All right, I think that is clear. Andy, thank you so much. Man, Andy, thanks so much. What an amazing presentation. Guys, I'm so excited to be here. This is Anik Singhal, the CEO and founder of Learn, and a devout student of Rich Dad, this company, and that book, Rich Dad, Poor Dad, changed my life, and that man right there changed my life. I know you guys have been hearing about it. I spoke about it earlier when we had the luxury and the pleasure and the honor of speaking to Mr. Kiyosaki. But listen, before we start, I got an amazing presentation for you today. I want you guys all excited. As a matter of fact, I want you all to type in yes below. Just type in yes if you are pumped, if you're excited, if you are ready to learn about creating an asset in the digital age. It's not cryptocurrency, it's not stocks, it's not real estate. It ain't gonna crash. It's uncrashable, and it's worldwide. It's worldwide, okay? I'm gonna show you how to build an asset that is so killer, that has made me over $150 million in sales in the last 15 years of my career. This year alone, I'll have done over $30 million in sales from it. So come on, let's all type in yes. There you go. I see you, Andrew. I see you, Leslie. I see you, Martha. I see Tom. Oh, wow. They're pouring in. It does take a little bit of time sometimes between me talking and you guys hearing. So there's a delay, but oh man, they are pouring in. I love it. I love all the excitement. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. So we're going to talk about building an asset called email. Now, I spoke about this earlier with Jeremy. You guys were here. Also, something happened. So I'm going to pause my presentation for just about 2 minutes, and I'm going to bring up the scribble pad. And what I want to do real quick is we had a bit of a technical glitch. Now, we've obviously, a lot of people got through and were able to book their appointments with us to speak to us about having our one-on-one help. Let me ask you a question right now. Go ahead and type in the number 1, please. Type in the number 1 if you missed out. If when you try to go to this URL, okay, so it's learn.com/RD Summit. All right, that again is learn.com RD Summit. You can write that URL down. If you missed the chance, if it was not working when you tried, please type in the number 1 right now. And what I want to do is we're going to take about 10 minutes right now, maybe a little bit less, and give everybody an opportunity to go ahead and fill out. It is up and working, and I'm specifically going to be watching it. I'm actually pulling it up on my phone right now. I'm specifically going to watch it to make sure everybody can get access to it. It is working. I'm testing it one more time right now in front of everybody. Well, you can't see my screen, but I'll show it to you in a second. And yep, it's good. It's working. We've opened up more slots. We really apologize for that. We actually did book out, but because so many people, I can't believe so many, it wasn't working. You know, systems went down, guys. I'm sorry, it crashed just because we had such a volume of people getting in there. So I'm going to give you a few minutes right now. Please go to this URL. If you would like our one-on-one help, if you want to be able to either attend our live workshop, face-to-face, hands-on, right here, 5 days with us, we will build a business with you. You will come in as is, and you will leave an entrepreneur. That is our guarantee. You will leave an entrepreneur with a business up and running using an amazing asset called email that we're going to talk a lot more about today here on this session as well. Go to learn.com/RD Summit. Do it right now. The other option is you can go here and talk to one of our strategic coaches about the opportunity to potentially join us for 3 days virtually. If you can't travel, if you're in a place where you can't kind of travel down here, then you'll be able to join us virtually. But that should be the second go, okay? If you can be here for the 5, you got to be here for the 5 days. So go to learn.com/RD Summit. That again is learn.com/RD Summit. I got lots of ones that poured in. I'm so sorry, guys. For those of you who couldn't get in due to whatever technical glitches we were having, I'm giving you another opportunity right now to go to learn.com/RD Summit, and I'll show you the page in a second. I just want you guys to be able to see this. So number 1, you know, you have an option to join us for our virtual event. This takes place over 3 days. You get personal coach. All right, you get a personal coach. We will work with you to get your entire business up and running. This is to build a digital business. So you will have let me just erase this real quick and just put this up here. You will get personal help. All right. Number 2, you can either join us for the live event. You can join us for the live event, and you can get personal help here too for 5 days. Now, this is where we like literally look over your shoulders, tell you where to click, where to go. Ton of you missed this. It's very easy to go. Just literally go to www.learn.com/RD, all lowercase, RD for Rich Dad Summit, SUMMIT. All right. Learn.com/RD Summit. All right, I'm going to give you another 30 seconds of looking at the URL, and then I'm just going to share with you what the page looks like and what you have to answer. So actually, let me just show this to you guys right now. Okay, so let me type over here, and then we are going to get into an amazing presentation, but I don't want anybody to miss this free call. This breakthrough session. I don't want anybody to miss this breakthrough session. So when you go to learn.com/ right here, learn.com/RD Summit, you are going to land up on this page. It's going to ask you some questions. I really would love for you to answer these questions very, very honestly. So you just type in, so I'll go right here. So it says, if my mentor advised me to invest $1,000 in traffic, I would. And I'd say, no, it's what any serious entrepreneur needs to do to grow a real business. Bam. All right. How are you willing right now to invest in how willing are you right now to invest in reaching your income goals? Yes, I currently have financial resources, because then every entrepreneur has to be ready to invest. That's a key part. And then you're going to show up for the call, right? Because these calls cost us a lot of money. We're offering them to you for free. So you say, yes, I'll save it in my calendar. Go to the next step if you qualify. And then, I'm choosing United States Eastern time. That's where I am. I hit continue, and boom, it'll give you the appropriate ability to, choose your time slots. So there you go. That's all you have to do. Go to learn.com/RD Summit. I'm just watching to make sure that we do have people that are starting to take action there. We got another 5, let's say 30 seconds. All right. Another 30 seconds. 1 second here. All right. I'm just checking something. Guys. Give me 1 second here. Just gonna send a message to my team. Make sure we're still up. All right. I want you to go ahead and type in the number 2 right now. Type in the number 2 if you are taking the step forward to go ahead and do this right now. If you want to get that one-on-one help with us, you want to work with us, take that step forward. I see a lot of people jumping forward. All right, I'm seeing a lot of people jumping forward. So I'm going to continue to make sure that the system stays up for you guys. All right, I'm going to continue to make sure the system stays up for you guys. I think we crashed it last time. Hopefully this time that won't have to happen. All right. Let's see here. And it is still working. Uh-oh. No, looks like we might be down again. What is going on? Well, I have a backup. Guys. I have a backup. So if it's not working for you again, I'm seeing your messages, guys. I am so sorry. Let me get the backup page up for you, okay? So hold on 1 second. Here's the new URL. We were prepared for it this time. It wasn't going to trick us out this time. So what's happening with the system is that every time people are going to it really fast, it's getting too loaded. So here's what we're going to do, okay? The new URL that I want you to go to is RD apply. So I'm going to change the URL. It's RD apply. I cannot write today. All right, so let me try that one more time. RD apply. I'm so sorry. This is so funny, but this is amazing. This shows me how much action you guys are taking over there. You're excited. You're pumped. You're ready to do this. So go to learn.com/RD apply. All right, go to learn.com/RD apply. That's the backup. If in case the main page is not working for you, just go to learn.com/RD apply. You will see a similar process. The only difference now is you won't be able to book directly with our coaches, but we're going to turn around and email you right back. We'll reply to you before tonight, so you get a chance to book directly with the coaches, okay? I'm so sorry about this, guys, but I am going to hang tight here for just a few more minutes. For all of you who already did this, I appreciate your patience. Please hang tight. We don't want to leave anyone up behind, right? We want to let everybody have this opportunity. So I am going to move forward just to show you guys. I got a powerful presentation. I'm going to show you how to take an asset you never knew was possible and turn it into, like, I've got just this brilliant presentation. It's going to talk about the economy, how to protect yourself against a crash, the assets that we're using, how I'm generating millions of dollars that is protected from a crashing economy. But just in case you're not able to get through to, so let me actually write both of the URLs because some of you might be able to get through. It all just depends on the load, right? So when our load is high, you're not able to, but basically learn.com/RD Summit. If that works, this is preference number 1, all right, because that will let you get directly on our Breakthrough Advisors calendar. This will allow you to get directly to their calendar. And then if for some reason this page is down or the time slots are not popping up, then you're able to go to this page, and that's a backup page for us. But whatever you do, please make sure that you do fill out the application because we are already booking up. I heard we have to open up new slots for these breakthrough sessions. And again, these are the sessions where we will show you how we can offer you personal guidance on getting your entire business up and running, whether it be virtual or whether it be with us live. So if my team is watching, if you guys could give me a signal to let me know whether I should be moving forward or if we're still getting slammed right now. Let's see here. Let's see. All right, I'm just looking. And it does look like we are getting slammed. So I'll leave this up. I'm going to answer some questions. People have been asking about this. Look, the investment required, people are asking, what is the investment? How much is it? Look, it's a serious entrepreneurship opportunity, okay? If you're sitting at a place where you only have a few $100 I have to tell you that this is not the right entrepreneurial opportunity, because we're going to be flying in teams from all over the world to sit and work with you one-on-one. But at the same time, you all know this and you're taught this at Rich Dad, right? You need to be serious about your entrepreneurial efforts. If you're just going to dilly-dally, then it's not going to work. So I need you to be in a place where you're committed in many ways. I need you to be a place where you're committed in many, many ways, aggressively committed. So if you are at the place in your mind where you are absolutely ready to go, if you're at a place in your mind where you are absolutely hungry and ready to go, then I need you to go to one of these two URLs. Try the first one up at top. Okay, it's learn.com/RD Summit. That's again, learn.com/RD Summit, or go to learn.com/RD Apply if that page is not working for you. So someone just asked me if I could try it for them again. So let me try if this RD Summit page is cooperating or not. And again, if it isn't, you guys know it's because it's just getting slammed, which is all the more reason for you to get in there. Okay, so the RD Summit page is back up at the moment. It just matters on the load that it's getting. Okay, that's all. So I'm going to leave this to you guys. If the RD Summit page is not working for you, then please feel free to go to RD Apply. We'll come back. We'll talk about this again some other time. This is the last opportunity here, 30 seconds, okay? I'm going to leave these up for 30 seconds, and we got to get in. I got to talk to you guys about how to protect yourselves against a major collapse, a major economic collapse here. So, and the assets that we're using and learn, and by the way, that we're also using for Rich Dad. Even Rich Dad is now having us deploy these assets for them as well. So let's see here. All right, I see the numbers are blowing up. I do see a lot of people are getting through. So if it's working right now, please, even if you filled out the RD Apply and you're able to go back and make learn.com/RD Summit work, then fill it out one more time. I know, I'm sorry, but just fill, because you get to be directly on the calendar of somebody. And that's just better, right? That's a secure position. But again, RD Apply, if it's not working as a backup, we will then be in touch with you very soon. We take this, we want to work with you guys. We want to help you out. We want to get on these sessions. We want to have a breakthrough with you, okay? So 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. Write these down. Come on, get the URLs down. My support team will continue to help you behind the scenes. 3, 2, 1. There we go. All right, let me clear this out. And let's go, man. Let's talk about, what's coming up today. Look, here's what's coming up in this workshop. It's factual evidence that the economic crash is coming. I don't care. We don't need to talk about cryptocurrencies. It's coming, okay? And what I want to show you today is how brilliant men all over the world are using information to protect and build fortunes. And this is exactly what Robert Kiyosaki brought us in for as well, because he understood the power of using information to balance your portfolios and create tremendous wealth. We're going to show you how to do that using something called email. And once I show you the model, you're going to be blown away. All right, we're going to show you the quickest model to building wealth today using the digital assets in front of us. I'm also going to then show you a live demo of an amazing software. I call this the $400,000 software because, and again, Robert Kiyosaki and the whole team have seen this. We showed it to them live. This is actually what it cost us to build this. This isn't some kind of hearsay. This is the amount of money I put in. Plus, then I'm going to share with you 3 live case studies on how we're creating businesses that are popping up left and right that do a minimum of $10,000 a month pretty much from day one. But basically what I'm going to show you today is how to use your email address to protect you from the coming economic collapse. So how many of you are excited to build and protect your wealth regardless of what the heck the government's doing? Come on, type in yes. Let's get it going. I want to see the energy. Type in yes if you are excited to build and protect your wealth regardless of what the government is doing or what's going on. Now, we've trained over 250,000 students worldwide, guys. All right, let's get some energy going on in the room. And we've taught them to do just this. And here's what Robert said. Robert literally said, we can't rely on the government anymore. The next crash is coming, but luckily we have a global economy and we have the internet. And that's what I want to talk about today is how do we use the internet? All right, how do we use the internet to protect? Well, how do we be like Rosalie? Rosalie's one of our students. She actually is part of our master's program. She actually came and flew down and spent 5 days with us. We built her business with her, and she went away, and within the first 5 days, she created over $40,000. She's actually on track this year to earn her first $1 million. Again, she used the internet. She didn't rely on assets that are going to crash. She simply used the global market. Here's Ipo. This is an amazing story. Ipo lives in Greece, and you know what? The Greek economic collapsed not that long ago, right? Maybe a year and a half ago. Massive collapse. Do you know he turned around literally within a month after the collapse and came to us and built a business, and his best days, his most profitable months have been in and through that economic collapse. This guy is making $15,000 to $20,000 a month now using email, using what we're going to share with you. And here's proof of the economic collapse happening. It's just, guys, we got to get out of the weeds and use our common sense sometimes. Here's common sense. All right? We're crossing $20 trillion in debt. Where is that money coming from? Someone's going to call it in one of these days, and it just takes a little bit, okay? So, okay, fine. Let's look at this. There's 5 proof points that no one can argue. First of all, actual unemployment rate isn't what we're being told. And even if it is, it doesn't matter because it's completely reflective of what happens in the market. If the markets go bam down, unemployment's going to shoot up through the roof. But there are some private companies that have indicated about a 9+% unemployment. U.S. inflation rates are what's worrying me now big time. We're crossing way above our growth of the economy. Consumer debt is through the roof. Interest rates, they just can't go up. And that's how you show a sustainable economy. And U.S. stocks in many cases are being overpriced. But here's the graph that got me. I saw this graph and I thought, my God, we would be silly not to know where we are. It's history never fails to repeat itself. History never fails to repeat itself, right? So if you just look at the history, it clearly shows we are in for a collapse. Now, here's the part. We're in death zone, all right? We are in a bad area right now. So what do we learn from Rich Dad? About 5 ways to protect ourselves from the crash. We learned to invest in gold and silver, but again, you need money to buy gold and silver. We talk about leveraging debt, but again, you need credit. It's also risky. Please do not leverage debt in an already volatile economy if you don't know exactly what you're doing. Plus you need credit, which usually means you need money. Okay, tax codes. All right, we can learn from tax. We got a big thing going on right now in the government. Hopefully they'll be helping us out with taxes. But again, you need money. You can't save on taxes unless you're paying taxes, which means you're making a bunch of money. Okay, you can spend less to save more. And that's obviously awesome. Everyone should be doing that. It's slow. It's slow progress, but it's something. Or, my personal opinion, what this presentation is about today is you become a global entrepreneur. It's quick to execute, and it's not reliant on any one economy. All right? We just ran the numbers a couple months ago, and 56%, let me say this again, 56% of the customer base that we have in my businesses is coming international, outside of the United States. As a matter of fact, even a large portion is coming from outside of the top 5 countries, the Western world. So if something collapsed here, I ain't gonna lose it all. How many of you right now, come on, type in the number 1 if you'd love to finally be able to go to sleep and just know, you know what? I can wake up tomorrow and at least I will not have lost it all. Even if while you're sleeping, everything goes to complete crap, you won't have lost it all. How many of you would love that? Type in the number 1 if you'd love to be in a place where you could have that kind of assurance and that kind of peace. Go ahead, type in the number 1 right now. I want to see it. Type in the number 1. Wow. I love that. Martha writes 1 all the way across the board. I know. That is a true gift, right? So let's face it. Here's the number 1 way. You create wealth, right? Doesn't matter if you don't have investment capital. With what I'm going to share with you today, you can create wealth. It's super fast to execute. Again, today, I'm actually going to build a business live in front of you, and I'm going to challenge myself to do it in less than 20 minutes. So can everybody type in 20? Type in 20. If you're sitting there thinking right now, I'm calling a little BS on this, Sonic. I don't know, 20 minutes, right? We want to talk about, bam, rapid execution, not stuff that takes days, months, years. I hate that stuff. We're in the age of the internet. So come on, type in 20. I don't care. I want you to be suspicious right now. I want you to be skeptical. That's a mark of a good person who knows how to build wealth. It's just that I'm gonna prove it live in front of you. Love it. 20. There you go. I see them dropping in. Beautiful. All right, passive earnings. Gotta think like an investor, right? What does Robert teach us? Robert teaches us the wealthiest in the world don't live in the E, S, or B. They live in the I. Well, I blew away Robert's mind when I showed him that we don't have to go from E to S to B to I anymore. With the internet, there is a shortcut to go from E to I. I'll prove it live in front of you today. Listen, ladies and gentlemen, I don't have to work. I can literally get up every morning now and do whatever the heck I want. I choose to work because I love what I do. But I have enough investments out there in email that I can literally print money, and it doesn't, the bigger my email list gets, it does not require more time from me. All right, number 4, scalable. You know, I have over 25 sources of income in my life right now, and I want to share with you guys how to have the exact same thing. So here's where we are right now. We're in this migration of the industrial age versus the information age. Look, just 20 years ago, 30 years ago, we were in the industrial age, right? Now we're in this massive information age where things move super fast. You share information super fast. Just look at this for a second, okay? I'm going to take a quick drink here. Just look at this for a second. We entered the industrial age, 1740. We stayed in until about 1960. And then we kind of got into a bit of a digital age, right? I like to say, not right literally at 1960s. I think we got into digital age more like the 80s or whatever. We started to move in. 90s was big. Early 2000, we all know what happened with the stock markets booming because it was the digital age and companies popping up left and right and the dot boom. And then the information age is just starting now. Look at that. 2000, right towards the end of 2010s and coming into 2020s. This is the time. It's a mature market, and it's the time to get in, and all you need to get in is an email address. That's what I freaking love the most. See, why information is your insurance policy, guys. First of all, you have no physical cost. Your marketing, right? We're gonna show you how to do it at next to nothing. I mean, I'm gonna build a business live in front of your eyes today in freaking 20 minutes. So it doesn't get any easier than that. Number 2, it's 100% automated, okay? So digital delivery. So you're not sitting here setting up warehouses, putting a lot of money at risk. Number 3, and this is my favorite of all of them, global market. Like, I don't care if a couple of economies collapse because I'm catering to the world using the same digital product and email. That's it. I don't have to do anything different. I don't have to invest a whole bunch of money setting up shops and setting up operations and doing research and negotiating with governments. I can sit at my laptop in my home anywhere or on the beach and I have a global market business using nothing but email. And it's just not touched by economy. Look, education, information, it's always 100% needed. As a matter of fact, I survived the last economic collapse. I took a pain from it, but that was because I wasn't doing the right things. And when I realized if I could focus my business completely around nothing but information, information is always needed. And you know what? Look at the growth of the internet globally. Guys, it's everywhere. Third world countries, doesn't matter. It's there. Look at this. As a matter of fact, internet is now growing. Online access is now growing faster in the developing world than anywhere else. So the amount of people that are coming into the internet is just booming right now. Booming. Huge, huge numbers. So all I have to ask you now, and we're going to simplify all of this and we're going to give you an amazing business model, is do you have an email address? That's it. I want you to type in email right now. Type in the word email, E-M-A-I-L. Come on, everybody. Type in the word email if you have an email address on you. Type in the word email if you have an email address. I mean, God, everybody should be typing it in because I know you do. You couldn't actually be on this webinar today. You couldn't be with us in this summit unless you had an email address. Oh yeah, there we go. Tons and tons of people typing in email. Love it. Well, I'm going to show you how to turn that into a business today. You know, I just want to read you a quote by Les Brown. We don't just work with Robert Kiyosaki. We work with the best of the best all over the world. And he said, meeting Onyx changed my life. He empowered me to go to the next level. He's a young man ahead of his time. When it comes to using your talents, abilities, and skills, Onyx and his programs can dramatically change your life. We help Les make over $1 million thanks to the application of email. Now, this is a legend. This is a man who's done over $60 million in sales online. Sorry, on stage. But when he heard that me in 15 years and being only 34 had done over 150 million in sales online, he wanted to know what I was doing. And we've helped just radically change his business. So now what I want to do, guys, is I want to share with you my system I want to share with you how I got there. And I want to walk you through my $25 million journey. And I want to share with you the fact that when I got started, what I'm going to share with you guys today isn't something that everyone around the world knows. Okay, I got started. I had to pave my own destiny. I had to discover this system. And I failed for 18 months over and over and over again. I had nobody to help me, no resources. And I'm not joking. Over those 18 months, I estimate that I failed over 50 times. I spent countless hours on forums, chat boards, anywhere I could get anyone to listen to me, give me any help. And every single time I thought I had figured it out, every single time, without fail, I would fail. Without question, I would be let down. But you know what? 18 months wasted, every penny I had to my name gone, and I discovered something huge. After months of struggle and nearly giving up, on the last hour, I had a massive breakthrough, and I want you all to have that breakthrough today. When I had this breakthrough, when someone finally held my hand and introduced me to the world of email, that night I went on to make my first night where I did over $300 in commissions. And in the next 30 days to come, I did over $10,000. Now, remember, I was a college kid sitting in a dorm room. I wasn't able to travel. I wasn't able to go out. I wasn't able to buy franchises. Okay, I had no products. I was using the email and other people's products to create this commission. Now, I've matured many times over since then. And you know what? It's crazy. This was 15 years ago. I've not had one night in my life in 15 years, not one night where I've made less than $300. That was the last time I ever had a night where I made less than, that was it. That was the time it changed my life. That's how replicatable this system is. So here's what I discovered. First, I discovered how to build a business with 0 products. Product development takes time, it adds risk, and you know what? It's just not necessary. Now, can it help? Oh yeah. It can add a lot of legs to your business. It can add a lot of legs to everything, but you don't need it. So I'm going to share today how to make about 50 to 75% commission with virtually no risk using email. I learned to be what I call the middleman. All right, now this is an amazing world, and it's a great place to start for those of you who would just like to start making some income but don't want to risk a lot and definitely want to save yourself from the economic risk. How many of you, would love the idea of becoming a mature business, but in the meantime, to get your feet wet, you want to be able to be the middleman. You want to be able to have email and sell other people's stuff by sending some emails with a replicatable system that literally just circulates. You could do from behind your computer screen anywhere in the world. I want you all right now, type in me. Just type in me. Come on. I want to see some engagement. Type in me, M-E. All right, let's see it. Me. Come on. All right. Wow. I love it. All right, we have Aniket on. Aniket says me. Aniket's super pumped. We have Jose. Jose is super excited. Man, we got people from all over the world here. I love this. My systems are showing me. We have people logged in from all over the world. Places where it's probably really odd hours right now. Thank you for being with us here. So let me just show you guys this model, okay? So it's time for me to draw. So what I'm going to do real quick is I'm going to come over here. Let's see here. Is it going to work? Is it going to work? It works. All right, ladies and gentlemen, one last time. You see it before I erase it. If you had missed it, we still have some spots open. Learn.com/RD Summit. Excuse me. And if that doesn't work, learn.com/RD Apply. But do the Summit one first. And that gets you directly on the schedule. Okay. Here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Bam. It's erased. Okay. So here we go. I want to walk you guys through the best business model that every single one of you could actually use to have a business up. And I'm talking about in a span, I'll do it in front of your eyes in 20 minutes or less, but let's be realistic because you guys still need to learn a little bit. So I would say you could have it up if you really wanted and you worked hard here in the next 4 or 5 days. Okay. So here's how it works. No matter what, we're going to talk about digital. So I'm not going to talk about physical stuff. We're not talking franchises and all that nonsense. We're going to talk about digital. So when you are setting up a digital business, no matter what you do, you need something we call in the industry traffic. Now, this is not the beep, beep traffic you're stuck in every morning. This is traffic that comes to your website, okay? Just like you're sitting here today, you are considered part of the traffic for RichDad Summit. So now, here's what used to happen, and here's what I spent a long time trying to figure out. So what I used to do, let me just draw that for you down here. what I used to do, or used to have to do, is figure out how to build what we call a website. Okay, so this is a website. Now I want to really stress this word site. So we had to hire developers, we had to know CSS and Java and PHP and all this technical stuff, and God forbid you want to make a change to it, you gotta hire these guys again and spend and spend and spend. And here's a crazy part. Every time someone came to your website, you were lucky if 1 to 2% would buy something. That meant basically 98% were going to leave your website, and you'd have to pay them again, pay traffic again to get them back to your site. This is what I was trying to do for those 18 months. I kept failing, and no wonder it was failing, because the system in and of itself is so freaking flawed. Then comes along, and I discover how to build what we just simply refer to as a web page. So what I'm going to share with you is how to build a one-page site or a one-page business. All right, now the coolest part is we're going to build this page together today. It's going to take me mere minutes using automated software. And what we focus on this page, we call this an opt-in page. So on this page, all we have is a free book offer. We offer them some gift in return for their email address. Now here's the crazy part. Let me just express something to you. We are going to build the page together. We are going to build a free gift together. We're going to build the ability for someone to give me their email address. We're going to do this all together today in less than 20 minutes. So just hang tight. I want to first explain it to you so you understand what we're building. Oh, let me just take a drink there. Okay. So now, what would happen? So let's say this is Joe, all right? And Joe comes to our website. He's part of the traffic, and he sees, oops, Joe's got weird eyes. All right. Joe sees this report, and he's like, I want this. So he puts his email address in right here. He hits the submit button. Now, two things are going to happen, okay? And this is where the money starts to really become a part of all of it. So number one and number two. All right, so firstly, look, Joe's got two eyes, right? And when Joe hit the submit button, this page has to change. If the page doesn't change, Joe has no freaking clue if it actually worked. So we do have to take the person to another page that we call the thank you page. But now I hear you saying, Anik, you said it's just a one page business, right? Well, here's what we show you how to do. I'm going to show you how to disrupt this process and use something called an affiliate link. You can get this in about 30 seconds from a variety of places. And you're going to literally copy and paste that into the software that we share with you today. We'll build this together. We're going to do this part together today as well. And so what it'll do is it'll just forward, boom, like that, real quick, bam, forward Joe to somebody else's website that probably has a video or something and is selling a product. So this becomes your first opportunity to earn an income immediately. As soon as Joe hits submit, boom, you are in business. Now, the second thing is this email address, the actual email address. We got to go put this somewhere, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to store it in an external database. No tech needed, by the way. I got to really express it. You do not need to understand technology. We're going to store it in something called an autoresponder. This is literally a third-party service, but you own it. And we really recommend and love using one called Sendlane.com. Even RichDad loves to use this company. So you can head over to Sendlane.com to learn more about them, but they're the best in the industry. And so all the email address just start getting stored in this database. Now, nothing can happen. They're fully protected. You don't have to know tech, and you own it, so no one can take this from you. These, by the way, asset. This is your asset. It produces a dividend income for you for a long time to come. That's what I love about it. It produces an income for you for a very, very long time to come. And there's actually two ways that you can earn an income from this asset. Now, the second way is called automated messages. Now you can go into the system and log messages. So literally an infinite number of them. Okay, let's say these are all emails. Now, by the way, we give you the email so you can use our templates, and it's really simple to do this. So let's just say these are all emails. You can literally set up an infinite number. You want to set up 1,000 and automate your business for 1,000 days? Good for you. You want to set up 10,000? Good for you. I recommend doing a minimum of 10, and I'll tell you why I stop at 10 in a second. So you can literally go into SendLane and just one time set it up. So on day 0, send this. Day 1, send this. Day 2, send this. Day 3, send this. Day 4, send this. Day 5, day 6, day 7, day 8, day 9, day 10, and et cetera, et cetera. And the system will just manage it all for you. It'll just run it right through for you. Okay? So this is automated. Then we have what you call broadcasting. And these are manual messages. And mind you, this is where 90% of my income comes from. This is where you can wake up in the morning and you literally write one email. Okay? You log into SendLane, you copy paste it, hit the send button, and let's just say you had 10,000 people in your email list here. So it's 10,000. Bam. All at one time. Boom. You wrote the email once, everybody gets it. This is literally, like I always say, this is like having a megaphone. Okay? Imagine standing in the middle of a stadium. Sorry, I got to keep taking drinks of water. I have a dry throat today. But you stand in the middle of a stadium, and you can talk to thousands of people at one time. So you send out thousands of email, and I'm going to share with you how to put a link in this email. This link, it's the same thing. It's an affiliate link. People click it, they go to this other site, and you get to make money. This is brilliant, amazing stuff. Now, the best part, you stay with me today. We're going to build the opt-in page together. We're going to build a free gift together. We're going to get an affiliate link together. We're going to do the thank you page part together. We're going to build your autoresponder together. We're going to do the broadcasting part together. We're going to do the automated messages together. We're going to do all of this stuff today together. All right. Let me just send one message. As I talk about this, I just realized something that could become a big core thing. So let me see. All right. 1 second here. All right, sent the message. There's something I need access to something. Make sure before I do my demo, I wanted to get it. So we're going to do all of this together. And here's my challenge. We're going to build it all in 20 minutes or less. That is going to be freaking awesome. So how many of you are excited now? How many of you are excited now? Come on, type in 20 if you are super pumped to see me build that business in 20 minutes or less. All right, type in 20. It's coming up very soon. I just sent my team a message, so hopefully they'll get back to me ASAP right before I have to log in and do that. All right, so we're good here. I'm going to keep moving forward, guys. We are short on time, but I do want to say, everybody that's here, I love the feedback. I love your excitement, your engagement. And so, guys, my history, right? The first $10,000 I ever made on the internet is I kind of like sent people directly to my one-page website, and then I would send them to other websites from there. But I wasn't really squeezing them through an email list, okay? That was like the biggest breakthrough I had. I made a lot of money, but I didn't squeeze them through an email list. And so I only had one chance to make money, so I was still having that issue. If they left, if they bounced off, I always needed to get new traffic. Then one day what happened is Google shut down my accounts. I stopped getting traffic. And guys, I had never built an asset. I had never built something of business value. I was literally just arbitraging traffic. So it wasn't a business. It was just income. So I collapsed. I crashed. And now I changed my model ever so slightly, and it led to a 300 to 500% instant growth, and that was this. So this is how I made my first $100,000 online. I would send people to my one-page website, but I would make sure that they gave me their email address first, and then I would take them to other people's websites. And now I'm building an asset. Okay, so then here's how I made my first $1 million online. I would take my visitors, send them to this one-page website, make sure they gave me their email address, and then I would also share with them digital products that I had created, okay? And continue to show them products that other people had created. All right, so good so far, looking good. Now here's how I made my first $3 million online. Send traffic to a one-page website. Again, make them give me their email address. I added more of my own products. So I had things like upsells, cross-sells, downsells. I just created more products. And that was it. Now, how did I make my first 10 million online? Send traffic to the same page, collect their email address, had a bunch of products, and I started doing more recurring products. So guys, just look at all of that. All right? And I got businesses all over the place. All right? I have accounts where I make $1.1 million because I promote something for 1 week. I have accounts where I make $11 million in the year. I have a business where I've done over $11 million in a year. $11 million. I have another account where I did $148,000. Again, I did that in about 10 days in just one of my businesses. Remember, I told you I have 25 sources of income right now. Now, did you guys notice one thing in common in all of those diagrams? You know, I never realized it till one day on stage, someone asked me, they said, what's the secret to you climbing so quickly? And I know you all saw it. I've already told it to you before. I've given you the word. What was the one thing in common? You know what, right now, tell you what, type in the answer. Someone's going to get a message back from my team giving them $1,000 right now. Come on. What is the word? Type the word in the box, in the comments box. Type the word. Somebody's going to win $1,000. I'm going to give you 30 seconds on this while I take a drink of water again because my throat's dying. All right, come on. Come on. I got lots of you typing in the right words. I can see it. Yes. Marcy, you're right. Yep. Samantha, you're right. Simon, you're right. Viador, you are right. All right. Yep. I got it. Shannon, you're right. Wow. Amazing. All right. A lot of you are right. So my team's going to choose someone at random to win $1,000. Hopefully it's you guys. I hope it's one of you. Come on. Let's do this. All right. The answer, guys, by the way, ready? It's over now. So anyone who types in the right answer after this, you don't have a chance to win, obviously. It's email. Email, building an asset of actual value. We call that email. So let me just check something here real quick. I can see my team responding to me. They got me the one thing I needed, so thank you to them for that. So, you know, I have used email, guys, the first time around to build my business. I literally went from 0 to doing 10 million a year. It took me 6 years. But then it kind of everything collapsed for me. The market collapsed. I was stupid. I made some silly things. I went away from email. I started doing all kinds of other nonsense, and I went away from the systems that worked. Next thing I knew, I was broke, so I had to do it again. The second time I had to do it, it didn't take me 6 years. It took me 18 months, right? Stage 1, $10,000. Stage 2, $100,000. Stage 3, $1 million. Stage 4, $3 million. Stage 5, $10 million. The point is I centered it around email. Now, I'm not the only one, guys. I've taught thousands of people this. Look at Fred Lamb. He's been an expert in his field for 10 years. Still, he didn't think he was credible enough to publish a digital product, but he put his fears aside. He went with my training, set things up. His first product launch ever, he made $1.5 million. Today, he's done over $5 million in 18 months thanks to email. Right? Just money flying in all over seriously, he is literally, you can see 14,000 here, 42,000 here, $20,000 days, $31,000 weeks in all kinds of different businesses. And it makes sense, guys. Let me just share with you some data about email that we had shared earlier. Some of you may have missed it. 4.6 billion email addresses, of which 66% said that they have bought a product because of an email. 2/3 of the people who have an email address have said flat out, we bought a product because of an email. 72% of consumers surveyed said they'd rather be communicated to using email. And again, if you're out there in a mature business, now remember, this is not something that's going to happen right away. If you have products, continuity, you have your own things like we do in my business, eventually you can expect to earn $44 a year for every email you have. Now, if all you ever do is sell other people's products, you never ever sell your own, you only do other people's, you can still earn $7, $8, $9 a year for every $1 you invest in email marketing. That is a 700% ROI every year. That is way above and beyond any of the financial assets out there. That is why I love building a business using email. But now, of course, guys, I have to put the disclaimers and expectations and reality out there. This isn't a get-rich-quick scheme. This is a business. It's going to need your time, dedication, and attention. Results are never the same for everyone. And the number one question I always get asked is, how long will I take to make money? I don't know. Listen, I don't know you. I don't know your talents. I don't know your expertise. I don't know how good you're at, what you're at. All I know is if you're dead serious and you're going to give me everything you got for 60 days and you're going to give it all you got, you're going to use our software, you're going to use our training, you're going to be on the Q&A webinars, you're going to work with our trainers. Man, we want fighters and serious students. And if that's you, we can get you there. That's it. I want to ask you guys, come on, type in me. Type in me right now if that's you. Type in me. Come on. Let's see how serious everybody in this room is, because you get to determine if this is for you or not. You get to determine if you're going to succeed with this or not. It's really not up to us. It truly is not up to us. Wow. Look at the me's pouring. I love it. The me's are just pouring it. See, guys, I want you to understand something. Yes, it's all about the money in some ways because you're making money, but it's really also not. If you really want to be wealthy, you better find a deeper cause. And I know that Robert Kiyosaki and I share thoughts on this one. But you got to have a deeper cause and a deeper why than just money. And I want more than that. You know, my wife and I are blessed. We're building schools in the slums of India. We now have over 650 children in our schools. By the end of 2018, we're going to have over 1,100 children. We'll have over 10 schools that we built. So every morning when I wake up, sometimes it's tough, it's hard, it's whatever. I look at these faces, and I know that I'm doing some big good in the world. Money can do a lot of good. And I want you to understand something, that I'm not out there just preaching how to make money. I'm not out there just asking you to make a bunch of money. I'm asking you to know your why, to do some good, and determine what you will do with that money, and the money comes even easier. We're not done here. Now we've started adopting villages in Eastern Africa in partnership with an organization called Village Enterprise. This year alone, we adopted 2 villages. We brought over 2,000 people out of the extreme poverty definition by the World Bank, literally by empowering them, by bringing entrepreneurship to their lives, not just by giving them a bunch of money. So our goal is by the end of 2019, we want to raise 10,000 people out of extreme poverty through the power of entrepreneurship. That's how much I love entrepreneurship. Guys, it's in my blood, all right? I don't tell you all of this. I don't show you these pictures to brag, but I show you these because I want you to know that I walk the talk every single day. I've been on stage at TEDx talking about how we can use the power of entrepreneurship to save the world. I've been on Business Week as one of the top entrepreneurs under 25. I've spoken on stage for Tony Robbins. I've had the pleasure of being at Richard Branson's home on Necker Island. I've literally sat with Robert Kiyosaki many times where I'm blessed to call him my business partner. I've been interviewed on multiple TV shows, radio shows, podcasts, you name it, talking about entrepreneurship and how people can use entrepreneurship to not only change their lives, but to change the world, because that is, again, my passion. So today I want to leave you with 2 things. I really want to show you the 5-step system, which we already went over, right? But I also want to show you the $400,000 software that took us 20 months to build, and I didn't build it for me. Look, I already made it through the hard stuff. I'm blessed to be in a place where I have a team that builds all my pages and builds all my businesses, but I know that you don't, and I built this for you. I invested over $400,000 and created this system for you, and I promise you, all of you can build a business using it in 60 minutes or less. That is a guarantee, and just to prove it to you, I'm going to build one in 20 minutes or less, 20, because if I can do it in 20, surely you can do it 3 times slower. That's what I want to prove to you today. So let me ask you guys a question. Are you ready to get started? One more time, I want everybody here. I want everybody here to type in yes. Type in yes into the comments if you are excited. If you know there are no guarantees, if you know that there's only hard work and you're willing to put it in, you're willing to take ownership of your success, then what I'm going to do is I'm going to build a business with you. Now, the next slide actually says, let's go scribble pad and let me show you the email marketing model. I already showed you that, so we don't need to do that now. But I want to know if you are ready for me to go build this bad boy with you. Yes? All right, we got yeses flying in. We got yeses flying in. So guys, let me also share with you what it took here for us to build this platform. It took a team of over 23 people. I traveled the world. I went to India. I spoke to 2 tech firms. I went to New York, spoke to 1 tech firm. I went to LA, well, more like San Diego and LA, between the 2. I spoke to 3 tech firms. And the quotes I was getting were, either they said, it can't be done. What you want is stupid. You can't do it. All right, it's not possible. Because I told them, I want an automated platform that builds businesses, but that builds automated businesses. Go figure, right? Automated businesses. But they're all 100% unique. No one should have the same business. And then finally, I got so fed up, I said, you know what? You guys all stink. We're going to do this. I want to prove it. We brought on an amazing person, our director of technology, Andrew Elstead, who took it on upon himself. Andrew Lance, our director of content, who said, you know what, Anik? I will get over 20,000 pieces of content written so that we have all of the emails and everything needed is just done for our students. Took over 23 team members, 20 months to automate these 5 steps to give you 1 guarantee. By the way, a Coder X, he didn't want to be named, so we didn't name him, but a brilliant developer. And eventually now it's got a team of like 6 people behind it. But all for 1 guarantee, and that is that you can build your business in 60 minutes or less. And it is now time for me to show you how to do it in 20 minutes or less. All right, you guys ready? I'm telling you right now, we're going to do this. So what I'm going to do is first grab a drink of water. That is key. All right, next we're going to go here. We're going to put countdown timer. Okay, stopwatch. It's set to 0. Let me just make sure we're all good here. I'm all logged in. So what I've done here is I've logged into Inbox Blueprint. You're going to learn more about this, guys. This is an amazing community, an amazing area for you guys to come in and learn everything you want to about building an email business. We've got on-site coaching. We've got training. We've got daily Q&A hours throughout the week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Literally you can get on, talk to coaches live. We've got brilliant training that's all laid out. And we've got an amazing forum that's blazing and very active. So we'll put you through some training before you get into the forum. The calendar, I want to show you this calendar, but this is before, I haven't started my timer yet, by the way. We're not actually building the business yet. Just look at this every day. Coaching call, coaching call, coaching call, coaching call. The only time we're taking a break is during the holidays here coming up. We're still on the 26th. We're still going to have 1 coaching call. That's the day after Christmas. We're still doing it. Super dedicated team here, guys. And I meet with you also. I have a training every Wednesday with all of our students. Me personally. I get on Wednesdays, 3 p.m. Eastern time. All right. So what we're going to do now is what I'm going to do is show you how to get to our software that we call Launchpad. Let's go to the bottom here. And we should be in. All good. All right. This is it. This is where we're going to build a business. Okay. We're going to build an entire business right here. So are you ready? Because I'm going to hit start. Bam. Time to move. Time to move. Okay. Create new funnel basically means creating a business. I'm going to go create new funnel. All right. Come down here. Look at all the niches we've already pre-done for you. So look at this, guys. Let's see. I'll count them right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 times 5. 32 niches right now that are already here. Let's say we go to bodybuilding. We're going to do bodybuilding. All right. Let's say Onyx bodybuilding, whatever. Let's see if that's available. Oh, I don't even have to buy a domain name. It's all done. So I don't have to. If I want to, I can do it. But right here, all done. It's available. Everything is good. I hit save and continue. Check this out. 28% done launching my business. And 48 seconds in. Okay. So SendLane is a company that you get to join. You'll get a free trial account with them. All you have to do is put in your username and password. Boom. We integrate directly with them. And then right here, you're just going to go through. So I'll just, Onyx and Golf 2, whatever, from Onyx and Golf, support@learn.com, blah, blah, blah. You want to fill this stuff out for real, but I'm just doing it. Then it says, okay, look, as your business grows, how often do you want us to notify you? So I'll say, send me a daily digest email. So every day the system will send me an email updating me on just how my business is doing. So guys, you don't even have to track your business. The system will do it for you. How cool is that? Everyone right now, type in wow. Type in wow if you're already amazed, and I've not even gotten into the cool parts. So I hit save. Whoa, look at the wows coming in. All right. What do we got here? This list name is not available. So let's just say single bodybuilding. All right, we should be good. Let's try it again. All right, what's going on here? You're about to change your SendLane account before you save. All right, let's just see if that works. All right, Okay, we are good. So there was a little bit of an issue with the SendLane account. Should be tied up. There we go. We're good. So even with a little bit of a hurdle, I'm still in 2 minutes in. Now it says ClickBank. So here's the deal. We found a network that's amazing, that's got all kinds of offers that will send you basically automated bank deposits or checks on the fly. If you don't want to use ClickBank, just click on this box next to it. You can copy and paste any affiliate program you want, but we want to keep it simple, right? Why? Just complicate things. So I'm just going to go down here and I'm going to type in my ClickBank account. And it's actually going to log into ClickBank and check for me. It won't let me make a mistake. And then what I'm going to do is pick an offer here. Let's see, the Ultimate Blast 5 Muscle Science System. Let's try that. Unlock your hip flexors, huge conversion. Let's see here. New abs VSL. This one looks like it could be good. Is invalid, so it's no longer being sold. All right, 10-minute fat loss. Let's take a look at this one. All right, so this one's good. It looks like a nice little letter there. So I'm going to choose this one. All I have to do is highlight it blue, and I'm ready. And you know what I've already done, guys? Let me show you what we've already done. The parts that we just did this part right here, right here. Boom, done. This part, done. Okay, we've already set up SendLane, done. Okay, so we're already moving along many of the steps here, and all I have to do is hit save and continue. We are now 45% done with the business and 3.5 minutes in. And that's with me doing all the talking, guys. Okay, now remember this. I told you that we need to create some kind of bribe, this part right here. Like, why would someone give you their email address, right? So time to do that on this step. Now, here's the deal. You can either create your free gift with us. We'll do it for you on the fly for free, no cost, no royalties, nothing. Or you can upload one if you already have one. Some people have one. Some people want to do their own, and so you can use this step, but I'm lazy, so I don't want to do that. So now what's going to happen, guys, is in your free report, we're going to import articles. And you can actually tell us, text, that you want pre-written that will link to your affiliate offer that we chose before without any commission going to Learn. It's all you. So you'll just type in, like, we'll just type in free letter, how to get rock hard abs. All right, I can add another one if I wanted to round robin. So free letter, how to lose extra fat fast. All right, I can add one more. Okay, free tips, lose weight fast. All right, there you go. So now what it's going to do is as it imports articles into my free report, it'll automatically make these, it'll put these into the report and link them to my article on its own. Okay, so now it says select the articles, right? So I go here and I can add my own articles if I want. I can literally sit here and write my own article, or I can come down here and look at the articles we've already got for you. Now check this out. 3 reasons why bodybuilders should consider, I don't even know what that is, but it's awesome. We've written out for you. And it's only 13% saturated because this platform is guaranteed to build you unique businesses, right? So what I love about that is that telling, when this turns red, that green turns red, you shouldn't use the article. But we are always monitoring that for you. Anytime an article turns red, we actually go in and take it out until it's green again, or we edit it. Okay, and I can also go here, hit preview. I can read the whole article. I can then select it or exit. So I'm going to select these 4 articles. Okay, so I'm good. I'm good now, and I just go, I can actually see these up above here. I can move them around. Look, I can rearrange them. I can edit the articles if I want to add my own words. Like right here, I typed in Anik was here, right? And then what I can do is I can bold this. I can link it if I want to link it back again to my affiliate link. I just click that. Boom, done. Now it's linked. Hit save changes. Boom, it shows that was edited. I can remove it. I can view it. I can do whatever I want. I can rearrange it again. And I'm done. So I go to the next step here. All right, again, one more time. Everyone, type in wow if you are blown away by how simple and easy we've made it for you guys to literally click around and get your business up and running. Come on. I want to see them. Type in wow. Wow. Ooh. Lots and lots of wows pouring in. Type in wow right now. Lots of wows pouring in. Okay, I'm wasting time. We have 7 minutes to go, or we have 7 minutes that we've done. So now what you would do is you're always going to have a free report. Page 1 of your free report should always be about you, right? So this page is about me. This page is about me. And you actually would want to sit here and write something for real, but I'm just going to like kind of just to show you an example, like I'll just paste a bunch of stuff here. But check this out. Like I could bold this, I can italicize that, I could underline that, I could link this back out to whatever my affiliate link is. In this case, I'm just doing Google. Look at all this, right? All done. And now the book is completely personalized to me. And now it says, please title your book. Great. 4 free tips to gaining muscle fast. So now I'm creating my cover. So it says a free download, limited time. Okay. So author name, Onyx and Gall. Now it's like, it's actually creating the look and feel of it to make it sexier. So it says, please choose a layout. So I'll go with this one. Okay. Now it says, please choose your background photo. Now we've uploaded thousands of background photos in here for you guys, and you can just keep going through until you find one you love. And what we're doing is we're round robining them for you so that you're never using the same ones as other students. As they get overused, we push them to the back or we replace them. And look at this. I found a perfect one. So I choose that. Preview your free report cover. Look at that. My free report cover is done. Okay, I can actually do save. Look at this. Guys, it would cost you a ton of money to get this done outside. Type wow right now again if you're blown away. We're only 9 minutes in, and I've already gone ahead and addressed this now. This is over and done. So we're building the entire business live in front of your eyes. And now what we're doing, just so you know, is we're going to work on this part. Oops, what happened here? All right. So let's see, pen. We're going to work on this part. Oh, look at that. It's painting in white now. All right, well, it broke. So autoresponder. So again, come back here and you type in affiliate descriptions. So free letter, how to get a 6-pack. You can add more. So you say free letter, how to burn fat. Then you add more, free letter, how to get lean muscle fast. Okay, so what you're gonna do now, guys, is something called solo ads. This is literally an ad that you can send to your list. We've pre-written them for you. I told you, we pre-wrote your emails for you. So you can either add your own, right? You can literally go here and just edit and like create your own, okay? So you can sit here and do whatever you want, and you can write your own. If you don't want to do that, you go the easy way, and you just go here, right? And you can literally go, and so leave your unhealthy body and still green, even though it shows 71%, it's still green. And it wants you to choose like, I think a minimum of 3. I chose 4. These are all promotional emails. Notice how it's putting my text into the actual emails. So now anytime someone clicks this, it's going to actually make me money, right? Because people are going to go buy that product. So I'm done that. I hit next. And now it says, okay, Anik, you don't always want to just send emails that promote stuff. You got to send content out as well, right? So what we do is we'll go here and we'll choose a few articles. These are all pure articles only. And again, you can go up here and rotate. I think I'm supposed to choose 7, so I'll choose another one. And again, I can go up here, push it around. I can click edit. I can make whatever changes I want. But for now, I'm being efficient. So I hit save and continue. Guys, I'm at 11.5 minutes in. 11.5 minutes, and now I get to rearrange. So it's gone ahead and done promotion, content, promotion, content, promotion, content, promotion, and then content, content, content. I like it. If I want, I can change things like, okay, I want to do it on every 1 day. So send an email a day. I can also change the first email they get. I can change some of the words. I can change, like, I don't want it to be Dave Loveless. I want it to be saying Onyx and Gall. I don't want it to say watch a video. I want it to say read free letter, limited time. Okay, that's done. Like, I could go through here and personalize it, hit save and continue. And guys, I'm now 61% done. And guess what it's time to do? It's time to set up our only one page that we need for the entire freaking business. Tell me that's not exciting. So I go over here, I hit classic page. I don't want to do the quiz page. So I just, you know, type in Onyx and Gall, support@learn.com. And it's like, hey, choose a page. Like, what do you want it to look like? So I just choose, we'll just keep looking. Let's see if we can find another cool one here. Oh, that's a good one right there, isn't it? All right, we're going to go with this one. So now look at this, okay? Look how long it's going to, so all right, 13 minutes. Look how quickly I'll turn and I'll create my entire opt-in page. Free report, 4 ways to gain muscle fast. Okay, so here I say limited time, download now. I'll leave this all alone. All right. I don't want the name category, so I click that out. Everything else is good. Company name down here, learn.com. All right, if I'm happy with this, which I am, look at this. I did it in 30 seconds, live in front of your eyes. I created my business in 30 seconds. My page is ready to go. Come on, type in wow. If that doesn't blow you away, I don't know what will. So I hit save now. I hit exit builder. Ladies and gentlemen, I am basically in business. In 30 seconds, I built an entire website. Never been done before. A perfectly unique website that you had full control. You could change images, colors, everything. So I just go with a timer page here. It says your free report is on its way. Please read this letter before moving forward. All right, I just wanted to do 5 seconds. So what this does is if someone says, hey, they put their email address in and they want the free report, it'll give them a message that says, hey, your free report's on its way, but first please read this report or read this letter. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, it'll forward them. I'll show it to you. You guys will actually see how it works. I don't want to build my corporate page right now. I'm not going to do Facebook ads, and bam, I'm done. Stop the timer. 14 minutes and 43 seconds, and my business is up and running. I can make any changes here. I can go here. I can go to my opt-in page, transition page, my free report, my autoresponders, guys. I can do anything I want. I can change anything I want. I don't want to change anything, so I hit save and continue, and boom. Check this out. My free report is done. Look at this. 4 free tips to gaining muscle fast. Table of contents about the author. Remember this? I put all this in here. Remember if I click this, it goes to Google, right? And then remember this. This is my about me. And then this is my first article. And then look at this. This link goes to my affiliate URL. You'll actually see it. If I were to click this, it goes right to that page. And if I were to go to buy, let me find the buy link. Okay. Watch what happens. Look at the bottom here. You see that? Affiliate equals the Korma. That was what I had put in. So I am getting all the commission. Like if this was my system. Look at my opt-in page is done. My autoresponders are done. I can download everything. But the best part, guys, the best part is check out this. All the analytics to run your business. Oh, oops. We have, okay. So because I haven't run anything yet, I haven't run any traffic, but maybe we check out this one here. So look, you can run all kinds of data right from this interface. Okay, what countries is my traffic coming from? How many opt-ins am I getting? Where in the world are they coming from? What are the most popular browsers? Who's recommending my site the most? What is it doing? I can compare one business to the other, all from one central place right over here. Tell me that this isn't cool. How many of you right now, type in me if you want your hands on this system. Come on. I want you guys to get really serious about this now, because obviously we can't give this to everybody. That's not what it's meant to do. It would be virtually impossible for us even if we wanted. So I want you guys right now to type in me If you really want your hands on this entire platform that we set up, it's called Launchpad, that will build your entire business for you. And really all I'm asking for from you guys, go ahead, come on, we're going to do this thing at the end where I'm going to give you an opportunity, but I'm not going to let everybody in, because you have to be willing to commit to 60 days from you're building a serious business. It's really time to learn and educate yourself. I can guarantee you the following. You can get your online business up and running in 60 minutes or less. I just can't guarantee it'll be successful. That's never, right? Like, guys, you own your own success, not me. But I can tell you, my team will be available every single day of the week for you on live webinars, coaching webinars. I can tell you that we're going to do everything we can in our power to help you succeed. I show up once a week on live webinars. If you're not willing to commit to 60 days, then the Launchpad isn't for you, and we're really not going to be able to work with you. That's my absolute, the minimum thing that I'm going to say here. So guys, right here, this is the simplest model ever seen. Traffic goes to a one-page website. From there, you use an affiliate link. You can start earning money right away from people landing on a page that makes money, or they go right into the email, and now you're able to literally send them emails every single day. You're able to send them emails every single day in an automated fashion, or you can also do it in broadcast. Like, that's how I make most of my money. Is I wake up every morning and I do a broadcast, right? So now let me share with you guys some really cool case studies of how this worked out. I'm going to actually show you some businesses. So check this out. This I set up in about 45 minutes, but because I didn't have the Launchpad software back then, my main goal is I wanted to enter a brand new niche, and I wanted to win they had a $12,000 prize for the first place, and I wanted to win that. So all I did was the following. There's an opt-in page, okay? I took it straight to an affiliate offer. So from opt-in page to an affiliate offer, just like I've been showing you, all I did is I wrote 3 emails that went into the automated system. That's it. Here's what my page looked like. Guys, and I didn't have Launchpad. You can create sexier, better looking pages than this now in 30 seconds or less using the Launchpad. Now, as soon as somebody would put their email address into that white slot there, they would land up on this page. Now, this isn't my site, nor is it my page. This was Dr. Joe Vitale. He made a video that converted really well. So I would earn money every single time someone bought something from Joe Vitale. So check this out. Copied and pasted an affiliate URL. The whole thing took me about 45 minutes. That's it. You want to check out what happened? And I've done this over and over again. I went on to earn over $8,800 in commission. I won the $12,000 prize, and I walked away with over 8,000 email leads. I made over $20,800 in actual income, and I got a lifetime asset that will continue to pay me over and over again, 8,000 leads that I still mail till this very day, years later. So now, how did I generate traffic to that website? Well, tell you what, I want you to pay attention and keep paying attention, because I'm actually going to give you guys a demonstration of an amazing place that we built for you, a network, a place we built where you can go to get yourself traffic, and we'll give you a $500 boost in traffic, okay, a boost. Take action today, and I'll actually give you up to $500 in quality traffic. I'll boost that for you. All right, remember, I have 15 years of experience doing this, so I've built system and tools for you so that you can get it easy. Now, case study number 2 is, how do you make money with the automated emails? All right, I don't personally do that much money with automated emails, but how do you make money with automated emails? So check this out. I built this page for a friend of mine. I have a friend of mine, his name is Mike. There's a really heartfelt story. You know, he met a girl who was actually a really good friend of mine as well in freshman year of college. And, you know, I think it was like the last year of college before they even graduated, they got married. They're a beautiful couple, and they had a kid very early into the marriage. And unfortunately, about a year after she had the child, she died in a tragic accident, car accident. And Mike here was very young, left with this beautiful little girl and loves her to death. But Mike's issue was that his wife kind of made a lot more money than him. He was a fitness trainer, and he loves it. It was his passion. He works 18-hour days at the gym, and he was making like 40 grand a year, like nothing. But he didn't care. He just loved it. You know, he loved his clients, he loved everything, but now he had a problem. He had to make more money for his little girl, and he had to put money away for her and everything. So he came to me one day and he said, Anik, listen, man, I don't want to quit my job. I don't want to do this full time. I just want to earn a little bit more money for my little girl, put away for her college. And I don't want to work all day. I don't want to slog. I don't want to be like you working on weekends. Can you make an easy thing for me? Like, I don't want to get up every day and write emails and all that. I said, all right, what do you want to do? He said, well, I want to set up a business in the fitness space. I love it. So we built this page together. Ugly, ugly little page. All right. You can build something so much nicer today. But we built this page together. And he loved this offer by one of my friends, turns out, Dr. Charlie Livingston, that's on ClickBank. So he said, I want to promote this offer. So I wanted to turn my friend into a fitness brand. But we were using like a long-term strategy. He didn't care to make tens of thousands. He was like, I just want to make an extra $100 a day. I'll be like on cloud 9. I'll double my income. So, okay. So we took a long-term approach. Again, it took me back then about 45 minutes to set it up. I did it in front of you guys in 14 and a half. I didn't have Launchpad back then. Still, all we did was the following, okay? We put up an opt-in page. We chose an affiliate offer. We wrote a few emails, and bam, that was it. The last time I spoke to him, guys, this is what his accounts look like. He was making $400, $500, $600, sometimes $700 a day. Consistent sales, daily profits, generating profits while building a list under my guidance. You know what? Mike has done a lot more than just add or put away money for his little girl. He moved to New York. He got a job at a much better gym. He still works full time. His girl goes to a private school. He bought himself a nice BMW last I spoke to him. And he's living the life of his dreams. He's up in New York. And all he does is he just keeps adding more emails to the back end of the system. And it just continues to grow his business. He's generating completely autopilot commissions. And this part, 100% set it or forget it. The more emails you add, the more income you make for years to come. My friend's up to 185 emails. That's added about over 14 months. And he's using all the templates that I'm giving to him. Now, all he does is on the weekends, he just writes some emails. Like his daughter will go to play dates or whatever. So he'll sit at home and he'll just like do a little bit of traffic buying. He'll use the same network that I want to show you guys and I'm going to give you free traffic from. He'll write a few more emails, attach them to the back end of his autoresponder, and boom, he's done. So how did Mike generate his traffic, right? It's the exact same way I did when I showed you in case study number 1. And I'm actually going to show you the network. I built my own network for this. And I'm even going to give you up to $500 boost in traffic today. All right? Now, case study number 3, ladies and gentlemen, this is the last one. And this is where I'm going to show you some of the big numbers because these are my numbers. And I'll tell you, once you really master it, and there's no reason you won't master it because you're working with me. And I'm literally world renowned. I'm even helping Robert Kiyosaki with their email marketing. I'm helping Les Brown with their email marketing. I've helped Bob Proctor in the past with their email marketing. Literally, I'm called in by the best of the best because they consider me to be one of the best in the world. So now I'm going to share with you how much money you can make through something like broadcasting. Guys, this is my year so far. One of my businesses, $7.7 million. All right, another one of my businesses, I made this in just about 2 months, $457,000 in commission. Another one of my businesses, $362,000 in commissions. Another one of my businesses, $455,000 in commission. Another one of my businesses, $257,000 in commissions. I could literally keep going on and on and on and on. I have multiple, guys, this year alone, I will have done over $30 million in sales thanks to that model, the one that you're looking at. $30 million in sales thanks to the model that you're looking at right in front of you. Nothing different, nothing less, 30 million. Rinse and repeat, and I want to show you how to do that. There's really only 2 things that stand between you and your first $10,000. One is your actual business, right? The 5 steps, your page, your report, your affiliate program, your emails. Guess what? We did that today. I showed you how to do it. Now, what if I told you that I'll let you build 10 businesses like that? 10 completely unique automated businesses, 10 sources and streams of income that you can have built using my platform. How many of you would be excited about that? Number 2, what's waiting in between you and your first $10,000 is traffic, right? You got to get people to come to your website so that they become your email leads. Well, even that I've built for you. I'm going to give the first action takers a $500 boost in traffic. That's out of my pocket. Guys, we use something called email media. Again, we turn to the word email. This was built by Learn. It's the #1 traffic network for building an email list. And I'm going to give fast action takers a $500 boost for it. Right now, it's called Clickonomy. So check this out. Okay, we're actually going to go log in. Look how simple this is. And I'm actually going to teach you and make you a master. So if you've been worried about where you're going to go to get traffic, let me just show you. Literally, you're going to log into this network called Clickonomy. This is really for our students only. We don't really let other people in. Okay? So all you're going to do is you're going to go to something called Buy Clicks. And just see how easy we've made this for you. It's crazy. So it's going to be like, okay, show me. Okay, I want to buy 500 clicks. Okay, what price? I think I want to spend less than 60 cents per click. Okay, and what niche? I think I want to do business opportunity. And say, show me. Guys, and so now we protect you. Learn will protect you. So for example, right here, I can tell you one thing. Ain't no one I shouldn't buy from Jace. Jace has got a 2.5 rating. As a matter of fact, Jace will probably get removed from the Clickonomy network soon. But here we got Austin with a 4.75. We got Tom Geo with 4.92 rating. So if I click on Tom Geo, I can read look at all these reviews. Whoa, tons, right? All 5 on 5 on 5, only 1 4 on 5. And awesome, 40% conversion, 52% conversions, happy with the results, quick turnaround time, 55% tier 1. He did a great job, great experience, very flexible. Thanks, Tom. Highly recommended for those serious about receiving clicks and subscribers. So now when you go to just quickly get some traffic from Tom, you can feel safe. And you know what? When you put money into the project, it sits with Learn first, so it's completely safe. Only until you confirm that you are happy and are willing to now give the money to the person, only then will we actually give the money to them. So you continue to have full control and you get to protect your money. And that's it. Now, guess what? When you build an email list, you can come in here and you can sell clicks. You can literally sell clicks. It's pretty amazing stuff, guys. We also have a system that allows you have to apply to it, but it allows you to get 10-cent clicks. But you have to have an email list before you can do this. 10-cent clicks. This is all built and this is all sitting and waiting for you. So now we've done it all. So now let me ask you a question. I want everybody to participate. Now that you've seen, you don't need technology. You get the full system. You get the 100% automation and the traffic part is completely checkmarked. You get to take ownership. I want you all to type in yes right now if you finally believe that you can have that breakthrough. I want you to type in yes right now if you finally believe that you can actually have this breakthrough. Come on, type in yes right now if you believe that you can have this breakthrough. I'm waiting. I really, really want to see a lot of people typing in yes. Now, not everybody is going to be, I'm just not going to let everybody work with us, okay? Because we spent a lot of time building this system, a lot of money, a lot of team members. We really only want to work with the super serious people. Now, I don't ever guarantee income, but there is something I can guarantee you. Okay, my own conscience will never allow me to say, okay, look, you're guaranteed to make money. That doesn't exist, guys. There's no guarantees in life, especially in business. But there's a guarantee I will make. If you have an inboxers list, you will 100% make money online. That's pure and simple. If you build an email list using my traffic and email methodology, you can't lose. You just can't. So right now you're sitting in a place where you're wondering, what do I do? How do I make more money? How do I get my money to make me more money? This is how. This is how. All right? Email, building up your email asset. So I want to put it all together for you. If you're ready to get started, here's what you need, and here's how I can help you today. The entire system, full video training, millions spent in testing over 15 years, done. Your one-page website, done. Your free gifts and emails, done. Top traffic sources to start, done. In as little as 60 minutes, get it all up and running, done. Everything you need to get your business up and running is completely done. So guys, why did I do this? Why spend so much time and energy creating this amazing system, right? Why would I give it all away? Because here's the truth, guys. When I first started, I didn't have anything like this. There was no real system to follow, and I made crucial mistakes, and I'll tell you, I was 24 hours from quitting. Had I quit, I would never be here today. And the thought of someone else going through that really hurts. So I wanted to make something up that gave you a system. I When I remember when I was doing this, I really just wanted to see how it was implemented. I want someone to just walk me through it. Just show me step by step. One time, somebody show me. It didn't exist. There was no one there ready to coach me or help me. I'd start something, I'd lose focus, I'd quit. And for the first year, the biggest mistake I ever made, I refused to invest into my business because I thought everything should be free, 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 free. I came with all the excuses in the world why I couldn't invest into myself. And finally, when I did, I had a major breakthrough. Something also I've learned from Rich Dad, you gotta invest, but you gotta invest wisely. I just don't want you making the same mistakes. So let me ask you this now. This is the final opportunity. I am gonna be writing down the names of people who say yes. This will be, not everybody who says yes will be allowed, guys. I can't help everybody, but if you want our help, I'd love for you right now to type in yes. If you want our help, please right now, go ahead and type in yes. I'm gonna quickly check something over here on my computer. Oh, wow. I see Sally, I see Leslie, I see Michael, Marcus, I see Samantha, I see Liara. Why is that so? I'm so bad with names. I hope I said that right. I see Mohammed, I see Juan, I see Jose, I see Larita, I see, wow. It's going so fast, I can't, it's actually scanning right past my eyes, guys. That's amazing. Thank you. All right, look, not everybody who's saying yes right now to wanting our help, I know for a fact I cannot help everybody. I'm promising you this. I'll try my very best. So let's just quickly summarize, guys. You need all of these, this is it. This is the 8 pieces to the puzzle. All right? And we give you all of them. And I've taught over 250,000 students. Here's what I learned. Your chance of success is far greater if someone's holding your hand. You need step-by-step instructions, detailed tested, no fluff, straight to the point, and just training is not enough. Students need a way of asking questions. They need to participate in a team effort. And that's what we do. Every day we come together, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, every day live. In addition to all the training, in addition to the Wednesdays when I show up live, in addition to the 24/7 worldwide forum that we have, in addition to the software, to the videos, to the webinars that we're already doing, we built that community so we work as a team effort. And really, here are the 2 things you need to succeed and to start. 1, you need a proven system, tested, proven, step-by-step, based on over 15 years of results. Number 2, you need automation. A system that is plug and play for you to interact with to escape the technology barrier. As simple as that. And here's how I can help you guys today. I have literally built something that is for those of you that are just starting with 0 experience. Everything you need is provided here. Look, hand-holding guidance, step-by-step videos, full launchpad access, assignment by assignment, top profitable niches, done for you business, access successful students, over 20,000 pieces of content, the best affiliate offers you can find, autoresponder, that's free to start, worldwide expert access, top traffic sources, free giveaway builder, open office hours, and we'll even help you get your first sale as fast as possible. Guys, the system in and of itself has been years in the making. Full email marketing system, tested, proven. Just think about this for a moment, guys. The only other way you can get a system is to think about buying a franchise. And you know what? I thought about that. And guess what it cost? A minimum of $100,000. You're not going to just walk into Subway and buy one. It's going to cost you $150 grand out of your pocket. Man, most people buying franchises already have a lot of money. And God forbid you want to build 10 of them. Like, we're going to let you build 10 businesses with Inbox Blueprint. You want 10 of them, you're going to spend $1.5 million at Subway. You need to have tons of money to become wealthy with franchises, okay? Then a lot of people say, I want to learn business, I go get an MBA. Total cost of an MBA is going to cost you minimum $120,000. Most of my friends who are getting an MBA right now come back out and get a job at the exact same salary plus 10%. And now they have $100,000+ in debt. You don't need all that. You know what we need from you? Literally get through these 8 modules. We've had students do this in a matter of a week. 2 weeks, and they've had their businesses up and running and ready to go. We don't need years. We don't need tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of dollars. What we've put together for you is a full video-based training, unlimited access, assignment by assignment. You won't even know it, 1 step at a time, and get your business up. And we show you live examples. You see our businesses. You see behind this, our over our shoulders into what we're doing. It's over $6,991 in real value right there. But we're not done, because the number 2 thing you need, guys, is automation. Done for you tools, $400,000 in development, 20 years, 23 team members. Most people, including my best friend who runs a tech company, said can't be done. First system ever built that literally builds done for you businesses on the fly. All right, no technical skills, no experience necessary, fully integrated and ready to launch whenever it's finished. We've created over 20,500 pieces of content for you. In 2017, we grew to over 30,000 pieces of content. All right, we're in over 30 niches. By late this year into early next year, we're going to be at over 50 niches. Lifetime access, founding status means you get unlimited upgrades for life. So just check this out. Build 10 businesses as deep as you want, as many emails, as much written content. That's worth at least $19.97, maybe more. Subway would cost you alone $1.5 million. Over 30 niches fully automated, 4,000 plus opt-in page combinations so nobody else can have the same business as you, 20,000 plus pieces of content, fully integrated with the industry's #1 autoresponder service built for digital publishers called SendLane. That's over $8,985 in value. Guys, in summary, that's over $15,976 in real actual value. Absolutely everything that you need to start turning your passion into a real business. Inbox Blueprint is truly the one-stop resource you need. Starting today, finally overcome the barriers. This is designed to create your first commission in just days. I mean it. Now, I want you guys to tell me, can my $400,000 investment finally lead to your breakthrough? Type in yes right now. I want you guys to type in yes into the comments right now. If my investment, if my investment can lead to your breakthrough, how many of you believe this right now? Because what I'm doing over on my side, okay, is I'm getting ready to allow a very small portion of everybody to come join us. I want to work with you. But tell me now, do you believe that you can finally have this breakthrough? Because that's going to be important. You got to be ready to have the breakthrough. Now, my system is not letting me check. So 1 second here. All right. All right, update all here. All right, I'll be able to check in just a second. Wow, look, I just looked up all the yeses. Love it, awesome. All right, so listen, be dead serious. Be ready to build a serious business and ask yourself, are you gonna take action? Because I don't like it when people are just reading and studying and learning and they're too afraid to actually get out there and do something. So don't be one of those guys, all right? Because we're officially reopening now. Our classes are going to begin immediately, and we're looking for only a very small handful of students. And you have to commit a minimum of 60 days to us. So you need to be serious enough that you're going to kick butt at this thing for a minimum of 60 days. All right. Now, we've talked about this. Franchises are going to cost you a minimum of $100,000 plus. MBAs are going to cost you the same, right? They're going to be hundreds of, $120,000 in debt before you're done with it. And so we've already invested over $400,000 on your behalf. But the cool thing here is we're not going to charge you that. All right. That's not what we're doing. We're not here to charge you for, our share of that. That was an investment we made on your behalf for you. So, and by the way, we're also committing to an additional $200,000 that we invest every single year, that we did invest this year, and we're going to be investing next year as well. So this is on your behalf that we're investing all of this money. And we never asked for a dime back of that. So what we did, talk to ourselves and we said, okay, what is a fair investment to get people involved with it, right? So what should we charge today? And we thought about it. We said, look, you're not only just getting the software, you're getting the system, the training, the coaching, the daily open office hours. You're getting the ability to build 10 businesses, right? That's no joke. 10 entire businesses. So I remembered when I was starting. Right? Our goal was to make the system accessible. I remember when I was starting, I knew I had to recover my investments though, but at the same time, I felt bad. I was like, I can't be charging what I need to charge because I want everybody to do this. So I thought, okay, look, no matter what happens, it needs to be an annual investment, right? Made sense in my head. It's got to be annual because we have costs that are every annual. So we thought, all right, how about $9,997 a year? That means at 20 students, we break even. I thought, come on, we could definitely do better than 20 students. And that's a lot of money. All right, 7,997. That's 25 students. But again, it just felt like it was too wrong. Now we started to get into a place where I thought, okay, seriously, let's compare this to like a franchise, right? $5,000 a year is really fair because you can build 10 businesses with us. And it allowed us to break even at just 40 students a year. But again, I really felt like I'm a good marketer. I can get more people into this thing. More people are going to want to be in it. So, okay, let's get rid of that too. And that's where I had a really crazy conversation with my dad. You know, my dad was like looking at what we were doing, and I was talking to my dad. I said, Dad, I'm going to make it like, you know, $4,000 or $5,000 a year or whatever. And my dad said to me, he said, well, let me ask you a question, son. Back when you were starting 15 years ago, could you have afforded that? I said, well, I don't think so. But, you know, that's not the point, right? I said, Dad, I mean, I got to charge this much. And he said, well, why do you have to charge this much? He said, what if you take a very different approach to this? What if you think of it more like a partnership? So what if you don't charge them for your costs, but instead you know that once your students are successful, they'll buy more of the advanced programs for you? I said, well, they do that. That's pretty interesting. And I do have a lot of money, so I can definitely make an investment in this. So that's when I'm telling you right now, I'll give you a clue. I decided to cut a massive discount. No annual payment, first of all, and limited time offer today. What I decided to do is everybody who joins us in this class is going to get a lifetime membership to the program, to the software, to the training, to the coaching, to everything. Huge discount. Okay, huge discount. And it's just for now. Excuse me. I'm getting too excited. Now I'm going to drop the URL for you. But before I drop this URL, I want everybody here to type in serious. I'm not even going to move forward until I get at least like 100 people to say serious. The other thing I want to let everybody know is my team. Just give me 1 second, guys. I'm going to mute myself real quick and just get this cough out of the way. And my team is messaging me something. All right, there we go. Let's see what they're saying. Seems like we have a problem. Oops. All right, here's the deal. 35 spots. That's all we have for today. At this discount, no annual payments. All right, massive discount. I'm going to let you find out for yourself. I'm even giving a crazy payment plan. I don't want you to take it because I'd rather you save that money, put it into your business, be serious. We've actually got data in our company that says that those students who pay the one pay are 70+% more likely to succeed because they're all feet in, they're committed. Let me tell you though, 35 seats for the moment. Now I might be able to open up a few more. It just depends on how things go. My team is always in touch with me. They let me know. Remember, because of the fact that we do the daily Q&As, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, we have to be very careful on how we allow students to get in. So I got lots of people typing in serious. I love it. I got serious pouring down. You got to move on this fast. So when you get to the page, you've got to fill it out and you got to go quick because it will come down very quickly. We will fill up this class. I'm at the moment going to start with 35 seats. That's what I've been allowed to give away. And so here we go. The URL is dropping in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Get over there right now, guys. Go to www.learn.com/RD for RichDad. Learn.com/RD. Get over there right now. And I'm telling you, the first 35 will get their seats definite. Anything beyond that, and you may very well see the page go down. Let me just show you. I'm going to leave the URL on. Wow, my team is – you guys are crazy. You guys are always slamming everything that we talk about. Just got a message. I can actually see the server activity, and it just like went up big time. So I'll tell you right now, the 35 seats I think will sell out here in the next few minutes, if not less. So let me just explain to you like the story of Zayn, right? So Zayn literally grew up in the streets of Baghdad during the worst of times, war and everything. And he finally escaped. And he came over to the U.S. and he was like, he escaped to live the American dream. Found himself locked up in a cubicle, you know, and doing HR work. He had this goal, though. He wanted to create a passion-based business for coaching, teaching, inspiring. Joined Learn about middle of 2014. And in early 2015, he took his digital career to the next level. And guys, he's got 2 successful businesses. These numbers need to be updated. Last time he spoke to me, he has over 70,000 email subscribers. He has over 500,000 Facebook followers. The guy is making $15,000, $20,000+ every single month, living the life of his dreams. He's also getting ready to launch his own digital products, all kinds of killer stuff happening. So Zane, again, if you want to be able to work with Zane, if you want to be able to have results like Zane, you need to go to www.lurn.com/RD. Okay, I can already tell you right now, 6 seats are gone. 6 seats are gone already. That is just nuts. Wow. I'm just checking something here, guys. My team is messaging me. Okay, so this is your chance. Go to www.lurn.com, LURN.com/RD. This is the kind of money that Zane is making now. Literally, he's having $800 days, $2,000 days, $1,300 days, $3,200 days. And we got students flying in from all over the place, guys. They are getting their first sales, their first $300 sales, their first $75 sales. Now, remember, I told you I can't guarantee you're going to make money, but learn.com/RD. And I'll tell you one thing, you build the list the way I want you to. You build the list the way I'm showing you, the inboxers way, using my methodologies. And yeah, I can pretty much guarantee it's going to be really hard for you not to make money. All right, seats are flying off of the shelf. That's all I want to tell you guys. We are not going to have a lot left. Wow. All right. So the question really is, are you ready for a breakthrough? Because opportunities don't come every day. There's 2 steps to success. One is decision and one is action. There's no risk here. Ask yourself, what is more risky right now? So I asked myself, how can I give you guys a true unfair advantage? And so what else could I add to you to help you build that $1 million business? What do you need to get to the next level results? So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to literally add things that people have called me crazy for. I'm going to throw my time on the table now. All right. Number 1, I'm going to give you something called Learn, and I'm going to literally, now this isn't our platinum program. This is not the one that you get to virtually work with us for 3 days. But I do 12 months of coaching with you, 48 months of total training, expert advice and feedback, attend webinars, Q&As, you get our forum. But there's another platinum program that you get VIP opportunity to go towards, and that is when you get to work with us 3 days virtually live. That's a different platinum program. But this one, I will work with you. I am promising you 48 training sessions, access to a forum that's 24/7, all right? This is worth over $3,997. Then we move into our bonus number 2, which is Traffic Academy. I'm going to make you a master of 8 different traffic strategies with major focus on the 3 quickest and most effective traffic strategies that you can possibly imagine. All right. Now, I'm not going to tell you what 3 of those are, but I'll tell you right now, they're the ones that help you build your email list up to 10,000 quicker than you can possibly imagine. All right. But this is going to be the only opportunity you get to be a part of Traffic Academy. Plus, we're adding more traffic strategies regularly. So go to www.learn.com, LURN.com/RD. All right. And you're going to get, I've literally paid people over $10,000. There are so many people that I've paid to get access to their traffic courses and to put them in. This is my commitment to you for 12 months to continue to update it, worth over $1,500. And you're also going to get access to my 6-week fast start program, over the shoulder training, your first 1,000. Follow our lead all the way to your first 1,000 subscribers and getting your first commissions. Watch us step by step as we follow the Inbox Blueprint business model. Again, learn.com/RD. That again is LURN.com/RD, worth over $500. So right there, that is a total of $21,967 in value. And by the way, seats are flying off the shelf. My system is no longer updating. I can't read the names out. Let me ask my team here real quick, but man, I don't want to oversell it. But guys, you are getting the full training and full system, tested, proven, step-by-step. Automation done for you. Build 10 businesses, 30 plus niches, 4,000 opt-in page combinations. You're getting the access to 48 free trainings with myself. You're getting Traffic Academy training in the top 8 traffic strategies. You're getting my 6-week fast start program. All of this worth over $21,967. And all you have to do right now is go to www.learn.com/RD. Hands-on exclusive help. Hands-on exclusive help. 10 full businesses. Start building them immediately. full system, 15 years tested and running. Go to learn.com/RD. Go right now to learn.com/RD, okay? Right this minute, just go to learn.com/RD. I'm just checking one thing over here. All right. And so let's go here. Now I want to tell you about a story of one of my friends, Jimmy Kim. Guys, he used to work at a car dealership, super stressful job, 16 plus hours a day. Came to me as a friend. I showed him the 5-step system I'm sharing with you. Gave him the same training that I'm giving to you. And now the student has become the teacher. He's literally showing me every other day what to do and how to make things work. And this guy is out there now making millions of dollars and teaching students also all over the world. And 4 years ago, when he did his first product release, even in his first product release alone, he did over $82,000. Today, he's generating over $4 million a year with multiple products. He's got income flying all over the place. $500,000 here, $300,000 here, $449,000 here. It's nuts, right? Again, guys, right now, go to learn.com/RD. Go to learn.com/RD. Total value over $21,967. Total value of $21,967. And classes are open right now. All you have to do is go to learn.com/RD. I will be investing more and more money every year to help you build your business. All right? But you got to claim one of these early spots. So right now, again, go to www.learn.com/RD. I don't know how many seats we have that are gone. I'm so sorry. I wanted to be able to give you a live update, but I'm at a loss because, well, my team seems to be very, very busy working with you guys, or something's going on, but I have no way of checking because my system is not working. It's not refreshing for me. It's not telling me how many I have. But I will tell you, I know we're going to sell out. I'll find out very soon, and I'll have to take it down as soon as that happens. So again, learn.com, LURN.com/RD. Everything you get. Now, here's the deal. I got some great lessons from Tony Robbins a long time ago. Tony told me that real success doesn't come in the steps or anything like that. He said it comes in decisions. You got to make decisions. You got to make decisions fast. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to give away 2 ridiculously crazy bonuses right now for anyone who makes a decision in the next 10 minutes or less. That's it. Now, because I can't check freaking how many people, I have to keep going until my team tells me to stop. So I'll go on for 10 minutes, or if my team tells me to stop. But only if you do this in the next 10 minutes will I do this, okay? So right now, fact number 1, we have very limited seats. Fact number 2, you have to give me 60-day commitment. Fact number 3, this is the only time it's guaranteed. I'm going to give you 2 ridiculous bonuses, and you have 10 minutes. I'm actually going to go here. Let me go to the timer. Let's put 10 minutes on. Hit start. Oops, hit start. There we go. The 10-minute counter has now officially started. Go to learn.com/RD if you want access to this bonus number 1, decision maker. I'm going to give you a $1,000 course of mine that I pulled from the market that is no longer available for sale. My absolute best, most advanced email marketing course out there. Originally sold thousands at $997. This has been since retired from the market, but I will be giving it away to everybody who is able to get involved right now, all right, for free. My number 1 secret to managing your list once it's past 10,000 subscribers. These secrets have earned me $2 to $3 million a year. I have not let anybody, I have taken this thing off of the market. All right, right now, if you make that investment here, how much time is left? All right, learn.com/RD. Again, learn.com/RD. 9 minutes to go. Learn.com/RD. All right. And you have to do it before those 9 minutes are up. And next, this is the one everyone calls me crazy for, but I'm super pumped about. You ready for this? Are you ready? I am removing the 10 business limit for all early customers. That means you get to build an unlimited number of businesses, unlimited niches, unlimited profits. Just imagine for a moment, this is enormous. Guys, this is worth at least $4,000 in and of itself. Those 2 bonuses, this means you can build multiple businesses in one niche if you want. This means you can build as many businesses as you want using the Launchpad. You can use it all day long, and we will host it for you. You don't have to get domain names. You don't have to really do anything. We will do it all for you. We will do it all for you. Our unlimited businesses, unlimited niches, unlimited profits. Just imagine for a moment here, this is freaking enormous. That's a total bonus value of $4,994, okay? That's a total bonus value of $4,994. Go to learn.com. That brings the whole value up to $26,961. All right, that brings the entire value up to $26,961, but not for long. And if you're not going to do it now, like Tony would tell me, why are you waiting? What are you waiting to make a decision on? Here, you have exactly 7.5 minutes now. I can't get a hold of anyone from my team. I'm messaging every single person, and no one's around to respond. My only guess could be that they're all busy frantically working with you guys, which is great, but I don't know if we're past the 35 seats or what's going on. But go to www.learn.com/RD. That again is www.learn.com/RD. So again, how much time is left? I'm just going to leave this here. We have less than 7 minutes now. Less than 7 minutes. Guys, it's time to make a decision. You can either want, hope, and dream, or you can go out there and take action. It begins with a decision. Guarantee number 1, you will 100% have a business online. Guarantee number 2, you do not have to worry about technology. You get hand-holding, coaching, and all the tools that you need. Go to learn.com/RD. Do it right now. Again, you have 6.5 minutes left to go. That is it. So think it through. Make the right decision. You must be willing to make a 60-day commitment. Be sure you know that. I've invested $400,000. I'll invest another $200,000 in the technology. However, join Inbox Blueprint. Do it for the system. All right, don't just do it for the technology. Again, I am all systems down here. I can actually not see the chat box. I'm going to only imagine it's all blowing up right now. I can't see the chat box. I can't see how many students have enrolled. And I have zero communication coming in from the team. So hopefully somebody messages me. I hope I'm even live. Hope people can still hear me. Guys, this is the moment right now to step up. You have 5.5 minutes to go. 5.5 minutes to go right now. So again, go to learn.com/RD. All right, learn.com/RD. That's over $21,967 of value plus your decision maker bonuses. That brings it to over $26,961 in value. You are literally getting all of the training, the full system, tested, proven, step-by-step. You're getting the full video-based and assignment-based training. You're getting the automation done for you, unlimited businesses in over 30 niches. You're getting the 48 training sessions with me. You're getting Traffic Academy, training in top 8 traffic strategies. You're getting the 6-week Fast Start program, over-the-shoulder program. All right? Learn.com/RD. Learn.com/RD. That's what, let me just put this up over here because I want you guys to be able to see the timer as it's kind of going down. And I will be, guys, we have to move ahead. Jeremy's actually here and he's waiting. He's got another session for you guys and I want to be respectful of that. I can't see the questions, so I'm going to have to basically assume that I know what questions you guys have. Because I've done this presentation so many times, I can usually tell what questions are going on in people's minds. So I'm going to go ahead and let me just put this up for you. So it's learn.com/RD, limited seats, join now. All right, so learn.com/RD. That again is learn.com/RD, and this is where we are. 4 minutes to go. 4 minutes to go. So again, one more time. Limited seats. All right, join now. www.learn.com/RD. You guys can see the timer in front of you. Again, I hope that you can hear my voice. I hope everything is good. I hope all is going very well. 3.5 minutes to go. I know that we would have gone beyond the seats that we were going to allow. I'm pretty darn sure that we have crossed the seats that we would allow. But at this point, the only thing I can do is give you guys the whole 3 minutes because I have not heard back from anybody on the team. So we get some questions from people that are asking, hey, Anik, do I have to invest a whole, this is what I usually get. Do we have a lot more to invest do we have a lot more that we have to invest after we buy this or after we join? Guys, look, it's a one-time investment into Inbox Blueprint. You don't have to even buy a domain name. You don't have to buy any hosting. We give you all the training. We give you daily Q&A hours. The only thing you might have to put some further investment in is to get some traffic to come to your website. That's it. That's it. That's all there is. You have to, and that even there, we show you free ways to do it. So you are definitely not forced to buy traffic. You are not forced to buy traffic, okay? We give you tons of free ways to get traffic as well. That's totally up to you. We do, however, think that it makes a big difference. So I will share with you really safe ways to make that investment and so that it really carries big weight and makes a big difference in your business. So again, just go to www.lurn.com/RD. That again is learn.com/RD. You have 2 minutes to go. All right, learn.com/RD. Get over there right now. So again, www.learn.com/RD. And I'm just checking something here. The other question I always get is, Anik, does it work anywhere around the world? And absolutely, we have students, I told you we have student success stories from India, Pakistan, Greece. We have student success stories from Philippines, from Singapore, Malaysia, from all over South America, Brazil, Panama, Argentina. We have student success stories from Canada. We have student success stories from all over Europe. United States is not even probably one of the key places. And so, yeah, absolutely, it works. And let's see here. Checking something. All right, so less than a minute left here to go. The other question that we get a lot that I have seen in the past is, can I really do this even if I have no experience? I want you guys to understand that I have literally built this entire program. I have built this entire program specifically for someone with zero experience. All right, specifically for someone with no experience. That's who I built this program for. So absolutely, if you have no experience, I still believe with the confident, and I've done it with many, many students of ours, that you can still indeed do it. All right, we would not be out here teaching this, coaching this, unless we truly believe deep down that you absolutely can do it. All right, we got 30 seconds left, guys, before I have to move things on to Jeremy. I have which one we are going to close down. We are going to close down, so if you haven't gotten in yet, this is your final opportunity. Hope you can get in there right now. As you can tell, 15 seconds left to go. With that said, guys, thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much for everything. And just to give my guys a quick update, if you're listening, I'm going to do the transition now, guys. I know there have to be some knobs you have to move over and some fancy dancy stuff you have to do. There we go. We're at 0. So having said that, ladies and gentlemen, again, the URL is on the screen, learn.com/RD. That again is learn.com/RD. Make it happen. Get over there right now. And I want to go ahead and just say thank you for your time. Thank you for everything. The summit has been tremendous. Keep learning. You got a lot more to go. And with that said, I know our main man here, Jeremy, is back to teach you guys even more stuff. So with that said, I'm going to pause here for a second, but I'm going to pass things over to Jeremy.
Okay, how many of you have had the aha moment today? Go ahead and just type it in the chat box. I already see Ricky says massive breakthroughs. Yes, seriously. Go ahead and type in aha in the chat box, AHA in the chat box, if you have had at least one aha moment today that has opened you up to being able to create the foundations for wealth in your life. Go ahead and type in aha in the chat box. Okay, wow, awesome. All right, guys, you guys are getting it. We're on the same page. Aha is all over the place. James says massive aha. Okay, good. Seriously, just think of what you have absorbed today. Think of what you've gone through just today in this summit. You have seriously I hope you've opened your entire mind to what is possible, not only with stepping into building a business and truly stepping into the world of entrepreneurship, but also the perspective of understanding, again, we live in the greatest time in human history to create prosperity in your life. There are opportunities all over the place. It's simply stepping in to the ones that align most with you. Bottom line is, everything that you've seen today works. Everything that you've seen today is a pathway to creating wealth in your life, and now it's aligning with the ones that truly speak to you. If stepping into entrepreneurship and building your online business and creating something that has passive income opportunity is really the direction you're looking to go, then awesome. You've seen exactly now how you can do that. And hopefully, we'll be hearing from you and being able to meet you and being able to support you in building that business. But you have a path to being able to do that now. You now have a set foundation for creating wealth and opportunity in your life. Bottom line is, it's out there. And you've seen not only that it's out there, but it's only getting more and more available. And the simplicity behind it is really just something that you never could have experienced. I mean, even just 10 years ago, let alone 20 years ago, or even before that. The bottom line is, the opportunities to create wealth in your life today are greater than they ever have been, ever in human history. And so it's now is the opportunity to be able to start moving forward with that, building wealth, creating a deeper understanding and financial education to understand really how to start building it the right way. All right, so how many of you have had that aha moment? I see a ton of you still putting in ahas. Okay, this is awesome. You guys are getting it. I'm glad that you're absorbing it. And we want to make sure that you realize, to be able to step in to being a business owner, to being an entrepreneur, to building wealth the right way, meaning in an efficient and effective way for you, here's really the necessary step that has to be taken, which is really building your success team. This is critical. This is really important. You're going to want to make sure that you follow along with me here, exactly what I'm sharing with you, because this is really critical to you being able to do it the right way and making sure that you don't come up against the stumbling blocks that really can happen if you're trying to go this alone. Bottom line is, any successful person that you can ever think of, any successful great entrepreneur or businessman or person out there that is truly creating massive impact on a whole nother scale, whether it's Robert Kiyosaki, Anik Singhal, Sheryl Sandberg of Facebook, Richard Branson, Sarah Blakely of Spanx, the billion-dollar company. She's a young entrepreneur out there just creating massive success. Somebody like Elon Musk, all of these incredible entrepreneurs, men, women out there doing amazing things. Bottom line is, if you go and look at all of them, every single one of them, they have one thing in common. And that is, they have a strong team of intelligent people supporting them, helping them grow, and leading them in a direction where they aren't having those pitfalls where they come up against challenges and they all of a sudden, they crumble underneath them. They actually have the team around them to help them break through, no matter what those situations are. And without the right team, no matter how intelligent, how dedicated you are as an entrepreneur, how focused, how intentional, unless you have the right team around you, then you're not going to be setting yourself up to win. And the bottom line is, the reason your team matters, is because they're going to become the foundation for you being able to really align yourself with the values, the core values of creating freedom in your life, of being able to no longer exchange your time for money, right? I mean, what are you looking for? Are you looking for more money or more time? If you're looking for more money, then you can do that as an employee, right? We talk about that. If money is the most important thing for you, it's never going to be worth your time to invest in your freedom. And if money is the most important thing for you, that's where people get caught up in just collecting a paycheck, because money is the most important thing. I need to pay the bills. I need to do this. I need to do that. I have to have money in my life. Well, just think. Just take a second to really step back and think. Have you ever had a relationship with somebody that is clingy or needy for that relationship? Is that attractive or is that repellent for the right person in your life? Right? Just think about that. And how are you, what's your relationship with money? What's your relationship with the things that are more meaningful for you, right? So start taking a look at that. And if you are looking to create freedom in your life, and truly time is the most valuable thing for you, then having a team behind you is absolutely essential. It's 100% absolutely essential. And really it allows you to create a culture for success in your life, an environment around you that allows you to thrive, and the ability for you to leverage your time, your energy, your efforts. And here's the thing, it allows you to really fill gaps. So basically on the things that you either don't know how to do, or you simply just don't have the time to do, it literally saves you the time and allows you to focus on what you're good at, right? Like why focus all this time, energy, and effort during your day on all the different things that you really don't have a significant level of skill in? Like, you don't have to do everything. And that's really the difference, again, between moving from S to the B quadrant and really stepping into being a serious entrepreneur and a serious business owner, is being able to start leveraging your time, being able to start opening yourself to more freedom and opportunity by scaling and growing a team. And so let's think about it this way. This is a really powerful way of starting to understand this and the importance behind it, and also hopefully opening you up to another aha moment and another breakthrough around what it can mean for you to start putting the right people in your life and creating a team, a success team that helps you grow. So think of it this way. Let's say that you own a line of grocery stores. Let's say you own a ton of grocery stores that you're trying to build out. Well, bottom line is, could you run the cash register? Could you actually just sit there and ring up people during the the rush hour of people coming in on a Saturday afternoon and buying groceries? Well, yeah, you probably could. You could sit there and ring people up. Could you sweep and mop the floors? Yeah, absolutely. You could do that as well. You can do all the jobs in the stores. You can go around and organize the produce and all of that stuff and be a cashier and mop the floors. But is that really the best use of your ability as the visionary behind that business? Could you do this in all the stores? Let's say you ended up branching out and scaling to different stores in your local area. Could you try to run around all these different stores and do all these different things? I mean, of course you could try it, but at some point it would just become impossible. You simply do not have the time, and for the most part, you may not have all the different skills necessary to do that. At some point, you're going to run across things that you just simply don't know how to do, let alone you don't have the time to do it. So what do you do? What is the approach that you take? Well, you obviously hire people to do that work for you. You hire people to run the registers, stock the shelves, sweep the floors, be able to, take care of the customers, handle the produce, all that stuff. But what about also managing the employees and running the stores and operating the entire, maybe the entire market in the area? That's why you hire managers, directors, operational people. And these people help you oversee not only the employees, but the day-to-day operations, the customer relations, making sure that everything is running the right way. Bottom line is, if there's someone in your grocery store, let's say that someone came in, so even beyond just the employees that you have to help you with the business, let's say customer relations and taking care of your customers. What about if somebody came into your store and they slipped on a puddle on the ground, of somebody spilled some milk on the ground or something, and they end up slipping and falling? Well, let's say they end up suing your company. Are you a lawyer? Are you going to be able to defend yourself in court because of an accident that happened in one of your stores when you weren't even there, when you didn't even know anything about it? Well, of course not, which is why you're also going to need a lawyer on your team to be able to support you in handling lawsuits or anything else that happens in your business. You'll also need lawyers to handle other matters. Bottom line is, there's different types of specialized lawyers in different areas. As you're making more money in your grocery stores, as you're making and scaling your business, you'll need someone to take care of the money and handle the accounting, and maybe even make sure that everything across the company is run the right way so that the financials are headed in the right direction and you're making the right financial decisions to grow the business at the scale and at the level that is necessary to meet the profitability that allows you to take care of all of those employees, that allows you to grow and expand the right way and take care of your customers and everything, and provide the highest level value possible. So you're talking about things from financial planners, secretaries, clerks, lawyers, everything, accountants, all that stuff. This is the value of having a success team. And I don't want you to get confused or, oh my gosh, I'm going to have like all these different things. Like, for the most part, if you're a small business, you don't have to have millions of employees. You don't have to have hundreds of employees. It's really about creating a core success team from the get-go. And whether that includes even just a couple of people right now supporting you and assisting you to be able to grow, let's say, your online business. Let's say you're taking the email marketing route and you're looking to just bring on a virtual assistant to be able to support you with some day-to-day, right? That right there can help you expand your capacity dramatically, I'm telling you. I mean, even if you start at home with your personal life, you're going to start seeing what it means to build a success team. Even if how many of you remember when your mom used to do your laundry, right? Or when you had a parent do your laundry, right? Or maybe a spouse does your laundry, right? Like that right there, just think of that as part of your success team. It saved you the time, the energy, and the effort of having to do that, which allowed you to focus on things in your day that maybe were more meaningful for you or allowed you to be more effective or efficient, whether it was helping you get your homework done or whether it was helping you focus on your business or whether it's helping you, set some intention on things that are really important, right? And so expand that out into your business and start realizing that you get the help, you get the support, you get the team in place that can do things that you can't do or that you don't have the time to do. That's called scale and leverage. And when you have leverage in your business and as an entrepreneur, it is one of the most powerful things you can have to stepping into your freedom. And bottom line is, your freedom, if you're going to move into any one of these, if you're going to move into the right side of the quadrant, then your freedom is the essential element to you being able to succeed in the right hand of the quadrant. Because that's the core value of this side of the quadrant. It's creating more freedom for you in your life. And if that is the foundation of what you're going towards, then you must have a success team. It's essential. Your success team will lead to your freedom. And so focus on that. I really want you to capture that. How many of you right now are there's some things coming up for you, right? There's some ideas that you have to be an entrepreneur. There's some ideas that you have on how you can truly step into this. And now you're realizing, wow, not only can I step into this, but I can really go into that right hand of the quadrant and start stepping into being an entrepreneur, a business owner, and bringing on maybe a virtual assistant and helping me grow my business and helping me step into leveraging my time. How many of you have seen that? Go ahead and type in a 1 in the chat box if you're starting to open that up in your mind. If you're starting to see the power behind having a success team around you that creates an environment where you can thrive. How many of you are seeing that? Go ahead and type in a 1. All right? Okay, awesome. Wow, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. Oh, wow. All right, Tina said massive, massive breakthrough. Awesome. Very cool. Seriously, this is opening up hopefully a lot for you right now, because these are the things that'll set you free. And that's really the whole meaning of the whole purpose of building wealth in your life, is so that you can set yourself free to focus on things that are much more meaningful for you, whether that's giving back to your local community and being able to serve and being able to take care of your family the way that you know you can, or travel, or any of those things that create fulfillment in life at a much deeper level, is going to come from you having freedom. And freedom can come from the opportunities that are readily available for you in today's world for creating wealth in your life. And I really hope that you're getting that. I hope that that's truly breaking through for you. And bottom line is, you have a success team. They're going to be able to save you hours of time, thousands of dollars in lost profits, simply by instilling certain lessons and key understandings of what it takes to leverage your ability and your time, and really giving you certain just life lessons on how to continue opening more freedom in your life. And these are lessons that you would not have otherwise learned had you not discovered what it means to build a success team. And I'm telling you right now, you try going this alone, you try building and scaling at this level and creating opportunities at this level with wealth and the things that you guys are building and the things that you guys can build from everything you've learned today. You do this alone, and it's going to be a very difficult, you're going to discover the hard way that having a success team is not only easier than you think to put together and to create in your environment, but it is so much more fulfilling. Having people around you that you care about, that care significantly about you and your vision and align with that vision, again, the culture of that success vision you have, it's going to make it that much more fun. And that is what is great about building wealth in your life. It inevitably becomes a fun part of just living and experiencing and being able to do things you love. And so I really hope that is penetrating for you, and you're seeing how valuable this is. Because again, you're stepping into the right-hand side of the quadrant, then you must have a success team. All right, everybody get that? Yes? Go ahead and type in a yes in the chat box if you guys get this. All right, yes? All right, good, awesome. So I want to move into exactly what we're going to be diving into tomorrow, because tomorrow you got to be ready for this. This is going to be really, wow. You're in for something special. You think day one was awesome? You think day one led to massive breakthroughs? Day two is going to open you up to a whole nother world of building wealth in your life, because we're going to start diving into how to allow your money to make more money. Getting your money to make more money for you. How would you like to be able to do that? Seriously, we're going to be diving into a lot of things. We're going to be talking about investing in real estate. We're going to be going over the opportunities in Bitcoin, leveraging the global economy, the power of soft assets that are out there, tax savings, helping you get clear on how to protect your assets. You're building up, if you're going to take this information and this education you're learning over these 2 days, and you're going out there and you're executing and applying this stuff, then you're going to be building massive quantities of opportunity out there to build assets, build wealth. We want to make sure that you know how to protect those assets. All right. And also, here's the thing. Remember, we want to get clear around the power of contribution, you giving, you serving, and you truly creating the level of fulfillment in your life from actually going out there and making a difference, actually going out there and creating an impact in the lives of other people. I'm telling you right now, you build wealth in your life, I mean, you start to realize that there's something else out there. There's something else out there that is more meaningful for you to give to. And there's something beyond you that just goes beyond, collecting a ton of assets and building wealth in your life. That is a foundation for you being able to serve at another level that you'll never even, you just can't even imagine the level of fulfillment, the level of impact, the level of influence that you truly have. You have the ability to literally change the lives of other people around you for the better. And building wealth is a step, and it's a variable to you being able to do that in a very meaningful way. So let's start understanding the power of contribution. We're going to dive into that tomorrow, and we're also going to go through the breakthrough of execution. Again, none of this matters unless you are going to go out there and execute it in your life and start taking action every single day to building exactly what we're going through over these 2 days. Bottom line is, there are tons of opportunities out there. You've seen it. And there's ways to create massive wealth in your life. You now know a lot of the ways that you can make more money. We've gone through it today. You've seen the opportunities that are there. You've seen what it takes to step into entrepreneurship and the opportunities that are available when you do. Well, tomorrow we're going to go over how to really start allowing your money to make more money for you, how to start scaling and growing into becoming an investor, going into the I quadrant so that you can completely set yourself free and completely detach any ounce of your time from money that you are acquiring and building and wealth that you're building in your life. And you start taking that step, that's financial freedom. That is the freedom to do and go wherever you want, spend time with who you want, and be able to give the way that you never thought you could. And so that's tomorrow. I hope you're excited for that. How many of you are excited for that? Go ahead. All right. You guys are excited. Go ahead and type in yes if you are excited for that. Tomorrow, what we have in store for you and what you're going to be going through over the next 24 hours, it's going to just blow your mind. So I hope you're ready for this. We're going to have on more incredible people and presenters coming on to share this stuff with you. You guys excited for this? Yes? Go ahead and type in yes in the chat box. Y-E-S, yes. All right. Yes, 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 yes. Okay, awesome. Wow. All right, good. Lisa says, you blew my mind. Good. We're going to continue blowing your mind. Trust me, it's going to be coming tomorrow. We're going to be bringing a lot of massive value to you tomorrow. This is all stuff. Again, we want you to learn it. We want you to absorb it. We want you to really retain what we're sharing with you. And we're going to talk about tomorrow the breakthrough of how to execute it in your life and the steps you can take. Again, you guys are doing it. You guys are engaging. You guys are staying involved. I love the engagement that you guys are offering. I'm going to be here with you, getting you in the right state to make sure you guys are absorbing and retaining this stuff. You can go out there and apply it, all right? You guys have some steps as well. Again, some opportunities to be able, if you're looking to be a business owner, you're looking to be an entrepreneur, we've also given some steps to do that. You guys can go to learn.com/RD Summit to be able to get involved and apply and see what opportunities are available for you. You can go get involved with Inbox Blueprint. You can go out there and look and see the opportunities that are available to you. Go get involved. Get involved and start applying this stuff, all right? Here's what we got to do. Bottom line is, it's about truly investing with intention. You're investing your time right now being here, and you continue investing in that financial education and wealth building. Continue this process of learning. Continue this process of growing. Invest in your personal guidance and leadership. The people that are going to be here for you, to serve you, to support you, to elevate you and your standards in life. Bottom line is, you're here because you know you have something more to give, something more to offer this world and this lifetime. And if you are here and you know that's possible for you, well, start surrounding yourself and investing in that personal guidance and leadership. Whether it's getting involved with us here at Learn, whether it's getting involved in continuing your financial education with Rich Dad and being able to set that foundation for building wealth in your life and opening yourself to entrepreneurial opportunities to create, massive, massive growth for yourself as a person, as an entrepreneur and a business owner. And again, opening opportunities for you to invest in your network. All right? Your network is your net worth. And the more you surround yourself with a success team, with an environment for you to thrive, with people that are going to be here to serve your higher calling, with your business, with your life, bottom line is, it comes down to you realizing that investing in you is the absolute best investment you can make. You're the best deal in town. You are the number one investment you can make, because bottom line is, you have full control. You are the investment. You are the one investment you have full control over. And remember, risk always goes down as control in that investment goes up. And the more you have control and the more you have an educated mind and a higher level of intelligence around what you're investing in, then the more you're going to be able to get an ROI from that. And I don't know about you, but I'm sure you've experienced in the past, when you invest in you, you always get an ROI from that, because you're going to be growing in some way, whether it's learning from a failure or learning from a success. If you're investing in you, the ROI from that is always going to be exponential if you're willing to receive the opportunities that are available to you, that are right in front of you. And so just remember this. You always want to make sure you're investing with intention. Okay, whatever you go for, whatever opportunities that you've seen here today or tomorrow or moving forward, there's always an opportunity to invest, and you always will be investing. Start investing with intention every day. You do that, you'll start walking into the opportunities that are going to open you up to building wealth in your life. And so I hope that really sits with you and penetrates with you, because it can change your life. All right? So make sure that you are ready for tomorrow, that you're ready for the breakthroughs that are going to be coming. Some of you are still talking about it. It's awesome. I love it. You guys are mentioning in the chat box. Seriously. Jim is asking again, what is the URL to get involved with the deeper trainings and things and the leadership with Learn? So it's learn.com/RD Summit. Learn.com/RD Summit. You can always go there if you're looking for deeper personal guidance and leadership for being an entrepreneur. And again, Learn is a transformational home for entrepreneurs all around the world. If that's what you're looking for, if that resonates with you, then go there. You can apply. And if you're looking for a real deeper, involved hands-on support with building a business, that would be the place to go. Obviously, Anik came back on and shared, many ways that you can start diving into, building a business through something like Inbox Blueprint. You can immediately start applying that and get involved today. If you ended up purchasing that, then awesome. Get involved. Let's start taking steps that allow you and set you up to win. And that's really the key. So go ahead and type in WIN in the chat box, WIN. Go ahead and type in WIN in the chat box, because we get to set you up to win, right? Take the steps that set you up to win. Okay, awesome. You guys are getting it. Good. So here's the thing. Set yourself up to win to be here tomorrow. Remember, set your alarms, set whatever triggers you got on your phone to be able to make sure that you are here tomorrow and ready to open yourself to some massive breakthroughs, because we're going to be diving into some incredible stuff. So you guys ready and committed to being here tomorrow? Yes? Go ahead and type in I am committed in the chat box. I am committed. If you are 100% ready and rock and roll for tomorrow, for day 2 of the Rich Dad Summit, go ahead and type in I am committed. All right, I'm committed, I'm committed, I'm committed. 100% committed. Awesome. Good. Guys, we will see you tomorrow. Congratulations on opening yourself to the breakthroughs you've experienced today. I'm honored to be able to share them with you. And again, I'm really looking forward to seeing every single one of you tomorrow at the summit. We'll see you for day 2.